Boys, good morning. I am pissed. Twitch is capping my bitrate. I don't know why. I have to figure out what the hell is going on with my bitrate. Twitch is cooking my quality. I'm supposed to be streaming at 22,000 bitrate. God damn it. And they got me capped at like 9,500. So this is some baby back bullshit. I'm gonna be completely honest. This is some absolute malarkey. Some an injustice to all men worldwide and outside of this world too. Absolutely ridiculous. I'm sorry you guys have to deal with it. Jesus Christ. Euphorics, Scorpio, you both tried resetting? The only one that knows what he's doing? Goodness gracious me, oh my. Euphorics. I'm so sorry, dog. Resetting, got it. You guys gotta claim it when you log in. You guys gotta claim it at the start of the day, my boys. Jesus Christ, Euphoric, Scorpio, resetting. Thor stomps my lurkers today. I hope you guys are all having absolutely splendid days, if I do say so myself. It is a beautiful one, I'm not gonna lie. I may have just been in a fit of like euphoria, hysteria, and every other Ia. But I feel like yesterday I actually had a lot of fun playing this. I'm not gonna lie. Hoofsy, good morning, my goat. I don't know. Again, maybe I'm just losing my mind out here, right? Maybe I'm just delusional. But I actually had a lot of fun playing this. What is this, an MMO? It's an MMO light. So basically, picture an MMO with smaller scale everything. So 20-person shards or layers of the world, right? Still has dungeons, plans to have raids, will have PvP guild system, all that stuff. However, it is accessible entirely solo. And it's very, 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 very soloable and explorative. It's almost like a Crimson Desert, but Zelda-y, and also if it one day wanted to bring in some guild systems and, you know, guild versus guild, it's also gonna have PvP areas on the map. So with the PvP areas on the map, we'll be able to go over there and compete for something. We don't exactly know what we'll be competing for. However, they're planning to bring in PvP before the end of the year, which for me is absolutely sweet. I love the prospect of potentially some good PvP coming in. So I'm really excited. It's an action-esque combat, right? I don't say full action because it has a soft lock on the target. It is not a full, like, New World reticle on target. It does have a soft lock. Now, not theoretically, but like technically New World did also have a soft lock because when you were within the leash range on a target, you would lock onto aforementioned target. So like, New World did also have a smidge of a soft lock even before it added its actual lock, all things considered, right? But it feels nice. It's definitely not a tab target system. I can tell you that much. Surely Templar is fucking crazy. What the fuck is this? Bro, all of their, like, character and mob names are absolutely degenerately, like, punny as well. It's so fucking stupid, but it's so good. It's like, it's one of those I'm not laughing because it's funny, I'm laughing because I'm disappointed levels of jokes. But dude, they have so many fucking puns within the names. It's kind of crazy. Gotcha game? No gotcha. So it's pay to play, right? Just box cost. And then they might do cosmetics that are like pay to acquire cosmetics, but they don't have any of that in right now. It's in an early access launch. So it is still, chat, how long, like when's their total 1.0 launch expected to come? I need to do a little bit more of a Dusty deep dive type thing, because I kind of came into it blind at the end of Scars because I had gone so hard at, you know, trying to understand everything Scars that by the time I came over here, I kind of you know, had already been so far behind the curve. So I'm trying to catch up. I don't know exactly when their target launch is, or if there is one. They said around a year of EA in the interview, but flexible. Yeah, I mean, from what I've heard, they said they had about 40% of the game in right now, roadmap-wise, which means that there is obviously still going to be a lot of, how do we say this, dynamicism in the expected launch, to say it nicely. A lot of shit that can go wrong, to say it honestly, right? Like, an immense amount of shit that could go wrong at any point in time. Bro, this build's absolutely nuts, by the way. I'm just throwing that out there. This build is absolutely fucking wild. But yeah, there's still a lot that can go wrong at any point, and there is still so much that could cause the timetable to shift and evolve over time and grow. They could potentially just really start knocking out content, seeing the interest in the game, and just decide, hey, we go all in on this. Let's get, you know, even more people involved. Let's ramp it up. Let's double time it. And maybe they even push the bar a little bit in terms of what people are expecting, but that's also a little bit down the road more. That's a big what if, right, on that side of things. So I don't necessarily know that I would expect that. Bro, this tech is insane. Like, just some of the movement shit that you can do. I probably could have made that jump without the movement buff, but the movement buff itself is just so strong. I love the exploration part of it, and I don't say that frequently, bro. I usually find exploration to be really tedious and boring. So unsure if stated based on roadmap is from 2027. Yeah, I mean, I haven't educated myself. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Fire. I haven't educated myself enough to know exactly everything that is on the roadmap yet, nor am I gonna bullshit you guys like I have, because I feel like that would just be disrespectful. So I'm figuring it out as I go. Whoops. The same way that you guys all are. I need to catch up. I will be doing like roadmap review and shit at some point in time. I'll absolutely be knocking that side of things out, but I'm just trying to learn the goddamn game right now. There's still so much that I functionally have no idea about. I'm somehow in the same place that I was yesterday. Would still, I haven't uncovered the map or anything. I got cooked up to the north here yesterday. So I almost feel like I need to devise a, motherfucker, I remember these. I almost feel like I need to devise a plan for today before I just get incredibly lost. And I'm also gonna lose my marbles at this. Brosman, if I'm remembering correctly, and it's not just in this fit of rage, I believe I spent about 20 minutes on that yesterday before I realized I could just, like, super bounce off it if I got the angle right. So, when we look down to the roadmap a little bit further on, right, we're looking at some raid content. Now, in the interview that they did with Canon, I believe they had said that their raid content was going to be 10 to 20 people, which is, in my opinion, little baby raids, which is still fine. It's better than no raids. I'm not gonna, you know, I'm not gonna look a gift horse in the mouth type shit. But definitely hope that they, you know, see a little bit of the potential for the larger side of raid content as well, because that larger raid content could bring in a lot of people if it's done well. Hope you're well, Claire. I hope you're doing well as well. I appreciate you. I am doing very well. I've actually been having a lot of fun so far over here on FAREVER, where I didn't necessarily, like, not gonna lie, I didn't expect to enjoy it as much as I did. I looked at it at face value as a very, I don't know, a very, like, cutesy game, and kind of slept on the actual validity of the, oh shit, the content in a, I don't know, like, not necessarily a difficult manner. Oh, it's underneath. Not necessarily in a difficult manner, but in a, like, fun, engaging manner, you know? I looked at it at face value as one of those cutesy games, almost like a Palia, where I was going to hop in and I was just gonna be like, okay, this is fun, I'll trick shot a deer or two, see what's up. And I'm having a lot more fun than I genuinely expected. It has been pleasant, to say the least. If you're like, well, you can't bash on the design. Oh, no. I don't mean cutesy in terms of like a stylized, because I was also just playing Scars. Scars is heavily stylized. I played Fortnite. Fortnite's heavily stylized. I'm not talking like a stylized manner. I'm talking about like looking at it from the outside in. The combat almost looked like this, you know, everybody and everything is wearing like hockey goalie pads. And it's this, I don't know, it's this fun, bonk-oriented combat over this serious, like, sweat-capable combat. And I underestimated almost, like, the depth to the systems, if that makes sense. Where I really wanted, you know, I wanted to feel like I was in control of my character during the combat. I wanted to feel like I had the ability to shape the outcomes of fights. And I didn't think that I was going to have that. Turns out, I absolutely have that over here, and it's been quite fun. The ability to decide... I should go over here and do this, huh? The ability to decide, like, whether I want to play off a block build, or if I want to dodge, if I want to just avoid the mechanics altogether and just keep moving and casting because I have so many things that can be cast on the move. Whoops. Small playstyle differences, right? There's this super heavy emphasis in the game design on these perfect blocks, but even with a perfect block, you're going to be taking some damage, and you have to stop to block. And in a lot of that time, to get the buff that you're getting from blocking, you're, from what I've seen so far, almost putting yourself at like a disadvantage when you're looking at, you know, actions that you could throw out. It's definitely interesting. I don't necessarily think that there is a, I don't know, a negative in the combat system that I've seen so far. It's very fun. I don't think there's inherently one way to play and everything else is wrong. It's interesting. There's just enough room to cook in terms of class customization with the weapons as well. I'm nowhere near getting all of the weapons that I need to have a full build established, but I'm on my way. I'm figuring things out as I go, and anytime I get a new weapon, I check it out and I see, you know, what that weapon's playing like, what it's feeling like, and hope for the best of it. Could live with this. Could live with weapon on this. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, like, it may be different from a viewer perspective of, you know, watching the game and not necessarily participating in it, right? And that could definitely be something that impacts it for a lot of people. But I can say from a gameplay standpoint, I have had a lot more fun with this than I have with WoW already. It may just be because it's new and shiny and like honeymoon phase. But having an action combat system over WoW's tab target is actually, it's smooth. It feels like it belongs to a certain extent, if that makes sense. What the fuck is going on with all of these goddamn balls and stuns? Holy. This shit hits hard as hell. Shit's actually blasting. God damn. I need to find myself up here, and I need to top off my air, or I am going to get absolutely cooked. Un momento. I hope they don't leash. Nah, I don't think they're leashing. They take a second to come up sometimes. Perfect! Everything's fine. Everything's fine. That wasn't even remotely scary. I didn't almost drown. I didn't almost get blown up or anything like that. Combat feels super crisp. Combat feels really smooth. Yes, much smoother than I thought it was going to. When I was looking at it, and again, Sleazy, thank you for the 10-day, by the way, Doc. When I was looking at it from the outside in, right, I saw the combat, and I was looking at it visually, and of course, I wasn't necessarily, like, I wasn't handling it. So, I underestimated the amount of fluidity that would be present with the combat system. I looked at the, you know, when I hit something, I looked at that little bit of screen shake. Not even the screen shake, but like the mob shake that you're seeing there. I think the servers might be cooked. But I look at that little bit of shake, and I saw that from a visual aspect of like, oh, that's gonna make the combat feel so clunky. Because I thought it was gonna be one of those combat systems where your combat's effectively like a quick time pop-up, right? Where the combo is like, and then it goes through and finishes, and it was gonna be super chunky. It's a lot smoother and a lot more fluid than I thought it was going to be. It's been really nice. Oh, not my hair. Meta, thank you for the hydrate, dog. I appreciate you. This is the best new game experience I've had since Ashes. Yeah, I mean, and Ashes' new game experience didn't exactly hold your hand much, so. Hardest part of the game, they got covered the combat system. Everything else is just resource allocation and right decisions. Yeah, and I mean, I won't lie, in a live service environment, making the correct decisions is always hard because I don't necessarily think that there's only one correct decision that can be made. I feel like frequently there are many different... What are the odds I drown when I log back in? I feel like there are many different decisions.
Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao, ni hao.
Ni hao, how you doing, my boy? Oh. 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 All right, we restart. I think there are many different decisions, all of which can lead to a good product. It's just a matter of where they want to take their product. I feel like there are good video games that exist in so many different microcosms of their genres, and not everything needs to be 1.5 million concurrent players to be good. Especially for a development studio like this, the fact that they're in early access pulling 10k concurrent plus and growing is probably an element of like, oh shit, look at what's happening out here. Hold on, let me check the charts for today. Yeah, I mean, brother, it's growing day over day over day. It's literally just getting better, which is crazy. I am gonna be honest, I haven't seen this element of growth day over day over day over day for a paid early access in some time. Like in some time, especially with the server issues. I just got booted from the server 20 minutes in. Granted, I'm basically like your MMO punching bag. I play MMOs that traditionally, I guess, just don't do very well. And I just genuinely enjoy the jank along with it. So I always enjoy the journey more than anything else. Day one was 2.8k. Wait a minute, I had 6k on mine. Wait a minute. I got Wednesday at 6k. Did it launch before Wednesday? 6.9k, 7k on Wednesday. A lot of the growth will be because you're streaming it out. No, 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 no. You stop that. I'm not someone that brings in motion, brother. I'm not someone that brings in motion. It had a down day? Ah, okay, that makes sense. Huffsay! Thank you for the 5, brother. I appreciate you. Like, hear me out. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. 3,121 viewers right now in the directory. This is not me. This is just because it's a good game, dude. I don't have that level of motion. I don't have that level of, like, commanding armies. Like, I'm here because the game has drawn such a...
I'm not very smart.
Motherfucker wants attention, huh? Hi, Warrior. Hope you're having a good day, dog. I'm here because the game has been advertised as so good for the entirety of its existence so far. Everybody in my community has enjoyed it so far. Like, I've heard very little bad about it. And in my first day coming over here and playing it, which was yesterday, I had a lot of fun. I came over, like 3 hours into stream yesterday, something like that. So I played probably 6 hours total. And I immediately, when I hopped on, like when I got up today, I was like, all right, I'm just playing FAREVER all day today. Like, I totally understand the whole, you know, scars going down today. However, bro, this is just too good. It's just too good. I think Scars is like 10 hours left on the playtest. They're closing up shop and everything. So I had my fun with Scars. I'll be honest, like I had a lot of fun with Scars, but the player base died out real fast. Apparently the dev team is 15 people and this project took 3 years to develop. It's not too shabby. Another big element, in my opinion, is that this isn't a first title MMO from the developers, right? This is their... God, how many titles do they have out right now? Just in general. Someone yesterday said they've put out like almost 10 different titles that have shipped. Which is, again, a sign that they've been through game dev before, that they know how to handle it. 11 Steam titles currently. Yeah, 11. So, what we look at with a lot of development studios that try to put together the studio and take on an MMO their first time around, there's none of that small scale growth. There's none of that like soloable content that can give them an idea if their content's even good. And every single one of their games in the past that they've published have probably weighed in some way, shape, or form to the development of FAREVER and the success of it and their preparedness to handle it. Can you do me the biggest favor? What the fuck do you need? I know when I'm being buttered up. What the hell do you need? Why are you buttering me up? Can you make the FAREVER servers work? Because the FAREVER servers aren't working? What do you need? I need you to take out the bagels from the freezer. Because I really want a bagel. Your mom's a bagel. Who's right? Bagels and butter. I know her too well. And they're frozen. I mean, you're lucky the servers are down right now because I gotta wait for the servers to come back up. So, I mean, I guess. By the way, chat, keep in mind, this growth in player base is with the server issues. I'm just putting that out there. This growth, day over day over day over day over day, is with server issues. If the servers were not having any problems whatsoever, it would be far surpassing this. It's actually really fun. Now, something that'll be interesting. Does it go the route of Crimson Desert? Because Crimson Desert, yes, is still doing exceedingly well. Exceedingly well. Shit, I'd take this for just about any game if I'm being honest. However, it too, in its early existence, had a lot of growth and a lot of big spikes, but then it started going down, down, down. Crimson single player? It is, but this is also primarily accessible as a single player game, and I would be willing to bet that a majority of your players are engaging in solo content. It's early access, real numbers will be seen on 1.0. It's very valid. It's a very good point, Monfrere. And for an early access, I would be willing to say that the server issues that they're having are standard to not concerning at all, because the server outages have been, in my experience, again, I've only been here a day and some change now. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you guys, I just got here yesterday. But my experience with the servers for an early access that's day 4 or 5, something like that, server issues really aren't that bad. I have seen far worse from far more established games.
Is absolutely S tier.
Hide your wives on Mother's Day. Jesus Christ. Thank you for the follow, dog. It's been horrible all 4 days. So while I haven't been streaming it, I've been watching streamers, and I have a lot of people in the community that have been playing it. I think it's been an early access. Like, I've had a lot of people saying, while some people in chat are like, oh my god, it's been unplayable, I have people that are like playing 10 hours a day of this shit since early access came out, and they're like, Dusty, the servers really aren't that bad. I also didn't run into many server issues yesterday. I was here for 6 hours through NA peak. And I mean, today is the first, obviously gonna be my first full day over here, and we're seeing EU peak right now, which is traditionally the peak for the day anyways. So it'll be interesting to see how servers are through this side, but Alex is no excuse. TBH is a planning issue. I think it is almost impossible to plan for gaming at this point in time. I'm gonna be real, especially with the, how do we say this, like the exponential increase of games. You could plan for 15,000 concurrent, and one streamer picks your game up and goes super viral with clips and exposure for it, and then you get 25,000 concurrent off of one streamer. I personally, I don't know, man. As a game developer, I'd have to disagree. As someone that has consumed games my entire life and has played many more launches of games than you personally could have worked on over the course of your life, I will say that many more successful titles than this have had much worse server infrastructure issues day 1, week 1, and month 1 than this has so far. So you may make a few games. I have played more games even on my stream than you could have possibly worked on. And like, I'm gonna be real, brother, respectfully, of course. When you're looking at multiplayer titles, it is unfortunately extremely common for many server issues to pop up. From Blizzard, from fucking large Riot launches, brother. Like, server issues in any multiplayer game are incredibly common. Incredibly common. It's the number one thing. Stuttering performance issues were so terrible, launching got review bombed so hard, it's a miracle the game didn't die instantly. Yeah, I mean, that's also kind of the curve of feedback, though. So, within your first 5 days, right, you have people that will not be able to provide feedback on things in an organic manner because they're only experiencing the surface level. And under 100 hours, you kind of like can't really get a huge feel for it, right? There's any game we play just eyes? What's up with that? I don't know, maybe I just like weird shit, dog. Maybe I just like weird shit. I've been saying I have to like siphon the life force of all of these MMOs to keep myself going. Anytime somebody asks me how old I am, I'm like 62, but I use CeraVe on my face day and night. Nate, thank you for the follow, dog. I'm like, I'm 62, but I use CeraVe on my face day and night. It's not actually CeraVe, it's the life force of every hopeful MMO and development team. I go through and I just, and I Kirby their shit up, and then I just consume, I digest the MMO, and then I move on to the next one when my tummy is hungry again. Oh, man. Yeah, I don't know. Listen, I did 2 months in WoW, and WoW went through so many issues when I was over there that it, like, yes, Midnight was regarded as a phenomenal expansion content-wise, but they're still in, like, add-on war hell where the entire game is bricked every single Tuesday because the update conflicts with add-ons, and then the add-ons have to work around the updates, and there's this huge, like, huge problem with it. I did 2 months in a while, like, it was a stint in San Quentin. Brother, I'm not gonna lie, it felt like it. It felt like I didn't know where to go. So... actually, a term for that, harbinger of failure for people who trend towards constantly purchasing failed products. I wouldn't say constantly purchasing failed products. I think, if I'm being honest, most products die over time, but I streamed Dota 2 and Fortnite as my first 2 games, which I think are kind of the opposite of a failed product at this point. And I've streamed over 100 games on stream. But I can definitely say, I think being an MMO content creator right now is effectively being a harbinger of failure because there are so many MMOs that just don't make it. You can either be the content creator that just sits in the rut of the few MMOs that are there, the Guild Wars 2s, the, you know, the WoWs, the BDOs, the ESOs, and you can do the same thing that everybody's done for fucking 20 years now, or you can try to find joy in something that might not make it, right? When I had a dog as a kid, we all knew one day that dog was gonna die and it was gonna bring us immense grief, but all of the days of having that dog as a part of the family brought us immense joy. And for me, it's like, I look at the MMOs knowing that pretty much every game's finite. Shit, I'm finite. I'm gonna die at some point. So instead of me forcing myself into what's known and what's done, I'm willing to be the guy that kind of like boldly goes where no one should probably go and try to pick out some fun in it. And it's intriguing because some people really look at what I do and they're like, Dusty, I appreciate that you're willing to take chances on, you know, on these smaller projects, on these, not that this is a small project, this is incredibly successful right now. I'm just hopping on the hype train on this one. But, you know, some of the projects that I've stuck out, people are like, Dusty, I really appreciate that you've stuck that out, given your feedback on it. And then some people are like, rah, you convince your people to buy dead games, curse you. I'm like, damn, bro, I'm just trying to play the fucking video game. Sorry that I'm fun to play with. Like, my fault, dog. Sorry I have aura. Shit. You don't have a main right now? Main game? I just kind of yap and find things that I enjoy. So, variety stream is very normal for a MMO streamer. They just hop around every few months and back to WoW. I'm not going back to WoW. Not going back to WoW. Buxman, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I mean, I kind of nibble. Thank you for the follow. Oh wait, I'm back in. I didn't even realize I was back in. The server started working and I didn't even notice. God fucking damn it. Nobody told me. Chat, servers are up. Servers are up. How do you want to have fun, be miserable like the rest of the world? I know. I should be systemically chasing views, and I should be posting YouTube and TikTok short form content that plays into the algorithm. I should hit a fucking renegade into a prank on my mom for Mother's Day, into terrorizing somebody at a local Walmart, and then that'll grow my channel to heights that I've never seen before. They're not up, they're stuck at this screen. Why didn't you guys tell me? Why are you not telling me anything? You guys are my knowledge. I just repeat what the fuck you say. Jesus Christ. Why was there no heads up? I don't even have background music now. Please, thank you for the follow, dog. Jesus Christ. I'm trying to do this. Dusty fought the Rat King boss yet? I don't think so. I'm about to clear my, like, second or third area. I did Crab Boss, but I missed something out near Crab Boss. So I'm was swimming back out. Excuse me. I was swimming back out, and then the servers went down. So I did Crab Boss. I did the first dungeon. Did I do another dungeon last night? I think I did 2 different dungeons last night, and then the Crab Boss. I did the Crab Boss under leveled. So I don't really know what the level scaling is like in this game comparatively to mobs, I'm not gonna lie, but I've been farming stuff over my level because Priest is fucking stinky. Crab Boss was a little bit interesting and took me like 7 attempts, I think it was. I kept fucking greeting mechanics and just throwing, I'm not gonna lie. But it was a fun fight, so I'm excited to get into more boss fights and dungeons today. The dungeons themselves were actually pretty enjoyable. I just have no idea where I'm going or anything, so I'm just like exploring shit. I don't even have a compass, so I just somehow end up running in a circle. No matter where I go, it's like I just inherently make right turns and then just run like this the entire day. Even today, I logged on and I just ended up in the same area that I was last night. I didn't try to go back there, but Quinfall's also pretty solid for all the stuff it has going on. Yeah, I mean, Quinfall's been attempting to keep it together with some content over there, and they're keeping a relatively consistent, like, low peak, so to say. But I also think a lot of this is because of the cost of the game being so low. I think it is really, 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 really accessible, and I think that's probably one of the largest benefits to it, right? It goes on sale for $1. You see a peak up when the sales jump. Oh wait, are we past the load screen? Nope, we're back on the load screen. That's absolutely tragic. So I mean, yeah, like all things considered, 3,500 concurrent is not terrible and is far from the end of the world. And I'm gonna be real, I've played a lot of games that can't even muster that consistently. So all things considered, I don't think Quinfall's doing as bad as some people would let on. I also just feel like people are almost overestimating what games are hitting for peak concurrencies now. Everybody pulls up Steam charts and they're just like, they look at peak concurrency and they just say, oh my god, every game's dead. But even if you look at some of your most successful titles right now, peak concurrency is not necessarily as high as some people may think. It's not a matter of like 15 to 60k being the dead zone. That's like the niche success zone. That's where games can stabilize and actually operate. They don't need to be million concurrent plus. Look at Scars. Oh yeah, I mean, Scars playtest is ending today. It makes sense. So Scars dropped incredibly hard because they didn't have a lot of accessibility, right? So the thing with FAREVER is FAREVER's super accessible. With Scars, it was free to play, yes. But once you got in, the servers were bad, yes, same thing as this, but there was also the open world PvP the first few days, so it was just grief fest. The balance wasn't there, some numbers were insanely high, and one thing that chat's noticed with FAREVER in terms of the combat, people coming in there like, oh, small numbers, I like that. And we don't really know if I'm gonna get into huge numbers when I hit level 20 and get gear. I'm trying to push up today, but the fact that, you know, it is small numbers and a smaller scaling for a lot of people is immediately going to make it more appealing, more palatable from a combat standpoint. Makes it look less intimidating to take on. PvP before the end of the year is their goal. We've seen Q3 of 2026 as their goal, which is right around the corner. But before the end of the year is their goal. They plan to have the traditional battlegrounds, but they also want to have guild systems, and they want to have PvP areas in the map where you can go to and compete for things that are actually incentivized. Caveat to that is that the layer size is only 20 people right now. So 20 people on a layer leads me to believe that unless they change their layering infrastructure and increase capacity in that PvP area, that is going to be like a glorified, you know, glorified battleground. So don't think BGs, I think it's just dueling. Pretty sure in the canon interview they said BGs as well, and I think the roadmap has BGs too, right? Chaz, somebody find me the roadmap. Because I'm pretty sure it's BGs, PvP areas in the open world, and then duels as well. Yes, of course. No Zergs, PvP will be 4-man groups running around. It'll be fun. Oh, I mean, you're still gonna have Zergs. I'm gonna be real. If you think for a second that you're not going to have... What part is it on? Store page, you said? Hold on. Hold on. Un momento. Un momento. Forever roadmap. Haha! Wait. It's so little. Hold on. Oh, I made it larger. Oh, yeah. Okay. Forever roadmap will come this year in blue, planned during early access in purple, asked by the community is underlined, and then already implemented as a different one. So basically, under PvP features, duels will come this year. PvP region and battlegrounds are expected during EA, and then dedicated gear and dedicated balancing also during EA. So it seems like PvP is meant to have isolated gear here, where you are going to be able to potentially PvP as an exclusive. So that's one of the largest things that I'm looking at here, the PvP region as an incentivized form of PvP content, where you're going out and actually competing for shit is huge. Duels, always repeatable. Duels are great, but I don't know how long it takes to hit current max level in this. I got to level 11 in like 6 hours, but it's very explory right now. It's like Crimson Deserty. A lot of your end game, like you're gonna be optimizing gear for the time being. Yes, trying to find which builds you want to scale off of and shit as they add more. But it's very Captain. Thank you for the follow. It's very Crimson Desert over anything else. It's like Zelda Crimson Desert. So they're going to have a lot more multiplayer incentivization that's coming in, right? So keep in mind on the Your Journey side, new regions, more enemy factions, more instances, world events, rifts, seasonal events, world boss, and then instance difficulty modes with heroic mode, max level, new attacks or bosses, unique rewards, challenge mode, which will be leaderboard type shit, unique modifiers, so potentially mutations, more secret coins, faction rep systems, so rep rewards there, cosmetics and shit. And then new level cap increase to level 50 over time. Let's see, Druid Monk, more classes. Russell, thank you for the follow, much love. 3 talent trees per class instead of just the 1. I believe we only have the 1 talent tree right now. New gathering with fishing and archaeology, and keep in mind fishing is expected this year. Archaeology is going to come during EA over the course of it. Collection elements, so a lot of it is that, you know, explore, collect, and gather along the way and go off of the beaten path. So that's a lot of the current endgame. People are collecting cosmetics, people are collecting mounts, people are collecting weapons, optimizing, figuring out what builds they want to run. Because you get your primary weapon, and then you get what's called your arsenal. And your arsenal is another weapon. Basically, picture New World, except no weapon trees. It just assigns your abilities based on the weapon. So, like a sword. My sword gives me a whirlwind. So, effectively, you can take your main weapon, and then you can take a different weapon, use that as your arsenal, take one ability off of your arsenal, and use that in your kit. So, there's a lot of cook potential there. They're adding many more unique weapons as well. So I'm playing a priest, and I'm trying to find melee weapons, primarily big bonkies, instead of the sword and board that a lot of people are running, because I want to have vacuum everybody in, AoE wombo combo with a stun, even in PvP. That's going to be my goal. Jump on top of somebody, pull them in, make it so they can't move, wombo combo the shit out of them. So I'm playing a priest that's going to melee. Great sword for you drops from Lady B. I've heard that one's not bad, right? Is that the B Fury one? If they had guilds, auction house, and PvP, game will be fire. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Guild system, player-to-player trading, and some auction house stuff, so you actually have crafters. That alone is low-hanging fruit that's going to bring so much to it. What was the verdict on this carrying over to release? Their goal is to just keep this concurrent to release. So this is their early access period. So from what I've gathered, and again, anything could change, and I could also always be getting wrong information, but I've been trying to compile. I've only been compiling for like 24 hours, so forgive me if anything's wrong. But to my knowledge, this is pay to get in. The price you pay right now gets you in forever. They're not going to do subs. It's going to be box cost, and then maybe cosmetics that you can buy in the long term. They want to have no wipes, and they want this to be the game. However, it's going to grow over time. So the way that I've been talking about this is like, yes, this is an early access, but also this by many measures could also be regarded as a launch that's just having a lot more DLC promised down the road too. The game should be live. So from what I get, we're slowly leveling the whole EA. Each new content drop will bring a new level cap till they hit 50. Yes. So they're going to work on all of this through the remainder of early access, and then by the time it hits 50, or we hit 50 level cap and early access is complete, this roadmap should be completed, obviously with more pop-ups, difficulties, unexpected things that come up from the community as well, right, along the way. But this is a semblance of what their 1.0 launch is going to hopefully include. So from what I've gathered as well, again, what I've gathered, their 1.0 launch is at least a year out. So there's still going to be a lot more time for all of this to come in. And again, it seems like it's a playable product right now, other than server issues. I was on for 6 hours yesterday, hopped on today, and we ran into some server issues. However, when they get the server issues sorted out, playability improves a lot. Hyperclass passive effect in party sounds absolutely nutty. Yeah, that sounds... The symbiotic skills, hybrid class passive effect between two players, sounds really intriguing. It's almost like Ashes always said that they wanted to incentivize people to have one of every class in a party. And I think parties are 4-person cap over here. So, I mean, maybe they expand the party size in the long term, but even then, different party compositions where you can't physically have every single class in because there are more classes and party slots would be really intriguing in terms of shaping up metas. Now, it could go one of two ways with that. People can either cook like crazy off of that, and you can see a ton of different comps, or everybody just works out a cookie-cutter comp that ends up being super meta. But while style arena comps would be crazy, bro, it'd be fucking wild. Genuinely, that's the intrigue for me of playing games like this. So a lot of people have asked, like, what is my attraction to smaller MMOs versus playing like WoW and stuff like that? And it's not even necessarily smaller MMOs, it's new games that have a level of yet to be discovered. Vulcan, thank you for following. It's being on the brink of discovering all of this with the community. It's putting ourselves in a position where we can almost catch up, right? And we can parse out all the information we've lost over the course of the last like few days of it existing, the betas before that. That's fine. Once we catch up, we still have all of this to look forward to that is going to be completely brand new content for us. And then the 1.0 launch is going to build even more on top of this. And yes, WoW also has content that's planned in the future. There's The Last Titan that's planned after midnight. Hello, noob. How are you, my boy? But this element of yet to be discovered, yet to be known, we don't know their boss design past the bosses that we have right now. We don't know what their hard mode is going to be. We have seen for years and years and years what things like WoW have. We've seen all of that. We've seen their mechanics, we've seen their dungeon building, we've seen their world building. It's new out here, right? It's new. It's different. And it might just be a honeymoon phase when people hop into this at first, but it's enjoyable. Did you decide to play FAREVER in the end? I did. Yes. Everybody in chat just kept telling me about how the largest issue was server issues. And in my opinion, that is a real non-issue for me, because server issues can be worked on. If the core concept of the game is ass, then that's a very bad sign. So if the largest problem is, oh my god, the servers go down sometimes, but when servers are actually working, everything feels absolutely phenomenal, then I think that's great. I think that's a sign that the actual core concept of the game has some merit to it. It just needs to work out those bumps in the road. You need to bring in some patching, right? You need to get some asphalt in there. And any development studio that has handled live service titles before, or anything that requires multiplayer base, will be able to pull through this. So core game's always more important than occasional downtime. Yeah, I agree. I mean, even in terms of fully established games, you still have downtimes with games. You still have inadvertent server issues and whoopsies with patch implementations. You still have so much jank, even with current games. No game runs flawlessly at any point in time. So, all things considered, right? What really got me over here was people talking about how the combat was very fun, the movement was very fluid, the world was very fun to explore, and the content was actually challenging. That, to me, was a very, very, very large selling point. The content being challenging. And I hopped in, and I fought Crab Boss, one level under. It took me 7 attempts. Shit was hard. Shit was much harder than most MMOs. It was something where I actually, and again, that was an easy boss. That was one of the easier bosses in the game. And even that, compared to most MMO content, was like, oh shit, wait, I actually have to learn a little bit. This is crazy. And every time I go into a boss fight, I'm almost at this point expecting to have a few wipes while I parse out the mechanics. And we look at the world boss, we look at rifts, we look at seasonal events, we look at everything that's going to be coming in with that. And it's all just new shit. You know what hooked me? Blob Dylan, a game that makes fun of stuff in themselves, is for me. I just ran across Shirley Templar before servers went down. Bro, it doesn't take itself too seriously. I like that it's able to feel like a game. Like, it's so nice. Builds become kind of busted at endgame and even hard dungeons or sneeze. I look forward to cooking up builds at endgame, I'm not gonna lie. I am fiending for it, brother. I really enjoy cooking builds and theory crafting and testing and trying to come up with absolutely broken shit. You sticking with a caster? So I'm on my priest right now. I'm gonna level the priest to 20 and give that a shot late game to see what's up with it, because I want to make a melee priest build because it has a lot of AoE nuke and a lot of self-sustain. I'll probably make a warrior after that, like if the priest gets boring for me or if I just don't vibe with it late game. But as of right now, the priest has been really fun. Really fun. Pretty strong, can use a lot of melee stuff too. Yeah. I got my sword and board up yesterday. So I've been rolling around the sword and board type shit. It's nice. I have a big AoE burst build. I really, a lot of people are like, oh my god, the exploration, level with exploration. Bro, anytime that I run over to an area and I see AoE mob potential, I'll just AoE pull. I'll sit there and I'll farm up like 3 levels off melee mobs. It's so fun. So I'm on the lookout for stuff like that. It's been nice though. Priest kit with heals makes a lot of it easy solo. Yeah, I mean, I've also heard that warrior has a pretty easy time solo because it's got so much self-sustain, self-heals, self-shielding from what I've heard. So interested to check the warrior side out. I'm usually not much of a rogue player, but people have said the rogue side is fun. I don't know, it's interesting on the rogue side. Rogue here at the moment, trying to get talents to self-heal. Yeah, self-heal makes everything nice. Everything nice. Level like that from 16 to 20 with AoE farming took me like 2 hours if you wanted to do this pretty fast. Yeah, I'm a big AoE farmer. I have literally zero problem AoE farming. Warrior OP first and priest.
Is absolutely
Live, thank you for the follow. Is it just because they have so much self-sustain? When you level into characters, you're just rerunning the story? I mean, the story, I think, with a game like this is always relative. So one thing about it is the map is very non-linear. So you're effectively placed on the map and you can go to different regions. Different regions have different levels. And they give you icons on the map and a suggested route to go through that'll keep you on a smooth progression. But I deviated from that very heavily in my prog, and I went to higher level areas earlier because I just wanted to explore. And I found mobs that were, you know, on the higher level of what I can actually kill. I was grinding those for a little bit, and I was like, okay, maybe I double back and finish the content that I haven't done yet, and then move on to this next area. So it's almost got like an enshrouded level of obscuring the map until you run and interact with an obelisk to uncover the map. And then you can see a lot more of like the terrain, what's in the area. And you're able to complete the objectives there to level, or like I was mentioning, you can just AoE grind like crazy. So my first time through, I make a lot of mental notes about, you know, what areas are good, what areas are bad, where I've been grinding, where I haven't been. So let's go to get gas today. It's gonna be like $50. Well, just don't get gas yet. Sorry, I'll thank you for the follow. Much love. Yeah, don't get gas yet. Just wait, it might go down. But yeah, overall, like, I'm taking a lot of mental notes on what's efficient, where drops might be. I'm also able to, because the bank is account wide, as I'm leveling my first character, I can save up drops for my second character and transfer them over. So it's quite nice. Hello, DG. How are you, my friend? Platforming puzzles are pretty fun. The platforming puzzles make me want to drop kick a puppy into traffic. But yeah, they're pretty fun. Pretty fun. It's rage inducing, dude. But it's a good level of rage. It's this, I'm angry because I suck, not I'm angry because the game is bad. And that gives me motivation to not be absolutely dog shit. So putting about $450 a month in my tank. What the fuck do you drive? Like an actual tank? Like an M1 Abrams? What do you drive, brother? You need to get a Civic. We were thinking about getting an electric scooter recently, because a tandem of electric scooters would probably be like $1,200 for good ones, like $600 a piece for some good scoots. So if we both got electric scooters and then just charged those and scooted around town in those, then we'd be a lot better off than paying gas for the Civvy, especially since it's, you know, warm in Maine now, relatively. 06 RAV4. God damn, I drive a lot. Yeah, fuck that. I don't like driving that much. I like driving, but if I had to drive 8 hours a day, like my dad used to drive tractor trailer, bro, I'd go crazy. I'd go fucking crazy. I was looking at an e-bike because of gas prices. Bro, it ain't bad. Just get a scooter. A scooter is going to be a lot more comfy than an e-bike as well, because a scooter, you can literally, you can get one of the standing ones where you're like standing and then it folds up and then you put it on your back. Or you can get one of the sit ones that has like a little basket on the back. So it's like one of the meep, like one of those shits. We were heavily looking at it. I drive about 75 miles a day for work. What do? Traffic drugs? The fuck do you mean? Brother, I've sold weed and people drove to me. The fuck do you mean? You don't even drive that much selling drugs. It's just my commute? Why? The fuck? Brother, you work at Area 51? What do you have to do? What job is worth that? 75 miles a day for work. We'll say your commute is 45 minutes one way. That's an hour and a half. So you're immediately losing 1.5 hours of hourly wage. And then you're having to pay gas, car maintenance on top of that. Jobs are hard to get here. Have you considered selling drugs? You drive a lot less. Like, not to condone that, but you establish yourself in that community. People come to you. Honestly, you can even do dead drops.
The Dusty Express straight to a fucking Ember Spring.
I feel like dead drops are kind of like a lost art. If I drove to work every day, I would drive 180 plus miles a day. Do you work remote? Or do you oversee people who sell drugs? It'll change about every 2.5 to 3 months. The fuck? I mean, that's not that egregious, but like, why not just get an EV at that point? Wouldn't you save a lot of money on an EV driving 75 miles a day because you could just charge 75 miles a day? Can you share the roadmap link? Chat, does somebody have a link to it? This is on my stream PC, or on my gaming PC, because it's on Steam. If you go into the Steam store, it's like... Oh. That was not what I wanted to do. It's on Steam. Did you take out my bagels? Yeah. Yeah, I took out your bagels. I definitely took out your bagels. I grabbed all of the bagels. Every single one of the bagels. For the record, there's no current PvP. That is correct, however, it is planned for later this year. Are the servers up, or did I fuck up trying to load in again? I think I might have fucked up trying to load in again. But seems I can't log in. Yeah, I mean, they're having server issues. That's just naturally what happens, but... Oh, it's raining. It appears I need to close some windows. Well, good time to take the bagels out. Be right back. Dusty killed another MMO. Listen! Oh, goddamn, it's raining hard as fuck. What the hell? Alright, hold on. I'll be right back. I gotta close windows.
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
Bro, can't make this shit up. Downpour with a whole shitload of thunder and lightning as well. We might be cooked. We might be cooked. Thoughts and prayers. I just went out to close windows and I heard like a fucking crack of thunder. So we'll hope that I don't lose power. If I do, I shall return. But I think we're big chilling over here. So I see no luck with the servers so far. That's perfectly okay. Good day, Sir Alwyn. How are you, brother? Bagels? Yeah, I took the bagels out. I fear for my life. I fear for my life. It was a productive trip. I closed the windows. I smoked a bowl, and I took the bagels out. In that order. In that order. I did it in order of importance. So, you know, I'm happy with how it went down. I have no fucking complaints, if I'm being honest. We're about to have double music, aren't we? Yes, the music begins. Okay. Big Mac and some wraps. You spend money on McDonald's? You got scammed? I'm not gonna lie, you got scammed. Why you do that? Bro, you could just make burgers at home. Literally just make better burgers at home. I made breakfast sandwiches yesterday that were literally just like better versions of a McDonald's breakfast Sammy. Dude, it was so fucking good. You're playing yourself by getting that shit. You're gonna feel worse because of it. Goodness gracious. Yo, Nest, what up? Holding my headphones to my ear, don't want to mess up my hair. Gotta look good for mom today. Yo, I too was trying to look good for your mom today. How's the game? Saw some clips a while back, but I haven't played it. 2-minute summary. A lot more depth than I thought. Yo, Jugtastic, thank you for the follow. Combat, very fun. Movement, very fluid. World exploration, very good. Servers, bad. So, servers have been the worst part of the game. It's not a full MMO. It has multiplayer, but it is not a full MMO. It's like you have a girlfriend, but you kiss guys sometimes, right? It's not a full MMO. You still have multiplayer, but it's not fully there. It's not fully there. So they were going to change movement for PvP.
So I'm still trying to
Right.
myself.
Right. It'd be interesting to see how they're changing the movement. I mean, honestly, I liked the movement so far. When you fought Crab and beat it, was it solo or in a group? I soloed. So, saw some reviews about servers. The sickle told my mommy said hi. Oh, dude, yes, please do. Let her know I'll be over. So, probably I have with this game. I'm sitting at 60 to 70 FPS and stutter sometimes. I feel like mine's run relatively smooth. Again, I only played for like 6 hours-ish last night, but I'm not getting really noticeable stutters or anything. Maybe, what specs do you run? Is it a commonality in certain specs? Because I feel like AMD GPUs always lead to problems with early access games right now. I don't want to assume, but I just feel like anytime somebody decides to make a build with an AMD GPU, it's effectively just... Not a good idea. Might be AMD problems. Had same with Scars of Honor test. Bro, I swear to God, it's always the AMD people. Had a boss completely reset on me twice last night. Does it go there, but it was smooth before that? Oh no! Yeah, I reset a boss at one point, but it wasn't like one of the hard ones. I have AMD runs fine. Got an AMD CPU and GPU. Had no problems on an older PC. Interesting. Interesting. Is price for budgeting? It's just a price for making a bad decision. What do you mean? AMD CPU, NVIDIA GPU, see no issues in game unless the server drops like this. Yeah, I mean, my end has also been relatively smooth. I haven't had a lot of like frame drops or anything like that. I haven't had a lot of starters. You want to go laugh, look at AOC and Steam charts. Who are these 5 people? Are there 5 people in Ashes right now? Bro, it's probably the board. They're trying to find the login information for the account still. They're trying to audit the books. There must be DoorDash somewhere in there. A lot of people forget to update their hardware. Been a victim. Chat, how long has it been since you've all updated your drivers? Those that are having issues. Yesterday? Yeah, I bet you wash your hands after you piss at home too, huh? I bet you're just a fucking saint. Always wipe your feet before walking in. Take your shoes off. Put them in the same place. I do? Yeah, I bet you do. I bet you do. I bet you rinse the fucking dishes before you put them in the dishwasher, you sick fuck. You absolute fucking degenerate. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. That isn't normal? Maybe if you're an animal. Jesus Christ. Just had to clean mine and reinstall the drivers. Clean. Right, but why would I ever need to clean my PC if it's a closed box and it doesn't get dirty? They look clean to me. Seems fine. I have in-house Crocs. I have slippers. And Carla recently made me get rid of my older pair of slippers because they may or may not have been falling apart and kind of stunk. And it's weird because my feet don't stink, but like the slippers smelled kind of odd. I think it was just like the materials breaking down because we'd washed them like 3 times, but I would take the slippers off and the smell would go away. It was really, really weird. But yeah, I had to get rid of those ones. So now I have my newer slippers. Is that the same reason she wants to get rid of the couch? No, no. Your feet don't stink to you? No, I literally had, I'm not gonna lie, I had Carla verify my foot smell after. Like I dropped the slippers, we went into neutral territory, and then I went back without the slippers, and there was no stank, and then we went over by the slippers, and the slippers were just, like, falling apart. I bet you wear fuzzy socks. No, I wear Nike ankle socks by preference, but I have a lot of different socks. I have some Stance socks, I have a few pairs of Nike Elites. Those are from the hoopin' days. I have some Saucony, like, no-shows, but once you get a shoe dryer, your feet won't stink. These don't stink, though. Like, I'd do a shoey out of those. I'd literally... I'd do a shoey out of those if I did shoeys. That's clean. Relatively clean. You made me curious and check the AOC Discord. Why is Steven still trying to watch them as 5/1/2026? What? I'm confuzzled. What do you mean? Suck the alcohol of them shoes? You should. You should lap that shit up. You also don't wash your hands because you think your thang don't stink? Well, you said my thang smelled good. You said you enjoyed the smell of it. You said it was, like, refreshing Otoro sashimi. And I'm gonna wait on the foot smell. Soon. Soon. You'll be able to. Yes, auction house is gonna be fire, by the way. Off of that topic. Auction house is gonna be absolute heat. Wash hands before pissing. I feel like theoretically it should be both. Because the thing about, like, not washing your hands after pissing, think about it. No, there is no thinking about it. Because when you're pissing, you're basically creating a splash. You know how the ocean has ocean spray that's these little microscopic particles? When you piss, that's happening as well. There are microscopic particles that are splish splashing up. You're getting toilet water all over your thing, and unless you're pissing like this, then you're probably getting toilet water on your hands. So the word is aerosolization. Yeah. What he said, he's a biologist. He studies piss. He gets paid for people to, never mind. He studies water. One paladin roll priest. Tell him to the far left side of the tree. Yeah, I've been cooking up a little bit. I've been cooking up. I'm gonna do a lot of exploration with it. Drinking water? What's the difference? Sorry, my bad. Another positive to sitting down and peeing. Well, no, I mean, depending on how you look at a positive, because if you're sitting down and peeing, then the aerosolization is just like powdering your ass and gooch with all of the aerosol pee. So then you would technically have to wipe down like everything after you pee as well. And then your donger would basically just be like a punching bag that's just getting sprayed on. So like technically sitting and peeing would probably be worse. That's why you use a bidet. Right, but do you have a bidet that's like focused on your like pooper, like a sniper bidet, or do you have like the wide spray, like the fan bidet to get everything? Because theoretically at that point, if you're aerosoling everything, then you're gonna have to get the fan bidet to do like the butt, the crack, and then the like the thigh area as well. Like you would effectively need a full sweep of everything that is closing off the toilet seat, because otherwise the aerosolization is gonna cook you. I learned that word today. Air drying is the way. Yeah, but isn't air drying just releasing the particles into the air? Doesn't bidet splash poop all over the place? Probably. I don't really think there's like a safe way to deal with it. I feel like we just kind of like put it somewhere else. I feel like that's how people have always gone about dealing with, well, that shit. You just displace it. There are many ways of displacement. However, I'm a centaur. A centaur, Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, but you'd still aerosolize. This must be an original experience. I don't know the experience. Of peeing? You've never peed? It's science. You wipe first, then you use the bidet. I'm not gonna lie, I think you're in the minority of bidet users with that train of thought. I feel like a lot of people just straight up blast their pooper with the bidet. Chat, who has a bidet? This is gonna be a little bit of a personal question. But like, there's no such thing as flushable wipes. Well, technically anything's a flushable wipe. Technically, anything is a flushable wipe. I do and I love it. Okay, so do you just start blasting or do you pre-wipe? Like, do you pre-wash the dishes before you start the dishwasher, or do you just put the dishes in there? I don't, but I want one. Blasting. You just go in and start blasting. Do you notice splatter? Like, does it create extra cleaning maintenance? Because I feel like if you go in and just start blasting, no? Do you look? How long does it take to climax on bidet? Depends on the bidet. If I'm being honest. One of those cold bidets that doesn't preheat would probably be quicker. But my house came with a bidet, but I'm scared to use it. That thing is probably absolutely splattered. Sorry, not to just throw you off of that. Not to throw you off. How does it feel? What, the bidet or the game? Honestly, don't know what people are asking me about the feeling of at this point. Japanese $5,000 toilets are a thing and all in one. I know, that's kind of my goal in life. So I sleep on a Tempur-Pedic, right? So my bed situation is good. I drive a Civic, so that's extremely dependable. I feel like when I finally do get into like a permanent housing situation instead of apartment, well, this is a long-term apartment anyways, but like I own a house, I'm probably gonna have to have one of those like $5,000 toilets that gives me like a sphincter massage. I'd like to submit my application to be Dusty's personal bidet. I don't think you'd have the water pressure. I'm really like, I'm a water pressure person, just through and through. So, which Civic? It's a controversial take. EX is better than the Sport in the 2020 hatchbacks. I don't like the Sport 2020. I'd rather a 2020 hatchback. It's an EX, not a Sport. The Sport's metal pedals are weird as fuck. They're slippery as shit because I live in Maine, so it's always like wet or muddy or sandy or snowy or something. And they're slippery as fuck. I don't like the Sport versus the EX. Fun story. Not fun, but you're getting it anyways. I had to get work done on my Civic recently, and I asked for a loaner while I was getting my work done. And the dealership put me in a brand new Civic Sport because mine's all paid off at this point. And I fucking hated it. I was like, I'm so glad they put me in this thing. It had less than 50 miles on it. I was like, I'm so glad they put me in this thing because it told me that I do not want a singular thing to do with a newer vehicle. Don't need a bidet per se. You can install a bidet cover under WC for like 30 bucks. Yeah, but why would I spend 30 bucks? No car pass 2020 type stuff. No, not even that. I just didn't like it. Like, I didn't see any value in upgrading right now. So like, my car is still under warranty for another 40,000 miles. Everything's covered. I just had like $3,000+ worth of work done, and it was 100 bucks for my warranty deductible. So that was huge. But like, I don't see any value in it. It didn't drive any different than mine. It didn't have any features that mine didn't have. it's just like, I don't know that there's anything that it provides that I don't already have in mind, right? I already have every feature that the new ones has. It's just a different interior, different seats that I haven't farted into as much, probably slightly less weed smell until I get my hands on it, and then maybe it goes a little faster. It's got more horses in the engine or something. I'm not really a car guy, so I don't really need to vroom vroom. I prefer a quiet car to a loud car anyways, and when people try to race me at a stoplight, they're very upset when I go 1 to 25 in fucking 6.2 because I don't want to spin my tires because that's more maintenance. I drive slow as shit. I don't want to spend money on that. I'm not racing you. I drive a fucking Civic for a reason, brother. I'm trying to get point A to point B efficiently and affordably. I don't need anything new right now. 15 Ultima did something similar, enjoyed the 24 model and hated it. Yeah, I mean, there's also the level of like, so when I was going from my last Civic to this Civic, right? This Civic I got brand new. My last Civic was a used one that I had through college. I drove the current Civic that I have, and I was like, oh shit, this is instantly nicer in every way, shape, and form, right? My Civic has a sunroof, heated seats, it's got remote start that detects if it's 62 or colder or warmer and puts on the air to counteract it and get the car to 62 when I get into it. It's got everything I could need, right? I don't need something that's fully autonomous. I don't need something crazy. I don't care about a fucking Bose sound system. I don't give a shit about that. My seats fold down in the back and I have storage space. It's cool. And I don't have to retint it. So, run forever with minimal care for the most part. Yeah, absolutely. And when I got this one, I got the best warranty on it that I could, and it's already beyond paid itself off. And this thing's needed minimal maintenance until I hit 60K, and then we just did some work for 60K. New struts, new wheel bearings in the front, and it's all covered. It's fucking huge. Needs a sunroof to fit his big ass in the tiny car. Not you joke. So, I don't really drive my car. Carla drives my car, so she doesn't have to drive one to like go to and from work type shit. So, you know, we just share the car. When I get into it, after Carla has been driving it, I cannot fit because she is 5 foot nothing. I'm 6'5". She scoots the seat all the way up, and I try to get into it, and I physically can't because my knees are inside the dash. So I have to sit outside of the car and scoot the seat back, lower it because she has to sit higher. So these struts and bearings at 60K is nuts. It's Maine, dog. Everything in Maine goes faster. Like, one of my struts was leaking, my front right strut, and then bearings were needed at 60K. And it's just, there's salt on the road that eats away at everything all winter. So unless you're getting your car washed every single time that you drive it, or you have a fucking bidet for your car to do an undercarriage spray, then your undercarriage is gonna get eaten to shit. There's so much that kind of cooks it. So, if I remember correctly, my dad told me not to get an 18 or newer Civic, something about the electrical system and brake master cylinder. I haven't had any problems with mine. Nothing concerning there. Roadmap is for this year. So there are things on the roadmap. Everything in blue is slated for this year. And then purple is planned during early access, which is, from what we've gathered, a year plus. So that's nice. They do have a lot of content that is going to bring in a lot of additive gameplay as well. You go over it already, I can't read. Motherfucker. You blind as shit. PvP region looks interesting. The PvP region to me looks very interesting. One of the most interesting things on this roadmap. However, that has a caveat. Their current world structure is 20-person layers. So, in my opinion, the PvP region would likely need to be larger than 20-person layers to incentivize some form of actual PvP. PvP needs iframes on dodge or it'll be buns. I really prefer dodge to block. I think dodging is more fluid. I think in an action-based combat system as well, our dash having a slight iframe on it would be fucking phenomenal. Even if it's just, you know, evade X instances of damage. I'm a big fan of dodge having something defensive associated with it other than reposition. But I mean, the reposition's great as well. The thing about dodge not having an iframe in this, is that it's almost like from ranged, it's a pseudo action combat more than a full action combat. It's not entirely reticle based aim. You literally have a target lock still when I'm looking near the person. So it's action combat, yes, but it's not a full, like, it's not a third person shooter or anything like that, right? You don't have to put your reticle directly on the person and lead them with the projectile to be able to hit them. You don't have to hit the person in stride. So unless we have an iframe as a melee enjoyer, it's going to be really hard for us to be able to manipulate space in any way before we get absolutely blasted. But depending on the layout of the PvP region, the counter to that is objectives that people have to play around and surrounding those objectives with line of sight breaks. So if you are, for instance, having an objective that's just out in the middle of the open world where you can see it from 100 meters away, that's going to favor range because they can just sit there and pluck the melee that has to sit on the objective or they're throwing. So then you're going to shift into a range meta and it's just going to be range versus range and then sitting on the objective. When you go into objectives that are within line of sight, it shifts a lot heavier onto a melee emphasis. So something that may be surrounded by like a keep or a castle, right? Or it's in a corridor. Something like that is going to have people coming around a, you know, line of sight break around a corner where you can have the opportunities to set up and not necessarily be in a long peek, but be right around the corner waiting for the range to come across and you get your opportunity as a melee to naturally gap close. So it depends on how they plan to do the PvP region. The battlegrounds are always another big thing as well. The game's so fun. I was playing so much yesterday. Dude, it's so good, isn't it? It's actually like... It's crazy how good it can be with being so simple, right? I was doing this one crab boss and I did it like 50 times. And I was like, I'm so geared, but I'm not going to quit. Which crab boss was it? Was it Crab Gantua? I think it was Crab Gantua, right? The one that does the little geysers. It's one underwater. Was that Crab Gantua or was that a different one? It's weird addicting. It takes, in my opinion, a very simple concept, but puts a lot of depth in that, right? So you have this cozy, approachable world that doesn't look too doom and gloom, that doesn't look like it takes itself too seriously. You have a lore that is more built in punny character names and shit than anything else. I haven't even dove into the lore of the world yet. Other than the whole like light spawn, dark spawn, or whatever the hell it was. So there's like lore with it, but the world is approachable. It's designed like a game that's meant to be fun. It's got memorable interactions, right? And it's got cozy approach and appeal with depth to appeal to people like me. So this is like Palia with a very good combat system. And Palia was really fun to play, but it didn't have a combat system. Told you to try this a few days ago, and you said you didn't want to touch it because of the price. Okay, hear me out. Well, I'm still pissed that I had to pay $17 for it. I didn't even get my copy of the game for free, bro. I have no motion. Hear me out. I'm still pissed that I had to spend $20 on it. Don't fucking get me wrong there. Doesn't mean I'm happy about it. I'm enjoying the game, but yeah, fuck that shit. Bro, I gotta juice the viewership up or something. Drop a YouTube video so I can get a fucking Scout Pilgrim got me. Bro, Scout Pilgrim's huge. I was running around and found an NPC that gave me a small quest that was named Shirley Templar. So it's a game that takes itself as a game. It's not trying to be this entire cinematic universe. It's trying to be fun and approachable and provide... Do you find the H Ketchum? Yeah, with a little baby Eevee. SpongeBob is also hilarious. There's a fucking SpongeBob. Jesus Christ. Do we know when the servers are coming back up? Hopefully soon. I haven't heard anything directly about a target time. But genuinely, this is an extremely approachable surface layer of a game. People are going to see this, and they're not going to see this 72 ability combo that has a ton of flashing and particle effects on the screen. They're not going to see a million people or mobs on the screen to where you're only playing off of health bars. People are going to look at this and be like, oh, wait, this Looks like I could enjoy it. Looks like I could play it. And it's very casually approachable. Very Jared Lettuce. God fucking damn it. Like, it's very approachable. It's very fun. It's silly. But when you are in content that requires you to take it seriously, it demands seriousness. Which is an interesting concept to me. This, when harder content comes in, right? And I haven't even... Do you fight Crabgantua? Yeah, I fought him at level 7 yesterday. It took me 7 attempts. And then I was able to best that motherfucker. I did only have my clam sauce clam slamming. But it was a fun-ass fight. It was a fun-ass fight. I look forward to more boss fights today. I'm going to try to level a little bit. Maybe get a new part of the world uncovered and then target a couple bosses. Because I do want to get a little bit more used to my sword and board build. See what I can find there. There's also a spear and like a bee hammer and shit like that. So, Ratsar is the next big boss. Nice. I have one more thing that I have to get. Out in like the bottom right of the map. It's over where, like, near where Crabgantua was, but like more bottom right. I don't know if I just missed a chest or something, but something tells me I missed a chest. So, yo, Kazel, thank you for the T1.
Together.
I gotta go back out there. I have one of them shiny bubbles to get left in the starting area. Wait, nah, that's the actual fucking worst. 1 left out of 99 is so cooked because you do not know which ones you've got. Even if you look it up, you don't know which ones you've gotten, which ones you haven't gotten unless you retrace every single location. What the fuck, brother? That's so cooked. It's an underwater chest erase, if I recall. Oh, fire. So I'll just hit that and then I'll recall after that. And then I can probably go... I don't know. North seemed interesting because North was where I was doing the humanoid grind towards the end of the night. And that was a lot of XP. Like, that was a lot of XP per hour. If I just sat there and did a few of those pulls for like, maybe an hour or two, probably get a couple levels out of it. But I might be out leveling it at this point. If it's southeast, yeah, it's southeast. I don't see anything about the servers, about the other server being down on the Discord server. Just the SA server got restarted. Okay, word. Thought about the chests where the orbs are in the water. Yeah, probably that. I haven't done that one yet, so I gotta work my way out there and see what we're looking at. Take my time with this game. When I get to a new region, I do every objective before moving on. Yeah, that's kind of how I've been approaching it as well. I'm going to everything on the map, and I mean, there's obviously a ton of like secret shit that I've been missing because I'm excited to progress. But I definitely plan to go back and thoroughly comb over every area as well. I'm trying to go through, do all the objectives, check everything off, and then go next from there. And it's probably going to lead to me being a little bit over leveled. But something tells me I'm going to end up running through most of the world doing objectives with a god set of gear at level 20 anyways, just because of how I look to progress. If I find an AoE mob grind, I can just sit there and kind of like clap my hands and be amazed for fucking 6 hours like it's nothing if the mob grind is fun. Caveat to that is that I have to have the levels for it. Roadmap looks really good. It does. It does. I'm actually really impressed because the roadmap has something for every type of player, right? Hardcore PvEers. You've got the rifts, you've got heroic mode, you've got challenge mode, you've got the modifiers coming in. Casual PvEers, you have more instances, more dungeons, you have the reputation system to grind up, presumably for cosmetic rewards and in-game rewards. You've got world events, you've got seasonal events for people that are interested in theory crafting. You've got 3 talent class trees instead of 1 talent class tree. You've got more signature skills. You've got more class runes. You have a lot more coming in on the class side. 2 new classes plus planned. 2 new types of gathering planned with fishing and archaeology. Archaeology seemingly is... I don't know how many games have done archaeology or what that typically consists of, but I'm not too familiar with the whole archaeology in an MMO type shit. Seems interesting though, maybe for like class runes, making that. Collection elements, which, again, your casual player base, which is most of your player base, goes crazy over. 75 plus unique weapons with legendary appearances for good weapons. So unique weapons means that you're cooking more weapon abilities, 300 plus more weapon skills, 500 plus more unique gear pieces, including epic gear. So the theory crafting is absolutely insane there. Guild systems, so you might have some collaboration with other players on a more consistent level. Auction house, friends list, auction house being the big one there for me on top of the guild system. PvP bringing in duels soon, hopefully. PvP regions, instance battlegrounds, dedicated gear is interesting with dedicated balancing, because that means you're gonna kind of like isolate off the PvP side of things, which honestly isn't the worst if people want to have that side set and hop in and hop out. PvP region being huge. Huge. X-Cats, that was FAREVER. Bro, if you're not in the Discord, you better be. You better be. Communication, quality of life, pings, map markers, emotes, hopefully a mini-map being somewhere in there as well, even just a toggleable one. Would fucking love that. And then the hybrid class passive effect between two players in a party, bringing in some form of synergy between different party compositions, is another really interesting route. So potentially if we run like a priest and a warrior, we might have a synergy between the priest and the warrior that would be different than a priest and a mage. It's kind of nice. We have confirmation finally from devs on Discord about servers. They're investigating, end of quote. All right, word. I mean, that's the usual one. So, you like this game, send you a DM about it, about trying it a day before it dropped. Yeah, I really wanted to see Scars out until the end of it. And Scars playtest ends in a few hours. So, I'm comfortable with what I've provided to Scars. I sent a lot of feedback up. We as a community got a lot of feedback sent up as well. And we're hoping that they can take that directionality and, you know, not only just our feedback as well, but the feedback from the rest of the playtesting community that was there too, right? And bring in some meaningful changes to Scars for the next playtest, whenever that may be. Because I do feel like they've got a solid base to work off of. So, still doing the video thoughts of Scars? Yeah, I'll get that done. I'll get that done. I was a little busy this morning. It was our first day with the bike built. So I cranked out 2.5 miles on the bike at high resistance. And I'm kind of regretting not going lower resistance, you know what I mean? But there's a lot of positive comments about the game, even when it has a connection problem at the moment. It's good to know the game has been liked by a lot of players, enough for them to not hate on the game or throw negative stuff to it because of connection problems. So I have a take on this. There are always people that will take the most dramatic route. And then there are people that just really enjoy games that aren't trying to clickbait, aren't trying to get people angry, that have been through this before. And my most fond memory of server issues dates back to when Diablo 3 was launching. I was still in school, and I have 2 older brothers who are 8 and 10 years older than I am. I had to convince my mom up and down for like 3 days to let me stay home from school for the Diablo 3 launch. And finally, after days of convincing my mom to let me stay home and play with my brothers, servers go up. I had stayed up. I was ready for it. And nobody could play at all. The servers were cooked for hours. I ended up going to bed before I played. I literally could have just slept that night. That was my first instance as a gamer where I was truly like, oh, bad shit happens. And after the servers were up, I had another problem because then I wanted to play a Summon Witch Doctor, and that just was not the play at all. That was incredibly bad. So there are definitely people that will be angry. There are content creators that'll be like, oh, I can't believe they're having server issues. Ah, it's terrible. I play a lot of testing games. Where are my bagels at? They're literally on the butcher block, bitch. There are a lot of games that I've played that have server issues and infrastructural problems, especially in early access and in testing. I've played, yeah, love you. I've played alphas, I've played betas, I've played early accesses, I've played MMOs, I've played ARPGs, I've played shooters, I've played MOBAs. I played a drug dealer simulator one time. I played a game where you had to interact with AI townspeople as a vampire to convince them to let you into their house so you could vampirize them, and then you had to see if you could kill the entire town basically before the cops got you. It's actually really fun. It's called Suck Up. I've played so many different games, and every game that I've played, from the smallest of the small to World of Warcraft Midnight, has had a plethora of issues. It's just which issues that game actually has. And I have learned that if we only expect perfection in games, then we will lead ourselves to disappointment all the time. Schedule 1 DustyWhy edition. It was fun. It was fun. I did play a little Schedule 1. I did enjoy it. For whatever reason, I just kind of wanted to specialize in weed. Don't know why. I wasn't really into that hard stuff. Just wanted to be the ganja king. Do I have to close my game and then go back in? Oh, nope, we're good. Am I drowning? Boys, we're back! That's been quite a lot of players. Let's start throwing shit to the game due to connection problems, but in this case, it isn't being the case. Even with those connection problems, people are still giving positive comments about the game. I know it's really good. It's been encouraging. I will say there are definitely people who are, you know, more up in arms about the connection problem. And that's gonna happen. A lot of people are definitely going to cause a hoopla and a hullabaloo and a big stir about it. But I think the game speaks for itself. And I think the results of the early access so far show that they have a really solid core. I also personally believe that server issues are the least concerning issues that an early access could have early, like just as a starting point, right? It is near inevitable that there will be server issues with every multiplayer game that exists. Near inevitable. And I think that if the, you know, the alternate was possible, where the servers were playable, but the gameplay was really, really, really bad, that would be a completely detrimental set of circumstances. This is the opposite. This is like, the gameplay is really, really, really good, but the servers are not the greatest right now. But everybody understands that the gameplay is going to carry it, and the servers will get better. And as soon as, whoops, this isn't good. I'm actually kind of getting cooked. As soon as the servers start to improve, the gameplay again will continue to speak for itself time and time and time and time and time and time and time again. And servers will always have hiccups. But the core of the game is good, if I'm being honest. It's very, 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 very enjoyable. Excuse me, I need to make my way over to the air real quick. And I'm gonna go back and then loot that. Okay. Is there a quest line in this? Like, kind of, but not necessarily a linear one. So they give you a suggested route. Here you can see all the activities that I've completed on my map. So it's more of like an explore an area, go to the next area, explore that, go to the next area, and you can skip around as you want in a non-linear fashion, or they lay out, you know, next suggested activities for you. And you can always hide the ones that you complete. So it's less of a quest line and more of a, like, area by area non-linear progression, where you can definitely tell if you're in an area that's too high level for you. Things scale up pretty hard, so if you're fighting, you know, 5 levels above you, then you're definitely going to run into some issues, more or less. So, like, there's, you know, a little bit of laid out for you progression. Oh, wait, is that it? Yep. All right, that was it. That is literally all she wrote. Card, what up, dude? Definitely could be worse. There could be a board that isn't really a board and doesn't really exist. What board? There's not a fucking board. It's not a board. What do you? There's no board. There's never been a board. There is no board except for the board. What do you mean board? Bro, the only board that matters is Plank, my dog in the back. Never being able to play a great game is better than always being able to play a bad game. It's a really good way to put it. Yeah, really good way to put it. I think that infrastructural issues can always be resolved, right? If I cannot fit enough people in my home because my cooking is so good that everybody wants to show up for my events, then I can build an addition to my home. If my cooking is absolutely terrible, then nobody will want to show up to my home for my events in the first place, right? And you can always build an addition, and yeah, you could always just learn how to cook from scratch again. But if you've been cooking for 10, 20 years in a certain way, that's gonna show through. That was card of VIP and I ain't. Listen, I don't know. Card put in the time. Card put in the hours out here, dog. It's nobody gets it free. It's a dog eat dog world out here, brother. Dog eat dog world. What do you think is long-term potential? Based on the roadmap so far, I've actually been pretty optimistic about it. I think the combat system in itself provides staying power once PvP comes in, providing the PvP balance is good. I think PvP is such a small percent of the game in any game, but I also think that with a combat system like this, you are definitely looking at, again, staying power within casuals and sweaty players. I myself definitely take games a little more serious than some people do. So for me, having an action combat system with a level of skill expression, having combos within the builds, having a manipulatable space, like, this has been, oh shit. This has been really fun so far for me to be a part of, even without, I guess, like, high-end content, right? Even without PvP, even without going through and completing a lot of the harder dungeons so far. I'm just on the baseline of it. I do see a lot of long-term potential with the baseline of the game. I think this is something that they could build upon quite well. And with the content levels that they could add, they could have housing systems that come in on a player-owned level that actually have some form of incentivization around having that housing. If the PvP area hits, that's going to give your, you know, your sweaty PvP warmongers like myself an area to actually go where we're not bothering other players, where we're going to be in the PvP zone just vibing, right? Kicking the shit out of each other for reward. And that's going to clean up a lot of the world where players won't have to necessarily interact with griefing that they may be subject to in other, you know, other capacities. So, it's definitely, I already went in here. It's definitely to be an interesting concept for them to build upon. Now, the big thing in my opinion, oh shit. Big thing in my opinion is how they continue to build upon it. So you can, when you look at a video game at the start, right? You can see about 1,000 different evolutions of every single system, unless you're just ignoring the potential for system growth. And I hear shiny. Those systems, again, can take you so many different ways, depending on how the developers want to implement them. Does that even take me up high enough? Or do I have to, like, jumping puzzle this shit? I think this is a debate. Like, I physically don't think I go high enough for that. I think I just have to jumping puzzle around. Takes you high enough? I don't know, man. I don't know if I just got, like, a thicky McDump-dump. But I do not believe that took me high enough. There is a little workaround, though. The servers are whack. Bro, I might just be too thick. I might just be far too solid out here. But I'm interested to see the evolution of the harder content in the game, right? I myself am quite new. I just started playing yesterday, right? So I have done a couple of dungeons. I've mostly been running around in the open world in the regions that I've, you know, already seen. And I'm trying to go, I'm not necessarily your typical completionist, so to say. But I'm definitely trying to get my money's worth out of the areas before I move on to the next one, right? So next I can go over to Honeywoods, and it's directing me up here. I previously went up towards Enrapit, and I was doing some grinding and some questing over here, despite not having any visual of that. So, there is definitely, you know, a lot of potential with the exploration side of it. Enrapit's lower level than Honey. So why is it suggesting that I go Honey over Enrapit? Is it because I'm higher level right now? Because I think Enrapit was where I had the humanoid grind, right? The castle. I also had a Thicky McDump-Dump. Bro, I fucking hate when the Thicky gets in the way. 0 reasons to not 100% each area. Yeah, and I mean, that's also the fun of it, right? Every player can be completely different in their progression. You can go and you can optimize at just AoE grinds, and you could ignore everything else, and you could try to 1 to 20 as fast as humanly possible, which I'll probably try to focus on that route a little bit more when I get active on my second character, whenever that time may be. This first time has been like, okay, let me see some different mob types, let me find some different AoE grinds, let me familiarize myself with the builds a little bit. And that's been a big proponent of me feeling like I actually understand what's going on with the world building so far, which is partly why I have a build that just lets me AoE like crazy. 120 mob grinding is way slower. I don't know, man. Somebody in chat, again, this is just somebody in chat. Somebody in chat told me that they went 16, it might have been 14 to 20 in about 2 hours mob grinding. And people are telling me that it takes like 24 hours to level to 20 off of 100%ing if you're focusing on objectives. I also think it's going to be different with every build. So if you can AoE build, AoE farm like crazy, every time that I've been mob grinding, I feel like the XP has been crazy for mob grinding. Went from 1 to 9 in like an hour. Well, yeah, that's also 1 to 9. 1 to 9 fast as shit. 1 to 9 is absurdly quick. I've been doing a lot of like just general exploration and tidying up. And I think the thing with objectives, it's different 1 to 10 than 11 to 20. Right, I think with objectives as well, you're almost looking at, whoops, don't mind that. You're looking at these like front-loaded chunks of XP. Can I reach that? I don't think I can reach that. When you're completing, but you also have a lot of downtime in between. Where you're going off, you're exploring some other shit. And it's not necessarily going to be always optimal output no matter what. Alright, I have to land on the tree. I understand that I have fucked up. And then I can yeet myself up. Can I get back off of that? Oh! Thank God. Okay, I almost fucked that. Game any good? Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be playing it for a second day if I didn't have fun. I, fortunately, and sometimes unfortunately, have no problem looking at a game and just being like, I would not enjoy that. And honestly, part of the thing about FAREVER is that it has also addressed a lot of my original concerns with the game's potential head on. Just test down here. Where I thought the combat was going to be very shallow and not have a lot of depth to it. I see a shiny over there. And I'm seeing a lot of potential to cook with builds. I'm seeing a lot of small things in the combat system that are very encouraging to me in the long term. I really do enjoy the baseline that we have. I feel like, again, one thing I've been saying a lot as a huge positive is that it's accessible yet deep. Very low floor and seemingly quite a high ceiling. Any PvP? Not yet, but it's on their roadmap. They want to have battlegrounds, duels, and then also a PvP area, like a part of the map that's PvP, that's actually incentivized around that. So, when that comes in, we might be looking at a completely different set of circumstances gameplay-wise than we're even seeing right now. Which is huge. Combat mechanics tickles the brain like New World Assembly. Yeah, it's a little bit more of an accessible, friendly New World combat system. Now, again, like it was said, most of the problems that have been cited so far are absolutely the combat. The performance. Not the combat, not the gameplay, not the immersion of the world. Nothing like that. Legitimately, just performance. You on NA? I am on NA, yes. And performance can always be improved. Optimization, especially server side, is always achievable. And I feel like people freak out about it a lot when it's truly a... Oh wait, I have to deliver that to a vendor. Where it's truly like a short-term concern, at least in my opinion. I have seen a lot of games that started out having performance issues that very quickly evolved out of their performance issues and started running smooth as shit. So I saw there's a shiny down here. And then there was a shiny over on the other side. And I'd like to go kill the shinies before I get too far away from everything. Looks like a mobile version of New World. Yeah, I mean, very, very, very stylized. The combat system itself is a little bit less dependent on pure, like, reticle aim. The dash is not an iframe. As of right now, I would like to campaign for that, just as a formality. I love the concept of having an iframe on my dash. Positionally, I think being able to maneuver fights in a, a fast way is incredibly beneficial. But I am also enjoying the element of just positioning in the game right now. I think the servers are going to shit. Chat, are other people's servers going to shit right now? Because the sparkling crab has me a little bit against the roast, Majesty Seed. Oh, streamer client, get me through, baby. Hold me up. I agree with that. Don't really care for blocking and like dodging, if dodging was an option. Yeah, I mean, I think there should be builds that are emphasizing blocking and then builds that are emphasizing dodging. And then what I have right now is honestly, yeah, I could block, but I have a face tank build. I don't really need to spend time blocking because I can just heal through everything and I can AoE pull. Now on bosses, definitely want to mitigate damage. but I would prefer to just move and avoid the mechanics in the first place and do damage during that instead of blocking through it and taking a shitload of damage no matter what. Technically, it isn't iframe, it's just the iframe is behind a dodge chance percentage. Dodging all attacks and sprinting. So, how do we see the more stats on it? So, is it a guaranteed dodge that's then acted on by an accuracy stat? Or what's the deal with it there? You have the CDR from parries? Yeah, I don't want to run the CDR sword from parries. That's, like, this isn't where I plan to be in the long term. I would like to find my way to some different weapons. I like the big AoE, but I also very much like, again, feeling a little bit nimble, feeling like I can dodge around and work space in the fight instead of just sitting there and being slow and like... Abilities are not attacks. Okay, so abilities, attacks, separate. Right. What a love rogue then. I mean, I'm probably gonna level multiple things. I'm not gonna lie, I think Paladin is, not Paladin, but Priest with a melee is also very conducive to just healing and damaging through stuff. It's kind of a lot of the appeal that I see, especially in a PvP aspect. The amount of self-sustain that this has is kind of insane. Is there a dodge in this? Yes, but for right now, percentage-based and pretty low percentage, like, as I'm leveling. Quite low percentage, I should say. Where do I need to go here? There's a chest down there. There is surely something in here, right? Or nah? I don't think so. I think we're chilling there. There is a dash as well, but the dash currently is not like a full iframe or like invuln or anything like that. It's a dash that triggers your dodge chance on attacks, which does not dodge everything from what we've gathered. So I'm still learning a lot of the mechanics, but self-heals are absolutely OP in this game. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I mean, I've definitely enjoyed having a self-healy build. The sustain is quite nice, and when we go into a PvP aspect as well, right? I don't think that a lot of people are going to want to find themselves in PvP with multiple people hitting them, going at a perfect time. Maybe, but when you go into groups, I definitely think it's going to be a little bit more of a... I'm capitalizing on... Whoops, that was not intended. I'm capitalizing on uptime. I'm making sure that I'm constantly putting out damage and pressuring so I can be a threat, so that way I'm not losing trades type shit. And when that comes into play, sitting and blocking passively in a PvP standpoint is a little bit... I don't know, just waiting to get punched in the face. Because even blocking, you still take some bleed damage. It's a bleed block. So I think blocking will be good at an oh shit. But I love the fluidity of the combat so far. If we get a functional dodge, or like a functional iframe, I should say, that'll be quite nice. Fire scepter and a shield on the back is OP. You blow stuff from distance and just can't die. So you just fucking basic attack on the fire scepter and blast literally everything. Yeah, the fire scepter basic attack definitely struck me as strong. And then you just have your fiery that's giving you the constant healing. I like clam slamming as well. Clam slamming was quite good, the totem build. Sitting in, how did I just take damage from that? Sitting in your totems, bringing a bunch of mobs into the totems and then just comboing them down was quite nice. Just wanted to max level today, but the servers are on fire. Streamer client! Just kidding, by the way, I don't have a streamer client. I have zero motion. I wonder if it's, are you guys in like starter areas or where are you guys? Because I feel like it might be parts of the world, but also at 20-person layers, that doesn't really make that much sense. Been stuck DC'd for the last 2 hours. Jesus. 2 hours cooked. I haven't got to try Scepter yet. Scepter's solid. It is solid, so I think Scepter with cooldown reduction is really going to be nuts. It seems to be built on stacking these little fireys, right? So you have an ability that gives you temporary fireys, and then you have your one permanent fiery that is just like with you. The fiery passively heals you, and then you have an ability that detonates all of your nearby fireys, and it's almost like a little arcane explosion type ability, so to say. So interesting, you know, synergistic build there. Elbosos. It does seem like it has a lot of AoE burst potential, and it seemed very consistent when I was playing it, but it's ranged. It's ranged. I want to get myself a big bonker and just be able to combo like fucking crazy. I feel like balancing PvP will take resources away from fixing other things. Like, yes, but same could be said for anything. It's typically separate, like, branches. If I'm being honest, separate teams that are working on things with separate leads. Like, yeah, it'll reallocate resources, but that's also going to be allocating resources to something that's going to bring a non-zero amount of people to the game. So the same could be said for, like, player-to-player trading, right? Why would they bring an auction house in when they... Yo, Cap, thank you for following myself. Why would they bring an auction house in when that's going to change the resources that they can allocate, right? Just everything could theoretically be put under that same thing, right? Of just, well, why would they allocate resources to that when they could do it to this instead? Because they can simultaneously work on multiple things. They have, albeit a small dev team, right? But they do have a dev team, and they can take on different things in different sprints. Like, yes, two-sided balance is always tough. But one thing they mentioned in the roadmap that's also going to help with PvP balance is the PvP exclusive gear. So if PvP balance looks terrible because of something, then they'll be able to edit the PvP exclusive gear perks that are available. And then they'll be able to balance off of that without necessarily changing the shit out of every single ability that exists in the world, every single interaction everywhere. It's gonna be a different level of it depending on how they do decide to balance it. So Pocket Hive is gonna do like it has skill that clumps people up. Yeah, people have been talking about Pocket Hive, and people have been talking about a spear relatively vividly. So I'm hoping that I can get some nice gravy wumbo combos, so to say. Look at the character delete button is right next to characters locked, and if you click it, there's no confirmation your character is instantly gone forever. Wait, really? I almost deleted my character last night. I accidentally almost clicked it. There's actually no confirmation. But the volcano spear, does that have a group up as well? Because I do like the concept of being able to position, group things up, even in PvP. The element of being able to group things up in PvP is such high impact. Such high impact. Get in, position yourself as a melee. Do you want salmon bagels or tomato soup? Tomato soup. Like, salmon bagels sound good, but it sounds expensive. Tomato soup sounds cheaper. It has a group suck. Ooh, group suck. Knock up, stun, and burst. Oh, that sounds fun as shit. So you basically pull everybody in, knock them up into the air, and then you just burst the ever-loving hell out of them. So what you're sticking to right now? I don't really think that many of the... Oops. I don't really think that many of the established MMOs, to me right now, have a lot of staying power, and honestly, I'm finding over time that I very much enjoy this side of MMOs much more than I enjoy trying to chase finding my way into the MMO zeitgeist, so to say, right? Oh. No, that's fine. I'll go fuck myself. I guess I won't get that one for right now. That's entirely okay, I guess. That's perfectly fine. I had no desire to go over in the first place. We'll play Chrono Odyssey early next year. Depends on how things are at that point in time, right? I am definitely open to checking out other games when they roll around. It's honestly something I've kind of enjoyed, taking the stream in that direction. But it's all just relative, right? I'm not at the point where I'm forcing variety because I think variety is going to be this, like, insane gap up that I will never see anywhere else. I'm doing variety because, honestly, there's nothing that's really just holding me in one direction right now. And if something does hit and something does decide to, you know, just really appeal to me, Al Scarpone. That's crazy. Okay. Al Scarpone is See, I think I missed something back up there. God fucking damn it. Now I'm gonna be worrying about that the entire time. I need to go back up to the top. I need to take it back to the top, and I need to jump back down, or I'm gonna clearly miss something. Fun game, right? Very fun game, yes. Salmon is on sale right now at the store. What do you mean salmon is on sale at the store? For like $8 a pound, or like what? I mean, listen, if you're gonna buy it, then you make whatever you'd like. I'm not going to look a free meal in the mouth and complain. I feel like that's just un-American. I feel like it's very un-American. What server are you on? I'm on NA. And I have heard that the servers are indeed chonky at this point in time. So I would say, from my personal opinion, to stay tuned. I got DC'd earlier, but it seems to have come out of it just a smidge, at least for me. I did run as far away from other players as I could possibly imagine. So, not that that really matters with 20-person layers, but I tried to get the fuck out of Dodge as quickly as I possibly could. So, it's either need to buy bread and cheese or salmon. I mean, I think bread and cheese is cheaper than salmon, no? If I just had to guess. But I mean, you grab whatever you'd like. I'm down for either. The bagels sound good. They sound bougie as fuck. Protein though? Yeah, I mean, listen, protein's not a bad thing. Protein is very good. Listen, I'm down for the salmon. I'm not gonna say no to salmon. I'm not gonna look a gift meal in the mouth and just say no. That's un-American to me. I will not be doing that. So you grab whatever you'd like to grab, and I will happily consume that. I can consume one of these, and then I can drop the other, and then I can grab those. Okay, we're up. I need a vendor so badly. Doing rolling restarts on all servers and monitoring them, so probably getting slammed by people trying to log back in. Oh yeah, I mean, I don't know what their intended server capacity is, but as soon as the server issue started, their player base fell off a goddamn cliff for the day as well. So they went from just about 15K, just under, to 11.1K right now, which, again, that's still absolutely killing it. But server stability is just such a core element, you know?
Back into MMO heaven?
Yo, Infamous, what up, dog? I mean, depending on your MMO heaven, probably not MMO heaven if you're looking for, like, that true retro feeling MMO. This is an MMO light, so it feels a lot more, I would say, like, modernized than a lot of, you know, a lot of the old school MMOs did. It is much more solo accessible. It is also an early access, so as you can see, it's going through a ton of bugs, a ton of server issues right now, primarily, which have been, I would say, the largest complaint from people at this point in time. But the gameplay is incredibly fun so far. I've been having a lot of fun experimenting and finding out the combat system. And I just continue to find more areas where I can cook, more synergy between different things that I'm enjoying a lot. So, yeah, I'm having a ton of fun with it. So, in terms of a, you know, is it gonna replace AOC? I think it is a completely different vibe than Ashes of Creation. And I think telling you yes would be lying to you to try to sell you on something. I think if you're looking for something that is multiplayer, very fun to play, and will grow into having more community incentivization as well, but may not ever reach the point of like massive scale content being the point of emphasis, then this is gonna be fun, right? I'm not quite sure what their plans for the, you know, the world scaling and the growth of that all, as they bring in the PvP zone, as they bring in, you know, raids, more difficult content, whether they plan to keep everything small scale, or they do plan to grow it into something a little bit larger scale at a certain point in time. But that's also part of the mystery of it, right? That's kind of the appeal. But for right now, I've just been having so much fun with the baseline. The combat is phenomenal. The builds are diverse. Like, every weapon that I throw on feels different and has a different level of complement and interaction with other weapons. Also, I've got like half a level just running through this area, by the way. Might do a little mob grind here if I can just find a large area that is all melees. Because I can probably... Oh. Hello. Crabs, you say? Saying I can't connect? The servers are going through intermittent jankiness. So definitely be patient on that end. They're investigating, and they've said that they're doing rolling restarts on NA servers as well. So I'm not 1000% certain if that's something that's supposed to hit everybody. I am getting some lag out here on my end as well. It's nothing that's like completely unplayable, but I'm definitely getting a little bit of lag, you know? Do I spam or what? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, just spam that shit. There's no waiting in line like a normal person. Brother, you slam yourself into that door like you were a fucking zombie in a post-apocalyptic horror flick. Like, that's my objective anyway so far. Have you seen Fiddle Capstro? Yes. Fiddle Crabstro, I have seen. And I have conquered him. Performs like a motherfucker. Bro, that's how you gotta do it. When science does not exist, force comes about. And right now, there's no scientific fix for the servers being down or anything. So we just slam our head against the door and hope that someday the glass breaks and we get in. Gorshak, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you, my dog. So, listen, that's what worked for me. And there might be some people that are like, oh, I'm waiting to hear an update in the Discord. You do that. You do that. I'm gonna keep killing these crabs. I'm gonna just keep blasting. I have one simple objective here, and it is keep progressing. Because I already hit level 12 off this, and these crabs are kind of giving insane XP. I wish the respawn were a little bit faster. But, is this class-based or weapon for the skills? Yes. So you have your class skills, which are granted to you upon leveling. You have talents, which you get a talent point every level as well. Past 10. And then, wait, do I have 2 talents to spend? No, I have 1. Anyways, so you get, starting at level 10, 1 talent point per level. And then you also get weapon skills. So with your weapon skills, you have your weapon itself that's equipped. And then you go into your arsenal. Your arsenal is a secondary weapon that you're able to pick one ability from. So right now, I have my main hand and my offhand. That's giving me my 1 and my 2. And then my basic attack. My 3 comes from my arsenal. My 4, I don't really know what that shit comes from yet. I'll be completely honest. I don't really know what my 4 comes from. I haven't got that far. So we'll see what's going on there later on when I get to it. But how high can you raise each weapon skill? High enough to fully upgrade each weapon. So you don't have to worry about like if you select things in a certain order, like bricking your weapon or anything like that. Also, everything is free respec. So like if I want to change something on my arsenal, I can control click the weapon, and then I can pick which one of my arsenal talents I want to use. I can go into my my talents and I can just respec whenever I want to. So I don't necessarily need to worry about any of that. I'm scaling crit. Crit just seems incredibly high value when you're getting flat scaling on this because the percent is so fucking low. So low. Best early jobs to learn? Honestly, I haven't spent much time doing any jobs yet. This is my first character as well. I would have to say alchemy for early consumes would probably be solid. I haven't had much of a problem finding gear, if I'm being honest. So anything that like, oh, the one that makes bags as well. Outfitter, yes. I did make bags myself. Outfitter's a huge one. Make the best bags that you can. And then I typically favor towards anything that goes like consume based. I am finding consumes and scrolls like stat scrolls out in the world as well. But those are definitely not the craziest scaling. So I would definitely say, like Chad said, outfitter early for bags. I made linen bags, which are the 8 slotters. I think you get like 6 slots by default. So that's instantly nice. And I think when you level those, you go up to 10 slots. I'm the Capcom. What am I go? How are you? It's your 4 key. You get it at level 20. What's that? Like, where do I populate that from? Is that from my class skills? No, class skills will be on the right side, right? So where does that come from? You get another arsenal slot. Oh, shit. Wait. So I have 2 arsenal weapons at 20? Oh, that's actually slightly stinky if I do say so myself. God damn. That is really nice. What the fuck? So we're gonna be cooking. Not sure if it's another weapon or two from the same, but I know you get a 20. Two from the same would be a game changer as well, though, because then I could rock totems too. One arsenal weapon to pick 2 skills. Okay, cool. Cool. We'll be 20 soon, TM, boys. Soon, TM. Second skill is still insanely impactful. That was one thing. My clam slamming had to come to an end. Because, like, I can take the tidal wave, but I can't rock totems or anything. The totems were actually quite nice, just from an element of stacking those up and then AoE blasting. It's kind of nice. Funny thing about bags, if you make 8 and sell, 6 slot bags, sell for 250 gold, 8 slots, sell for 4 gold. Yeah, I noticed that. I have been selling every single one of the bags that I have found so far. This looks like it might be a relatively scary pull, but only one way to find out. Get a stun, we'll get a whirlwind, and then we'll get the hell out, and we'll kite for a little bit. And then we'll get another tidal wave out, and then I gotta get a weapon combo off before I get absolutely shredded. Beautiful. And we're going back in. Okay, that was an easy pull, actually. How fast does this respawn? Because I might have found a new AoE grind. Because I could probably level there fast as shit. Okay, he took way longer to wind up there than I thought he was going to. In my defense. Much longer wind up there. Let's put a YouTube video for leveling to 13. They're gonna main menu relog for it to spawn again. Oh, you can like force a respawn going to main menu and back? I'm not gonna lie, I don't trust that with the server infrastructure right now. I'm not gonna lie. I wish I trusted a little bit more. But I'll just wait for a little, I'll wait for a little normal respawn. Did it from 11 to 18. God damn. This takes you that high up? What we found is the best AoE grind spot from 8 to 12. Could see that. Especially if respawns are quick. Could definitely see this being quite sought after. And because the layers are so small, how many layers do we have on NA? Does it like show anywhere how many layers we have? Animation like 7, starting cleric can feel so much nicer. Oh, priest feels smooth. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Priest feels real smooth. The AoE pull potential is also absolutely wild, which I think in any game, AoE pulling is just the baseline consistency at any point in time. Nothing really, to me, ever outshines. Let's see, this is a fizz modifier, right? That's fizz, that's magic, and that's magic. Most of what I'm doing right now is magic. So I should probably stack up magic pen instead of fizz. It's pretty much everything I'm doing is magic. That's also magic damage. Yeah, everything I'm doing right now is magic, so I should stack that up. Peppy? Coffee! I owe like 7 hydrates actually. Use the rogue AoE with one specific weapon. You can also use it on priests called Thornlace. Oh yeah, some people have told me about Thornlace. So I've heard something about like Bee Hammer, Thornlace, and like Volcano Spear are the ones that people are just like, Dusty, you would love this shit. Which, I mean, hear me out. Not necessarily saying no to any of them. But I have large expectations for an AoE build at this point, because this is stinky. Like, this is taking all of these mobs in one combo and just blasting them down. I could probably go back out here and then pull this during the downtime, because this would be another, what, like 8 mobs? What's the leash on these fuckers? Short. Understood. Yeah, their mob leash distance is short as hell compared to some other ones. Thornlace is good for AoE build for group heals. Okay, but what if I literally don't give a singular fuck about my group whatsoever, and I want to prey on their downfall? Then is Thornlace worth, or should I entertain something else? Oh shit! E. God damn. That actually hit way harder than I thought it was going to. I almost played myself. It's pretty useless for solo. Okay, hear me out. Like, I'll play in a group, but I don't care about the group. You know what I mean? I don't know if that makes sense. But like, I'm not, no quarrel about playing in a group, but like, the group is here to support me, not the other way around. I'm not here for them. He's selfish. Some people are the enabler. Some people are the enabled. I am enabled. I enjoy very much being enabled. I think when I come online, it is effectively like 6 people coming online, and I am doing everybody a favor by scaling myself up like crazy. I think I have to... Oh, it's Hayden. How the fuck do I get up to Hayden then? Do I have to like parkour off of this? Uh-huh. That is the tech. Except doing this mounted might be a little bit difficult. Alright, quick parkour ski. And then we're up and then we find Mr. Hayden. Good day, sir! Shellfish maybe? Oh, God. How many puns are we about to be susceptible to? I feel like the puns are not gonna stop over here. They're almost encouraged at this point. It's not a good thing. It's not a good thing. Take on the spot as relogs, the mobs respawn, level 0 to 16. Yeah, I don't trust the servers if I relog right now. The servers have, from what I have gathered, are being incredibly jank. So I'm gonna kind of give it a sec. Does the boss give a shitload of XP when you kill him or something? Or what's the deal there? Jimmy just got in, no problemo. Yeah, but do I want to chance it? Is Magic Pen actually useful? Gonna find out. I don't know. I just got my Magic Pen. I haven't even messed with it yet. So I haven't tested enough, nor have I got any replicatable circumstances, but it's either Fizz Pen or Magic Pen right now for my rings. And like, I'm doing more magic damage than I am Fizz damage. So all things considered, I should probably scale around the Magic Pen, just from my personal, you know, my personal gatherings. Magic Pen seems like it'd be pretty high value for me. I have like one thing that scales off of Fizz, and it's my Whirlwind, which is still, you know, it's still nice, a good amount of damage. But it definitely is not the emphasis of my blast. Boss not worth, just small crabs. And what's the respawn time on the small crabs if I do it normally? It seemed like it was a minute, right? Nothing too crazy. The XP is flying though. No, I'm not gonna lie. This is a lot faster, I think, doing it just mob grinding than doing the objectives are. Maybe if I'm completing objectives in addition to this, I'm gonna go crazy. Am I crazy or this actually looks fun? No, this actually is very fun. You're not crazy at all. I slept on how fun it was actually going to be and how much depth it was going to have when I was looking at it from the outside in, because it is cute. And typically cute games to me don't bring in gameplay as the emphasis, right? It's an emphasis on cutesy, over-the-top systems that are just meant to be cozy lifestyle things. And I feel like this is one of the don't let the cute and cozy distract you from the fact that this gameplay is actually really good. Like, really enjoyable. It's obviously, if you ask a lot of people, they can't get in right now. Some people can. But Q also usually doesn't evoke hardcore as well. Yeah, that's what I've been saying. It's a weird cross that you don't really see done well too frequently, where you have something that a lot of people would consider to be cute and cozy and accessible, and then you have something that people like me would look at and be like, oh, I could sweat the ever-loving shit out of this. Look at all these builds I'm cooking up, right? And we're discussing the optimization and the min-maxing, and that's something that's only going to grow as they bring in harder content, right? But there's still the element where it is so approachable on a cute level. People see the graphics, people see the low numbers in combat, people see the very, you know, standout, you mine these, you collect these things, and they might not understand all of the buffs and shit that you get from this, right? So when you mine the fiery one, apparently, I just get my shit absolutely blessed. But I get a 1 minute buff where I have an AoE damage around me. So when I'm doing large pulls, if I can grab one of those, then it's quite beneficial. So, Devils, maybe 7 months, dog, I appreciate you.
Reminds me of Albion. Do you have an opinion or commentary on the difference?
Less MOBA combat-y than Albion, more WASD, like action combat-y, which I really like. I think Albion, the hard part of marketing it, so to say, is the MOBA element of it, right? It's so MOBA-y that even MOBAs look less MOBA than Albion sometimes. And over here, the combat has very much been, you know, areas around you, a few ground target type beats. You've got dashes that are truly feeling action combat based within the dashes themselves. It's been nice. Why not dungeon? I wanted to check out what was over here first and then dungeon. Because I didn't go through this fiery area and I saw fire doors and said, oh shit, fire doors seem kind of lit. So now we check fire doors and see what the haps is. I need to get better at using my V. I have not been using my V for the fucking life of me. And Big Dog is hitting hard-ja. Hard-ja. He's a bopper, boys. I gotta be cautious. I gotta play my life a little bit. Just kidding. Judgment's absolutely insane. I can just face tank everything and then never lose the fight. Truly a lovely set of circumstances that we have upon us here. I press abilities. I build shields. I never take damage because of shield. Strength, faith, more armor. Bro, I'm kind of cooked in the inventory management side of things right now. I'm not gonna lie. It's not my strong suit. Okay, I'm not quite sure what comes from up here either. I'm just trying to figure this out before I go in there. Fire doors look kind of lit. Okay, my bad. Doesn't seem to be any group content. It is based around smaller groups right now. You can go into group content. They're 20-person layers in the open world. So it's definitely not based around, like, you know, getting a raid together at this point in time. Nor will that likely ever be the large emphasis of it. It's far from, like, true classic MMO and more the core definition of, like, the modern MMO light, where you're looking at a lot of solo accessibility. Dungeons can be completed solo or with groups. So they will adapt, like, boss fights, dungeon fights to your, you know, solo or group aspect of it, and shit scales with you. So, like, not shit scales with you, but, like, shit scales with the, you know, the size of the group that you come in with. So, it is interesting in that regard. They are going to be adding in, like, world PvP systems as well. Okay, I've already got this. I can go back to the dungeon now. They're going to be adding in world PvP systems as well, where they're looking at, you know, PvP areas within the world, at least one. Battlegrounds, they're going to have instance battlegrounds, duels. They're going to have guild systems. So, I mean, there is absolutely going to be multiplayer incentivization over here to some extent. But I think solo accessibility is one of the cores of it with the MMO light aspect, where it is truly meant to be that hyper accessible, you know, everybody come play, everybody enjoy your time. You don't have to be, you know, craziest rank 1 player to get in and have fun with it. The combat system in itself has, again, a very accessible floor level with what I think to be a quite high ceiling when we start to get into PvP stuff. I think the ceiling of combat is going to show very, very, very thoroughly. And I also think the combat system is far from, like, done right now. We have the dash, which is really fluid, but that doesn't give us an iframe. It just gives us, like, a dodge, which is off of attacks. So slightly less strong than I would like to see it, because I do love the feel of the, you know, of the freeform dashes. Having that back on an action combat system, I think, is just inherently phenomenal. The combat system does feel good, though, if I'm being real. Just an achievement. That's it for getting all 99 of those things. You didn't even get a mount or anything, because that sounds a little disappointing. So disappointing. All right, well, I'll wait for them to actually add in some incentivization when people start complaining about it before I hunt those down. Good to know. Good to know. I wonder how many people have done that already and just, like, haven't shared it because they want other people to witness the same disappointment that you just went through. Got a glider that I got from an earlier achievement. Oh no, the duplicates. Yeah, no, you just gotta tell other people that you got something super fucking sick now out of hatred. Out of my codex to claim achievement rewards. Things I haven't done yet. Yep, we'll make a note of that shit. So do I have to be level 20 for these? I can do hard at level 20, and then heroic isn't out yet, right? That's in the roadmap as of right now. For a future system TM. Correct? Okay, cool. Cool, so we'll work on getting to 20 today and just, like, general exploration. Because it seems like once I get to 20, I'm gonna want to do all these for, like, my endgame gear anyways, right? It's a great fight. You'll like it. Oh, this is the Radsar guy, right? Oh shit. Oh shit. I'm a little over leveled for this. I did Crab Gantua at level 7 and I was under leveled, so this one's I'm a little over leveled for. I'm not sure how I'm going to enjoy the shield and sword side of it, but good luck on the spear drop. Oh wait, is this where the spear drops? Oh shit, my inventory's full. How many drops do I need to worry about? Because I'm definitely a little down bad on inventory space. I haven't really emptied in a second. So I done made an oopsie. How much content does this game have to start thinking about picking it up? This is day 2 for me, and I'm not near, I mean, I'm working towards max level. However, I think with the exploration and with the roadmap that they have, you're definitely looking at, for most players, I've heard people saying that they think they can get a couple weeks out of it right now before they even start to get bored just in exploring the world at like a normal content cadence. I play 10 hours a day, so I don't necessarily know when I'll hit the wall of it, but I also plan to do a lot of build guide stuff, plan to theory craft a shitload, and with a lot of the roadmap that's up, we have long-term incentivization to look forward to as well. We have PvP systems coming in. We have more, so to say, sweaty PvE systems coming in as well, which is going to add a lot of replayability for people that do want to chase that replayability down. So it's quite nice. Then critter catching. No, do they have fucking Pokemon in this? Is that why H. Ketchum is in? Honestly, I didn't really hear what he had to say. I kind of blew him off. I don't think I have any more upgrades to throw on either. I might have to drop a couple things because I don't want to go back in vendor and then run all the way back here. I'm gonna be completely honest. What are the least valuable things that I have right now? I have no single scrolls. I'm gonna just drop a couple pieces of gear. Nah, I'm gonna just do that. Let's just hit one of those. There we go. There we go. Does give me Palworld vibes with the visuals. I kind of like it, not gonna lie. I'd say 20 hours from one character, easy, depends on how much you want to min-max or how good you are on boss mechanics. I'm gonna hit 20 hours fast as fuck. Listen, I might hit 20 hours today, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I played 6 hours yesterday, and I've actually been able to connect for like an hour today. So I'm 7 hours in. But again, right now it's early access. Looking at the roadmap, that's when a lot of your replayability comes in. And right now it's a baseline. So if you enjoy it on the baseline, you're almost definitely going to enjoy it as more replayability comes in and it brings more shit to do. Just very simply put. Took me around 40 hours to get a character to 20 and do all the dungeons on hard mode. Yeah. And I mean, I'm probably going to do, like I said, I'm going to do a lot of theory crafting. I'm going to chase down weapons. I'm going to try to do a lot of guide content because the PvP does interest me. And in terms of things that are on the horizon MMO-wise, there's not a lot that's even like in a concurrent playable standpoint. So this immediately gets bonus points on my, on my bar for that. So, working on a new class now. Yeah, I want to get a lot of like melee priest stuff out. Then I want to cook up some warrior stuff. And then maybe check out rogue. I enjoy rogue less. But, part of because it started with the priest and priest is insane. I've heard warriors nuts. Gotta try for some Lego weapons. Oh yeah. Oh brother, I'm gonna be fucking grinding. Now, I can repeat these boss fights, right? So if I do it on hard mode and I'm looking for a weapon from that, I can repeat it infinitely. I just get fewer drops each time, right? So I get like 3 the first time and then 2 every other time. Is that the same as hard mode? Some people have been saying they found their Lego weapon via normal mob. Wait, so what are the Lego weapons? Like, legendary, of course, but do those have like unique properties or is that just like the highest rarity that they have? And can we upgrade to legendary off of that? Like, can we upgrade rarity on a weapon? Since I have a blue, can I go purple? Or is it just unlocking the stars on the weapon like I've done with this? That gives you the extra prop. Because if that's the case, I'm going to be looking for a level 20. Then I'm going to be looking for the rarity. Then I'm going to need to upgrade it once I get the high rarity level 20 to get the extra property on it. Blue equals 3 star, purple equals 4 stars, gold equals 5. Oh. Okay. Okay. Legendary is just a yellow background. No upgrading rarity, just stars. Okay. Got you. Got you. Unable to go past +3 right now. Are the stat rolls are presumably higher on a legendary, right? Than they would be on a blue, for instance. Seems like it would make sense. Okay, hold on. I have to pee real quick. I gotta bring my coffee out. I drank a lot of coffee today. I gotta take a quick tinkle. Seba, what up, my goat? He's hooked. I'm about to take on Rap, man. I don't know how it's gonna go. I'll be real, I don't know how it's gonna go. But we're about to give it the old college effort. Now, I've been thinking too, I have a build that's very like AoE oriented right now. I will probably have to change that up in favor of something a little more single target at some point for bosses. But more stat bonuses, but base damage is the same. Word, you beat the crap at 70 is gonna be easy. Yeah, but I was exploiting. Alright, I'll be right back. One sec, boys. Chad, I had a really cool stoner moment recently. So, like, I was going through, and I was, you know, cleaning and organizing and stuff. And I found a bowl that I hadn't used in, like, 3 years. And I was like, oh shit, this thing used to fucking haul. And I've been having a problem lately with, like, wanting to buy new bowls because the bowl that I had preferred, I'm bong guy personally, bonger rolls. And like the bullhead that I've been using was all chipped to shit over time. It's an older bullhead, and then I have another one, but like the hole in it is just too large. So you try to get a good pull, and it just thunk, you lose weight. So I found this one, and I was like, oh fuck yeah, this thing used to haul. I clean it up, sure as shit, hauls. Can you show your inventory? You do not want to see this. You did listen, I'm telling you, you don't want to see that. You do not want to see that. There's so much to explore in this game. So many carrots on a stick. This game plays in my OCDs. I just want to start blasting. Listen, I need to educate myself so I can help other people. You get a glass screen to stop the greens from falling. Yeah, but when you restrict airflow, then you run into the, like, if you don't pack just right, or if it gets a little keefy on the bottom and you get a clump, then you get the and then it just all goes through, right? It's, dude, it's ass. I hate that. I hate it. I'm such a bitch, I know. But I stand on my business in every way. All right, let's see. Perhaps in... How do I tell what my scalars are off of? In terms of my abilities. Because it says increases the damage of skills based on dex. Chat, where can I see that? Is it like one of the icons? Because I might just be too stupid to see that. Just got the best cleric weapon. Wait, what do you got? Share. It's a one-hand hammer. One hand! I might not be opposed to a one-hand if it's right. What the fuck am I looking at? Why is this man aura farming me right now? Why is he mogging? Hammer and shield? The double bonk? Blunt force bonker? Alright, fuck it. I mean, there's only one way that I'm gonna find out if it's hard, and that's wiping to it over and over and over again. Something tells me that's gonna hit hard as shit if I let it hit me. But the goal is to, ow, not get hit by it. So we'll see. Ow, yep. Can confirm that actually. Yup! Okay! We're gonna jump when he does that, I think. That is a whirlwind of doom. That's a straight line whirlwind. So he looks straight line, does whirlwind. Okay, good. And then it's back into slams. And then what's his indicator for the thing that I need to jump through? That fucking hurt. Jesus. That scared me. Farita, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Is it the next one? I think it's this one. Hold on, we gotta see it. Huh! Huh! Alright, we're good. Wait, this is the entire fight, I think. And then it's whirlwind. And I just gotta dodge out of the way of the whirlwind. And then we're fine. Can I charge up my... Oh, I can. I can charge up my judgment just by empty casting. I don't even have to hit anything. Wait, that's so large. So by the time he comes back into range, I can just have judgment ready. That's kind of sick. Because then if I misplay, I just judgment. This one might be a one-shot, boys. I'm not gonna lie. This is seeming pretty straightforward. The rings grow in numbers and trains arrive with shields on. What? But what do you mean trains arrive with shields on them? What the actual fuck do you mean? Okay, he's phasing for some reason. Okay, there is a train. I see the train. Oh, yep. Nope, that just blasted the shit out of me. So I hop on, we blast shields, and then go shield to shield before he absorbs it, and presumably stop him from getting a buff. Oh, shit! Okay, nope. I just had to kill the one. Never mind. Everything's fine. That worked out perfectly fine. Oh, that's not good. That wasn't good at all. That was not the smartest thing that I've ever done. And then we have whirlwind again. We'll step off at the side here. Movement myself back in. I missed that. That was a huge play, DustyWhy. That's really what the people show up for. You are putting on a clinic, brother. Really redefining how this shit's done. Excuse you. So, I mean, this is a vibe so far. Seems to be pretty chill. And then we just blast. We get more damage out. I want it on record, by the way. I can block. I just hate blocking. Blocking's for pussies. I find more joy in doing... that was greed. I find more joy in doing other things than blocking. I consider blocking to just be... I don't know, you stand still. You just do nothing. It's repetitive. Excuse you. I don't want it. And then we gotta get back over here. I'll movement over so I get more time with the shield itself. This one has ads this time, so I'm gonna have to deal with the ads as well. So once the ads get over here, we're chilling. I gotta nuke this. Good. Big burst. And then I'll have to deal with the ads and their range so I can pull the boss over to the ads with me. But they hit hard as shit. So I'll wait for him to get over here. Sir! I need you back here! Please! There's another one. Sir, can I interest you in fucking dying? Please. God damn. So uncooperative. Excuse you. Thank you for joining me on this fine day. I just gotta dodge that, and then we're good. Alright, this is fine. Melee priest or warrior? Bro, I've heard both are real strong, I'm gonna be honest. I'm playing a melee priest right now. I have a sword and board on, so really enjoying this aspect of it. I will say it's incredibly consistent. You just have to be cautious with your cooldowns. You do have a lot of burst. And you do have a lot of potential for AoE pulls, boss fighting. Like, it's good. This class is disgusting. Dude, this is... I like this shit. I like it a lot. Oh, I put him into the wall there. That's super chill. It's the overshield and the healing, man. I can literally just do whatever I want to incredibly safely, right? And I don't take a lot of damage. I have some CDR. I can pursue. I've got my movement to get me through here nice and zippy. I have burst, which I'm going to absolutely drop on this spark because I actually need to. Perfect. I deal with the ads. Oh my god, it's so good. I have been enjoying this probably more than I should, considering it is technically caster adjacent, right? Oh, ow. And we're good. And then one more. I need to pull this over here, dog. Is there like a cheeky LOS that I can get? Or maybe they just have like a very finite range. Ow! Motherfucker. He like MLG'd where I was going there. This is so tragic. I think this is fine. I just need to get the ads over here a little bit more. Maybe if I can like pull them to the corner type shit. Because I don't think there's any enrage timer. I just gotta get over and be able to kill these. Yes, yes, yes. I know you're very angry. You're very angry. You're trying to hit me in the back. I get it. We have circles. We jump once. We jump twice. We jump thrice. And then there's a fourth one. And is there a fifth one? There is not a fifth one. Okay, we're good. We're gonna just tank the whirlwind, I'm gonna be honest. I gotta kill this other fucking rat, brother. He's causing me some substantial problems right now that I do not want to fucking deal with. Thank you. God damn. It's annoying as hell. Judgment gives me a shield now? Yeah, you basically just want to rotate through. You want a weapon combo. You want to cast your... What the hell is it? Your arsenal ability? And then you want to use one of your main abilities. Uh oh. And then one more. And he's out of that. Good. So you want a weapon combo? You want to cast one of your main abilities? And then you want to cast your arsenal ability? And that gives you full everything, shield, a big heal, damage out. And then immediately after popping your judgment, if you're using the Crab Gantua shield that I'm using, you can pop your depth shield. It's like the little multi-pop bubble. And it gives you instant healies as well. It is quite wonderful if I do say so myself. This is circles, yeah? Circles. 1, 2, quick one. 4, and we're out of that shit. Bro, I'm running out of space here. I don't really know, like, what a Dusty's supposed to do. But I am slightly down bad on space. Although, boss health is looking good. I just need to not get gibbed. I have another judgment coming up in 2 seconds, so I can get another ad down. And then depth shields. And then we spin. I think I can just focus boss, right? Oh shit, that circles. Oh! Oh god! One more. I hate this game so much. Whee! Why is it like this? Aim as whirlwinds into the fires, make them go out. Yo, that would have been so much easier than what I'm actually doing this entire time. Damn. You're telling me the whole time I could have just been putting the fires out? You're telling... Yes. What the fuck? You're telling me I could have just put the fires out the entire time and not avoided the entire floor is lava aspect of this? Huh. Well, brute force wins again, boys. I've been telling you guys, when science doesn't exist, brute force prevails. And sometimes, man... Gorgon Ratsy's toothpick... Okay, what the fuck are we looking at here? What is this? What is this? What is this? This is a spear. 6 to 8 fizz. Is this the big boy? Is this what we want? That shit's insane. I used it till 20. The spear? Okay. Hold on. What do we have here? So, nearby enemies, cleave. Strikes forward, dealing big damage to an enemy, increasing your crit chance, stacking up to 3 times. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Swirling embers, surround yourself with an ember whirlwind, dealing magic damage to nearby enemies every 1 second for 8 seconds. Eruption pulls nearby enemies towards you, dealing magic damage, then releases a lava explosion, dealing a shitload more damage. Your skills and attacks increase your armor by 2%, stacking up to 15 times. Oh! Okay. Yeah, this is really strong. And that's a 20-second coolie, and then I haven't seen cooldown reduction. And lava explosion stuns for 2 seconds. Damage increased by 25, and crit strikes extend the duration by 35%. So it's good that I was already building it a crit scaling. That actually helps a lot, because it seems like this is going to be pretty crit-based. And, like, I could arsenal it, or I could arsenal Crab Shield with fully upgraded Depth Shield for more scaling on my heals and more stun. Stacks up to 25 times. At 25 stacks, critical strikes grant you a shield equal to 30% of the damage dealt for 3 seconds. Huh. Wait. And what's the duration on this? Your skills and attacks increase your armor, stacking up to 15. Like, just... in general? Oh. Yeah, that's not balanced. That's not at all balanced. The fuck do you mean? Wait, this is insane. That's just gonna be perma up. And then I'm just generating an absurd amount of thingness off that. If it was epic. I mean, I'm just happy that I got 1 in general. I feel like I'll worry more about rarity chasing when I'm 20 and I'm not gonna replace it. For now, I'm pretty content with getting a baseline and then just moving on from there, and then we'll chase that down later. Where on the map is that? That is up in Enrapit, North Enrapit. So it is right up here. And there's an obelisk right outside of it as well. Did I kill this sparkly cobalt guy yet? This is a good level 2. Mine was level 8 when I found it. Word. Yeah, we'd love to see that. Alright, so we'll pop this. Yeah, I think we'll be doing just fine here. I think we might be on to something. No wipes in this game? Yes, that is correct. Their goal is no wipes. Early access, what you're paying for is getting you in for, like, the game itself. And from what I've gathered, it might also be, like, more expensive on the actual launch of the... What the fuck is this build? Okay. This is balanced. I promise this is completely balanced. I'm gonna Z out of here and go back up because I desperately need to vendor or something. I set my obelisk up here, but I don't think I have a vendor here, which I'm kind of sad about. Did I kill this guy? Okay, I killed this guy. Absolutely beautiful. So we got that taken care of. That is a respawn. Fuck. I have to go talk to Al to turn that in. I should have done that first. I'm a failure. I gotta go back in and then I gotta recall again and then I have to find a vendor and then I need to clear out some inventory space because I am absolutely like to the brim. At what point can I make 10 slaughters? Click on the obelisk to TV to fast travel. Wait, fast travel? Like obelisk to obelisk? Okay. Yeah, that also is a game changer. I am not going to lie. That is absolutely huge. Bro, this is so dumb. Like, what do you actually mean? I can just AoE everything like that. That was without even having a judgment, man. This is so crazy. The second I get... so I could go back to that crab pull, I guess. where Large Krabby Boy was. But even then, I don't necessarily think I need to. I think I just keep exploring and shit. This is just stinky to the highest degree. I'm healing, I'm over-shielding, I am stunning on multiple abilities once this is all set up. So I'm not gonna have to worry about casts, I'm not gonna have to worry about damage coming in. This is fucking... Chat, what'd I do? And where is the rest of my mount? What did they do to the second half of my horse? They murdered her! Oh my god, what happened? Everything is bad. Chad, someone call PETA, please. You aren't allowed over there yet. You're telling me I can't actually explore and my mount had to pay for it? The fuck did the mount do in this entire thing? Why the mount? Centaur glass. Do you guys like my cosplay? Goodness gracious me, oh my. NDA confirmed. The Scars of Honor not Q1 anymore. It's delayed. Yeah, Scars is probably, from what we've gathered, going to revisit the drawing board near entirely. And I do not know what that signals for the game, if I'm being honest. I don't know that they had enough positive momentum established from this playtest to go back into an NDA redraw and then launch a second time with hype established. But that's, you know, that's a different topic entirely. But yeah, I feared they were going to go the NDA route based on everything. Just not gonna wait for it. Yeah, I mean, that's the largest thing. I don't think that Scars necessarily had the draw that would make people want to wait for it. It's not the Riot MMO. It's not... I need to get back up to the top. It's not the Riot MMO. It's not Classic Plus. It's not WoW 2.0. It's a very small title that was going to have niche popularity unless it was done really well. And what is this? It's like a rare spawn or some shit? I'm in. I don't know what it actually is, but I'm so here for it. Okay, that all died incredibly fast. I think we might be just peachy here, chat. This is absurd burst. You're meant to wait for it. Before the... Is project you follow for when it's ready? Yeah, that's also a very important thing to point out, Hoofs, yes. The expectation was never really that people were supposed to wait for Scars, nor was it that Scars was close. It was definitely a, hey, come see what we're cooking for the time being, but expect it to be janky along the way. Which, I think those expectations helped a lot of people understand what it was going to be, but your attacks grant you 0.5 second critical stacking. Oh, I didn't even see that I had this. Oh, what the fuck? Your attacks grant you 0.5 second crit for 10 seconds, stacking up to 10 times. It's like 500% crit. Holy shit. I'm never gonna be missing a crit with that thing. So that's quite a large snag. I'm gonna drop that guy, I'm not gonna lie. I'd like to have this. Oh, it's from the boss? Yeah, I didn't even see it at this point. Eruption, my favorite ability for Priest until the later level 20 weapon, so good. The combo is insane too. So I'm going in, I'm popping the little hurricane type ability. I put up my depth shield, so when enemies come within a range of me and they, you know, they're close enough to blow up the depth shield, the charges spend, and then after all the charges spend, it heals me, it does damage, and then it stuns them. So then by the time they get stunned, the eruption goes off and stuns. Then I also have my Radiant Verdict, which stuns, and then I have my Judgment at the end of that. So if I time it all out, I don't know if there are DRs, like diminishing returns in PvE in this game, but I have a 3-second stun, I think it's like a 2-second stun. Oh, it's a 1-second stun and then a 2-second stun. So I have 6 seconds of stun if I, like, time everything out properly, which is very interesting. Because that is a lot of time of just not getting hit by jack shit. Which, again, not getting hit is the best thing. There'll be guild wars in the game. They're planning on bringing in guilds. They're also planning on having battlegrounds and a PvP zone in the map as a core part of the game before they go into like full launch. That's planned as part of early access in the roadmap. You can find the roadmap on the Steam store page as well. But Guild vs. Guild Wars specifically, as a standalone system, we haven't heard anything about in the roadmap right now. but the PvP area that they're presumably, or that they're bringing in would presumably lead to a lot of guild versus guild conflict depending on the size of layers. Because I know damn sure we are going to have well over 20 people ready to go in any PvP area that might pop up as soon as that happens. And if layering caps sit at 20, then that's going to be a little bit of a game changer. Where do I need to go to find Mr. Mouse Man? He's on the other side, right? All right, so we bring everybody in, we pop the depth charge. And honestly, I don't even have to go through a full combo or anything. There's so much damage that goes out with this. Up, motherfucker, it's up! You're so right. Thank you for your help. God fucking damn it, man. I was really hoping that wasn't, you know, the case. Was really hoping that wasn't the case. Alright, back out we go. I don't know what the endgame loop is like. Go through, do hard dungeons, theory craft, gather different pieces of gear, gather, craft, explore the world, get a bunch of different cosmetics and shit right now, try to chase better weapons and gear. There's no PvP right now, but PvP is on the roadmap. There's also more expansive, like, sweaty PvE content. So, ooh, purple. What are you? Oh, it's another room. I'll just pick you back up after. But there is more expansive PvE content planned. Heroics for dungeons. They've talked about different rifts coming in as well. Wasn't for grants a shield. Oh, that's balanced. Yeah, I'm definitely not going to utilize that to have even more of a shield scaling. That is 100% perfectly balanced, and I greatly appreciate that. Level up with the classes and wait till level 50 max. Hopefully end of the year or early next year. Yeah, and I mean, honestly, you can level up with the classes, you can learn other classes. You can also try to chase down and complete every single thing that there is to complete with your primary class. So by the time levels expand, you've already extrapolated everything that you might want to extrapolate, right? So me, I'm very, focused on things when I choose to, you know, really invest my time in it. So I'm gonna probably be playing Melee Priest for a good amount of time while I'm trying to figure out everything that I can about the build. Is this that much faster or not? I would assume this is a bit faster. But I thought I was just gonna teleport. This is just kind of like, it's kind of a taxi. This isn't the worst. I could kick my feet up. I could relax a little bit, chat. I can answer questions. But yeah, I'm gonna spend a lot of time on Priest. I've been having a little bit too much fun over here. And I think when PvP comes around, the ability to wombo combo is very attractive. And the ability to CC lock is very attractive. And a lot of what Priest is offering, especially kind of like the Battle Priest, right? Not necessarily the Pally with the shield in the offhand, but the Battle Priest. Of, I go in, I have AoEs, I bring you into the AoEs, and you fucking die. And I guarantee that my AoEs are going to hit. Is huge. Oh, there's a little chest down this way. Where's that chest at? Can I place a marker? I can't place a marker. You can hydrate? I can, my good man. I appreciate you. And I appreciate you indeed. See a lot of priests on PvP already. Bro, I would love a little bit of PvP. Even just duels. It'd be so fun. But 4v4 group based is presumably what we're going to see a lot of. As 4s is currently like the highest size of group. So presumably that's where most of it's going to be. And even there, still excited. Plenty of class synergy that we could cook up. Plenty of different interactions, especially if they have class related buffs based on group composition. That in itself brings in kind of an ungodly amount of replicatable content, if I'm being real. So let's throw that in the bank just in case I need it. We'll throw Glory in the bank. Because Glory wasn't bad either. I could take the Whirlwind, but it's Fizz scaling. And right now, I'm all magic scaling, except for my poke, which is nice. If you went to the next city up, from you could salvage gear for resources. Oh shit, you're so right. Yeah, I've been banking some stuff that I might want to keep for alts. And then salvaging pretty much everything else. And then I'm just banking my resources until I'm in a spot where I'm like more ready to focus on the crafting. And then by the time I'm ready to focus on crafting, I should have enough resources banked to actually like, you know, be able to experiment with crafting and be able to get the most out of it. So that's the big goal right now. We'll throw Judgment in. 200 axes seem kind of nice. It's a lot of big stats on that bad boy too. But all things considered, like, I am still so clueless. Ooh, belt upgrade. Wait a minute. More VIT, more everything. Level 12. Consider it done. I need to make sure that I don't salvage any upgrades. First things first. I'm about to start getting rid of upgrades out here. I'm gonna get rid of my gear, my good gear. So, seems like I'm good off of that. Those are Dex and Faith. I'm not too worried about that. That's absolute buns comparatively. Okay. So that was the only upgrade that I had. I have to learn these. Never mind. Some of these require job level 2. And I have to have enchanting and jeweling. I can train jobs in the next town up too, right? Fly to another obelisk. Up at Prime Valley or Honeywoods? Which one is the breakdown? I'm gonna assume Prime Valley. And if it's Honeywoods, then I'm gonna be incredibly sad. Level up main weapon. Yes, 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 yes. The passive is fucking insane. Once you get both of them. Prime? Okay, good, good, good. Like, the passive is genuinely nutty. Rank 2 of Eruption also seems kind of crazy, though. Just as a baseline because of the AoE potential of it. That shit's kind of nice. We're just going down all of your weapon skills by 0.5 seconds at rank 2. And then magic damage if it critically hits. We're gonna get everything anyways. I'm just gonna go with more AoE cheese for the time being because AoE cheese is legitimately everything for me. Alright, so we break down. Looks like the same art style as Power World. Is it by the same people? So this is by... Hold on, I can pull up their catalog. It's Shiro Games. They're French. And they have done Northgard... What else? Northgard, War Tales, Dune Spice Wars, Darksburg, Evoland, FAREVER, of course, Spacecraft. I don't know if I said Spacecraft. So, some people have played games that they've put out and honestly loved them. I've heard a lot about their prior games and didn't really make the connection that it was the same people until quite recently. So, they do have some prior success with games. They are a smaller developer. Most definitely. I believe their team working on this is roughly like 25 at this point in time. So, there is always, you know, if there's the potential for growth anywhere, it's going to be in an MMO that could potentially be successful. So, not enough space in inventory. Wait, for what? I have so much space in my inventory. What do you mean? Confirm. Can I only break down so many? Confirm. Okay, I guess I just overfed it. Give it a little bellyache. Team's 15 people. 16, according to the game lead. Studio has 70 staff. Okay, so they've basically just allocated some of their staff to this game. So, I mean, that's always fluid resources as well. Again, if a game's successful... And they have something that, not necessarily saying this is ever going to be like zeitgeist, right? Who knows? Maybe down the road for 1.0 launch, it has potential to be. But from a simple standpoint of a box cost that sells many copies, you could easily allocate more resources to a team of a consistently successful live service game. So even at 16 team members, that's not even to say that that's like the cap of what they could scale up to. That's just what it is right now. So with the... With the early success, if this continues, right? If they have some good updates down the road for the next, I don't know, couple of months, it could really bring in a lot. Do we know the timetable on their PvP past just duels? Out of curiosity? Because I've heard that a lot of it is within early access. I've heard some of it is planned prior to the end of the year. So a good way to farm recipes. I've just been smacking the shit out of stuff, honestly. I don't know enough about the loot tables at this point in time to know if there are targeted like recipe farms in certain areas. If I find any, you shall be the first to know because I cannot keep anything a secret from my chat in the first place. So you guys will definitely know at that point. Requires job level 2. I will literally go fuck myself. I just wanted to store that. Alright, so I have full inventory. If you look at the roadmap, blue font was this year, purple font was next year, if I recall. Purple font was just before the end of early access, so I don't necessarily know what that entails, whether that's, you know, it's just not a priority right now, or it's simply a prio later on, but said they have a working dueling system, they're working on some desync issues. Yeah, I mean, server stuff in PvP with an action combat is always a little rough. I hope the dodge gets addressed. I really... I'm not opposed to a block-based system, but I really like a dodge-based system. Like, I really like a dodge-based system, if I do say so myself. Do I want to do Enrapit or Honeywoods first? Should probably go clear out Enrapit, because I started questing up there previously. There's a good AoE grind over there. Day 2 has vibes? Oh, it's fun. It's fun. I'm having a blast. I just got a new weapon as well that gives me a large AoE wombo combo. And I've learned that I don't necessarily have to navigate the world on foot. They have a little bit of like fast travel, automated travel. So once you get the obelisks in areas, you're able to navigate to the different obelisks like through flight. It's kind of sick. Feel more control dodges. More like a period of iframe that's just like a short iframe associated with the dodge, which I think would be a large game changer for the fluidity of combat. Something to compete with the perfect block element of it, where you're not necessarily getting the parry, but you are guaranteed to full phase through damage. From what I've gathered, the dodge is only covering attacks and it doesn't cover abilities. So if you have like a large ability coming in PvP, sitting there and blocking a large ability is still going to mean that you're forced to take damage bleed from the ability itself. And an iframe inherently means that you can see that coming if it's telegraphed and then avoid it or react to it and then kind of like phase through it. It's just small differences. But I'd like to maybe field test that. Just as a fluidity standpoint. I very much prefer the dodging to blocking. I think blocking feels a little bit... I don't want to say clunky, because clunky just inherently makes it sound bad. But blocking to me doesn't feel in iota as fluid as dodging does. You know? Let's see, iframes on the dodge and only able to block with shield rather than every class needing a perfect block. Yeah, an alternative to perfect blocking would be quite good. I 1000% agree, especially in boss fights. I just, being able to be rewarded for timing up an iframe properly. I don't need any special mechanic on, like, you know, the boss goes, oh shit, you're fucking cracked, my guy. I don't need anything like that. I just genuinely want to... I want to be able to iframe instead of just, like, sitting there trying to block. Dodging like in Guild Wars 2. Kind of like New Worldy. But maybe without armor classes. I played a lot of New World, not a ton of Guild Wars 2. And in New World, it was just like a true iframe for a certain amount of frames. And you could use that to avoid big telegraphed abilities. If there was something that was like a long cast or projectile that was coming in to hit you, you could dodge towards that projectile and basically like dodge through it, so to say. I feel like in this game, perfect blocking is very strong and easy to perform while dodging a bit mad. Yeah. I think bringing dodging up would be a really solid thing to entertain, but I'm also so new. I need to give some honest, like, you know, trial to the current systems before I get too into providing feedback on things. Because I will say, I'm enjoying the combat system so far, and I definitely don't feel as though it is a complete dependence on having to perfect block everything. I'm gonna be real, I haven't been perfect blocking much. I know I'm just in like easy content right now. I'm just at the start of it. But there is still potential for the dodge just as like a movement reposition. I'm not going the hentai tentacle fuck simulator way. That's not gonna happen. There is a potential for dodge maintenance just off of a movement standpoint, which has been a lot of fun for me so far. Avoiding mechanics in the first place and just continuing to pump out as much damage as possible. It's very fun. You can just face tank as a priest. Yeah, I mean, face tank and just dodge shit in the first place, right? But having self heals is great because you have a little bit of, oh fuck, I got hit by something. And even just a standpoint of like boss mechanics, a lot of the hard hitting ones that are truly one shots being telegraphed, having the, you know, the mobility to get around that, having the ability to position myself in a different way. And even, I mean, here, we look at this fight, I'm self-sustaining so much. Everything that I do has either a heal or shield associated with it. In all of my class abilities, especially as they get upgraded. My depth shield is a heal that stuns them at the end of it. I have longer cooldowns right now, which is something about this build that definitely feels a little bit different. But everything with the spear is just synergizing, right? It's a whole lot of self-heal within this build that I think makes it much more forgiving. Baggins versus standing and tanking dungeon bosses on his priest with Thornlace. That's nice. Is he doing... I'm assuming he's been playing longer, so he's probably in like hard mode dungeons too, right? Yeah, I know not of the power of the top end classes, I will say. Seen a singular one-hand sword that refreshes its one ability, unblock and perfect block. Yeah, that's that was the one that I was using earlier, right? And it's the whirlwind ability that refreshes on that block. Is there PvP? There is not PvP yet, but there will be PvP in the long term. It's on their roadmap for early access. It's just not here yet, which I am very much awaiting the arrival of PvP with open arms. It's honestly part of the reason why I'm so excited to grind it in the meantime, because there is still so much information that we can gather. And part of PvP is always just knowing the classes, knowing the scaling of the game. So while we wait for PvP, there is still a good amount to do. So they're gonna have dueling in first, and then they're gonna be working on battlegrounds as well as a, whoops. Oh, I fucked that so hard. No, at least I didn't die. Kind of forgiving in that sense, boys. I kind of lucked out there. But I did get tentacled just a little bit. That is slightly tragic. But yeah, so when PvP comes in, we'll just have duels to start. I'm assuming solo duels. I don't know if they're planning on group duels. Group size is 4s right now. It's not even a 5-person group, so a little bit smaller. And layer sizing caps at 20 on one layer at a time. So, all things considered, you're probably unlikely to see like massive scale content at any point. What's the point of benefit of mastering monsters in the codex versus just killing 8 for the XP? I believe you get XP for a 20 reward as well, if I'm not tripping. That's what Chad has told me. How long are ETA when people become available, or do they give an estimated timeline? No timeline, it's just in the roadmap as like, you know, coming at some point TM type shit. So it's for the dueling set to be before the end of the year. And then for the like PvP area in the world. Uh-oh, I'm dead. Never mind, we just cheese it. Everything's perfectly fine. But yeah, for the dueling, that's set to be before the end of the year. For the actual PvP area, that's set to be before the end of early access, which likely would be branching into next year at this point, because I believe we're still 1+ year out, all things considered, with what's on the roadmap versus what's actually in. It is definitely a baseline state of the game right now, all things considered. There is going to be a lot more PvE content that comes in that provides replicatability, like replayability, pushing the bar on the competitive aspect of it too. It's going to be a completely different realm. Once you get heroic dungeons in, once you get challenge modes, in the roadmap, they also have something that seems like mutations a little bit, where you're going to have modifiers that come in on the dungeon content that you're completing. So, it sounds nice. Yo, Wraith. Thank you for the gifty dog. I appreciate you. Much love. It'd be nice if you see more people on one layer. Heard they're increasing from 20 to 50 people per layer. Just curious to see if 50 will give you that MMO fuel. Depends on what the layers are and like how large the allocation of the layer is before you transition. If it's 50 people on one entire version of the world, then you're probably not going to run into people. But if it's 50 people on one Enra Pit, then you'll likely run into people. 50 people on one Prime Valley, 50 people in one Honeywoods, right? Those as a 50-person layer may provide a completely different feel than 50 people in the entire world. And I'm not quite certain, again, like, what their layering structure is. But, all things considered, 50 in any capacity could add a lot to the open world aspect. Now, PvP isn't even in right now, nor would it be in the aspect of them going to a 50-person layer in the open world sense. And they haven't even mentioned like open world PvP incentivization or anything like that. And something tells me we're going to be looking much more along the lines of a Kumbaya, everybody friends PvP system instead of PvE system instead of like a cutthroat, if I see you, I take your resources, you lose PvE system. It definitely seems like it's going to be one of the, you know, everybody work together, low friction open worlds, which I don't mind. I actually think that's a lot more applicable to what most players are going to want, despite the, you know, open world PvP part of me really truly loving that aspect of games. It's not necessarily the healthiest model to expect a dad that works a 9 to 5 that comes home and has dinner with his family and hops on for a couple of hours to compete with people over resources when I am able to play exponentially longer than they are. It's just, it's a recipe for disaster, if I'm being completely honest. And I think it's a lot of the reason why games with those systems have been really struggling in recent times. It's been hard to see them in a successful light. So, supposed to be a PvP region? Yeah, I really look forward to the PvP region. That's it's what I call a pressure valve, right? When something gets a little too much pressure, you need to have those valves that are outlets for players where they can get away from all of that pressure. And the PvP region gets rid of a lot of the pressure that you would have even if you had an open world PvP system present, right? So instead of having sweaty players, go around and interact with players that are far behind the curve of progression and realistically couldn't keep up or compete, if that PvP area is actually incentivized, that's going to bring a lot of the people like me out to that more competitive area where we will just kick the shit out of each other and we're not really gonna bother other people at that point, right? So it's just, it's small differences like that along the way that can give players on a competitive end something to shoot for while not having those competitive players' desires grief your casual players. I think that's something that a lot of games really struggle to lock down. What up, Vader? How you doing, dog? Is that balance between, like, most of your game is 1,000,000,000% casuals, but you do have some competitive-minded players that will want to have replayability, some form of, you know, quote-unquote competitive content to look forward to. Wait. Sounds like it would have an orb. How does this not have an orb? What do you mean? This is a random-ass room? How is there nothing there? I'm playing this game since early beta. Wait, early beta? Interesting. Interesting. I heard it was very not playable previously. Which is, if I'm being honest, really encouraging to hear, considering I think the state of this is, dare I say, quite playable? It's gotta be in a fucking tree, right? I feel like when in doubt, look up applies here. Moinin, how are you, my boy? I'm in a good mood today. Why? Do you defend a Rust raid, or do you see girl? I'm concerned when you're in a good mood. It makes me sad when you're in a good mood. Your misery brings me a lot of enjoyment. Get laid? See, that's what I was immediately thinking, but no, Nin doesn't fuck. Girl? Oh, yeah, no, Nin got his pee-pee touched. Good shit, Nin. Proud of you, dog. Is... No, Freaky. Is she there right now? Did she hear me say that you got your peep touched? Because that's my bad if so, dog. That's entirely on me. Nice to meet you if so. I'm one of Nin's friends. He's just a friend, that's cute. Listen, not every interaction has to end with pee-pee touch. Be respectful. Sometimes there can be a classy interaction that doesn't just end in dong touch. Now, if you're hanging out with the boys, you better get ready for some dong touch to end the day. Otherwise, you're just wasting my time. But why can't I deploy? The game does not want to see me glide. They don't want to see me succeed. Okay, please let me. I'm being sabotaged. I am being sabotaged. Okay, I have to go And then I have to... Wait, what is this? Oh god, you got like capers and everything on it? The fuck is this? Thank you. Looks delicious, love you. Capers are weird to me, chat. I don't know what the fuck a caper is. But Carla made like salmon bagels. And they look professional. But I'm not really sure what to expect here. They look very bougie. A lot of people are complaining a lot in Steam reviews about lag while they're playing gliders. Yeah, it's probably just server related. If I mash my buttons, then it definitely works more. They're just French pickles. Oh, I thought they were like olive adjacent. So I always gave them a bad rap. Cause like olives deserve to fucking die. I'm not even gonna sugarcoat it. Olives should not exist. Olives are a fucking mistake. And they should never have been allowed to exist on this mortal plane in the first place. Fuck olives. Yeah, fuck olives. Okay, that's really good. Olives on pizza. Die. Like, just... in-game or something. But... olive oil's fair, though. Yeah, I mean, olive oil for things that need olive oil. But, like... why would you choose to like olives? Greek olives smack. Nah, tell me you don't go to fucking Shaw's or Hannaford and just run up their olive bar. Tell me that's not you. Somebody is keeping the olive bar in business. Run that up all day. There's no shot you run up the Hannaford olive bar. I kind of love olives, all the different types too. No, there's no way you're olive maxing out here. We're not gonna do this. Those are disgusting. You could get into pickles. You could get into, I don't know, fentanyl. And it'd probably be better than olives. Why olives? Out of all things, I don't know if it's supposed to be an acquired taste. But it seems like you're acquiring a pretty bad fucking taste, if I do say so myself. Insane? Insane is olives, brother. The fuck do you mean insane? More people probably do Fent in 2026 than eat olives. Just by the numbers. Outside of like, I don't know, where are olives from? Like Greece? Like olives are fucking old news, brother. You are actually on old tech. I'm just trying to help. Fent over olives, I'm dead but true. Yes, it is true. Olives are fucking sin. Pickles go crazy. Pickles should replace all forms of olive. I'm not gonna lie, since you said that they were French pickles, I'm fucking with the capers more. When I thought they were Olive's stupid cousin, I wasn't really fucking with them. But with pickles in mind, this shit goes hard. I prefer pickles, not based on taste, or really feel a mess. Why would you do pickle over a cucumber? Because the pickle's gonna break down the firmness. As long as they aren't the sweet pickles. What do you mean, like a bread and butter? I think servers might be cooked. Uh-oh. I guess I just had to complain. I guess I just had to bitch. And then everything sorts itself out. Thank you, developer. I prefer a pickle in my butt, not my gut, Tyler the Creator. Why not both? I feel like there are pickling cucumbers, and then there are fucking cucumbers. I'm gonna go eat some olives. You stay away from the cucumbers. Do not go near the cucumbers. Most amazing idea I've ever had. Well, now we're talking about Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. I love bagels. Yeah, bagels kind of go hard. I would like to thank America for creating bagels. This Mines Dungeon strip has a rogue mobs, like Old Wild Blood Furnace type shit. Wait, did I miss something in the mines? Or different mines? Say merci devs. No, I'm on the America server. The fuck? Hold on. On this server, we speak goddamn American. We complain about our lag with good old American eagle screeches and freedom fucking— ah! Everything's bad. Everything's bad. I gotta zoom. Yeah, then we start the weapon combo. And then by the time they get here, I have it done. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. Everything's perfectly fine. Everything works out at the end. God damn. Brother was kind of slapping. 21 crit over armor pen is absolute value, if I do say so myself. I stepped into scars, and now we're in forever. Wait, when did you get into scars? Like, yesterday? Because the scars playtest ends in like 4 hours or something? Don't you right next to the second down? Did I do that last night? Yesterday? Oh no. Yeah, they also tried to like not blame Steam for people not getting in, but they were like, well, we told Steam to let everybody in, and now it's just on Steam to actually let everybody in. I was like, oh. Well, every other wave of invites was pretty instantaneous after it was put out. It seemed like those were going quite smooth, but, you know, speak your truth, king. Do what you must. I don't really know how to get up there. Now that I look at this, I don't think this is like a climb type jumping puzzle. There's right. I think I might have just got baited by the first circle. Something tells me I go over to the left and then I jump off of that really high thing and then it makes it way the fuck easier. I know, crazy feeling. Have people in a couple of hours before the playtest ends? Yeah, they also announced that the next playtest is going to be NDA'd. Oh shit. I did not sign up for this. I did not sign up for this at all. I gotta go up now. I don't know this course. I didn't sign up for this. This will help a little bit though. The zooming is huge. Oh, fuck me. You're kidding me. How did I throw all of the progress that I just made up there? We're still up though. I cannot be stopped. I cannot be conquered. What do you think of the game? What, Forever? Or Scars? Which one? Forever? I've been having a lot of fun with. But yeah, with Scars, they announced that they're bringing that back in, into an NDA. I personally think that's probably the worst thing that they could have done for the hype of the game in the long term. Like, look up, there's a grapple. Your mom's a grapple. Yeah, I gotta climb the castle. You call your mom today and tell her you love her type shit? Because if you don't, I will, Nin. I will remind her. She's got to know from somebody. Everybody call your mom and tell them that you love them. Or again, I will. It's too early for Hype for Scars. Oh yeah, I mean, not that it was going to have like hype around it, right? But more so in the term of a sustained presence level of hype, you know? Not that it was going to start commanding presence or anything on that level. But having a consistent presence whatsoever is far better than what they're looking at right now, where the game will likely just, as an IP, fail to continue to compete with the other titles that are going to be developing and getting more people into it. I think the NDA is going to be more detrimental than positive at this point for the game. That may just be my cynicism, but the MMO world moves incredibly fast. And I think you really have you know, about 2 weeks to really catch people's attention in today's day and age of MMOs. And if you don't do that within 2 weeks, people just move on, dude. There are too many other games out there. I think there's a grapple above the bouncy flower. I can also just run around, I think. Because this is where I was AoE grinding last night. Which, honestly, was a crazy fucking AoE grind. It's a little bit lower level. And I'm not going to get XP for it anymore. But you could come here and you could AoE grind this and 2-pull this up until, I think, like level 11-ish. Because you can just pull everything around the corner. And the leash on mobs here is actually, like, large enough, so to say, that you can actually combo. So that's quite nice if I do say so myself. I farmed up a lot of mats here. I farmed up a lot of XP per hour here when it was early on. So would definitely recommend lower level people checking this out. This shit's kind of nice. It's a strong hold up here. So disconnected and stuck on load screen again. Oh no. Yeah, I hope I don't get DC'd. I'm thoughting and praying right now that I don't get blasted off of the servers. I am having a very tangible amount of fun right now, and I would like to keep it that way. The server performance, I don't know why, but for me it's running silky smooth, and I am forever grateful. Okay, now I have to find which direction I was fucking facing. Where's the tower? I think I can see that dude from it, right? So I think we gotta go over here. Uh-oh. Had the best 2-hour nap with my dog. Oh, those are the best naps. It was not bouncy flower. It's up here. Alright. We're up. I found it. Just found out you can fly obelisk to obelisk. Yeah, I also just learned that today. Granted, today's my second day in, so I don't feel too bad about it. But I literally just learned it. I had done a little bit of running around the world prior to that knowledge being acquired, and, you know, it is what it is. Oh, I got another glory from that. I have a blue glory already, but another glory is not the worst. I can probably just break that down. Those are Vit, but they're also lower level. How much does 3 Vit give for HP? It's 3 per. It's not the worst. It's not the worst. Want to get on focus on crafting? Is that your goal for today? I want to level a little bit more, and then I'm going to deep dive crafting like crazy, I think. Because crafting definitely seems like it's going to be the largest form of self-sustenance early. Uh-oh. But I don't know, like, what the late game incentivization for gear is. I don't ever want to eat anything else in my entire life, just lox bagels. Yeah, but how much was a package of salmon? I'm assuming that's like $100 in salmon that we're eating right now. Like, I feel guilty for eating this meal. How much is $5.99? That's literally the cost of a Twitch Prime sub. If you don't have Twitch Prime. The salmon is S tier food? Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's just expensive as shit for good salmon. Oop. But, like, salmon does go insanely crazy. If I could spend money on something, probably salmon. Although, sushi with tuna. Live in Alaska. Just have access to fresh from the river. Bruh. That sounds so fucking good. I'm jealous. I mean, I live in Maine, so theoretically, I could also probably find a river with salmon here and then fish it. I'm pretty sure we have a river called Salmon River. Now that I think about it. But I don't know if it actually has salmon or if that's a whole, like, you know, Iceland, Greenland joke. Because I'd hate to show up there and then not actually get any salmon. I'd feel kind of skamazed. Okay, that chest was below me. Here. Good day, sir. Thank you for no fall damage. Dislike cooked fish, but I can do raw. I like most fish. I'm not gonna lie. I enjoy most food just in general. Learn the consecration rune for the skill Radiant Verdict. What's this? Oh shit, wait. Radiant Verdict drops a consecrated floor that deals 31 to 32 magic damage over 6 seconds. That is quite strong. That is very, very, very strong, and that is a lot more damage for free. Get rich so we can eat sushi and Lox bagels every day. Chat, Twitch Prime. I'm doing what I can. I am truly out here putting on for the city. Just a texture, flaky and dry. Wait, what do you mean, brother? You be having bad fish if that shit's flaky and dry. Fish is not supposed to be dry. I don't know what the fuck you're on. Or like, who's cooking your fish. But you gotta get some like actual good salmon cooked up, brother. That shit, delicious. Delicious melt in your mouth feel. I don't know. I'm assuming you probably have somebody cooking you bad fish. I'm just gonna go out there. I've tried good fish. Like, I guess there is always the possibility that you're just, like, wrong. But I don't know, man. I'd like to assume that you have had bad fish. And that you're not just wrong and stupid. Because I have more respect for you than that. It's just not my thing. Well, it's okay to be wrong. It's okay to be wrong. Sometimes there are things that not everybody has to engage with. Sometimes... Ooh. Wait. Jelly Lewis... Tell me there's not gonna be a blob Saget in the game. Because I have a growing suspicion that there is going to be a blob Saget. And that is definitely a slight concern to me. I also need to remember to pop my V more, bro. I just don't pop it. And I kinda play myself with that. I may or may not do myself more damage, more harm than I do good with it. Excuse you. And cheat code with Judgment. I feel like Judgment's probably gonna get nerfed if I could guess. Judgment's real strong. Granted, kind of everything in the priest tree is. Spear has long coolies. Is the only weird thing about it. But I also haven't leveled it yet. I do need to make sure that I am leveling and getting the most out of the scaling here. Because about oh, that was 675 XP. Jesus. That was a good blast. What class did you end up with? I'm playing a priest. So I went priest with the intent to grab melee weapons as soon as possible and make a melee self-sustaining bruise rebuild. Sponge Blob. Sponge Blob is fucking crazy. If there's no Blob Saget, then I will absolutely pursue that with the DLC with any say that I have in this game. It may be none. I may have zero motion. But Blob Saget must live. There's a Blob Ross. Fuck. Oh, why does it have to be so good? Get a bit of Shadow Priest later. I don't know what all the weapons are. So, like, they plan to have more that comes in with talents. But, I mean, right now, our talents are basically... Oh, I have another talent point. Our talents are effectively skills that... we only have one tree. We'll get 3 later on. Skills that affect allies empower them for 6 seconds with sunlight, and then it plays on your final attack, and then augments that, gives you some different shit down the road. This side's kind of like tanky. This side seems to be more DPS-y, and then this seems to be more castery from the seam of it. So, regardless, this is like a crit-based attacky type build, which honestly, I've thought about going back through here. And then maybe trying to play off of some CDR and some shit like that. However, that's down the road. There'll be different trees that come in. Different weapons will also give you different abilities. And then your class abilities are kind of, you know, stagnated. But there are different runes that you can use. So as you unlock more of the runes, that'll give more customization to your actual abilities. And you'll have to choose between which rune you're using. Like Zephyr's Favor, which is a heal, or Gust Flow, which is a cooldown reduction. So if you use Gust Flow, it goes from 25 seconds to 15 seconds on the cooldown here, which is quite nice because of movement ability. But if you go back in and you're looking at Faithful Winds and you switch back over to here, you go ahead and equip Zephyrs. Zephyrs is going to give you a heal on that 15 second, or sorry, on that cooldown, even if it's a 25 second one. So it might be a little bit longer of a cooldown, and also I might have just bugged it. Yep. Definitely think I bugged that.
Absolutely
Rico, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you, Doc. I think I might have just got repro steps on a bug. Because it seems like we can just cast that, but that's a movement speed buff. Does a couple of other things and then throws a heal out for us, so kind of nice. Literally wretched.
And his name is Johnson.
Liam! My goodness, it's been so long. It's been so long, Liam. How are you, my friend? I hope you're having a beautiful day. Raiders, welcome in, boys. If you guys haven't been here before, I appreciate y'all coming through. My name is Dusty. I stream every single day, starting sometime around 2 p.m. EST. I've streamed over 1,000 days in a row, so I'm quite literally always here. A lot of people are asking lately what the balloons in the back are for. Those balloons were for day 1,000 in a row, which was at this point about 50 days ago almost. So not really sure why those balloons are still up in the first place. However, they are. Living stone. What the fuck is this? What stone is living stone? I see stone here. There are multiple stones.
Absolutely S-tier.
However, I see no living stone. I'm a little confused. Graham, thank you for the follow, dude. I've been having a lot of fun with FAREVER, though. I will say, the combat system for me is just like next suggested activity. The combat system for me provided a lot more depth, a lot earlier than I thought it was going to, and I had a, I don't want to say a fear, but I had a little bit of a concern that the combat system was going to just be cute and would not necessarily bring in the most, I don't know, how do I say this, like, competitive-minded content with it. The ability to cook, the ability to find a skill-based combat system. And that, to me, has been one of the largest staying points. The world exploration, I'm actually kind of, like, new to the explorative type of games. I'm not necessarily your, you know, your Christopher Columbus of games. I typically play MMOs that have a set track and get you into the end game, and then that's, you know, what you go off of. So for me right now, having this fucking question mark directly under me somewhere with no idea where I'm supposed to go for it is something that I don't necessarily, like, end up dealing with. There's usually a quest indicator somewhere for me. I can hear the chest. It's like on the inside of this. So there has to be like an entrance somewhere that I just haven't seen at this point in time. It just feels good. Yeah, it feels very solid. I also think that it takes a very comfy and approachable look to a game and invites players into something that, again, presents more depth. We're so up. Pretty sure it's mine? Yup. Oh. We got some fire boomies. Okay. Will I die on this traversal? Or can I just cheese it? I have to get over to there. And I think I might be able to do this. Bounce off of here. No! Well, that's a disappointment. There was a chest up there as well. I was hoping I'd be able to yoss myself far enough across. This chest seems like it's gonna have an event. Yep. Okay, this is actually the one that I was looking for. So there's another chest up there that I need to try to find. Will be very happy when I can actually get my hands on that bad boy. Alrighty, we're just gonna let them pop all that shit off real quick. Just do what you need to do with your bad selves. Take your time, take all the time in the world that you could ever possibly need. And we'll just do this. Thank you, I appreciate you all. And then I'm gonna need to get out of this, I think. Oops. I might have greeted. I'm not gonna lie, I might have greeted just a smidge. But now I also get another chance at this chest. I get to run this up again before I go back down. I thought that I would have enough burst damage to finish them there. And unfortunately, the burst damage left something to be desired. There was a grapple that I was supposed to hit, huh? Almost definitely seems like there was a grapple I was supposed to hit. World exploration to me feels like Guild Wars 2 map completions. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I played Guild Wars 2 for a little bit when I was younger. Did not really get much more than a couple hundred hours into it. And I was also like, you know, much younger at the time, right? So much less serious into games comparatively to where I'm at now. And, you know, the concept of map exploration for me is always such a low-hanging fruit in games that is frequently so poorly done that there's not really thank you for the follow, dog. That there's not really much incentivization to actually interact with the map in a lot of games. And I think the way that they have done this out here, to me, feels engaging. I don't feel like I'm being forced to go around in an arbitrary way. I don't feel like I'm being forced to just, you know, one path around the world on a main story quest where I'm just going through the motions. It does feel like I'm a little bit under control of my, you know, my journey, if that makes sense. I think I just got that area completed, so now we go down to B area. But that, for me, has been a large element of this that is nice. Would I love, you know, larger player numbers on the layers so I can interact with more people? Yeah, I think that'd be cool to have more social interaction. I feel like more social interaction in a game that is even an MMO light is always a large benefit. However, if it comes at the cost of performance, then just keep cooking what they need to do. Dynamic events, heart system. This is a Guild Wars 2, maybe 100% each map. Yeah, I'm hoping that as they bring more meat and potatoes as well, they've talked about on the roadmap having some events, having some a world boss, more to do that's in the open world outside of just slapping on a bunch of instance content, which I like. I think a lot of MMOs right now, especially MMO lights, when I look at things like Where Winds Meet, right? I think of that as just, you know, lobby game. You go in and the playable world itself is, I don't know, minimal interaction. And a lot of it is select where you want to go, teleport to where you want to go, end up doing what you want to do, repeat that, you know, and just ad infinitum until you cannot take it anymore. And then you either burn out on the game or wait for new content to drop so you can try to pretend that the new content's exciting. Rocket, thank you for the Prime Dog. Much love, I appreciate that. And I am really hoping that they do not try to take this to a point of a lobby game. Because lobby games, I think, can be incredibly detrimental, incredibly quickly to retention. It very much devalues games that are supposed to be live service to a state of... Okay, that's fine. It devalues games that are supposed to be a live service into a state of playing entirely around updates. And when you start to play entirely around updates, you become almost like an ARPG and not a living world, right? You know that the world is going to be popping at the start of an update, and then you know by the end of that update, everything is going to have fallen apart. And I don't know, the lobby game has never really appealed to me. That's what New World ended up as. And I loved warring in New World so much comparatively to a lot of the other content that was available. But it was something where, you know, when I look back at my gameplay loop in New World and what I did on a daily basis, it was genuinely just queue, you know, 6-8 hours of Outpost Rush, and then eventually find my way into my wars for the night, and then hop off for the night, and then do it again tomorrow. It became so repetitive because of the lobby game element of it all. And I really hope that there's variance in the gameplay loop over here. That's the #1 thing that'll cook me with any upcoming MMO, is the lack of variance in the gameplay loop. What are the viewers? Everybody's sleeping. It's okay. It's lurks, dude. One thing that you'll notice is as more people start to play and get off of work for the day, viewership goes up, but people are actually playing games instead of stuck at work. So people frequently lurk in between like now and 9-ish p.m. And then around 9, you just see everybody that's hopping off for the day, and then they go back into like yap mode and chat. It's almost like it's this cyclical thing, and it's also dinner time right now. I've been eating too. This lurking happy to hear Dusty Yapple game. Yeah, I always say, I'm like, I am peak second monitor content, which to some streamers is a huge insult. They're like, what do you mean I'm not main monitor content? To me, I think second monitor content's the best thing a streamer can ever strive to be. That means that people can put you on at any point in time, no matter what they're doing, no matter where they are, and you can apply to that scenario. So, I think it's something that kind of happened, right? That we saw when I was starting to check out the game. There were people that were like, Dusty, I'm gonna wait and see, right? And I'm gonna give it a feel of how this actually is when you start playing it. And now that I've been having fun with it, a lot of people in the community are just like, okay, wait. Because I was a little hesitant going into this as well, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. No streamers main monitor content? I don't know, man. You ever watch a yoga stream? You ever drop 5 gifties to get 10 squats done? Because I'm be real, you gotta be getting the most out of that if you're going main monitor content on that level. I go to Disney Plan, I'm chilling on that other monitor. Listen, I appreciate that immensely. Definitely not. Not even once. Not even in passing. Just as a man, I can't believe they let people do this on Twitch. Like, not even once. I feel like there's definitely at least a possibility of one. I'm not that guy. Sounds like you might be that guy. Paying for subs for a yoga squad is peak T-Gen. Listen, sometimes you just want to help support your favorite streamer's health. What is the difference between somebody paying me $10 to squat on stream and show off my Thicky McDump, or, I don't know, a sub goal every single day where I go run 2 miles or bike 2 miles on my stationary bike if we hit a certain number of subs? I feel like that's just encouraging the health and fitness of a rather sedentary lifestyle. And you're trying to combat blood clots, you're trying to combat laziness, you're trying to combat diabetes, whatever else comes with that, arthritis and shit. Kicker reverted back 2 levels. Everything I did earlier is gone. Oh no. Was it off a disconnect? What happened to let up to it? I'm definitely hoping that doesn't happen. However, I do have way too much time to play. So if it does happen, I am unfortunately prepared for it. Much more than I would like to be. Do I have to like shoot myself back over to the chest? Because that chest was up on the high ground, right? Like over here? I guess I'm just gonna fucking blast myself into this tree. Yeah, I'm not even slowing down. Surprised I didn't take fall damage from that shit. What do you feel about the game so far? Kind of crazy this 2 years dev time and scars is like 5 to 7. I think one thing that's important to note when you're talking about that though, a lot of the MMOs that I've covered recently, right, tend to be game 1 from some of these studios. This is not game 1 from this studio, and they have released other successful titles, albeit not necessarily at the highest level of success in gaming, right? But definitely titles that are regarded as, at the very worst, niche successes, and in a lot of people's minds, higher than that, right? So, it is impressive what they've been able to put together, but I definitely think it's also important to keep in mind, this isn't, this is kind of an experienced dev team. This isn't just like a group of people that don't have any experience working together. This is a part of a, you know, part of a studio that has put out successful products in the past, which is definitely going to lead to them having a more established baseline. They understand some things that a brand new studio wouldn't because they've been able to interact with their communities before. Spin, thank you, dog. I appreciate you. They just, you know, they have a little bit more of a grasp on things at this square one element that not every studio necessarily would, which I think is one of the very important things that we're going to notice, is that they almost have like that under control, you know? There's a niche audience that loves War Tales. Yeah, they have some very good niche successes so far. Like they really, really do. And they haven't necessarily had anything on like a zeitgeist level, but also not many studios, especially smaller studios, strive to have things on a zeitgeist level. And I think even to this extent that FAREVER has been you know, popping off to. I don't want to speak for the developers, especially only being here for, you know, this is my second day now. But I can only assume in today's day and age of MMOs that go into testing and get absolutely obliterated, if the worst thing that they're getting for feedback is the servers are a little janky, then that is a phenomenally successful early access launch. Like, servers are, you know, 10 out of 10 times going to be janky when you're looking at a product that's in early access, that's early in any capacity. Which is, again, important to keep in mind. Put shield and arsenal slot. Is that tech? Only 10 hours in? I don't know if it's tech. I am also about 10 hours in. I think I'm like 9 hours in. So, I don't know if it's tech, but I really like the depth charge ability. Or, sorry, the depth shield. And I basically am building into this, like, AoE wombo combo of Doom, where I just have everything in my kit that either shields me or heals me. And, like, I can block things, but I can also just ignore 99% of damage from trash mobs and, like, elite mobs and exist in Blast, which has been my favorite thing about it. So the entire build so far has this synergy on, yeah, I'm gonna take damage, but I also have a big AoE dump, right? I have 6 seconds of stun if I space all of my stuns properly. I have my judgment, which heals me, shields me, and damages enemies, providing I have the right, you know, the right setup into it. That implosion ability is fucking insane. It just does a lot of damage. So I threw the shield into my arsenal and then put depth shield on. In the event that I hit level 20 and still, still use this, then I could technically block for more AoE damage in here. But I definitely, I don't know, I'm enjoying this element of the blast so far, and I haven't unlocked every weapon yet, of course. I haven't found a lot of shit. However, this has been quite friendly to play with, to say the very least. Like, it's been, I don't know, just straightforward, good damage, great survive. Everything just kind of, like, makes sense with it, too, you know? Scepter with water totem. The water totem, honestly, I would reverse it. I would put the fire scepter with your fiery in the secondary slot so you have the constant heals, because your totem isn't getting, like, peak value unless you have the passive off of the clams as well. Not your water gauntlet, sorry, your clams. I'd put your clams as your main and then arsenal the scepter, because you need to have the passive so your totems actually do damage. Otherwise, it's just like a heal bot mechanism, which, hear me out, can still be great. I don't know why I dropped that when he was in the fucking air, but, you know, just dusty things. The heal bot mechanism for the totems can still be good, but the fiery will heal you for 4, like, all the time, no matter where you are. It's a really, really, really consistent heal. So, what'd I get here? Pocket, wait. Oh shit, I got a purple pocket hive. Wait, is RNGesus on my side right now? Chat, we might be up. We might be very up. This might be the AoE combo of dreams. Oh, that might be huge. Holy shit. Swap? Yes, I will. I need to upgrade some more shit over here first. I don't have to rank that up. Oh my fucking lordington. We might actually be cooking. You're about to see huge AoE. Holy shit, I can't believe we just sniped that. So what? Holy shit, the purple. What do we have here? So it's a large attack, smashes the ground and deals 83 to 84 damage to enemies, knocking them back and generating 2 stacks of buzzing. At 10 stacks, summons an angry bee that starts attacking enemies for 15 seconds on a 10-second cooldown, dealing magic damage every 3 seconds. Oh, that's big bonk. Draws all nearby enemies before you, dealing magic damage, then slams the ground, dealing more magic damage. Leap through the air towards the targeted area, dealing fizz damage and leaving an area upon arrival. It does 50 to 51 fizz damage over 12 seconds. Dealing and taking damage has a 20% chance to generate a stack of buzzing, stacking up to 10 times. At 10 stacks, summons an angry bee. Okay. This is nuts. In this game, you can really cook? Yeah, this is absolutely fucking absurd, if I'm being honest. Drop the shield? Bro, the shield's insane. The shield gives me depth shield, which is heals. Now, maybe it could be replaced. Maybe I could arsenal the spear and I could bring in like eruption, right? Or maybe, yo, upgraded Heart of the Furnace. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. If I upgrade that and I get the passive, can I just passive scale that? Oh shit. Wait. I don't have a lot of healing. I don't think I have a lot of healing at all. Everything's bad. It is slow as shit. This is why I liked having the other side of it, the self heals. But god damn this damage. Holy. I will not be able to get the most value out of my... Wait. I already have a bee out too. So the bee's gonna be healing like crazy for me. And then I need to play off of my judgment self heals like absolutely crazy. And I need to try to get bees out as much as possible. No, this is absurd. I just don't have a lot of self heals, which is the only immediate issue. Like, I'm entirely dependent on spamming my other shit. You can rank up skills for weapons and use that rank 3 for your arsenal. Right. Yeah. That's what I was immediately thinking with it. Because this is great. It just doesn't have... Uh-oh. It doesn't have a lot of the self-heal that I would necessarily want without having something else in my arsenal that's providing self-heal, because this passive is great for an offensive, right? Really good for an offensive. But can warrior use a hammer? I do not know. I do not know. But this shit hits hard. I'm not gonna lie there. This shit hits really, really, really hard. Because that draws people in and then blasts. So, bro, I'm gonna be honest. They gotta keep the shield. That is a large amount of healing. That heals for like half of my HP. Because then, if I go into an AoE pull, right? First things first, I have that heal. It's frequently up as well. It's restorative. It's huge. We jump in. We stun. We judge. We pop our slam. And then we pop more water shield. And then it's Shing Shing Fest. I need to upgrade it a little bit. It's slow, but I see the vision. I definitely see the vision. Can you go double shield or double tanky items? Yeah, you can put a shield in your arsenal and then run a one-hander and a shield as well. There are different shields that you can get, which are all kind of like uniquely impactful. So, kind of nice. Kind of nice. Caven start playing. Abilities seem to be off the GCD. Combos are wild. Yeah, combos are quite nice so far, I'm not gonna lie. And again, every weapon feels completely different. The class fantasy is insane. Something as small as that... I'm not proud of what just happened. I'm not happy with that. I'm not proud. There's no part of me that is proud of what just happened. I don't want to talk right now. I do not want to talk right now. Go to the crab farm on the far left of Ender Pit. Yeah, I could probably power level like crazy over there too. I have to do this dungeon as well. I really want to figure out the pairing that I want with my beehive, because that's kind of huge. You okay? No. Nothing feels right anymore. It's all falling apart. I was really having fun with this game too. It's kind of on me, like, for thinking that anything was going to be good in the first place. I don't really know why I allowed my optimism to fool me so heavily, but... I'm gonna get a bee trinket as well. Wait, what's a bee trinket do? Hold the phone. Because I did get the rat trinket. That gives your attacks, give you increased crit. What's the bee trinket do? Because now I might have another goal. Anything new on Ash's BS? No, just still locked in the legal battle, dog. It will be for a very long time. It's one that also spawns bees. Yo, dog, we heard you like bees. Okay, so what do those do? You know, a weapon that goes clank? I don't know, dude. This weapon's much more of like a bonking me softly type shit than I think it is like a direct clanker, you know? I wouldn't be able to support it if it was a clanker. Now, I will say... this hits hard. This hits really, really, really hard. And I haven't upgraded anything. Sold mine. I don't really remember the mechanic. I need more like self-sustain than anything else. The damage is great on this just as a baseline. I'm not too worried about that. I don't feel like I'm missing anything on the damage spectrum. So all things considered, I think it's just self-heal. It's part of why I'm keeping the shield on the back end of things. We're gonna jump for that one this time. Learn from the last one. So for me, like my damage feels great. I don't really feel the necessity of a, you know, another pull or anything. I could go double pull if I really needed it. I don't really feel the need for that right now. I feel like I'm just nuking everything as is already. So all things considered, I'll probably stay with the shield. Just play life and sustain like absolute crazy. And then try to just, how do I say this, like brain dead my way through everything? Where I simply just exist to bonk and heal. And if there is no bonking and no healing, then everything else is bad. Did you kill the beat boss up here yet? No, I was doing the rest of like the vertical hive exploration before I got into B-boss. Oh wait, I'm supposed to go the other way off that, aren't I? I think I'm supposed to go the other way off that. I don't really know. That's a little bit too low for me. I didn't kill this guy either, I don't think. Is this the bee trinket? Belial. No, that's fucking crazy. Bro, why is everything just a goddamn reference out here? I do appreciate it though. You don't really need to build much of an IP when everything is just a witty reference. B-Trink is in the dungeon, I think. Oh, word, what's this guy drop? Anything, like, valid whatsoever? I will say this feels immediately more smooth. Having my shield up. It's so smooth. This is quite wonderful, my boys. I have so much sustain, I have so much tankiness. I can just eat every mechanic and bonk. We fucking love to see that. Okay, I just got armor from that one. Level 20, I forgot. I will be 20 soon. Fear not. Fear not. I will be absolutely... C5. Is that a bug, or am I supposed to be, like, picking something up about the cryptic C5? Because that even has a reflection. Oh, okay, I'm assuming that's just a texture bug. Never mind, all good. Slightly less concerned now. I thought I was gonna have to fucking write something down. Does that they're working on big guild activities like no other games have so far, and housing? Housing in this game could go so fucking hard. With the demographic that it's naturally going to appeal to, having a cozy type of gamer and bringing in housing on top of your already existing cozy gamers. Yeah, no, that's, I'm not gonna lie. I think they have a good direction for the game right now. I think they very much understand the demographics. What the fuck? How? No! You tried Palia? Yeah, Palia went crazy. I was trick-shotting on Palia. It was unbelievably fun. Where do you find that shield? Crab Gantua. Which is... Hold on. Let me get through Jumping Puzzle of Doom. God damn it. Everything's bad. Everything's bad. Crab Gantua is like over here on Triton Beach. Then request access to play this. No, you just buy it. It is... I don't know if the sale's still going, but it's like 20 bucks USD. And the early access is all you will have to pay. Like, it's eventually going to be a buy to play when it does go full 1.0 launch. However, you don't have to buy again. PvP a thing in this game? It will be. Part of the reason I'm here is because PvP is going to be a thing. Right now, it's all PvE at this point in time. But before early access is done, they're going to have duels, they're going to have battlegrounds, they're going to have a PvP area on the map as well. And in that PvP, oh, that's great. I got absolutely nothing in there. In that PvP area, we don't really know like what the incentivization structure is going to be or anything like that. But that'll be open world PvP. So really excited about the prospect of that. I do fancy myself some consequential open world PvP. I feel like it just adds so much. Massive update coming to Palia in 2 days. Are they adding a combat system? Because if they are, I have a growing suspicion that I know exactly what they're doing with it. It might be this game. That might be your massive paleo update once that gets leaked. Because, brother, I'm not gonna lie, this is basically peak. Do you know where the ladybug is? Actually, do not. I have only been here for a day and some change now. And I don't think I've fought any giant ladybugs at this point. Chat, where giant ladybug? What are you trying to get off the ladybug, Panda? Gonna grab it tonight? Dude, it's fun. Keep in mind, it's still early access, right? Their roadmap is on the Steam page, and it shows a lot of the content that they want to bring in. But it's still, excuse me, it is still early. It's still incredibly early. Where's the Queen Bee? I think this is it, right? Yeah, Lady Bee's Palace. Yeah, it's right up here at the top of this. That is what we are doing next. I one-shotted Ratman. But this boss is annoying without heals. That's why I brought all my heals. That's why I brought every form of heals that I could possibly muster, Leon. Thank you, dog. You have so much more of the map revealed than I do. Bro, I'm just running around doing each zone. So, I did Enrapit, 100%. Well, not 100%, but 17 out of 17. Prime Valley, 17 out of 17. Meridian's done. Like, everything that I've hit so far is done. So, I'm just kind of like... I'm going around, clearing areas out, leveling, exploring. If I find a good AoE grind, I'm smacking AoE mobs. I'm not worried, like, too much about the optimization route right now because I can always just optimize later. Like, it's so fucking early. But I've just been having fun with the explorative route of everything, you know? Does the World Cup's elite? A mason jar serves many functions, dog. If I need something to drink out of, if I need something to store something in, if you need something to fuck. Mason jar. It can serve so many purposes. Okay, hold on. I'll be right back. You guys are saying this fight's going to be an asshole, so I'm going to pay a visit to Dr. Bonger Pinsky, and I'm going to get a little pep talk from my coach. Because without that, all hope might be lost. Boys, I shall return. Un momento. Also, I'm just saying, I look kind of drippy at this point. I look kind of crazy. As you should. I'm scared. I'm very, very, very scared. Is that spear drop of rats are touch class? I think you can get it. I think you can get it on any class, but it's rogue priest that can actually use it, and then pocket hive, the mace that I have, is warrior priest that can use it. So, all right, be right back. Word to your mothers. I'm back. Sorry. I had to grind up a little more weed. I didn't have any prepared. I'm an amateur. Very amateur. I was banging my head against Crab Gantua for a while. Crab Gantua took me... oh, excuse you. 7 attempts. And then Ratman was a one-shot. So, thoughts and prayers that B-Bitch doesn't absolutely cook my shit as well. Because something tells me there is an incredibly high possibility that B-Bitch absolutely cooks my shit. Just on a... I don't know, on a theoretical, I have a really bad feeling. Get it on any Kobold boss, just rare, this fear. Okay, word. Who's easier to play solo, melee priest or warrior? Both, from what I've heard. Genuinely both. I believe warrior is regarded as easier. I think a lot of people say warrior is the strongest in the game. I haven't played a warrior yet. I'm playing a melee priest right now, and I mess around with a few different melee weapons. They all feel good, and the priest kit itself, if you are playing something that's melee oriented, keep in mind we do have an AoE. We have a 10% fervor, which is just a general buff in general. It's a general damage buff. So what in the fucking Fall Guys am I looking at? Why does this look like the final round of a Fall Guys map where the tiles are gonna fall out from underneath me, chat? Have I played enough video games at this point to identify this? GG LMAO. Nah, you're fucking kidding me. No, this is not Fall Guys. Because they are. I quit, dog. Why does the floor have to move? Why can't it just be a floor? Fucking Christ. All right, you know what? We're just gonna go into it. We're just gonna fucking go into it. There's nothing I can do other than just go directly into it. Deadly Blossom seems like it's gonna hurt. That return. Ow! Yep. Yep, okay. Definitely makes sense. That checks out, right? She is hitting incredibly hard. Royal Barrage probably going to hit very hard as well, so I'm gonna shield this and get some heals. Right. Right. God damn, she hits hard as fuck. Okay. Okay. Okay, hold on. Floor falls out. When floor falls out, it doesn't actually fall out? Okay. We're gonna see some phases on this one. This might be... no pun intended. This might be the harder of the bosses that we have seen so far. Doesn't mean that it's impossible, though. This is just such a slow combo. It's hard for me to get my full judgment up. And when I can't get my full judgment up... Okay. Yeah, it's that dot, huh? That hurts a lot. And then there was a shotgun that came out. And she just generally fucking smacks. The perfect block doesn't really do too much. And I also... Whoops. That was not how that was supposed to go. My weapon combo is just so slow on this to get my judgment up. Yep. Yep. We got enough of that soon. It's just the weapon combo on this is real fucking chonky. Really slow. I have to time it up a little bit better. And I also think I'm gonna drag her to the outside to maybe start this. Because Deadly Blossom, it's more so just about not getting nuked when it comes back in. Which I manage to do every single time still. So we'll scoot this way and see if I can bring her out a little bit maybe. She just doesn't really want to come through. Okay. There we go. That's a little bit more space. And maybe this is enough to play off of. We'll have to see. But she hits hard. I have to spend my entire rotation just blocking, I think. And then that goes out. I should have space. Okay, so that only blows up a couple each time. We'll dodge these and then get back in. Pop my fervor for a little bit of shield. I got a full judgment, so I just need to get this combo off and then we're good. That's great. Okay, we're making progress here. And then she goes back into Blossom. I have a little bit of time to blast beforehand. And then we avoid that. Try to get some more stacks up. This is good. Oh, I fucked up here, didn't I? Yep. I very much fucked up here. God damn this fucking Fall Guys ass map. I hate it here so much, chat. You do not understand how disappointed I was as soon as I saw this fucking Fall Guys ass aesthetic, man. I am livid. Livid. I didn't know I'd be playing fucking mini games during my boss fights, man. And she hits so unnecessarily hard, dog. Like, what is the purpose of this? What is the meaning, ma'am? Just don't mind my little bee over here. Honestly, just let him fucking cook. Do not pay any attention to my bees, please. Guys, I'm gonna need y'all to actually do some damage. Yeah. Get locked in, get locked in, get locked in, B-man. You cook over there, I sit over here, and we'll keep addressing this. I'm gonna run out of space. I unironically might run out of space. We'll pop a pot, we'll get active. Refuse to block? I can't block because it resets my long-ass fucking combo. I need to get my insanely long animations off with this weapon before I can spend any time blocking. Otherwise, I'm not able to get anything, like, going offensively. So, like, my best defense is my absolutely insane amount of offense. I just need to play smart, and I need to play my heals. That's the largest thing. Everything's fine, though. Everything's perfectly okay. I think I just need to bring it, like, as far out here as I can, maybe, and not clip any other— oh, shit, why'd I stay there? I don't know why I stayed there, dog. I don't know why I am the way I am, man. I don't get it sometimes, either. I'm gonna be completely real with you. I wish I did. If I could explain it, I would. It's just not, like, in the realm of possibility, if I'm being honest. It's okay, though. We'll get this brought out as much as possible. We'll get off of these two. Okay, I understand it now. It works. I understand, chat. It all makes sense. Wait, that's not good. She may or may not have just absolutely cucked my large Healingtons. Okay, I can get a pot up here. This is the first fight I've actually had to use a pot for, which is kind of wild to think about. Literally the first one. That gets out of here, and then I'm good. Next tile over. All right, we'll try to get a combo pre-queued, and then we'll get a lot of damage going. I'll let her put some more damage in, and then we'll jump. This is good. I like the— ow. Okay, I no longer like the way this is looking. I completely unnecessarily tanked that. I did not need to do any of that. I did not need to take any of that damage. I am so heavily throwing right now. I'm doing everything I can to actively lose, I think. If I'm looking at it from just an honest perspective, I don't really know why I am the way that I am. And this may be— uh-oh. This may be one of the longest fights I've had yet. What is this? Charged honey beam. Right, so you're just gonna be a bitch to be a bitch. This is completely fucking unnecessary. You're not even shooting near me. The fuck is the point of this? Just to be mean? Bro, I don't need the regen phase. Just give me the fucking bee. Please. I'm getting fucking lasered out here. Great, I'm gonna have to jump across to these other ones, aren't I? It's about to become some fucking bullshit ass fight real fucking quick, isn't it? What am I supposed to— am I supposed to tank it? I'm so confused here. Go up the rocks, take out the ads. Yes. It does not end. The inconspicuous rocks, after all. Interesting. So that's like the Fall Guys, that's like the dumb and rage, right? That's like the IQ check and not the mechanic check of the fight. Which, it makes sense why I would fail that initial, like, IQ check. It's not necessarily my strengths. Things that require me to smart, I usually just, like, do over and over and over again until I get it. So I will say, like, mechs-wise, we're vibing. Now, is that gonna impact my playable floor much? Like, how fucked am I there? Because something tells me on a scale of, like, 1 to 10, it's, like, yes. Excuse me, bitch. Yep, nope, that's fine. I thought I was gonna have to put the trajectory through her. Can I shoot her with this? Nope. Yeah. Right. I see how that's an issue now. I see how that is very much an issue. Wait! Did she refresh the floor? Or did that happen when I died? Did the floor come back before I died or after I died? Whoa, wait. After. Okay. I thought there was a floor refresh before. Don't do that to me. Is there a floor refresh? She reset. Okay. Okay. If there was a refresh that I fucked up, I would have been insanely sad. Insanely sad. There's not. Okay. Now we're doing his space instantly. Okay, we're fine. Chat, this is a 1. I feel as though I now understand it on a much deeper level. I just need to have better damage going out, especially in these early phases. And they're coming back in, and I'm out. And we're going to the outside because she is going to Sharp Leaf. And the first barrage comes out. I play all of my space. Oh, it's so much easier when you actually know the fight. Holy shit. And I know that I can take the damage now, so I'm not too worried about forcing heals, because I understand how much sustain I have at this point. It's quite nice, quite nice. I just have to keep abilities on coolly, not tank everything in the world. And we should be able to pump a good amount of damage out. Beautiful location on that. So I gotta try to stay optimal with all of my placements, or that's going to cause me a lot of issues. But that's been good so far. We have rogues. What the fuck is this class? Yo, listen. Excuse you. What's going on with rogues? Do you just like not have sustain? Because I'm gonna be real, self-sustain's wild, and people are telling me that warrior is better than this. So I don't even know like how I'm supposed to feel about that necessarily. I'm pretty sure that sounds sinful to me. Cause like I can sit here and I can play pretty, I don't know, how do I say this? Greedy in most cases. And get away to tell the tale. Which is nice. Kodiak, thank you for following. Much love, dog. Like I can play very greedy. I can trade a lot. I can kind of just blast. It's quite wonderful if I do say so myself. I can get some quick abilities off. Fully charge up a judgment. Get a movement buff and a heal on myself. Make sure that only clips 1. Okay, that was kind of stupid of me to tank, I'm not gonna lie. And then as soon as this comes out, we are blasting once again. And then I get myself heal on my shield. This is super balanced, dude. Super balanced. Literally everything is balanced at this point in time. Let's task over the melee, please. Bro, honestly, I'm trying to figure that out myself. I'm assuming, like, just a lot of vitality, and I think our... Oh, shit. I wasn't supposed to jump there. That was not the intended arrival point. I'm not gonna lie. I'm assuming most of our abilities are gonna scale off of int. Seems to make, like, the most sense to me, right? So, I'm not certain on that. Ow. Not certain on that. But I would have to guess that's bad. Oh, that's fucking terrible. That's my fault. But it seems like just get tanky as you can. So you have a little bit of life play. Crit is also very hard to come by, but if you can get crit, presumably very stinky to actually grab. I have been loving any instance of crit. Other than that, I don't know, I haven't gotten to the point of min-maxing. Main stat's Faith? Motherfucker. I hate it here. Is there an indicator on my abilities that tells me what main stat I actually need? Like, is the icon representative of that? I asked earlier, but nobody could tell me. Because I noticed that all of the attributes were just kind of like, why Faith? I mean, maybe because Priest, but Fervor gives ability damage. Yeah, I mean, Fervor makes abilities hit harder and then reduces just flat damage that I take by half of that %. But I think from a main stat standpoint, right, main stat scaling is frequently so impactful. Oh god. That was less than ideal, but everything is just fine now. We love free AoE damage going out that also just happens to heal. Okay. Rocks go out. And now we zoom. I know exactly what I have to do now. We're so good. Holy shit, unique boss fight. Bro, I've been having a lot of fun with this boss fight, I'm not gonna lie. This has been, I think, the most mechanic intensive to learn so far. Just from a standpoint of the ones that I've done. Now, I don't know where this is regarded in a lot of people's minds, like, on the boss fight scale for this. The honey just healed them like crazy. I bursted them through it last time, so I didn't have to deal with it. But this has been incredibly fun, and I'm losing space down on the floor level the longer that I take to actually get this shot off. So I need to get into the cannon, then I need to no phase clan, quick scope this, hop back off, get back down and get ready to contest, because now half of my floor's gone. And I need to do the rest of the damage before the floor goes up in flames. But I should be able to get a lot of bursts out if I had to. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, that's so many more. Oh, we have new mechs, boys. Oh, what the fuck, man? Oh, shit. Phase 2 is crazy. Oh, my God. What the hell is that? Oh, that's a game changer on Phase 2. Oh, goodness gracious me, oh my. Wowee. There's something about the fight that made it easier, but I was there if you don't want to know and prefer to discover yourself. Is there a Phase 3? Can I blast her with the cannon? Holy. Okay. Maybe I can block those and just hold block and then it doesn't knock me back when I'm on the tile. Something tells me there's tech related to block for the saw blades because they emphasize block so heavily. Good news is Phase 1's down easy. It's more like a general thing. Interesting. Why the bee lady kind of thick? Well, she's meant to appeal to you. It's meant to be fanfare, Carla. Have you never heard of it? I understand, but like, you've gotta appreciate a good baddie bee every now and then. And she won't even like make her way to the outside, bro. She's slow as fuck, I swear to God. Absolutely intolerably slow, if I do say so myself. I gotta get some shields up because for whatever reason, Miss Batty Bee does not want to play along. And then we get out here, and I might have clipped this. Did I clip this? No, we're so up. We're so up. And then I just need to keep all my shield up. And if I can get my bees out, then that helps. We're like commanding bee armies against each other right now. And I kind of fuck with it. I think mine are just kind of accumulating a lot slower, but... Excuse me. Pardon me. I just gotta get back in. That almost fucking cooked me. That was not good, and this is also not good. I'm not gonna lie, that is much less than ideal. I might be cooking myself before this fight even starts. Phase 2 is probably going to punish the ever-loving fuck out of me. Based on how this has been. Because I am losing floor space, and I am losing it pretty quick. That's fine. That's fine, I can play this actually, because I can just connect it. And then we're perfectly peachy. And I'm- No! I didn't mean to do that! That's so hard to actually control. Oh my God. Because if you try to quick cast it, it just goes past sometimes. Oh God, I gotta get used to that. Holy shit. Almost just ended my own goddamn life before it even began out here. The panic has set in just a little bit, but I think everything will be just fine. Sorry. Sorry. I gotta lock in. This is serious business. Serious business. Ow. I don't have my combo up. No, we're good. We're good. I have heals. I have all of the heals that I'll ever need. I just need to get through my weapon combo a little bit faster. Probably doesn't help that my weapon isn't leveled at all for this either, huh? Might have wanted to do that before coming in here. But all things considered, I considered it a great learning opportunity, right? It's a good opportunity to really try things at your lowest and see if you can find your way to your highest point off of it. And I admire that about the opportunity. Excuse you. And I can blow this up. Excuse me. Can you please come out here? I physically cannot damage you unless you come out to me. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I just need to blast to 59% without losing more of my floor. Because I'm already kind of down bad floor space-wise. And I need to keep making sure that I'm maintaining what I have left. Okay, that's actually great. And the fact that she just stood in that is, I also consider, quite large. Makes it much more playable for me off of this. And my combo is huge right now. I just gotta keep her in the soak damage and then she'll be 59. What a strat? Probably real. Brute force seems to be the strat. Head over Mother's Day. I hope you have a wonderful Mother's Day, my friend. It is a beautiful day to go see your mom. I went to go see my mom before Mother's Day, so that way I got all of my Mother's Day love 50% off. It was way less in demand at that point. I cooked my mom food and my dad. He was allowed to go too. But we got them tickets to a concert and an Airbnb reservation, and they enjoyed it very much. Oh, right. Yeah, that's a slight inconvenience. That is most definitely a slight inconvenience, to say the very least. I just need to nuke this as quickly as I possibly can. And not let the beast heal in the goop. Because the beast full healed in the goop last time, and that cost me some floor as well. I just need to get Big Dimageo onto Cannon Fast. On yourself? I mean, I don't mind. I like learning myself, but I like friendly chatters too. I definitely don't think I'm down bad, if I'm being honest. I think I've got a good handle on it right now. I just need to I hate this game so much. I just need to theory craft what my block can actually do for me during these times of trouble. Uh-oh. Can I jump over that shit? Because that seems like something I'd honestly be able to jump over. I'm gonna try to block one of these. Nope! Block doesn't stop the knockback. Can confirm this is absolute bullshit. Everything is fucking terrible. I wonder if the blast, like, impacts her. Because if not, it's a little rough. This is not friendly for me. God damn, brother. And there's so many of these now, too, and they move so fast. I think I can play this. Okay. We've got 6% down in phase 2 right now, boys. This is a good start. I'm just gonna stay mobile, stay limber, stay lean. Huh. Okay. We're set. Didn't get blasted this time. Maybe I just work from the inside out here, because that's gonna blow up now. But now I can go over to my corner and I can play this side of it. I'll dodge all of those, hopefully. Wonderful. I gotta start a weapon combo here, so when she gets over, I can just dump this. Big damage, and I'll try to keep her here for as long as possible. And of course, I get a Royal Barrage of Doom. Oh! Excuse you. Thank you. Does she get hit by those? I feel like she kind of probably gets hit by those. But all things considered, I'm not willing to, like, triple down on that. Ow. That might have cost me. That was very bad. Very, very, very bad. I can get a pot up, though. After these blades go out. More blades. Mythic Raider DustyWhy here. Literally parse 90 plus in Mythic. I know. No autographs, please. We got 44% left. I feel my posture getting worse. I don't know if that happens to other people, but I legitimately, I feel myself, like, shrimping a little bit more. If that makes sense. It's not a good feeling either, but it is a feeling nonetheless, and I can't really do much about that feeling. Because I feel like I need to be closer to the monitor to be able to see everything. There's so much in my old age. Ow. Motherfucker. This is all bad. Get the combo off! Nope, I'm dead. I greeted the combo, why? 7 minutes of a fight to greet one combo, Dusty. Why am I being so greedy? Dude, the hammer's so slow. I need it. I have one upgrade. God fucking damn it. Oh. That might actually be good. Might actually be really good for right now. I won't lie. Bees that walk through Brood Leap's area and rage, increasing damage they do by 50%. Summoning beaks consideration of all summoned bees. Okay, that all sounds really good. And this is going to be a majority of my damage right now. So I did just get a nice damage upgrade. God dang it. I'm so greedy. I know it's a character flaw, like, I fucking get it. But man, like, how dare the game punish me for my biblical levels of greed within games? It's something that I don't think has ever gone this punished before. And I'm not sure how I feel about it. Gosh, frickin' heckin' dang it, man. Alright, well, let's at least get some big damage out while we can. And then I'll try not to blow all of these up to shit. Alright, that's actually the tech to traverse that. That is going to help a whole hell of a lot. And I also just need to keep bees scaling up. I feel like the bees are going to be my largest ally in this entire thing. And my damage does already feel better. Can you solo this boss with mage? I mean, everything's soloable. Things scale with groups too, so it's not like getting a group just immediately makes it easier. Like, certain classes have more solo ability, certain classes are more dependent on others. Warrior and priest tend to be the two that people like the most for soloing from what I've gathered so far, just because they have a lot of self-sustain. I play a priest, a melee priest, so I like to bring the bonk and also bring some of the spell casts. Like, I like the, oh shit. I like the diversity that it brings, being able to, you know, have the healing side, have the caster side, but also be very, very, very bonky. You know, it's satisfying. It's a good mix for me. Oh shit. I gotta stop fucking yapping or I'm gonna die. Jesus Christ. Gotta get myself out of trouble here. And then I can start this, and then by the time it blows up, she'll be there to tank that. Uh-oh. That's not good. I should probably just jump off now. I don't know why I did that. I have no idea why I just... That's not good. Oh dear, yeah, that's, I'm just gonna reset it. I'm just gonna reset it. That was not my brightest decision to go in. I had to draw stuff all day, but now I can finally play. I'm physically incapable of drawing, so I don't have to worry about that. Not that I'm physically incapable, it's just that I lack whatever gene makes people artistic on a level where, like, it's entertaining. I have the gift of being able to yap constantly, but if you ask me to draw anything, like, my paint diagrams absolutely fuck. But other than that, it's, you know, believe it or not actually the most artistic person in the world. The paint diagrams are just a labor of love, kind of a passion project, so to say. Alright, let's not nuke half the playable map with this one. Maybe just, you know, a couple squares of it. We'll just work that side out quickly, I guess. We'll bring this in because I can always just self-heal that. Don't have much to worry about. And now it's blasting time. And if she's gonna be just stagnant there, then I can play off of this. I can get my heals up. That goes out, only hits one tile, two tiles? One tile. We love the shit out of that, actually. Get a little speed boost for when I have to move again. Those did not hit me. At least, I hope. I hope. When you die in a dungeon, run to the little fountain, refills your health bar back to 3 if you didn't know. Oh wait, that's kind of tech. Is that in every dungeon? Because I may or may not be relatively low on health pots out here. Might be my largest demise so far. But, all things considered, pretty manageable. Pretty workable. It's always just one. It's one decision every time that really just screws the pooch, man, you know? Really just hate to see that shit. Good news is, my actual damage feels wonderful, but my decision-making feels less than acceptable. If that would be an adequate way to describe it, feels like I'm a little bit of a greedy bastard right now, chat. I'm not gonna lie, it feels like my greed is being exposed. We'll get a jump in, and then a hop out, and we'll go back in, get a judgment off. Dash back. No! That's so bad. I'm cooking so many tiles out of greed. I could have just got there a second sooner, but for whatever reason, I'm just forcing a little bit more damage for no reason whatsoever. And it may or may not be costing me a little bit, but all is well. There is no tile problem in bossing, say. I have so much playable space. Honestly, it feels like I have too much playable space. I might take a chunk out of the middle of the map just to make this fight fair. I feel like this has been going too my way. And a little bit of difficulty would actually make it, you know, fun. How many times have you tried this? What do you mean tried this, brother? You don't try, you only win. How many times have I succeeded? More than you could count. Literally more times than people have told their mother that they love them today.
They're fucking cooked. Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao, ni hao.
Ni hao, Wrath. How are you, my dog? What you get up to? I am absolutely showing people how it's done on this stupid fucking B-boss. I'm dead. I might have misplayed a little, but this is fine. I managed it. Bad scenario turned not the worst. I just have to be careful, man. Oh, fuck. I should have saved that. I'm such a bozo for that one. And I don't have my movement. Movement's up. We're good. And now I have to deal with ads without any combos whatsoever. But I do believe through great perseverance, I gotta get him out of the honey. Please, this way. Can I shoot the ads like with the cannon or some shit to speed this up? Because that seems like something that would be... Oh, I leveled. Well, that's cool. Did not expect to run into that. I feel like there's got to be some tech around there. You can ignore ads. Yep. I had an epiphany during that. I was like, I think I saw an interact bind. I don't think the interact bind is actually locked behind killing the ads. So I can literally just ignore the ads, blast with the cannon, and then we call it good. Okay, can you just like fucking chill, man? I can't jump in on that either until they blow up. Now I can. And by then you're out of the damage. You are such a rat fuck, dog. Genuinely. I don't understand her problem. Yep, that's gonna hurt. Okay. I've got a couple of playable areas here. And I have seen much worse before. I got bees out in my favor, which is great. Feeling really confident on that end, actually. Oh, right. Yep. Yep, I might have fucked that up. That's... I spoke too soon. I am feeling way less confident now, actually. I am playing my life like absolute mad. I have nowhere to go. I am incredibly scared everywhere that I look. I have to precast abilities and just hope that she comes over here because I have accidentally barraged. Your floor is truly impressive. Man, let's hope my ceiling is just as impressive. Because as of right now, it's not looking good. Oh, no! Yep. Yep. That was a wombo combo. Yep. Try using your glider to avoid taking out the arena floor. Wait a minute, 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 wait, what did you just say to me? Did you just imply that if I jump, that I'm not going to nuke the floor with Royal Barrage? No, that's cap, that's cap, that's cap, that's cap, that's cap, that's cap, that's cap. Fly off arena, then come back in. You guys are devious. Wait a minute. Okay, so... Alright, I did not trust it enough. Or is that exactly what I'm supposed to cook up? Is that it? Big brain is big braining. Thank you, dude. Thought of it myself, by the way. It's crazy, too, how quickly someone like me, an elite gamer of my altitude, can look at these mechanics and just pick them apart and instantly know. I just need to jump off the edge. Like, first motherfucking piece of shit. First attempt, just immediately knowing I can just jump off the edge and I don't have to. You guys saw fucking nothing, by the way. You saw absolutely nothing. Then ban anybody who says that they saw something. Then I need you full time right now, buddy. Like, you remember peak like Chronos for Pirate Software? It's time. It's time. It's time. It's time. Oh shit, I dashed off the edge instead of jumped. Ah! Okay, everything's fine. Everything's fine. Sticking. Thank you for the follow. Much love. Don't me. Listen. Then we need to lock in. If we lock in, anything is possible. If we don't lock in, we are absolutely cooked, my brother. I can fit in between these. Get a quick judgment off and that, so she sits in that. Because that'll do some periodic damage. And then she's just gonna be mean again. Okay. Everything's fine. Thankfully, you're a priest. Yeah, I feel thankful on this fine day to have a nice, comfy, cozy build. I can just ooga and booga my way through life in a very fun manner. Uh-oh. Kobe. Okay, that one actually came in and clutched up for me. I like the fact that I have found a way to ignore most mechanics at most points in time. And very simply put, exist and smack. Everybody's out here talking about, you gotta perfect block this, you gotta perfect block that. What if I just self-heal? What if I literally just ignore everything and decide I ooga, I booga, and everything is perfect? You jump off the edge, just need to take a when I was like home. Well, yeah, I mean, hear me out. It's not like I haven't been trying to do that. It's just that I've been fucking it up. It's just that the panic sets in, and then everything just goes to shit. It's not even panic. It's more that I'm greedy. And in a scenario where I could just not greed something, and I could take out one tile and do 1% less damage, I choose to do 1% more damage, yet nuke 7 tiles. And it's proven to be a little bit of a detrimental mentality to me in the long term. So I gotta re-examine it a little bit. Small things like this, jumping in and being able to dump a combo and get some poke damage in while she's in that phase. I can now force, oh no, I can't force a 59%. Oh my god, I almost fucked my entire map. Oh my god, like things like that, right? I could have just run to the outside and taken out one more tile, or I could have chosen to absolutely greed the fuck out of that interaction and hope for the best. I chose greed. Interact. And then, bruh. Okay, but what if I can't ignore these entirely? Bruh. I swear to God, I hate y'all sometimes. I genuinely. They're fucking griefing me, brother. Now I'm cooked. All of my hard work. You can't ignore them. Somebody told me I could ignore them and I could just get to the cannon and start blasting. Felt like I was trying to shoot over fucking Wemby, bro. I'm down terrible out here. Half my map's cooked. Unfortunately, we have the attack Dusty coming in hot. And we hit the craziest B-hop that you've never seen. And then we just start blasting. Quick judgy. And then I gotta make my way to the outside because this Deadly Blossom is annoying. That is a lot of scare. Oh! Why? I have a lot of shield right now, though, which is great. And I just have to be cautious that I'm not taking out too many tiles with me. Yep, that's an avoid. And then I'm just gonna have to pop it and pop some self-heals. I can't greed too much. I didn't get a full judgment off that time, and I need to be careful of that. Need to try to make sure I'm getting full value out of all my judgments. Oh no, that's not good. Yep, sometimes I just find a way, man. Sometimes I just manage to impress myself. And everything can be going so smooth until it just isn't. It's a little miraculous how I manage these, you know, small little miracles on a daily basis. The things we call life. Fucking happy little accidents that have somehow led to me being here. I need to be careful with how I take out this floor or I'm gonna get canceled. This is bordering like Kanye territory, so I'm gonna play this side of the floor before anything else. I feel like it's better to have to reset the fight than, you know, go through that. So we'll just kind of play safe in that whole realm of things. Try to take out just one and not get blasted. That one's first. I can go around here, navigate my way in a slow circle, and then everything's peachy. This is actually great, chat. Look at the damage. Look at the amount of the floor I have. And then I throw another ability out. I give myself a little healing, and then in 2 seconds... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, everything's actually kind of fine. Oh, no, it's not! Forgot about them coming back. I forgot about them coming back. I forgot about the return. I'm about to fight this bitch on hard mode. Bro, honestly... I don't know, I'll make it a hard mode. The boomerang, it got me. What goes up must come down, and I forgot. I forgot the whole, like, comes down part of that entire algorithm. It's slightly tragic. Oh, so should I be using this first for my health pot? Because that's, like, the refillable. That makes sense. I've been burning through, like, the finite consume. That's not a good start to this one. That's not a good start. That's not a good sign for this next attempt, chat. That's... All right. Hold on. We just need to readdress. I'm gonna stretch. I'm gonna get the blood flowing. Game looks pretty fun, actually. This is an endgame type boss. This is the hardest boss in the entire game on the hardest difficulty ever created, and if anybody tells you otherwise, they're fucking lying to you. This is the hardest thing that gaming has ever had. This is actually ranked right now as the single hardest boss in gaming ever. And nothing is harder. Yeah, there are a lot more bosses. This one is apparently, looks like it. Some people tell me I make content look easy. Some people are honest with me. Wait until he gets to Queen Bee. What do you mean wait until he gets to Queen Bee? Wait, this is just Lady Bee. Wait a minute. This is just the first phase. So I'm not gonna lie, man. I know I should definitely use my purple pocket hive. But part of me really likes how fast the spear was. Priest can easily out-heal it. Yeah, I need a little more cooking with the build. Why do I have level... What? How did I get level 20 boots? The fuck? I don't know where those came from. But I will absolutely take that. Oh, I got a helm! That is hideous! Can I hide my helm? Appearance. I cannot. Oh, wait. I can. Oh, wait, no, I can't. Oh, that's awful. Use Purple Pocket Hive as Arsenal. It's Biss. The Wep alone sucks. What do people Arsenal off a Pocket Hive? Kind of drippy. Best Arsenal by far, especially at 20. What do people like Arsenaling off of it? Oh, I have another talent point as well. Virtue increases your physical mastery by 15%. Your attacks have a 15% chance to reduce the cooldown of judgment. Oh, that's kind of fat. But it's a 15% chance, and it doesn't seem like that's going to scale up. That's going to be static. It's going to be the 0.5 or the 1. And I'm not attacking very quickly. I feel like I just go magic mastery. Since so much of what I do is magic. At 20, you get the beat and the ability. Oh, right. So, hold on. Let me throw this in first. So my beehive is 13, like level 13. Does the level of the hive impact the damage of the abilities? So like if I had a higher level version of Crab Gantua's shield, would my depth shield be hitting harder as a result? Or does this scale off of my character? It seems like it scales off of my character a little bit. but I would also assume that a higher level base of the shield increases it. Yes, yes, higher level better. It does. Okay. Okay. How weapons and shields have higher stats? Right. So basically, you throw this in, dealing and taking damage has a 20% chance to generate a stack of buzzing, stacking up to 10 times. At 10 stacks, summons an angry bee that starts attacking enemies for 15 seconds, dealing magic damage every 3 seconds. So basically, you take that, and then you take what? The honey spin? And then just do a lot of AoE damage? Or what do you take for the second one on that? Because neither of these stack up the buzzing. But the Mad Buzz as a passive seems insane. I would just need an ability with it, or I wouldn't be able to channel the third part of my judgment, which would be a shield. Which is kind of large. Leap has an AoE that also heals. Oh yeah, that fucks. Area has a 25% chance to bloom, healing all nearby allies. Okay. So is that a 25% chance each second? Or is that like 1 out of every 4 leaps? It's best of 20 for now to passive. Yeah, I mean the passive would be good. I need to level a passive before I throw that in, because I don't have that up at all yet. So having a passive like leveled would be good. 1 out of 4 leaps. Okay. Okay. Passive bossing and honey spin for open world. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I do like my depth shield. It makes bossing very cozy, and I haven't found a ton of like other options that would be arsenal viable, if I'm being honest. Like, at least nothing that's crazy appealing to me. I get swirling embers, but then I'm down a lot of self-sustain. Like, I'm healing like crazy off of Crab Gantuous. Do a good one hand. I didn't really like the one hand as much. I've been cooking up the 2-hand. I'm probably gonna stick with what I have for now, because this is, again, it's solid, it's just slow. And I have to play around the slow side of it. In order to get higher level Crab Gantuous shield, using Dominion, but no passive healing from that shield is better. Would you have to wait till hard mode? Is your spear passive maxed? No, no. The only passives that I have that are maxed right now are on my Crab Gantuous. Other than that, my Beehive isn't even maxed, which is slightly tragic. Slightly tragic. Spear passive strong as fuck. Yeah, spear passive was really nice as well when I saw that. That was a good bit of crit. Blessed Blade Cooper with Crab Shield, pocket out for survival. Or sorry, for Arsenal. What's Blessed Blade do? That summons more bees, right? Isn't that just like all bee summoning across the board? However, unfortunately, will only give the boss specific weapon at its level. Currently, Bugton won't give you a level 20 version of the weapon, even if it's a hard mode fight. Oh, that's tragic. Is that on their agenda to fix? Servers died. So I should not go outside, is what I'm gathering. I should not leave this instance whatsoever. Don't leave. Okay, word. Where to get that hammer and mace? Over at the hive here, at the bottom from one of the named mobs. Okay, we do not leave this area. Well, looks like it's me and this fucking bee. Until one of us dies. Realistically. It's not leaving anytime soon. Ye of little faith. Ye of little faith. I need more fervor. How much does 28 fervor scale? 2.6 to 4.8. Jesus. That's pretty consistent. I got the mace from this boss. Wait, did I get it from a chest or did I get it from a name mob? No, I got a purple from a name mob. This is on the strongest build in the game, allowing me to one-shot bosses with 12k crits. Goddamn. Yeah, 12k sounds pretty large. Is there anything else that I want to throw on? It's a boss drop? So how'd I get mine? Does anything about fixing the servers and lag? Yeah, I mean, obviously it's one of their largest goals. They're working on it. They just have a finite amount of actual, you know, manpower to allocate to it. Which is the largest reason why things take time. If they had an unlimited number of employees, then it probably already would have been fixed, you know, long before now. But thus, the early access way of life is born. Thoughts on the game so far? I hate it, but I'm not going to stop playing. I'm actually hooked and it's really fucking good. It's really fucking good. It's a French team and currently it's 1:48 a.m. in France. Okay, who fucking cares? Isn't Paris a city that never sleeps? What the fuck is this? We're just raising a white flag and going to bed? Sleep is for the weak, brother. Sleep didn't make a zeitgeist MMO. This game with more MMO features will honestly be one of my favorites ever. If they bring in more actual MMO features, it's over. It's over. I alone am coped up on the PvP element of it because I see so much potential to cook up with different PvP builds based on playstyle, based on the type of PvP you're doing. Like, there's so much. There's so much. I need to go to sleep, but this is too good. Bro, you don't even need to worry about it. After this next attempt, you're going to bed. I am going to get the secret weapon. A little something to take the edge off. A little Dr. Pepper. Now, I know usually no performance enhancing Dr. Peppers during stream. However, I think it might be time to call in the doctor. Cause this shit activates something within me, boys. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
I will not lose. I will not lose. Half this fight is cutting the bomb. And I'm not gonna lie, that's 3/4 of my struggle right now. Dusty, hi Ragnar, I'm having a beautiful day, brother. What you up to? Oi, Phoenix, what up, dog? Hope you're having an absolutely splendid one, my dude. I do like that I can just ignore these early mechanics and get it started with a bang. Oh shit. Already fucked up. Yep. We're just gonna restart this one. We're just gonna restart this. Again, it's just my greed. It's my hubris. I do it to myself more frequently than anything else. Jerry Longballs. Thank you for the follow, dog. Much love. I do it to myself. I don't know why I do it to myself, but I do it to myself way too much, man. Way too much. I could sit here. You need to be patient. Dude, I feel like I'm being a bitch when I just sit here and wait for the fucking bee to come over here. Like, I be playing with my fucking balls while I wait, and I be bored. But I guess I also be getting the shit kicked out of me, huh? So maybe I should adapt something else other than just brute force. And, you know, greeting everything that I do. Maybe I should actually play the game in a, you know, meaningful way. As a reasonable human being. Not just a greedy soul, a shell of my former self. You know what? You might be onto something. You might be onto something. I'll try to sort that side out. Good news. I'm figuring out the mechanics, and the first phase is getting a lot easier. As long as I don't fuck up. Oh, you still playing? Listen. Fear not, the streamer client will provide for us all. You piece of shit, you had to fucking say something? Bro, why did you have to say something, Yossi? Brother, you could have literally done anything else. Bro, somebody take that guy out back and kick the shit out of him. I swear to God, what do you mean, you fucking rat? Teacher, you didn't collect the homework. So what if they let one streamer? Ah! Wait, it was a false alarm. You can't stop me, Yossi. You can't stop me. You can try, but your hate will not prevail here. I will ascend. Bro, I got streamer client premium, dog. You don't want to know how much money I gave this game during Kickstarter. I curse you, the curse of the great Yossino. Uh-oh. What'll hold up? Oh, no. I don't know when my map's gonna... Oh, fuck, that was not the intent. Oh, okay. Well, that was actually a relatively good result, all things considered. I just have to keep going through the motions as if my abilities are working. But I'm not getting... Okay, there's my final part of judgment. This is fine. This is fine. Everything is perfect. We have literally nothing to worry about. I can't connect to the server. Yeah, I think the server's kind of pooping its pants right now. I'm not gonna lie. There seems to be a little bit of desync, maybe a little bit of lag out there. Oh, I just popped all that at the worst possible time, huh? That's fine though. That's fine. I'll just get a weapon combo up and then we'll vibe out because she will come over this way. And then the barrage goes out. My little bee didn't get to do too much damage. That's actually quite sad. So I'm almost wondering, is there a damage over time weapon that puts out like just very frequent dots, chat? Because you can make a summoner build off the bee like persistence if there's something that just puts out incredibly persistent damage. Because it said it was a chance on just doing or taking damage to get a stack of buzzing. So theoretically off that, you'd be able to just stack up a lot of instances. Dagger with bleeding. Interesting. Interesting. I mean, it doesn't seem terrible to me. Now, I don't necessarily know the validity in trying to stack that up. However, it can't hurt. Real guys, play the fire staff. I hate you. I was gonna say Thornlace. Thornlace is the big Healy one, right? So, I mean, that wouldn't be the worst either. Because then you'd have a whole lot of healing. Now, the bees are just doing damage passively, right? So you get the passive for the bees. And those just do a shitload of damage based on... Oh, no, that's a 3-bagger. Oh, that's a 4-bagger. That wasn't the best, DustyWhy. I don't know why you did that, dog. Really kind of goofy of me, if I'm being completely honest. Everything was going smooth. GG, it's fine, brother. There's no need to worry whatsoever. Everything will work out, Kimosabi. You must believe. And if you believe, you can achieve. Yeah, that was a 4-bagger right before transition, which kind of sucks, but all things considered is not the worst. And I had a beautiful movement ability up here. I can get my combo up relatively quickly, maybe before they get honey off. Never mind, they got their honey off fast as shit. Just some quick goopers as soon as I come around, I guess, man. Golly. They also hit so fucking hard, god damn. Just fucking shredded my shit. I'll have cooldowns when I go down for her, though. Excuse me. Bro, what am I clipping on? Come on. What? Okay, I just have to no-scope it. Okay, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Everything is fine. What's the 10-second sales pitch on this game? Very comfy and cozy aesthetic with a lot of depth to cook different builds. Different classes can use different weapons. Classes and weapons both give abilities. And then a lot of systems still to come, PvE and PvP, because it's early access. So plenty of problems and bugs right now, but will hopefully just get better. So pretty fun. Oh shit. I just got distracted giving him a sales pitch. I'm not going to lie. That might actually be the GG. Also, thank you for the follow, Elprade. Ziltoid, thank you for the follow as well. So this is one of the many bosses in the game that has been the absolute bane of my existence. This is the Lady Bee, not even the Queen Bee from what I have gathered. And let me tell you, I don't know if they're cousins or something, but they are probably both bitches. I just have a growing suspicion. Based on the actions of one, I would have to say if they associate with each other, it's just this entire, like, Mean Girls-esque clique of bees. And I'm willing to stand on the business that they're probably not the most pleasant to interact with, dog. They seem pretty fucking miserable to me, and I've only met one of them so far. So, all things considered, fun game. Very good game. I'm playing a priest, so my abilities for my class are on the right side, my QEV. My abilities for my weapon are on the left side. And then you also get what is called a... Hold on. Jesus Christ. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. So, you get your arsenal as well. The arsenal, you select another weapon, and you get to choose one ability off of that weapon. And then once you hit max level, which is level 20 currently, it'll go up to level 50 over the course of early access. You get to choose a second weapon. Sorry, not a second weapon, a second skill from that one weapon. My apologies. Many things going on right now. Trying to not get absolutely gibbed. But you get to choose a second ability from that weapon as well. So there's a lot of room to cook, a lot of customization. There are different runes for abilities that you can get and chase down. There's a lot more than you would think on the surface of a game that honestly looks very cute and doesn't look like it would have a lot of depth. I can personally vouch this, granted, again, this is a solo boss, right? But I was mythic rating in WoW before I started covering Scars. And, like, obviously that was after Ashes had blown up, right? But I was mythic rating in WoW. And then I went to Scars, and then I came here. And this is every single bit difficulty-wise, comparable mechanics-wise to, like, WoW rating in the finest form. There is as much going on in these fights, with the exception of, you know, a multitude of people trying to get their brains to work collectively. It's really well done, man. I have had an immense amount of fun so far. Just honestly, like, blasting the first couple of areas. I'm not even deep into the game's progression yet, and I'm still ass. Like, obviously you can tell I'm getting my ass kicked by this boss, but like, I am enjoying every step of the path so far because there is just so much to do. It's a very, like, oh shit. It's a very, like, cute discovery-based game as well, where this is the end. I need to make it over. Oh my lord, what an actual fucking play from the shields. Holy... I need to play space, and I need to play it very well here. And I need to not get blasted off. Oh my god, I cannot believe that that actually saved me. Brother, that was the ultimate greed. That was like biblical levels of greed. Holy shit. The fact that I like... we got a pot here. Huge. And then I gotta avoid one. Okay. I gotta get the combo off and then I gotta dip. Gotta heal. Big heals. And I gotta get over to the other side, get a little bit of damage out, and then we're blasting again. I need one combo. And then get the barrage out. Barrage is out. Bro, my hands are sweating, man. Like, this shit is actually no fucking joke. I wish that I was playing it up and it was actually easy as shit, but I am, like, 100% actually getting my shit rocked by this boss. This is really hard. Really hard. I just have to avoid all of the shing-shings and the blades of doom. That's not good. Cook 2, maybe 3 there. But I have plenty of space. I just need the boss to actually come over this way. And then we can play the space. Then I can step back in. Dodge all this. Fuck me. That's not good. We're good. That's only one. That's fine. That's perfectly fine. I need a weapon combo to get off. And then we judge, and then I need to get some movement out so I can play this. Okay, that's actually really solid. I just need to keep using the space as much as I can, dude. Fuck me. Blossom's out. I'm in a manageable spot. They're gonna come back in very soon. I need to start a weapon combo and hopefully get this out. Judgment's out. I'm gonna have to sack this one. That worked out. Actually, not the best, but not the worst simultaneously. I will not lie. And then quick weapon combo. Big judge. Gotta get this up and get out. I'm fucked. I got into the animal. No. Scare bears. Alright, big health pot use. I'm running out of floor space though. I cannot greed this at all. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Chat, I'm stressed. I'm very stressed. I have one tile over here. I almost bricked it. I did not get my ability off in the way that I needed to. Or my weapon combo, so that's kind of sad. I get one combo off here though. And then I can blast. Please tell me I got it here. 1%. Tell me it's done. I'm greeting. I'm greeting. I can't. I fucked up. I actually might have fucked it. Get over here, bitch. You're 0. Oh my fucking god. Oh, I thought I was about to fuck myself. Holy shit. Oh, I thought I was about to just cook myself. This is terrible. You almost sold. I almost sold on the greed. I literally almost sold on the greed. My heart rate is like 700 right now. I feel like I'm doing cardio officially. Chat, how long do I have to sustain a high heart rate to technically be doing cardio? Heart rate monitor when? I don't want that. I don't want to know how bad of shape I am. Brother, I biked 2.5 miles worth on the stationary bike today because I put it together yesterday and I got off and my knees were shaking. Like, I do not want you guys... Right. Well, now comes our next problem. So how do I go from here to there? Do I take damage? I take damage. If you die, you spawn a chest. I can't die off the principle now. I must live. Okay, everything's fine. Fuck me. I thought that was about to get a lot worse. What am I even looking for loot from this? I don't even care what the loot is. My palms are wet. Like, I am actually... I have wet hands. One-hander. I got the Bee Fury. Boys, I got the Bee Fury. We got the Bee Fury. The blessed blade of the Farseeker. Henri, thank you for the 2 months. Trinket spawns B also. Wait. Did I clean house there? Your weapon skills have a chance to summon a bee that'll attack enemies for 10 seconds. I just cleaned house. Wait. I just made out like an absolute bandit there, right? So what's the bee sword have? It's a cone attack. A thrust that deals 39 to 40 fizz damage to an enemy, healing you and all nearby allies for 10 to 11 health. Oh, that's big. And then it always critically heals if I'm under 35%. Performs a strong cleave, dealing fizz to nearby enemies and reducing their magic resistance by 30% for 10 seconds. And I gain as much magic res. Jesus Christ. And then Swarmlord, your weapon skills surround you with a hive for 10 seconds. Hive Swarm deals magic damage to nearby enemies and heals you for that amount every 2 seconds. Hold the fuck up. Hold the fuck up. So then I just get to use my depth shield still. And then I can arsenal this. And I can get mad buzz for the dot. And then I'm immediately summoning a shitload of bees that all just scale up like crazy. I feel like I need to level both of these now. I need to go back to that crab area, I think, and get some leveling done. So am I just like a summoner now? The only caveat to this is that I can't pop my shield on my judgment now because I don't have an active third ability, which is a little unfortunate. But when I hit 20, I won't have to worry about it. What server you on? I'm on NA. Oh shit, the server's down. Yep, see you on the outside, guys. Well, that was fun. Well, it lasted. Finally! When are the servers coming back up? Okay, hold on. It's not funny anymore. Let's fix this shit. Hold on, now I'm mad about it. Like, previously, the servers being down didn't really seem like this big deal. Servers are down, so it might not have actually given you the items. If it didn't give me the items and it rolled back my character and I didn't technically have that kill, I'm gonna jump off a bridge. I'm just establishing that. I'm not streaming tomorrow. I've streamed for like 1,050 days in a row. You will not see me tomorrow. I will leave. Please, the server didn't go down while in combat. Well, technically it went down long before I was in combat. EU's back, sucks to suck. Well, yeah, but you have to live in EU. So, like, Freedom, Eagle, Screech. Ah! I literally have an eagle that has a nest like 400 yards from my house. It's fucking lit. I feel so... Oh, no. I'm fucking with you. I'm kind of mad about the server, though. You mean you might not have saved your winnings? If I didn't, I'm gonna be incredibly sad. Where'd you get the shield from? Crab Gantua is on the, like, right side when you first go in. I heard there's an Asia server. Anyone know where that's based? Asia. Oot. Happy to help. Typically, the servers are labeled by the region they're hosted in. So yeah, that'll be Asia, my dog. Let me know if you need anything else. Be honest, I deserve that. I'm trying to help. I'm giving correct information to the questions you ask. I'm here to assist. Now, if you want specificities, all that I know is for whatever reason, Ashes of Creation hosted NA Central servers out of Ohio, and then said they were going to NA East servers, which were out of Ohio. And ever since then, I've always kind of wondered what the difference between NA Central and NA East is and why Ohio seems to be the border between those two. It's all Ohio. Always has been. Yeah, exactly. It's literally just, it all breaks down to Ohio. Everything evolves to crabs and everything breaks down to Ohio. So, what are the odds that I didn't get to save my shit? Because the infrastructure they use is in Ohio. Yeah, but why Ohio out of all things? Feel bad for you if you live in Ohio. That's true. I'd rather live in EU than Ohio. No, that's fair. The server's up. I could have just waited. Wait. Oh, that's not a good sign. That's not a good sign, boys. That's a shield and a beehive. Uh-oh. You have the sword? Do I? How confident are we? Because I'm not the most confident. Bird character didn't roll back. I was level 15, went all the way down to level 8. Oh no. I mean, the good news, if anything ever rolls back, I know how to do everything this time. So it would definitely be much faster this time around. I saw the sword on the back. Okay. Okay, was there the sword? Oh, thoughts and prayers. If we're good, then I'm incredibly happy. What happened? I killed the bee bitch. I killed the bee bitch. And then I got really good sword and also really good trinket. There's a trick to do it even easier. Okay, wait, now that I've killed it once, tell me the tech. Because on the last boss that I did too, I was also, oh, we're so up. On the last boss that we did, that I did before this, the one that does like the whirlwind, I think it's the rat guy. I was also just like keeping the fire on the ground. You place a circle outside and not break stuff. Right, but how do without taking damage? You had to time it really well? Yeah, that sounds like something I'd fuck up. That sounds like something I would very easily fuck up. Okay, wait, so where was that leveling spot? It was West Henry, right? So it's like just up here, yeah? Excuse me, sir. Okay, nope, that's fine. Shout out Spirit Airlines, living on in our games. Glider lets you place it outside. Bro, everybody says, Dusty, you can place it outside. Dusty, you can place it outside. Just use your glider until I literally fucking run off the edge and die at 4%. I will summit my monitor if that happens. I have worked too hard to get to that point. Sometimes brute force and fundamental play is it. Sometimes you just gotta be the Tim Duncan of this shit. That can indeed happen. Bro, I almost cooked it at 0%. I went to greet it. And I thought it went 1% and then 0% meant it was fucking dead. So I'm like, oh, it's been 1%. It'll go 0% soon. And then the bitch is 0% still fighting. What? Okay. What the fuck am I doing and why am I stunting on my mount? Oh my god, it's lag. We're gonna have to put it down. Did I do something wrong? I think I jumped one too many times. You know, to an area not available yet. And this is the punishment I get? It just folds my mount to oblivion? The fuck do you mean? You got on your mount wrong? I was just on the mount. The mount had an accident. There I was just riding along. You're never gonna believe this. Real like Casey Anthony type story. But this mount killed itself. There I was just minding my own business. And out of nowhere, it just jumps in front of an 18-wheeler. Just sends itself. I was fighting for my life and limb. Character wants to feel how tall you are IRL. I want to just start walking like this. Realistically, it could probably do cartwheels at this point. I don't know if I W key why it doesn't just cartwheel. It could spin. We're close. We're close. Plus, he was a race car driver. Rode that outside lane one too many times. Watch me get cooked going to main menu too. So can I just not cross over that one bridge? I just wanted to come back into this area. And I think anytime I try to cross over that bridge, I get absolutely fucked. So I'm gonna have to guess that like this transition-y area is not suitable yet. Just how did I get here? Oh my god, it's all bad. Well, at least I have storage. So chat. First day here. You went further north. How far north did I go? Oh, did I go up here? Goddamn, how fast did I cover ground? Whoops. Okay, maybe I deserve that. Maybe I deserve that then. I just didn't think I was gonna get cooked. I thought I'd be able to just exist a little bit. Have a little fun. Adventure. I thought it was an exploration game. God damn. Here I am, living under the confines of this establishment. Ooh, shiny. Hold on. We've got work to do, chat. We must shiny hunt. Good day, my sir. Everything I get here is presumably going to be super under my level, right? Yeah, I'll deal with all that later. We're fine. Fuck, the entire point of climbing up there was to get that. The chest was a distraction to throw me off. Back up we go! God damn it. So, chat. Yup. That's not good. That's less than ideal. Go to sleep. That stare had it out for me, dog. I swear to God I'm being conspired against. I am trying my best to just exist. Oh my fucking God, I can't do it. Why did I go to a game that has fucking jumping as a core component, bro? I'm so fucking bad at anything jumping related. I fucking hate this game so much at its core, but it's so fucking good. I want to hate it, but I love it. All right. Hold on. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. This game's actually good. I am having much more fun than I probably should, getting absolutely cooked by my spacebar. Yes. I have done boss fights that are extremely engaging. For people that are worried about the boss fights being hard, I'm taking a lot of them on at the exact level of the boss. The boss does not follow your character level up. You can always go in over leveled and do it. So I'm just going through like at progression and trying to take on and beat everything that I can run into because I don't really know, you know, what else to do, so to say. So I've been having a lot of fun with that. But there is definitely, in my opinion, a lot to do. I mean, I'm 6 hours into stream today. Probably like 4.5 of that has been actual gameplay, because servers have been down a little bit. And then yesterday I played probably 5.5, 6 hours of gameplay. So I'm probably getting on like 10 hours of gameplay. I've explored a little bit of the map. I don't know how much more of the map there actually is in terms of like objectives. Chat, is this what we have for the map right now? Or is there more that I haven't like branched out to that I'm allowed to? A ton. Okay, which way can I go? East? More. There's a second region. Oh, okay, cool. There's an entire second island. Sick. So I'm nowhere near done. Man, I'm scared to adventure out now. I went north and I got fucking chastised for it. God damn. I'm just trying to live my life out here and they're trying to see me fall. So, to level my weapons, I'm looking over here, yeah? So I should fly up to Enripit. I'll go there. Map is less than half of the current world. Oh, thank God. We have so much more exploration left. Listen, even if it was just this, I would have been happy with that. Because I've been doing a lot of objective stuff. I've stopped to AoE grind a little bit. But hear me out, my expectations of games right now, even if this was what we had, and I had to AoE grind the rest of the way up, I would have been happy with it. I would have had zero complaints. I love a good old mob grind, and I have been playing games that are much less progressed than this. So, in terms of, like, newer games, right? Newer, even MMO-adjacent games. Because, honestly, I consider this MMO-adjacent. I haven't had to group up with anybody yet. You can group up with people at any point in time. But I haven't had to group up with anyone. There is a lot of exploration and horizontal progression. There's stuff that you can go back and do once you get your character leveled, so you can just kind of plow through the world itself and not have to worry about the competition aspect of it when you're trying to do that horizontal prog. A lot of the current endgame is collection based. So there's a lot to discover, but PvP is confirmed on their roadmap. Their goal is duels by the end of this year, and then battlegrounds and a PvP zone in the open world before the end of early access. So on a PvP aspect, the open world PvP zone for me is an immediate, oh shit, I like that. I like that a lot. But again, it's important to keep in mind, this is early access. This is genuinely very early on for this title. And it is going to take some time before it does become the zone's not accessible yet. I went too far north, didn't I? I keep trying to break in. All right, I'm gonna just go this way. I guess I'm genuinely just not allowed to break in at all. I don't know what my desire is to go over there. Are there wiping characters? From what we've heard, their goal is not to. So their early access is meant to just build into their full launch. So in terms of having to buy again, you also wouldn't have to buy access again. From what we've gathered, it's only going to actually get more expensive. Single player, no one wants to play this game. Why are you here then, Wheelchair Bobby? It's weird to watch a game that you don't want to play, man. Very weird business for you to sit on. Get it? Because you're not standing, because Wheelchair Bobby. But just tuned in? Well, why are you watching a game that you clearly don't really enjoy? I also think from a, you know, its single player standpoint, you probably don't necessarily know the most about the systems in the roadmap. But I mean, that's completely okay, man. There is a roadmap that's available on Steam. If you're trying to go check it out. They do have more group-based stuff planned, and even right now, like, I've done pretty much everything, literally everything solo, right? But I could have brought people in for not world bosses, but I could have brought people in for bossing. I could have brought people in to do quite a bit of shit at this point. I've just been kind of going through and learning my first time and taking my time to actually figure things out, which I think has been quite fun. But there's definitely a lot that you could do in terms of a multiplayer aspect. Wait, this beehive's kind of insane. It's kind of good. There's definitely a lot you can do, though, from a multiplayer aspect. It's just very, very light on it right now. And I think it'll get better, but I wouldn't be here if I thought that it was truly at its core, you know, a single player. But in the interview, the dev said they considered it an MMORPG. Yeah. It's definitely on the smaller scale compared to a lot of the, you know, open world sandboxy games that I've played in the past and my community has played in the past. But even with it, the gameplay is just so good. And if it comes to the point that we have to have, you know, 10 groups of 20 that are roaming around in the PvP area on different layers, all getting the content, then so be it. That sounds like it'd be fun. So we're going to recruit the same way that we always have. We're going to bring in as many people to play the game as possible, the same way that we always have. And we're just going to hope that it continues to, you know, continues to grow and blossom and take off and people enjoy playing with us, because that's been the largest thing for us, right? We take where is this AoE grind, by the way? The little crabby place, chat. Also, I hear sparklies. Because there is an AoE grind somewhere, and also I hear shinies down here somewhere. I feel like it's like underwater or some bullshit. I don't really have time for all that. Wait, I'm a genius. Literally first try. Literally first try. What father? We're so up. I feel sometimes like I'm a Mensa scholar. And then sometimes like I have genuinely no fucking idea. Wait, so are these the little critters that you can collect? Chat was saying something about being able to collect shit, like Pokemon it, yeah, with a net. And you have to get the net from a vendor, right? I haven't got a net yet. So what's the benefit of collecting those? Like, what do we get for it? Also, Lamar asked what I was using in my arsenal. I am using my Pocket Hive. So once I get to 20, I'll be able to get an ability as well. But for right now, I'm using the passive. I do need to level both of these very desperately. So with the passive, I summon a bee at 10 stacks of the buff. I get a buff, 20% chance on dealing or taking damage. So 10 stacks of that, 50 instances of damage taken or done on average. Spawn a bee. Bees that walk through some shit in rage. I won't really be using that. Summoning a bee extends the duration of all of my summoned bees by 3 seconds. So kind of nice. That's going to be a little bit of summon build. Then on the sword that I just got, it's Bee Fury. This has Hive Bite, which is a sustain and a heal for me. And then Hive Surrender, perform a strong cleave, reducing magic resist. And then I Swarm Lord, which for 10 seconds brings in a bubble around me that does damage and heals. So the synergies are very much so synergy. That, like, any of my weapon skills are going to put that hive around me. So I pop my bubble, which is a proximity bubble that starts blasting when enemies get around me. And not only will that bubble blow up, but all of the bees will also cook me. I can equip 3 abilities. So basically I could if this wasn't a passive. However, this is a passive, so it's not going to go on my bar. If I switched my arsenal to something like my reverse honey spin which is just an AoE nuke, or something like the Brood Leap, which would play in conjunction with the Enrage here, then I would have the Brood Leap, and then I'd have the movement to go along with this, right? So when I hit level 20, I'll be able to take 2 abilities from my arsenal, but for right now, until I hit 20, I can only take 1 off my arsenal weapon. So that's where the fourth slot comes in as well, but like to main hand? Oh. So I mean, I have 1 off my main hand and then 1 off my offhand right now. So if I had this in my main hand, then I would have, you know, double abilities off that. But basically my sword is giving me 1 active here, and then my shield is giving me 1 active and 1 passive. Whereas typically you'd see that just, you know, on this itself. This would have a little bit more of a, you know, an active standpoint. So both of my active abilities, instead of 1 for my shield, 1 for my sword, would just come from the mace at that point. Is it going to PvP? Not yet, but it will. It's on the roadmap. Duels, battlegrounds, a PvP open world area. Chat, where the fuck is Crab Grind? Is it east side of this area, or is it west side of this area? I thought it was far west over here near the falls. South? How far south? Bro, I wish I had like a compass. In this area? Because I'm definitely trying to hit that just a little bit far left under the falls. Here? Like a Talitha Falls? Okay, cool. I'll hit a little wrap around here. Because then I can just cut through here. Oh, yes. I recognize it here now. Someone's on my fucking lair farming it. Alright, I would love some PvP. It's 2 areas you can farm. I mean, this in itself seems like a really solid pull. And I just do it heals so much. I can just sit here and play ignorantly. And everything just kind of works out, even without having the weapons leveled. This is so crazy. The amount of AoE pop that I have and safety over here is so wild. Okay, this guy's level 9 hitting the AoE farm. So I'm gonna just wait, could we just group up for this? And then like optimize the shit out of XP? Because if so, I don't see why we wouldn't do that. Borg, thank you for the follow, Doc.
Absolutely S tier.
What's he farming? I am currently farming weapon XP. So when you get weapons, you'll want to get the upgrade points to actually, you know, upgrade your abilities on them. You can upgrade each weapon enough to have all of these fully upgraded, so there's not really a crazy emphasis on like what you level first. But upgrading your weapons over the course of it all is huge. So I'm coming over here to just AoE grind and bounce back and forth, kill shit, get weapon XP, upgrade my weapons, and then go back to progressing in more areas and trying to level towards 20. Because now I have weapons that should carry me for a solid amount of time, if I had to guess. It definitely seems like I've got a pretty solid kit going right now. I have a lot of healing, I have a lot of damage, the build is very safe. Can't wait until they release a Druid class. I'm interested in Monk. I'm not gonna lie, the prospect of a... I don't know how they're gonna do it, because a Monk can go 1,000 different ways. But I almost think of Monk as like an unarmed paladin. Which, with the prominence of like the Pally build over here, so to say, is a little bit interesting. If they try to mesh both of those in, this does not seem like an optimal spot to come grind. But Monk definitely has me a little intrigued. 1 skill on Mace Arsenal, probably better to do mob farming here. Yeah, probably mix it in with the double honey fucking backflip slam. But the passive does feel nice as well, and it's honestly not like I'm lacking damage in any capacity. But boosting the judgment with the additional damage would probably be quite nice. All things considered, though, dude, this is just so fucking cozy. I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with any part of this build right now. Monk to me is a wind mage that punches and kicks. That's fair. I think Monk in my mind, and again, Monk can be done 1,000 different ways, but I always think of like mantras too, almost auras that you can pop in a short term to have a super powerful or noticeable buff from them. where you have those, you know, those ongoing persistent small ticks, but you get the empower. Monk being unarmed pally feels Diablo 3 to me. That is fair. That is fair. I don't know, I think Monk is so different depending on the game that you are going into. Best Monk style classes come from KR MMOs. Peak Monk design with Striker and Lost Ark. Oh god, Lost Ark is one that I haven't heard in a second in terms of like anything positive discussion-wise. I will not lie. Lost Ark is one that I feel like most people, when they come into chat talking about Lost Ark, it is very rarely in a positive light. So I'm glad there's something good that came out of there. Oh my god, wait. The amount of single target damage that I can pump out with this is kind of crazy too because of all the bee summons. It just automates so much of the damage. And then I can upgrade the bees as well to get more bees out as the weapons actually level. We might have something cooking here. I have an ungodly amount of self heals too. I'll have poisons that go up. That'll do more instances of damage. It's just kind of face tank and spank right now, which is quite nice. Good sword, got Dominion, I've been waiting to get my sword. I got my sword from the bee lady that's at the top of this. Not the queen bee, but literally like lady bee. So, glider draw from Nusselon. Wait, what's the glider look like? In order to get Gorgon Ratsy's toothpick. Apparently it's a boss in Gorgonzalo. Yes, I actually have that. It is very good. It's the rat guy over in this place. Go down here. So up here is the obelisk. You can set your respawn here. Go around. You can talk to the guy. There's an NPC up here that'll give you a quest to go down to. Drop down into here, and then it's towards the bottom, I believe it is. Like the deeper you delve, you'll find it. But go in. It's pretty easy, honestly. Biggest tip: the whirlwinds put out the fires. I did not know that at the time and made the fight a lot harder than it needed to be. The whirlwinds put out the fires. That will save you a lot of oh shit. And in due time, you will know exactly what that means. You will not question it. You will fully understand. I wish I could elaborate more. Confidence on raids in Lost Ark is my favorite part of any MMO, but the rest of the game is dog shit. Okay, that's actually fair. So the combat was part of what got me interested in checking out Lost Ark. And I was an ignorant wee lad at the time. So I spent a lot of money on a supporter pack for a game that I didn't even know if I was going to enjoy, and I was a whole hell of a lot more poor than I am now. Not that I'm rich now. Not even close. But I was even more broke than I am now. So like, I spent money I didn't have on a supporter pack that I didn't end up using for a game that I did no research into. And I immediately thought I was just gonna fucking vibe with it instantly. And I got more into the realm of you've got to have your alts, you know, on alts, everything to feed one character if you want to have any form of like, you know, main progression whatsoever. And it became so fucking cooked to even try to keep up with the progression. I wasn't a full-time streamer at that time or anything. I was literally just some dude that was trying to stream as a hobby and enjoy the game that I was playing. And I found Lost Ark to be one of the few games that I have played that feels more like work than a game. That and Retail WoW. Retail WoW really hit me with that in a pretty bad way too, but Lost Ark was just, Retail WoW wasn't even a matter of like feeding your alts necessarily to succeed. You could do some crazy shit with your alts, but Retail WoW just felt really disconnected from everything. And like the similarity between Lost Ark and Retail WoW for me is more that it felt like I was going through the motions simply because they were deemed to be the best motions, not because they were what I wanted to actually do. That magic resist is going to be crazy, but I'm going to grab both of the Swarm Lord upgrades, because Swarm Lord is just doing so much for me on these AoE pulls, and that's going to spawn more beige on every single one of my abilities. So when we group these guys up, I'll get the stun, we'll get the cleave, we'll judge, and they should just die? Yeah. Okay. Okay. This is fucking thuming. I see all of the AoE potential in this. I also feel like this is gonna be pretty brain dead for bosses, no? Because I have so much self-healing and so much persistent damage now, that as long as I'm pumping out some form of damage numbers, I'll be getting bees up. And then the bees just automate everything while I play my life incredibly safely. Because it seems like I don't have a lot to worry about. And the bees obviously aren't like out DPSing me or anything. But they're definitely not like negligible. It seems like it's gonna be a whole hell of a lot better than what I was rocking before. I'm not gonna lie. Running the mace as my main felt slow as shit. Felt incredibly slow, like almost too slow on Lady B. It was part of what made the fight so tough. I had to commit to so much, so heavily. And now that I don't have to do that, this feels so much quicker. Which I think is a large point of appeal. Wait, what is that? Oh, I got a crab mount! Cab, we got a crab mount! Streamer loot exists! Crab! We're so off. Wait, I'm finding purple like crazy. I got a purple pocket hive. I got my crab mount. Oh my fucking god, how do I equip it? Equip. Oh my god, he has a hook for a hand. Call the CIA. This is so lit. I have Mr. Krabs. This is the greatest mount in the history of any game, and it is mine now. And it can never be taken away from me. God damn it, they really know how to hook a motherfucker. Oh shit, chat, who else has a crab mount? Who else has a crab mount to share with me? Because we need to have a meetup of all the crabs. You cannot be in the group if you don't have a crab at this point. You must be crab lord. Over Snorse? I don't think I have a Snorse in the game. I haven't seen any evidence of a Snorse currently existing in the game. Think it's a rare one? I know, that's why we have to have our super exclusive crab club. If you don't have a crab, you're not getting into the group. Crabs with abs! God damn it. Alright. Now I'm understanding the joy of chasing the mounts. Fucking hell, it just hooks me more every time. Dude, I came out here to level my weapons, and I got a goddamn mount out of it. That now everybody's gonna be like, Dusty, where do you get your mount? Gosh dang it. I understand what they're doing. And they're doing so many things so well and so simply. Never thought I'd see a group of people brag about having crabs? Oh, brother, you'd be shocked. You would be shocked. There's a whole min-maxing community around that shit. Where is this chest? Feels like I need a fucking pickaxe to actually get to it. I'm not gonna lie. It's very intriguing. Their healing increased by 15%. I'll just pop this for now. And I'll pop that. Hey, you motherfuckers. You goddamn rats. Do we all share this, or is it like competition for the tags? How does this work? Because if it's all shared, then we are incredibly... Oh, I think it's all shared. Does it split the XP, or does it duplicate the XP? Is my immediate follow-up question. Because if it duplicates the XP, then we're up tremendous. If we split the XP, then we're down horrendous. Wait, don't tell me you can get other colors. Hey, no way. You have a pale orange crab? Wait, so what's the most sought after crab? Surely the red crab is a clouded crab. It duplicates? Oh! We're so up. How's crafting? I've heard it needs a lot more. I have heard... I haven't taken much time to do crafting, but it's an interesting system where you basically, like, craft or, like, take your gathering and make them into the craftable things. Like the craftable, what am I trying to say? Materials? Like, process them effectively to get crafting points. And then you use those crafting points to actually craft put together products. And some things give you more crafting points. It was a little bit confusing at first, but you're effectively making shit to get crafting points, spending the crafting points to make other shit. And that allows you to keep crafting. But it's a game worth the 20. I mean, personally, I have already had 10 plus hours of absolute joy. and I'm only at level 14 out of 20. I have not gotten into the min-maxing of it. I have not got into the end game. Like, I'm nowhere near the element of being able to fully cook. So I'm still just progressing, and I'm having a blast. I have found many different weapons, all of which feel unique. There are other players. You can group up with people. You can complete content in groups of 4 if you want to. There is a lot that you can still do. They also have 4 classes. If you do end up running through what the early access provides, while they work on new content, there are 4 classes that you can run through. The discoverability kind of goes down, you know, once you complete the map once, so to say, with games like these. But I do still thoroughly believe that between what they have right now and also their roadmap through the remainder of the year even, there's a lot. Kind of classes. I'm playing a priest right now. And keep in mind, a priest with melee weapons can build as a paladin pretty much. So I have melee weapons on across the board. I have a sword and board on, and then you have what's called your arsenal, which allows you to have the secondary weapon, not that you're using, but that you are taking abilities off of. So I have another melee weapon in my arsenal right now. That melee weapon gives me a chance when I do or take damage to gain a buff at 10 stacks of the buff. I spawn bees that are little pets for me. That's a little bee that's flying around. So I get these little pets on spawn that come in and start blasting for me that actually do solid damage when I stack them up. And as I go into more combos, level the weapons more, I can stack up more bees and shit. So it's quite nice. Okay, so this is fully leveled. So now that my sword and my shield are fully leveled, I have to put this on in my main hand. And then I need to level this next because all of my passives over here are not leveled. So for now, I'm going to be doing this. I should probably actually put the shield on. So I have my heals because I do like having... Whoops. That wasn't intended. Glad he followed. I do like having my heals on, I'm not going to lie. But I guess I probably have enough heals still within the full kit. It's just not the most synergized in the current form. This do hit hard as shit, though. Level cap's 20 at the moment, but gonna increase. Yeah, it's gonna increase to 50 over the course of early access. And early access is all like pre 1.0 launch. I'm guessing that with the content they have, it's gonna be over a year of early access, and from what we've heard. But they're gonna be adding in more PvE systems, more PvP systems, heroic difficulty dungeons, you know, guilds, depending on what size the guilds are. That's probably going to impact a lot of that side, though. I don't foresee the guilds being like a multi-100 person thing. I think that's probably going to be pretty small scale, all things considered. They're going to be adding in rifts. They're going to be adding in a challenge mode to the dungeons, I believe. Oh, this is a completely different feel of the build. Whoopsies. We're just gonna back up a little bit, play a little bit of life, and then we go into the big blast. And everything dies. Okay. Okay. I don't remember which weapon I was on. I almost fucked up, but you're gonna be flagged to World PvP. World PvP isn't even likely to be a thing for most of the world, unless you go to the specific PvP area. But that's just based on interpreting the roadmap so far. We don't necessarily know how the long term of the roadmap is actually going to be iterated on, if things are going to change, you know, in between here and there, as during development so many things frequently can. But from what we've gathered based on the roadmap, it looks like World PvP is going to be pretty protected outside of the PvP areas. And then once you actually get into those PvP areas, that seems to be when you're going to interact with a lot of the, you know, the incentivized force flags, so to say. Now, we don't really know how they're going to incentivize it either. Everything's kind of mysterious at this point. What I do know is that it's got this crab mount, and it's fucking sick, though. Do I need the $70 pack or just an $18 game? Just the game. I believe the pack is just more titles that these developers have made, if I'm not tripping. I think it's just a few of their games. Because these guys, this is not their first game, which is part of why I think the server issues being the largest concern is actually a really encouraging thing. They can almost definitely sort out the server issues with little to no difficulty whatsoever in a week's time. And at that point, the game will be ready to take on even more players than it was for the start of early access. The fact that the gameplay, the fact that the, you know, the build diversity is already in a good spot and feels encouraging to play with is nice. They expected about 1,000 concurrent, not 10k plus. Yeah, this has been a lot larger than I expected it to be as well. When I looked at it initially, I saw a very cute and cozy game that I thought would be a nice little, you know, I'll stop in, I'll do a little content here and there. And, you know, it'd be one of those that I played every now and then. And as I actually started playing, I was immediately like, oh, wait. This is a little bit different than just that cozy element. Even just hitting AoE combos like that, every time I pull one of those off, it just feels so satisfying, man. Everyone's starving for an MMO. Everyone's starving for an MMO that feels good to play. And I think a lot of people are focused on some of the wrong things. Like, yes, world building and lore is important, right? But out of all the MMOs that we played recently that have this immense lore, we've joked more about fucking Blob Marley ass names than the actual lore of most of the games that we've played recently. It's intriguing what saying, fuck the lore, let's just make it fun, can actually do. And there's still lore that's here. But the focus on core gameplay emphasis has been very apparent. It's just smooth and it feels good to play, in my opinion. Character names are funny. I love it. Hope they bring PvP fast. Me too, dude. Me too. PvP, when it comes in with this element of build cooking, can be so fucking fun. Too many MMOs to take themselves very seriously before they're actually gonna deserve it. Yeah, I think a lot of games do that. I don't know why, but there's definitely this level, especially among MMO players too. I don't know what it is. I think it's like, as people have become adults, they're afraid to be like, oh, like, not that they're afraid to say, but everybody comes in and they're just like, oh, it looks like a kid's game. I can't play it because of the graphics. And I'm like, man, is that really like what we're focused on at this point in time? Is that truly the make or break in what a game has to offer? Is like the visual of it, when most of what you're going to be doing as a player and looking at as a player if you're doing combat is like your cooldowns, health bars, numbers on the screen. Like, I understand to a certain extent, but hey, I don't really mind the graphics of this. I actually quite like stylized graphics and the performance that tends to come with it. But then they play a cow in WoW and shame somebody for playing a human. Yeah, exactly. You get the vibe. That is exactly it. I don't really understand why everybody is afraid for a video game, or afraid of a video game feeling like a game and not feeling like this super serious fucking war mill sim. Like, this is explorative. This is a fun world to walk around, to be a part of, even if there are flaws to it, even if we're not seeing, you know, the most players that we always have in an MMO. We can always group up and do stuff, and once we hit level 20, we'll be going around doing hard mode content, helping other people with their shit. I'll be trying to min-max different builds over here and seeing what wombo combos I can actually pull off. Because if you know me, you know I love a good wombo combo. I'm having an immense amount of fun already, and I don't necessarily see that ending anytime soon with the amount of content that is actually available over here. So, maybe a Pokemon MMO tomorrow. I'll be playing that shit too. I care a lot less about graphics than I do gameplay. Yeah, gameplay is the most important thing for me. I say a lot, any player's most frequently used action is a W key press in any MMO. No matter how much you think it's something else, you press W key more than any other thing in an MMO. And sometimes MMOs in today's day and age come down to a very simple element of, doesn't feel good when I press W key. And that can be enough to kill it for people. There can be input delay, there can be a movement system that just doesn't hit for people. The game can be too floaty or too weighted. The porridge is too hot, the porridge is too cold. And there are very rarely a lot of win scenarios for developers where they have, especially in the MMO world, where established developers almost like know enough, so to say, to stay away from MMOs. The developers have the data to drive, you know, what players like about movement systems, what they don't like about the movement systems, all of the information about what type of PvE content players enjoy, the baseline of the game based on some other interactions with communities. Even if it's not directly within the MMO genre, the fact that this studio has put out other titles before, oops, does show that they're, you know, competent and capable of shipping. So, on this game, you hit W key, and it's not long before you have to immediately do something else. You're not traversing one plane for 3 minutes in the game. Yeah, the platforming aspect is something that I originally was worried about. It's actually a really good call out too. The platforming aspect was something that when I like heard platforming aspect, I was like, oh fuck, bro, I'm about to be playing some like old Mario type shit, and I immediately misunderstood. It's kind of like Minecraft-y movement in a certain extent, where it's this not set an auto run and just cook. Like, I have an auto run, but I'm gonna be honest, I haven't really used my auto run much in this game at all, just because there are so many terrain changes. There are so many little nooks and crannies and corridors and twists and turns, and it's not necessarily just a set it and forget it type navigation. It's been a little bit intriguing, honestly. I think they've done a lot of things well with this game that are just often overlooked, and it's a satisfying game to play, is the easiest way that I can describe it. I do keep mistargeting that like crazy though, I'm not gonna lie. I keep muscle memorying an old 2 that I definitely did not need to aim with, and that is slightly tragic. But yeah, the movement, going around the world feels quite nice. Going into combat feels nice. Just because of the art style, they can make new areas and content fast. I hope. I think a fast content cadence is all but necessary with MMOs currently. Anything that's a live service, right? You don't have long to keep people's attention once you have it for a little bit. And I think Scars is going to be a really good example of this, where they had people's attention, but taking it back under the NDA with the state of, you know, their game being as known or not as it is, I think the NDA is going to show that their attention is very fleeting. And in live service games and multiplayer games, you need to be putting out content that will keep players in your title instead of going to others and being retained there. Because if you're not putting out content quickly, somebody is. It's not MMO. It's MMO adjacent. MMO light. But I just don't want to say MMO light every time. It's like saying Miller Lite every time. It's more of a bitch get me a Miller. Although I don't really drink beer, so I don't really know what that actually is. I'm kind of bullshitting there. But I'm not gonna say MMO Light every time. It should probably be assumed that while shards are small, layers are small, there is multiplayer content, and a lot of their systems that they're gonna be adding in directly play into multiplayer content. It's not going to be your, you know, your classic vintage MMO. It's not going to be your Eve that's scaled around 17 million people all jerking off at the same time. It's very independent compared to a lot of MMOs. Very solo accessible, which to some is going to be a very bad thing. To others is really not a big deal at all, as long as there's multiplayer content that works in the long run. Can you show the spot on the map? Yeah, it is in West Enrapit. And it's over in Talitha Falls. You go underneath the falls itself. So I'm like down underneath, and then the waterfall's above me. So you can either relog after you kill the big pit of crabs, or you can just come out here and do the little loop and not worry about relogging back and forth. I've just been doing the loop, but technically it is faster if you just relog and then you get on another layer and then you just blast a new layer over and over and over again. But I still think it's quite fast regardless. I mean, I think I'm actually done leveling this already. No, I have one more. One more level. And then we're good. Played retail WoW for the last 2 months, and I saw the amount of people in the open world, and 90% of players aren't grouping with 10 plus people all the time anyways. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I also did a short stint in retail before I went over to Scars of Honor to cover that. And now I have ended up over here, and I went to retail after the Death of Ashes, and it was, you know, an immediate difference. God damn it, why do I keep mistargeting that? One thing that's really interesting to me with retail in particular is the element of, like, you pass people in the open world, but there's not really interaction with the people in the open world. And there's not really reason for there to be. Like, retail has, I don't want to say like de-incentivized a lot of the social loop, but they have definitely linearized the shit out of everything and made it super accessible to the point that you don't necessarily have any interaction. You can run around on war mode and maybe jump somebody that's mining a node. But that's not exactly, I don't know about you guys, but that's not like the most enjoyable PvP for me, is just, you know, jumping people that aren't expecting. I think that's kind of lame. But in WoW, you frequently, Kim, thank you for the follow.
Absolutely S tier.
In WoW, especially retail, you frequently run past people that you really, you know, you have no interaction with. Running past them or running past an NPC would have zero difference because there's no threat, so to say. There's no like friend or foe gauge. There's just, I don't know, emptiness. It's all a little bit, I don't know, not brought together holistically in a way that, oh shit, in a way that a lot of people think it used to be, myself included. And after playing some more like truly socially driven MMOs, which this is not, right? This is a lot more independent. I have definitely understood the contrast of like the theme park versus the sandbox versus sand park versus this versus that, right? And I understand what I usually like. And I'm gonna be completely transparent. What I usually like is a lot different than what this is. But this is really fucking good. And if they give me any element of the comfort that I usually like, then we're so up. That seems to be the only MMO that's PvP first that retains the population. Yeah, and I mean, I'm not quite certain why that may be. Because of the zones, perhaps? So a lot of the PvP tends to be managed. I'm not an Albion expert, but to my knowledge, there are different, like, PvP zones that you can go into with different tiers of consequence. And I think being a PvP forward game, you have to understand that there are gonna be times where people just don't want a PvP. And it's almost like, if you have a, you know, a younger sibling, if you have a kid, if you have a niece, nephew, when they're kind of tugging at your shirt and they're like, hey, you got games on your phone? That's the feeling that some players, read a lot of players, get when there is PvP that's not necessarily consensual, when they're just trying to mind their own fucking business and exist and vibe out, and some dude that's full bis swoops down on them and just ganks the shit out of them, and Fortnite takes the L on their body and messages them and tells them to off themselves. Like, they don't enjoy that element of it. And there's an element of containment that's necessary with PvP communities as a member of a PvP community to keep the volatility from reaching your normal player base. PvPers have one objective: kill players. And if the killing players isn't incentivized in one area, they'll find another area where they can kill more players, even if they don't need the incentivization. So having the gear drop, having the, you know, something on the line, even though people probably have a, you know, drops in plethora, right? Backup gear sets in plethora. And they don't really bring in their abyss. That simple element of it to incentivize people to take their actions to a specific part of the world instead of just bringing it in and griefing everybody else. Think one of the largest complaints with Scars early on, where they were just having the, you know, the full open world PvP, and everybody that wasn't sitting there on a spawn griefing people fucking hated it because they were the ones that were then getting griefed if they weren't sitting on other people griefing. And it led to this very large spot of inequity between the players, where you had those that were just cooking people and those that were not. So, kind of coming up, guilds, duels, instant PvP, PvP zone. How's it on an MMO? Because technically it's smaller. Like, it's a multiplayer game, but I don't know if I'd call it, like, massive. Like, calling this a massive multiplayer game because it has guilds and battlegrounds and stuff like that is like calling my penis massive because it has balls and a head. It's still very, 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 like, tiny scale when you compare it to actually massive games, right? This is a glorified solo game right now. I mean, like, yeah. And a lot of the content can and will be accessible solo in the first place, right? 13K players. The scale of a game does not determine if it's a massive multiplayer, though. The interaction and the size of, like, the content that you're taking on is what determines it. It's like saying, I don't fucking know, PoE is an MMO because it has a lot of players, right? So is where it wants me. Yeah, exactly. I think that it's not inherently a flaw. And I think some people will think that it is a flaw, that it's bringing in fewer people. MMO Lite, yeah. MMO Lite is what like the Govy name for it is. But to a lot of people, that makes effectively no difference in it. And the, you know, the MMO Lite tag only covers so much. Bad news again, servers are down. Yeah, but you're on EU, right? Fucking America on top, baby. And with the time difference, that's not going to hit us for 6 hours, so I'll be in bed by then. But yeah, it's got a lot of MMO properties. And the way I've been describing it, because like, trying to explain things to the gaming population is not necessarily the easiest, right? But it's like, you have a girlfriend, but you still kiss dudes sometimes, so you're not all the way gay, right? It's primarily a solo accessible game, but it still has some multiplayer stuff sometimes, so it's not all the way an MMO. It's only sometimes dabbling its toes in the MMO world. You're only sometimes kissing dudes when your girlfriend's not there. So it's not inherently a bad thing at all. And some games fully embrace it. Some games completely shy away from it. Some games are like us, where it's just somewhere in the middle and you're at least a little bit kissing somebody else sometimes. Amen, brother? Hell yeah, that's what America's built on, man. Kissing your homies for a couple's membership in the clubhouse of a golf course to convince them you're actually a couple. My founding fathers fought for that right, and it saved me $250. A fucking men, dog. Homies over hoes? Well, it's best when you have a little bit on the side. So it's like, what about when your hoes annoy you and you just want to go chill and make out with the homies, right? Instead of the hoes, because the homies talk less. You just want to go smoke a joint with your bro and like, sorry. Anyways. I'm not getting out. Okay, well no, I just tuned in. We're talking about making out with your friends, but in like an MMO standpoint. So it's like, hold on. I'll explain after this bowl. Hold on. I got a crab mount. So if you haven't seen the crab mount, I got a crab mount. Yo, Black Eye, what up, dog? Hope you're having a beautiful day, dog. What you getting up to? All right, I will be right back. I've heard of these games now. Huge life service MMOs or just FOMO simulators. Yeah, I mean, I think the progression is interesting in this one as well. Once it gets up to level 50, there's obviously going to be a fear of FOMO. But when they get the hard mode dungeons actually providing the proper level incentivized scaled up reward, the FOMO becomes a lot less. I think it's actually an intriguing design. How you have the level appropriate dungeons, and for example, you can get the Crab Gantua shield at level 8. But with the hard mode, you'd theoretically be able to get the Crab Gantua shield at level 20 if that weren't bugged and dropping the lower level reward. So the FOMO of like, oh, I see Dusty on a crazy build, and you know, a week from now, I'll have logged almost 100 hours, right? I'm gonna stream the fuck out of this game. And people will see me at level 20 on some very fun builds that look very fun to play and engage with. But they will still be able to access those things, even if it's a year down the road, providing, again, the content is actually scaling the drops as well, which it should be in the long term. It is a bug that it's not. And they'll be able to access the same power scaling, the same class fantasy that I have. I'll just be able to say, oh yeah, you get this weapon here from this boss. It's normally this level, or you can do it on hard mode if you're max level and get it up to level 20. It's nice. Has Dusty asked the data mom question yet today? No, I have not. That only gets broken out at very important times. In fact, they delivered such a fun game. Makes me confident they know how to expand the game. Yeah, they've also delivered well-loved niche titles in the past. Like, these developers are not new. It's pretty intriguing, if I'm being honest. I think there is, I think there's a good amount of potential with it. I don't wanna speak too soon. What, really? What kind of crafting is there in this? Cooking, blacksmithing, outfitting, which makes bags very important. I'll probably spend some time on that when I'm cleaning up the storage later. Alchemy, which makes trinkets, can process motes and make consumables. Jeweler, which does rings and amulets and shit. And then enchanter, which enchants gear, basically, and then makes consumable scrolls. So, can you swap classes by swapping weapons? Your class is static. Wait, are servers down for people? Bro, I'm not gonna lie, I don't think the servers are down for me. But is class lock on home screen but the weapons also inherently bring with them abilities. So, for instance, I am Paladin.
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
Yo, Vochu, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I am Paladin. I'm a priest. So I'm playing kind of like a Paladin fantasy because I took a priest and combined it with melee weapons and took the big bonkers in an AoE combo, and I'm playing kind of that like melee caster of Doom, which has been a really fun combination so far. I could play a priest that is entirely ranged weapons and is incredibly safe. Al, thank you for the prime. Dude. I appreciate that. Much love, much love. I could just play around the ranged fantasy entirely and play completely safe, play my space. I could switch over to a warrior, and I could, instead of having more AoE self-healing and damagey abilities and supporty abilities, so like my class abilities are the ones on the right and in the middle. Those are unique to the class. So I have a movement buff, which makes me move faster. I have a stat buff for me and any allies for 6 seconds, little baby and rage. And then I also have an AoE that does damage, stuns enemies, right? Those are my class abilities. If I were on a warrior, then I would have like a, I think they have like a charge and some other bullshit. I know they at least have a charge. I don't know what the other bullshit is. I'm not gonna lie to you. I haven't played a warrior yet. I will at some point. But warrior's gonna have a different kit entirely than a priest will, which would lead to, even if I was using my pocket hive, which is warrior priest main hand capability, it would be slightly different. Also, good news, I got this leveled. So now I'm gonna be able to spawn an army of bees at all points in time. And I just need to find maybe an AoE grind. Because I'm sitting at level 11 right now. I think the crab grind is too low to be worthwhile. But if I could find a grind that's level, I don't know, like 13-ish or something, would be quite good. If I'm being real, that's probably my next step. So we'll grab some quests here. Oh, we're up so tremendous. I got an instant quest completion. And then I'll climb the tree and jump and find a cave carved into the cliff and inside the ladybug. Dog being cryptic as fuck about the ladybug.
Cat with abs is
So I have to climb the
absolutely
tree
S
and then I
tier.
have to jump into cave carved in the side of cliff and then I have to find a ladybug. Cool, thank you for the follow. Much love. Sounds like it's gonna send me on a fucking fantastic voyage. Have I attuned here? I have attuned here. In Fang in the Dark, I actually have no idea what that actually is. I'm assuming there's a chest or something here. Alright, chat, hold on. I'll be right back. I'm gonna stretch the legs real quick while you guys get a look at Mr. Krabs with extreme jealousy. Because I'm not gonna lie, I'm trippy as fuck. Server said go do something else. Did you actually get smited? I wonder if I am on a streamer client. It's a little weird. I didn't have to sign anything for it this time, so it's been pleasant. Much more pleasant than last time. Boys, I'll be right back. 1 second. Twitch Prime. Alrighty. Boys. Excuse me. Sorry, I had to go show Carla my mouth. I had to go rub it in her face a little bit. I returned. I think it's time we show this build off a little bit. Maybe have some fun with it. I just worked hard to level this. And I have no idea what Fang in the Dark is. Working on 4th area completion now? Wait. Which one are you doing right now? I too am working on my 4th. I'm doing Honeywoods right now. Streg. Where the heliante are you? Are you on the same stuff that I am? Just got the Bee Queen on hard mode to 8%, then my game crashed. No! Oh, dude, that is so sad. You poor kindred spirit. What build do you play? How's the game? Any PvP? Seen reviews were mixed on Steam. A lot of negative reviews, from what I've been able to gather, are more based around, like, server infrastructure being bad for the, you know, for the early access rather than game being bad. Which I actually quite agree with. I think not necessarily on a realm of, like, server infrastructure terrible and bad and unplayable. It does go down and have some disruptions from time to time. And I've even been hit with them as well. But definitely, like, expected for an early access, right? I don't think it's the end of the world for that. Nor do I think it's the worst that I have ever seen in my life, right? Over the course of playing as many games as I have. It's not a game killer. The combat, movement, world exploration is phenomenal. I have been incredibly impressed, you know, all the time that I've been playing the game. I have genuinely enjoyed it. Crusader, wait, so that's my wings. Crit chance, CDR, damage, healing, and shielding up by 10% for 20 seconds. Oh, that's absolutely insane. Okay, so I just have a wings now. We love to see that. Forever having server issues. Yeah, some servers are having issues right now. Depending on which one you're on, it is very... Uh-oh. Very likely that you could run into some server issues. I don't know if you're on NA or EU, but I want to say EU is currently down, if I'm not tripping. Platform mechanics and challenges are really good. Yeah, just the element of, like, you see something like this, right? Just the little orb in the world. And you're like, oh, I wonder how I have to get up there. And it's something that may not immediately be... NA is down for me now. Right. Yes, me too. I'm on... Korea servers. I'm on the Korea servers. What's the best DPS class? Do you like melee or do you like range? And do you like casting spells or do you like fizz damage? That is my question to you. Because honestly, I think everything has validity from what I've seen. I know a lot of people that play everything. Melee damage. So, warrior is really popular for melee damage, fizz damage. Typical Ooga Booga, self heals and sustain. Really strong. Everything can melee, right? But if you like a traditional melee, no caster vibe, warrior is there. Assassin, rogue. Is it assassin or rogue over here? Sorry, different games. I think it's just rogue over here, right? I think it's rogue. But they can use a bow as well. There are bows in the game and shit, so... Yeah, just rogue? Oh, thank God. Sorry, I just played a game where it was gonna be assassin. Dude, it's so hard. I've never been, like, variety MMO guy before. And so now that I'm, like, playing multiple MMOs, I'm like, oh, fuck, man. It's so hard to keep track of everything. It's like, I understand why my mom used to call me my brother's names and shit, dog. It's like, it's inevitable. Looks like a WoW style game. How's this far? What's the player count per server? So, player count per server, honestly, I'm just gonna hit that real quick. Player count per server is borderline irrelevant just because the layering is so small right now. There's just regional servers. So, like, I'm on the North America server, for instance. So, the sharding size... I shouldn't say that. The size per layer right now is 20 people per layer. However, there have been talks of expanding that eventually. I don't necessarily know when that would happen, but I've heard up to 50 people per layer. So, player count per server, like, large, but layer-wise is much smaller. It's not necessarily the most poppin' thing, but...
Absolutely S tier.
Rux, Danny, thank you for the follows. Warrior's the strongest melee DPS. So, it depends on what you're going for. So, I play a priest, right? So, I have melee weapons on my priest, just to give you an instance of, like, what a non-warrior type would look like. And I'm still melee, but I'm casting a lot of spells while I'm in melee range. So, the build that I have right now is effectively, like, it's, I'm gonna call it the AOB build instead of the AOE, because, like, you know, super funny pun about bees. But basically... it's all about putting a bee shield up around myself that ticks on enemies and does damage to me. Does damage to enemies, heals me, and then anytime I do or take damage, I get a buff that leads to me spawning these little bees. Anytime I spawn a bee, I increase the duration of my current bees, so they just, you know, they live a lot longer. So it's, you know, it's a paladin-y type build that is scaling around AoE damage, self-sustain, and it's melee, but it's definitely not your typical warrior type melee. I've got a lot of stuns, I've got a lot of CCs, I've got a lot of sustain. So, Battle Priest? Yeah, Paladin, Battle Priest, like, pretty much all of those vibes. Yeah, very much so. And keep in mind, the way this build functions isn't inherently how a build would function that's using Dominion, which is the other shield. I'm using a Crab Gantua's because I really like Depth Shield. That does damage and heals. So, Balloon, thank you for the Prime Dog, I appreciate you. That does damage to enemies and heals me for each of its charges, and stuns at the end of the 4th charge that goes off when it's fully upgraded. So that just gives me another super consistent, you know, ability to play around. And by the time that goes off, I can proc my Judgment, and then I pop a Cleave, and everything is pretty much dead at that point, if not already dead. So all I'm doing is just rounding stuff up, sustaining and blasting, and it's been incredibly fun for me so far. I've had effectively 0 complaints about the playability. Using Bee Thunder Fury? Yeah! I have a blue Bee Fury, and I got a purple Pocket Hive for my Arsenal slot. So, next is finding my way up to level 20 so I can get the 2nd Arsenal ability unlocked. And then I'll be fucking pumping. I got a legendary Pocket Hive. Fuck yourself. Respectfully.
Absolutely S
Sci 5, thank you for the follow. Damn, legend. Were you farming it, or did it just drop, like, first kill? And which boss drops it? Because I swear to God I got mine off not one of the instance bosses, but one of, like, the elite mob type shits. Drop on first kill. Of one of the people that's just, like, outside, right? Not one of the instance people? Because I swear to God I did not get mine from instancing. My name came on the stream. Hey, I appreciate the lurk, dog. Just notice you got the sword? Yes. I got the sword. I got a purple Pocket Hive. I got the crab mount. Dude, it's a good day today. I'm not gonna lie. Day 2 of playing FAREVER has been quite possibly one of the best RNG days that I have had in a game in a long time. Long time. This has been an extreme joy for me. I'm taking so much pride in this. And I still have so much to learn, but I don't know if it's currently possible to level up Magma Shield on Mage. The one who will have to pair with it, or am I missing something? Can you use swords on a mage? As your melee weapon? I feel like one-handed swords, right? What's this one? Warrior Priest. Books? Word. Are you mage player over here, Sleazy? Server not letting me kill B-Lady? Are you trying to do... Oh, training manuals. Oh. Yeah, that's also a cheat code. You'll get training manuals that drop as you do content. I have a bunch of my storage. I don't have any on me. But you can also pop those bad boys. Sleazy, that's good comms. I have a max geared mage. Define max geared. Are we talking like full Lego everything, or what's the definition of max geared over here right now? Cause that is interesting to me. I do wonder what I'm gonna do when I inevitably hit the ceiling. All biz gear. So like all Lego full biz? Queen Honeybeth drops Pokehive. Wait. Drops this one. Pocket Hive. Have I killed her yet? I don't think I've killed her, right? Or did I kill her? I swear to God I didn't kill her. Is she instanced? I have a level 20 version of the weapon from hard mode boss. Wait, so our hard mode boss is actually dropping level 20 stuff now or nah? Because I heard that they weren't. She is. Bro, I swear to God, I've been blacking out on this. What are her mechanics? Because I swear to God, I haven't killed any queen anything in an instance. How would I know? I'm assuming it's one of these, right? Just queen bee from what I can see. What's the name of her achievement thingy? I'm going the wrong way. I was not intended to come over this way. Queen bee is level 19 Dungy. Yeah, so there's no way that I did it.
Cat with abs is absolutely
Zoom, thank you for the follow.
S-tier.
There's no way that I didn't got a level 13 pocket hive then. So, oh, fuck me. So I must have got it out of like a chest or something? Started priest, typical holy bull staff attacks. Then found these ghost clam fists. Now it's spawning status effect totems and water bending. I was clam slamming for quite some time. Yes. I was absolutely slamming the shit out of those clams. Lady bee and queen bee. Okay, well I did Lady bee. That was where I got the sword and the trinket from. Because the trinket, your weapon skills have a 10% chance, to summon a bee that'll attack for 10 seconds. So I have that, I have Bee Fury, and I have Pocket Hive. But I swear to God I haven't done Queen Bee. Have I done this yet? I don't think I've done this yet either. I'm pretty sure I have a new dungeon to do here. Where's Pocket Hive drop? They're saying it's from the Queen, but I don't think I've done Queen Bee yet. Like, I'm 99% sure. Also worth mentioning, the game is a dream on controller. Oh yeah, it kind of makes sense that it runs smooth on controller. Do you have to do like ability, not ability mods, but like button modifiers? Tried loading into the dungeon a few times. Whenever I load, Pocket Hive can also drop from chest by RNG. You do the level 13 B boss. I think that one also drops it. Is that one outside of an instance? Because I'm pretty sure I got it outside of an instance. Like, I want to say I got it outside of an instance. I've had really good luck today, though. I also got the spear. So I've been kind of running hot right now. There are dungeons in this B-zone. Right, there's this dungeon, and then there's B-bitch. Right? So I did B-bitch up at the top. She kicked my ass. And then I got my revenge. Uh-oh. Chat, are we cooked? Chat, we might be cooked. Plug and play on gamepad, can swap on the fly. Oh, fuck, really? That's smooth. If you entered the one you're on right now and Lady B, then you had to get it out of dungeon. I haven't done this one. I just did Lady B. It's not letting me in dungeons right now either. Can I log out, log back in, and then just not be in this? Because I think the dungeon is one of the last things that I have to do. I have to go to Rose Bay after this. I have to do H. Ketchum's bullshit. And then I think after I do those, I'm pretty much done here. Rack, a second for the follow. Appreciate you. Spam X. Try that first. What, this X? Yeah, I don't know. Don't lock out. You won't be able to get back in. Okay, word. Wait. We're good. Everything's fine. You log out, you're cooked. We sustain. I guess I'm just not gonna do the dungeon right now. And we go south to Rose Bay. And then we'll clear that out. We'll see what's over there. Maybe find a good little AoE grind. Because I just hit level 15. And the closer I can get to 20, the better. That was honestly my large goal today. Exploration can be done at any time. But I want to get to 20 so I can start blasting. I already have an idea of where the builds are going, thankfully. Primarily because of the RNG that I've had today. This shit is a legendary run on weapon RNG, man. I got the spear that I was looking for. I have got effectively every piece of gear that I was like targeting today, just instantaneously. So I'm incredibly thankful. Ooh, shiny. Incredibly thankful for that. Is there a hermit crab mount? Instead of like my crab mount? Dr. Namaste, what up, dude? Bought the game and can never log into a character. Couldn't connect to server. Yeah, their login servers are very stressed right now comparatively to what they prepped for. So it's pretty unfortunate, but you can just kind of brute force it. That's been my best luck getting in, is just spamming the connect over and over and over and over and over again. And just hoping for the best. I wish I had a better, you know, better set of circumstances. I think I've already killed this guy now that I think about it, but that's fine. We'll just keep blasting. But I would just keep trying to brute force it. A lot of people connecting to the NA server are having some issues right now as well. So I do wish you luck, but I scrolled back. You got it from Honey Zucca outside of the dungeon. Wait, Dave, you're the MVP. Okay, so I got it outside of an instance. It was Honey Zucca, which is one of the named mobs that are out there. I don't know if he's supposed to drop it. I don't know if that's insanely lucky or what. But I will say I am not upset about it whatsoever. I consider it a massive W. Namaste, thank you for the follow, dude. Chat, for anybody else that might be new, feel free to ask me anything. I am very new to FAREVER. I actually just came over yesterday. But I have a lot of people in my community that were trying to get me over here for a while I was doing Scars coverage. Scars of Honor just wrapped up play testing, so I was over there doing some coverage. Now over here to really dive deep. I do stream daily. I've streamed over 1,000 days in a row. Usually stream 8 to 12 hours a day. 1% drop. Wait, 1%. Jesus Christ. Okay, we love that. We love that. But make sure you guys start the follows. You know, when I go live daily, all that good stuff. I do always greatly appreciate the support. It genuinely is what makes it possible. So I will be over here making FAREVER content for God, probably an absurd amount of time. Again, I'm literally always here. So different. Thank you for the follow, dude. I appreciate you. Actual streamer drop rate. Okay, hear me out. Someone calculate the odds of pulling a purple pocket hive at a 1% drop rate. Getting Bee Fury and the trinket, first bee lady kill, and then pulling a crab. Because I feel as though I am running quite fucking hot right now, and I don't really want to think what's going to happen when the hot streak wears off, dude. Because this is a legendary run. If I can do this when hard mode is in effect, and I can get my hard mode gear this quickly, ay, 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 ay. Pocket Hive can drop from any mob on the bee zones. It's just ultra rare. What's the base rarity that it drops in? Is it purple by default, or that's just Pocket Hive any quality and you got a purple to boot? Okay, so basically any, oh shit. Any quality Pocket Hive can drop from what, like green and up? I don't want to talk. I don't want to fucking talk. I do not want to discuss what just happened. Hitbox on these things? Okay, I'm also gonna blame those things. Yeah, I'm gonna blame the hitbox on those instead of myself. That is, that's the game's fault, not my fault for being a dumbass. What? I almost did it twice. Bro, I almost did it twice. I would have been furious. That one would not have been my fault, although I guess it probably would have been with the whole, like, fool me one time. Shame on. Where the fuck? Oh, I was supposed to round the corner. Yep. Yep. I didn't see the right there. Bro, I'm not gonna lie. I did not see the right turn whatsoever. We go back, we go again. We master this. This is the hardest boss in the game right now. Fuck Lady B. This is pushing me harder. Wrong turn? Technically, I didn't turn at all, bro. I missed my exit. I gotta merge out more confidently next time. It's okay. This is progression. This is the highest level of... Why did I go down? Why did I just... I don't know why I do the things I do sometimes. I genuinely amaze myself with how difficult I make some of the easiest shit in games. I have no idea why I decided to double tap the glider. 3-0, brother. That was not me. I just want to talk to the developers of these little ball things. Whoever did the hitbox on these, I just want to have a small conversation. Just me and my Russian mafia friends. I just want to chat. Just a small chit chat. Okay, chat. First try. I just got to go in a little lower. All right, bingo. All right, we're so good. Give feedback. Oh, there's going to be a lot of feedback. Oh, there will be a lot of feedback. Definitely. I am very close to losing my mental. Very close to crashing the... I hate it here. How are you in game? No one can get in. No normies can get in. No plebes like you can get in, sir. No, I actually don't know. I just ran the fuck away from everybody else and I've been hoping for the best. I've just been minding my own business, not saying anything. Someone tried to get me disconnected, but 1% chance to get on servers. Bro, streamer loot actually activated. I have so many blessings, I can't even keep track. It is wonderful out here. All right, 3 seconds. Perfect. And then... What? Bro, I can't. I jumped vertically through it! And I didn't collide! Oh my god. Dude, I'm being frame mogged by these little fucking dots. We're just gonna go again. We're just gonna run it back. At least I have a crab. Realistically, you guys can't say shit to me. I have a fucking crab and you don't. That's like you guys are driving a Civic and I'm driving a Urus and you're trying to rev your engine at me. I have a crab. You are normies. I drive a Civic, by the way. I quite literally had a Urus rev its engine next to me in New York City one time, and I have never felt so emasculated. I tried to rev my engine back, and I think my car literally, like, voice chatted, "I'm poor" to the Urus. It was a little sad. Oh, I missed again. Dude, I hate these so much. I should have never come to a game where there were jumping puzzles. Bro, lock in. I'm locked in! I'm locked in, brother! Oh, fuck, I'm not locked in. That one wasn't supposed to start yet. I'm locked in. Hold on. Okay. We're good. This is fine. This is literally what I have trained my entire life for. I've just got to get the lower angle. We've got a toe tap here. A little bit of a B-hop special. We'll get the glider drop. Swanton bomb it. Get a low angle of altitude. Go through it. Collide! We're locked in, baby. Let's go. Holy shit. First try speedrun. Chat, add the splits. Write them down. Put it on speedrun.com. We fucking done it. Put the YouTube guide up. That is literally a short in and of itself. How to run this as quickly as humanly possible. Oh, new slimes. Wait, what is this? What did Jello's square for? Well, time to kill a couple. I don't really understand why they're square, but I'm fine with it. Seems like they're... Hello, sir? Good day. I don't think we've met. However, we were about to. Oh, don't... No, why are you honey healing, brother? You do not need to do that at all. You have zero reason to be acting like that, if I do say so myself. It's kind of excessive. And I do not appreciate that whatsoever. So, my cooldowns... I feel like they're in this weird spot where it's like they increase my damage by double, but it's from like 4 to 8. So it doesn't feel like a lot. Even though it may inherently be a fucking ton of damage, it doesn't feel the craziest. They're octagon slimes, not square. Are they? They look like a cube. I don't want to contest, like, without having a good angle. But they definitely look pentagon. But they're definitely not a pentagon. No, I've seen the pentagon before. I've seen images of that. I haven't actually been there or anything. But I've definitely seen what the pentagon looks like. I don't think that's a pentagon. Way fewer aliens in it as well. So I definitely, hold on. Is it a pentagon? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's a hexagon. It's a stop sign. Yeah, it's literally a hexagon. It's not a cube. Update chat. Not a cube. Also not a pentagon. It is a hexagon. I can confirm I have counted with my own eyes. Granted, do not trust my counting at all. What do you have? More armor, more vit, less faith. I think I got magic pendant and I get fervor. Sure. I'll roll with it. A scarf with 2 vit, more armor, pass. Belt, downgrade, pass. Huge ring upgrade, actually. Massive ring upgrade. Each of those rings is kind of fat. It's like 2.2% crit, which I'm actually all about a little bit more crit scaling. This is just an upgrade. We'd love to see that. Glory isn't bad either. I had a lot of fun running Glory. It's just worse than everything I have right now. So you'll just be B. You know what the craziest, like, lore about me running this build is? I'm deathly allergic to bees and hornets IRL. And when I was a kid, I stepped on a bee, and because of the severity of my allergy, despite my EpiPen and my nebulizer, I literally like flatlined and was in the back of an ambulance and they like battle res my shit. So the fact that I basically got wombo comboed by a bee when I was a kid. And now I'm like the master of the bees in front of hundreds of people. I have shown the pollinators who their boss is. And I have mastered my greatest fear. I had a hornet land on me on stream one time. That was fucking scary. It actually didn't land on me, but it like brushed up against my, it brushed up against my neck and like flew by me. And landed on my ring light. And I ran and yelled at my girlfriend. Because if she gets stung, it hurts. If I get stung, I die. We're playing different games out here. Is some paladin builds? Yeah, it is. It's very paladin-esque. So you can make it work with a lot of different main hand offhand combos. You can also run a two-hander if you want. I have Bee Fury and then the Crabgantua shield for my main hand weapons. And then I have for my arsenal Pocket Hive. I got a really lucky drop on it. So I'm just summoning a shitload of bees that are all doing a lot of damage. The sustain on the bees, keeping the uptime up every time I summon a bee, it extends the duration of all of my other summoned bees by 3 seconds. So I can effectively just stack bees like crazy in the event that I can keep doing consistent damage. It's also a lot of self-heal, sustain, AoE damage. It's just all around solid. So there are a lot of things that you can do differently. This spear, Gorgon Ratsy's toothpick, is first of all a banger name, second of all a banger spear. Really good AoE burst. I was before that running Glory and this shield. Glory is a one-handed sword that has a whirlwind with it. And every time you block, it resets the cooldown of your whirlwind. So you can kind of like whirlwind block, whirlwind block. It's kind of fun. So a few solid options overall, but anybody kill a queen bee? I didn't kill a queen bee. I just killed lady bee. I was told queen bee and lady bee were two like different things, right? Any PvP? PvP in the roadmap, but it is not in yet. Queen, not lady. Yeah, queen's the level 19 one, right? How are you still in? Streamer loop. Streamer loop. Inaudible boss's name something like Nick Cage. It's fucked against your build. Oh god. I would totally cook Nicolas Cage with my build. Maybe that's 100 times the sure. You think it's worth the 90 bucks? No, dude, feel free to, you know me. You could ask me fucking a million more and I'd rather be able to give my feedback to people that, you know, care about it than have people not have it, right? I have been very impressed with my time so far, much more than I thought I would. Especially with the depth of combat, build customization. Hey, Storm, thank you for following. The build customization, the depth of combat, something as small as the, you know, the terrain, playing into combat, right? Those are caster mobs, but I just LOS'd all of them on the verticality of the terrain, which allows me to group them all up way easier because every point of the terrain is almost this like Minecraft-y block-built terrain where you have a ton of verticality throughout it, right? It makes the open world play a lot different than just this, you know, set an auto run and forget it type beat. The class customization and the ability to cook classes has surprised me a lot comparatively to what I thought it was going to be. It just seems like there is more and more available than I thought there was going to be when I first hopped in, especially on the realm of, you know, I want to be sweaty and do sweaty content and cook sweaty builds, right? That's really what I enjoy. And the fact that I can do that while having cozy exploration and shit along the way is really, really, really impressive for me, and has immediately led to a ton of enjoyment. And I also think a ton of enjoyment for the community just watching the direction of the cook so far and seeing how much different a priest can be. In 2 days, I've done everything from the default priest build that you spawn with to getting clams and becoming rank 1 clam slammer for a little bit, to getting my first melee weapons and going into a 2-hand melee build, to then getting my B build going because this is super safe and so much self-heal. Like, there's so much that you can actually do out here, man. It is really, 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 really fun, is the easiest way that I can say it. It feels like you are directly in control of how your character plays. Even if you're a priest, you can play a priest so many different ways, you know? The reason I can't log in for 20 minutes. Some servers are having very bad login issues, and the login issues are also somewhat random and sporadic on a player-to-player basis and aren't necessarily consistent. So, this is level 15 in the future 50 level cap, which is insane. Yes, they have more class customization that's planned. They want to bring in a lot more cooking with builds, more talent trees than just the one that we have right now. Rooftop, thank you for the follow, dog. I appreciate you. They want to give us a lot to actually cook with, which, again, I really appreciate as somebody that likes to make builds, somebody that likes to find interactions between certain items, abilities, classes. I mean, shit, the roadmap even talks about their desire to bring in certain buffs that are between different classes in a group, which are like symbiotic buffs based on the classes you decide to bring into your group. And small shit like that just gives us so much room to actually cook. Are the bosses farmable? Instance bosses, yes. The first time you kill the instance boss, you get 3 drops, and then every time after that, it's 2 drops. So you can farm them. I have not had to, fortunately, for any of my gear. I've actually had ungodly good luck, if I'm being completely honest. But you can do that. I haven't got repeat loot from the open world bosses. I don't know if that's like a per day lockout or anything like that. But I've killed a couple of, like, bosses more than once in the open world, and it doesn't seem like they're like repeat dropping anything. So just interesting note there. I'll have to do a little more research and maybe double back for some that I've killed before. But NTS, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. But yeah, the amount of cooking that's possible already is crazy. It's per character, just once per boss per character in the open world. I mean, the good news is you can also share loot if you really want to go down that route of having alts. I already have a ton of shit. Did I already kill this guy? Yeah, I already killed that guy. Best priest build early? Shit, like really early, I'm not gonna lie. I enjoyed the comfort of having clams. The dual clams with the totems. Beely the bee. God damn it. What must I do? I don't even know what I'm supposed to do for her. And why did I just get boots that I can't even use? Guys are precious zealots for me.
Cat with abs is absolutely
I think I'm just supposed to nuke people. I'm not entirely sure. Benny, thank you for the follow. Much love. Much love. But yeah, I really enjoyed the clams early. Clams gave a lot of sustain. It plays around totems, and the totems put a little like AoE wave out that does damage anytime you cast an ability. So early on, it was just standing on top of totems, using abilities, playing pretty safe. Fire Scepter is consistent early because you get your fiery that's just constantly healing you. It's like your little fire familiar. Goes around and just constantly heals you no matter where you go, so you can honestly arsenal that as well. Yo, Darren's. What up, dude? Thank you for the raid. I appreciate you. Much love. I hope you had a good stream, my boy. Fire Scepter is really, 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 really solid in terms of a heals per second, because you can just keep that on you super, super, super consistently. Let's see, where'd I go after that? After Fire Scepter, after clams, I used clams immediately into getting melee weapons, and then I just started rolling with every melee weapon. So, forgot you've been playing Scars. What up? Are you living a second priest? Oh, yeah. No, this is my first one. I stuck scars out until the end and regret absolutely nothing. So I have a little bit of catch up to do. Of course, this is only day 2. So I am by no forest chump. I'm gonna fucking hate this. I am by no means an expert at this point. I'm learning, and I have a lot of people that also feed me information constantly, which is huge in helping me learn. But it has definitely been an experience trying to actually catch up. What crabs do you get off of? I got the mount off of the crabs that are over on here. Talitha Falls underneath, where you have the really high XP per hour and like the weapon crab farm. Fuck me. I got it off at that. I was just doing my crab rounds trying to level up my B build weapons, and then it just blopped out. So I don't know like how rare they are. How many different colorways are there? Because somebody said they had a pale orange version of it. I'm kind of happy I got the red, because the red looks the most like crabby. I don't know what other colors there are, and I don't want to discriminate. But like red Mr. Krabs goes fucking insane. I feel like I would either need red or blue. I don't even know if blue is an option, but I definitely like the red. Come out like that, but yellow color you can just loot from the chest. I got the drippy one. How do you farm other weapons? Some of them have specific drop tables. Certain ones will come off of bosses or out of certain areas and points of interest. Certain ones can just be, you know, found. Honestly, it's usually based on points of interest. So, even a guide for priest, 100% check it out. Listen, give me a couple of days to understand priest. I may look like I know what I'm doing at this point, but I'm still learning so much minute by minute, hour by hour. I will do a bunch of guide content. I just have to understand what I'm doing on the first, you know, the first iteration of it, just so I don't feed people bad content, you know? I would hate to not be able to actually interact with people. You should know world boss? Well, I also don't know what I'm doing, though. I barely have formulated my build. I don't know how to really articulate, like... I mean, I do articulate why I'm using what I'm using, but... Book of Meme is on, and Crab Shield still busted for priest. Wait, what's a book? What's that do? Because I fuck with the Crab Shield incredibly heavily, yes. I have had 0 quarrels with the Crab Shield. I need to find my way... up to there, I think. Not quite sure what my best route over to there is. Maybe this, but I think I'm too low for that. Yep, donk. Okay. At least we salvaged that. And I can't get up there. I think I'd find my way maybe over here, or am I too slow for this? No, we're good here. I hate all this jumping puzzle shit. Gives me so much fucking anxiety, dude. I'm so bad at jumping puzzles and like finding my way through areas. I don't even have a compass, man. Test on southwestern treetops. I'm focused on getting to where the big ass question mark is right now. And I hear sparklies. Hold on. Is this the chest you were talking about? Because I'm gonna be real, I don't know what direction southwest is. I'm navigating solely off of vibes, not off cardinal directions whatsoever. And so far, that's worked for me. I have no idea what I got out of that. I got a formula, small pouch, lost package. Okay. Nothing too crazy. So now how the fuck do I get up there? Because that looks like where I need to go there. See, but another weapon in your arsenal. You guys number 3 skill bar. Oh, yeah. I have a passive on right now. I appreciate you. I have Pocket Hive, and then I have the passive on, so that way when I'm doing damage or taking damage, I'm able to spawn the bees passively. When I hit level 20, I'll take the second arsenal point, but jump higher with your mount. Yeah, it's not taking me too high. Are you on the China server? No, I'm on the NA server, dog. I live in Maine. So, I don't know. I know a lot of people are having problems with the NA server right now. It's been kind of chill for me, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if I have anything like super crazy going on my end that other people don't, but I don't believe so. Played NA because of friends. Went to EU when NA was down and the game ran so much better because firmware dips are server related. Weird. Wait. Like ping related frame dips? That sounds incredibly not normal. Fly down from the tree. That tree over there? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of tech. I feel like there's gotta be a way for me to climb this shit. I feel like climbing should be possible. The tree seems like the easy way out, but at this point, the easy way out might be the way. There's not, trust me. How long did you spend? That is a man speaking from pain. How long did you spend trying to find a way to climb the tree? We spent an hour. Oh no. Okay. I'll take your word for it. Oh god. The cumulative man hours that have gone into that tree. Okay. I will learn from your pain. What is the quickest way for me to get up here? I'm assuming just climb like I've never climbed before type shit. But then I also reach an impasse here because I'm not other way. God fucking damn it. God damn it, I hate it here. The game freezes when you can't get info for the server. Looks like frame lag. So it is like server and ping related? Inside. Oh, okay. So like down in the cave itself. You guys have to understand, man. I'm banned from navigating family trips in real life because one time I was trying to navigate my brother and myself from Maine to Quincy Market in Boston, Massachusetts. And I somehow navigated us to Quincy, Massachusetts, which is not the same thing at all. And I have been banned from navigational duties since. And now I'm navigating without a minimap. I don't have a compass. I don't have any familiarity with the world that I am in. Brother, I am like... I'm scared. I feel like I am more out of place than I ever have been. But it's fun. Already done the race thing with checkpoints. You can just click it again to get to the top. Wait a minute. So like... if I go here, or the box at the bottom. I have to like physically go to the box at the bottom. Turn on ping if you edit the options file in the game folder. There's a line that says something like display ping equals false, and you just turn it to true. Is that how we get FPS as well? Go up those jumps. I'm gonna take a sip of Dr. Pepper. I feel like this got harder once we got the navigation. It's like a survivor challenge where I'm blindfolded, but everybody's also about 6 seconds behind what I'm actually doing. If you click the box, it takes you to the top. Okay, now we just gotta find the start box. And I have reason to believe it's after the jumps. And these jumps are probably going to cook me. Chat, avert your eyes. Avert your eyes, please. Please, please. Dude, I'm not meant for this. I'm not meant for this. I'm a polar bear in Miami right now, chat. This isn't good. Okay, never mind. I'm the best to ever do it. So I can just click this. First try, I wasn't even stressed. I literally wasn't even lost that entire time. This is also probably a pretty solid mob grind, right? Because these lads give solid XP. I already killed her, Miss Lady, over there. So I don't need to worry too much about going there again. And I can just kill these, and then I can Swanton Bomb off the top of the tree. And then after this, where do we go? West? Not west, east? Other way? I don't think there's an FPS display, but I think there's a display combat meter line. Not sure what that is. Like a damage meter? That sounds damage metery to me. East will be fine as priest. Okay. So I just gotta finish this up. And I need to go off the other side. This is why I'm not allowed to navigate. So we go off the back side of this, a little Swanton Bomb Ski, and I think this is one of the last things that I actually have to do, right? I have to do the dungeon when dungeons are actually back up. That's H Ketchum, so I have to do that shit. And then whatever the fuck that bitch wants. Why no arsenal weapon? Using a passive for the arsenal weapon. Instead of using an active right now. I'll have an active when I am 20 for it. But I basically have like super B summony build right now. That is incredibly fun. Alright, I think I can land here maybe. I fucked up. I fucked up. Alright, we're just gonna enjoy the glide, I think. I might have cooked it. Chad, I think I cooked it. You fucked up? It hurts. Anytime my feet come off the ground, something bad happens. Good news! I found an orb. I consider that an overall success. Wait, I can just launch myself. Through fucking up, I've actually discovered true success, right? Holy shit, we might actually be... Nope. Nope, I just made it way worse. I'm right back where I was, huh? Is there any verticality? I don't have... I have no verticality, huh? Well. Back we go, boys! So noted, I should probably not try to land and then redeploy off of that with more speed. I kind of fucked up. Why can't I connect to server? Have you tried setting it to Wumbo? Now you see why it took us an hour? I would like to think that I've been on this nowhere near an hour, but I feel like it's been way closer to an hour than I would like to admit. I'm not gonna lie, I very much think we're closer to an hour than I'd like it to be. Have you got any runes for your skills yet? Yeah, I'm actually doing quite decent on the skill rune aspect of it. I don't have everything with runes, but I think I have most of my skills runed up at least one rune wise, but I'm doing pretty well with it. I mean, judgment, I have a couple. Movement speed versus Fizz and Magic Mastery. Faithful Winds, I have cooldown versus a heal. Radiant Verdict, I have Consecrate. Blessing of Fervor, I have a shield. I don't know either of those. And then Crusader, I don't have any yet. So then we'll get Beacon of Hope and Miracle, which will be kind of cool. It'll be kind of nice. Enter release date, granting 50% cooldown reduction to judgment, making you charge a random prayer every 1 second or 15 seconds. And drop totem restoring 10% of damage
is
done.
absolutely S tier.
So where do these abilities go? Precedent, thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. Where do these abilities go? Can I only use 4 of the total abilities? Like, do I have to pick?
S tier.
Let's go, thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. You have to pick. Fucking rats. Okay. Okay. Storing 10% of the damage you deal and heal you provide after 0 seconds. How long does this actually last? Because 10% sounds like a lot. Until we actually do math and realize 10% is probably not that much. Am I supposed to go down? I feel like I'm not supposed to go down. But I feel like I'm already kind of committed. Never mind. We're not committed at this point. It was over here, right? And then I have to go through this. I want to say it was like left. Chat. This is who you're dealing with an exploration game, by the way. I want you to realize. I cannot wait until there's PvP because I will be playing into my strengths. Where I can just hit mobs. Oh my fucking god. I can hit mobs and I can hit people. This is like... This is me effectively trying to, like, speak French during a stream. I would be fucking cooked the entire time. There would be 0 hope for me whatsoever. What's the big screaming at the mic at you with your direction? Oh, dude. No, it's... Believe you me. It's a bit of a personal problem for me. I try to work on it, but the more I try to work on it, the worse it gets. I don't quite understand how I'm so bad directionally. I was in Iceland last year and may or may not have, like, almost lost our car with all of the luggage on it because we apparently didn't think of the AirTag tech. I hate it here. And we were in Reykjavik getting food and I forgot where we parked. Because I'm kind of forgetful sometimes. And so we had to, like, walk the streets of Reykjavik up and down until we started to recognize physical landmarks like hills and gates and shit. And it was only at that point that we were able to actually find the vehicle. And it was, dude, it was fucking chaos. San Diego, every TwitchCon, I get us lost somewhere trying to walk us around. It's tough being as terrible directionally as I am. This just brings me here, I'm pretty sure. Should I just go back down and hit the box again? Because I feel like at this point I should just go back down and hit the box again. No? I feel like I should go back down and hit the box again. You're there, keep going around. Around left or around right? Respawn. I probably could. Because I have... Alright, wait, that's tech. That's tech. How they do PvP within a player mail system on the roadmap for hate mail? Don't they have DMs? And listen, I'm always here. Man, one of my final acts in Scars of Honor was making somebody baby rage over my build and accusing me of using a bunch of exploits when I offered them to show them my build. So that was like the last day of the playtest. Jump over to that island, then make your big jump. Maddie, thank you for the follow. What do you mean jump over there to that island? Like simply jump? Oh, off of this. Alright, so anyways, bro, I swear to God I'm allergic to bees. It's starting to get to me. It's starting to fucking get to me. I'm not safe out here. The build's coming for me. It's all this nature. If I open my windows right now, there's no way! This game is vaporware. Bro, I swear to God, if I had to rank countries based on video game development capabilities, I swear to God, France would be like the lowest ever. God damn, what do you mean? Somebody said this was gonna be Game of the Year earlier. Good fucking gravy. Good fucking gravy. Okay, hold on. Why does this not collide at the stem? That is my question. Why is this not collision? That's crazy to me. I feel as though I've been scammed at the core of my being. I feel like I have been done so incredibly dastardly right now. Fucking hell. Really needs a larger hitbox. I feel like I am the victim here. Skill issue. Yeah, I have too much of it, so they're trying to fucking hold me down. Thank you for noticing. All right, I'm gonna line it up, and then we sail off into the sunset towards the large tree. We definitely have the height on this one. Chat, I fucking speed ran this. Again, YouTube short it. Get it over to self. 30 seconds or less tutorial on how to get this. I'm assuming this is a hide and seek up here, right? Because it seems like a really ignorant spot to put a hide and seek. How to drop a level 20 shoulder pad at level 12? I don't know. I have a pair of level 20 boots. Not quite sure, but I also haven't questioned it. Yes, of course. Can you believe I spent 2 months up that tree without meeting anyone? No, I actually can believe that you spent 2 months up this tree without meeting anyone because you're an asshole for being up this tree, Hayden. Because you're extra as fuck. You have no reason to be this high up a fucking tree, Hayden. Why don't you just do something normal for a change? You're on NA? I am on NA, yes. How I am connected right now? Oh, I don't fucking know. I don't know. I got a level 21 ring drop. Brother doing what? I mean, good news, you're prepping for content expansions. My dog is literally ready for the next patch already. I like your fishy. I have fishy glider. I have crab mount. My crab mount is nautical themed, yes. Has claw, has hook. I have beehive mace. I have crab shield. I'm pretty drippy. I'm not gonna lie. and my entire build is the antithesis of my, like, human being, I summon in a bunch of bees. That is literally the entirety of the build right now. Oh, I did not mean to do that. What is the bind to see my cosmetics again? This one? Why? I found it. We're so up. I have a couple of different gliders. I have this one as well. But I kind of fuck with the fish. I think the fish is much trip. I have one companion, but he can just stay there. And then there's also transmog, which is kind of heat. The transmog system's just free, right? Like, I can just go into my appearance, and then I can just select appearances for things. It's kind of crazy. That's so dope. Yeah, the fact that you can just do it immediately wherever you go. Also, if you get any pieces that you're not going to use, make sure you equip them and then just put your other piece back on, because equipping a piece unlocks the transmog for it. Oh, wait. I just got shoulders. Wait a minute. I had an empty slot. I no longer have an empty slot. I have shoulders now. We're up tremendous. So, yeah, make sure you equip and then unequip everything before you get rid of it, salvage it, whatever. Just so you get the transmog style for it. They should probably make it so it's auto-unlocked when you actually loot stuff. But... you just yell. Is she playing League? Carla just yelled. Hold on, I'll be right back. I have to make sure she didn't die. Never mind. I poked my head around the corner, and she was dying in her lane in League of Legends. I turned the corner into the room and I saw her dying in League. Just immediately after I poked my head around, I saw her getting killed. So, yeah, no, I hear, ah, and I'm like, fucking mouse or something? Because last time there was a mouse, I apparently didn't respond quickly enough, so the perp got away. Fucking Streets won that night. So, I wanted to make sure that my response time wasn't bad. My fucking Yelp score was going to start dropping now. I don't know if Dominion Shield is obtainable. Yes, it is. I have found 2 of them. I want to say it was over here? Marindal Island, I want to say. I've found 2 of them so far, though. Socks, what up, dude? I hope you had a beautiful day. And I was having trouble connecting to NA. Yes, a lot of people are having trouble connecting to NA right now. I am very fortunate to not be having a lot of trouble, but it seems like a lot of people are having trouble more frequently than not, so... I don't know what I'm supposed to do for this bitch. I think I'm supposed to gather precious zealots for her. But I don't know what that means. It's very cryptic. 10 flowers. I'm supposed to get flowers for her? I thought that was a kill quest. That makes so much more sense. I was looking for shit to do violence against. Okay, hold on. That's way more sensical. So I just have to go around and gather flowers for a little bit. Where does one find flowers? I think I've picked like a couple flowers my entire existence so far. Can I gather you, or are you just foliage? Just foliage. Okay, that's absolutely
Cat with
tragic.
abs is absolutely S tier.
There's some of those next to where the ladybug is. So I should do H. Ketchum's shit to go up to the ladybug and then gather the flowers next to the ladybug and then get 2 birds stoned at once? Is what I'm gathering? Yes. Caprice use 2-hand swords or only SNS? Yeah, you can use 2-handers as well. There was a 2-hand spear that was priest eligible. There is a 2-hand mace that I'm using as my arsenal. I just have a passive on it, which is 2-hand eligible as well. So quite nice there. Are there bags larger than 6? Yes. You make those through outfitting. So if you go, still remembering my binds J, I think. Yeah, J is your cooking menu, or should be by default. Outfitter has linen bags that you can make at level 1. Those are 8 slots, and you can make 10 slaughters at, I believe, level 2. So outfitting is where I would start in terms of any of your trade skills. To find it, you'll need to climb the giant tree and go as far west as possible. Then jump, you'll find a cave carved into the cliff, then inside Ladybug. Motherfucker! Do I have to go up there again? Tell me I don't have to go all the way up that fuck-ass tree again. Yeah, I hate this game, bro. Fucking hate it here. Alright, off we go. On a grand voyage once again. Where the fuck was that box at? How do people say there's a god when stuff like this happens? I truly wonder sometimes, like, at what point do we accept that we are truly alone in this universe and that it is us with nobody out there looking for us at all? You go to the box, you can TP the last one? Yeah, it's just been me getting to the box without absolutely throwing the jumping part out of rage. So that was probably the smoothest it's been so far. Fortunately, I seemingly have the muscle memory down on that after a few attempts. I think it's more trauma than anything else, but... Alright, so go as far west as you can. Which is this way. And then I'm supposed to just fucking YOLO jump and I'll see a cave carved into the side of the cliff. Is it in there? Because I'm assuming they're talking about that shit in there. You get there, it's a little yellow ladybug you need to capture for the quest, so make sure you have a net. You're telling me I have to have a net? I have to have a net. Like one of the nets that I get from the vendor, and the vendor's not up here on the tree, right? The vendor's not up here? You brought a net? No, I didn't bring a net. No, I didn't bring a fucking net at all. Nobody told me before I came up that I needed a fucking net. What is up with people saying you make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich by grabbing the peanut butter and spreading it? Motherfucker, where is my bread? Oh my god, why don't you always have a net? Nobody told me I would need a net.
Cat with abs is absolutely
Don't
S tier.
follow during this. This is distress. Don't celebrate this. It's not content you should want to follow. You should be preying on my success. I've made it this far without a net.
Cat
Nobody,
with abs
no.
is absolutely S tier.
Stop. There is no scenario where I've needed a net so far. Don't you have one in your
Cat
bag?
with abs is
No,
absolutely
I don't have a
S
fucking
tier.
net in my bag. Unless I get one by default, but no, I don't have a net in my bag. I just...
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
How is a net not the first thing? Did I play this game to have combat?
is
Or did I
absolutely
play
S
this
tier.
game to fucking collect critters?
Cat with abs is absolutely
Why
S tier.
are you supporting this? What is wrong with you? I made a joke last night. I take everything you say as a joke.
Farm him, reaped, dead.
Never
Fucking
taken a
idiot.
thing you said seriously, and now I'm supposed to value that I'm supposed to grab this fucking net? How far can I make it if I just jump and then
Cat with
AFK?
abs is absolutely S tier.
How's the lag and stuttering today? Honestly, I wish it were worse. For whatever reason, everyone's acting like it's a good thing that I can fucking play the game right now. Here I am. Misery. Went from 11 to 18 with all the downtime and shit today in about 3 hours. Yeah, must be fucking nice. Must be nice. What do you do for 11 to 18? Just like mob grind type shit? Or do you explore? Press T easier to TP back. You're so right. You're so right. Mob grinding? Yeah, mob grinding's fast as fuck. I haven't really found an area that's higher than what I'm at right now, so I do definitely have to figure that side out, but okay, we're gonna run to storage. We're gonna Prime Valley, we're gonna hit storage, we're gonna hit a vendor. I've been able to log on for half an hour. Just keep trying. I've heard that people that Twitch Prime to DustyWhy have better chances of getting on. So, do consider. I'll be right back. There's a bull calling my name. Sometimes I wonder if a 9 to 5 would be better than like what I have going right now. Like, really, I was good at selling beds. I did really good. I could put y'all in a Tempur-Pedic like fucking crazy. I swear to God, chat. Ask me anything about beds. But, man, I don't know. I never told anybody to lay down without first putting them in a fucking bed. All right, hold on. Trade. Shop. All right. Problem solved. Problem solved. Literally nothing bad even happened. It all just kind of works out at the end of the day. We'll hit the bank. Just a smidge. I know, Dusty, you have to organize your bank. You have to stop being a pocket watching little ass bitch. Backspace it before you even type it out. Your mother's watching. You haven't called her today. So, I will organize it later. I will craft later. We need a larger bank. We do need a larger bank. How are you on? The whole world is offline. Brother, I have no fucking idea, but if you rat, I will find you. I swear on my mother on Mother's Day. If you tell the French that I am still online, we will have personal beef. And I don't want to have beef with anybody here. You guys have been great so far since I've been over streaming the game. It's been a fucking joy. Don't change that. Don't be the one. We all lose if I go offline. Your banking habits sadden me. Brother, wait till you see my IRL banking habits. They're even worse. You'd be fucking mortified if you knew how down bad this shit was. At least I'm actually putting stuff in the bank over here. If someone stole my identity, they would give it back. That is how down bad we are. This is just the beginning of it. Those are level 20, so I gotta store those bad boys. Like, I don't know. What do you mean my banking habits? Are you taking the time to actually, like, place everything, like, color organize it? What the fuck do you mean my banking habits? Brother, I take the things that could be useful for my other characters and I put them in the bank. And if I don't think that they're going to be useful for my other characters, then I don't bank them. And then I take materials and the materials go in the bank. My banking habits are quite sound. The things that need to go in the bank go in the bank. And the things that don't need to go in the bank get sold typically. Like so. And I go through and I create wealth. This is wolf meat and then diaphanous wings. What the fuck does that even mean? It's a made up word. Diaphanous doesn't even mean anything. Hold on, there's a search. Diaphanous. I have those and I have wolf meat. So with these packages, they're lost packages. You'll just find them while you're out and about. And then you have to have a material. And then you complete them. And then you turn them into the guild merchant. And then he gives you 100 gold. Which I'm pretty sure that's it. I don't even really know how worthwhile they are to do. I think you make some money off it. But I'm not really like down bad on gold or anything. So I don't know if that's the most worthwhile time spent or anything. Large chunk of the map you don't have open to the northeast. Yeah, I kind of got scared to venture when I went to the north 3 times and got absolutely fucking, like, put on a leash. So that was, you know, kind of tragic. But I do feel like I have something to prove now. I feel like it's me against the world. I can't connect to the server again. I have heard that from a lot of people. I would recommend just continuing to brute force the fuck out of it. The server seems to be up in, not that way, some capacity. I mean, at the very least, right? And it's smooth once you're on. But I think it's the login server itself. Because I haven't had many disruptions being on Go East. But I gotta finish this area first. What the fuck do you mean? After all that, I just get my net. And you guys think I'm just gonna go east? Go left of that castle on the left. Wait. Hold on. Left of this castle? Like big castle type shit? Because that I can do. A lot of us can't believe it's a decent issue, probably because for the party issues the game has. How many of you were playing in group when you got DC'd last? Ping is only 120, which is about as good as it's ever been in the game. Login servers just keep dying. Yeah, I mean, my gameplay feels really smooth. Again, I'm not getting frame drops. I'm not getting stutters. I'm not getting lag. Again, I'm not sponsored or anything. People have been asking me if I'm sponsored. I'm not sponsored. Of the Crimson Stronghold. Right, to the left of it? Okay. I've arrived. What are we looking for here? Game smooth because no one can get on. I mean, even when I was playing last night, it was smooth though. Like, I've had some issues with disconnects, the same as everybody else has. But you're getting lag. The blue coins just cooked because of lag. Hasn't been that bad though. Honestly. Like, it hasn't been anything that has, for me, been anywhere out of the ordinary. Especially for an early access. Now, obviously login infrastructural issues are cooked, but guaranteed Dusty can't enter a dungeon. Oh yeah, no, Chair, Chair? Thank you for the follow. But yeah, I tried to enter the dungeon earlier. That's one of the things that I have to do over in the canopy still. I have to do that dungeon. And the fuck are they all jumping for? What the hell did I just witness? Are they getting crazy on it? What? I'm so confused. Game's out, thank you for the follow. Much love. But yeah, I tried to enter the dungeon earlier and the desync was less than ideal. Do you play with other people? Yeah, I mean, I enjoy doing multiplayer stuff. I very much like to learn solo so I can like yap with chat and stuff, and then I'll usually, like, once I get set up, I'll do carries and shit for people. But it just depends on what there is, right? So my first character through, I usually recluse and then just go into my informational gathering as much as possible unless I physically can't progress without a group type shit. But I really like being able to take in all of the information that there is, especially with games like this. A 2, better than a 1. Would you rather roll a 1 than a 2? Queen Bee is absolutely horrid. They do get cooked by Queen Bee. Lady Bee gave me some fits, but I also did not have nearly as good of a weapon setup. Granted, I did get my weapon currently off of Queen Bee, so couldn't have a good weapon setup comparatively to now. But she shoots the floor. Hold on, like, shoots the floor like Lady Bee did? Because that Fall Guys ass fight had me about to punch my monitor, I'm not gonna lie. Bro, I'd swear to Christ. That shit was infuriating. One small misstep for man. One giant misstep for my remaining tiles. What's up, man? Oh, Lady Bee? Yeah. So, the Lady Bee one took me a decent amount of time. Okay, wait. I gotta go off the west side. Try-Chang server can connect in mainland China, but not on every other server. This is so frustrating. China number 1. I mean, have you considered just embracing it and learning Chinese? Because at that point, there are 2 scenarios, right? You could see it as this massive disadvantage and this incredibly large oh fuck.
Ni hao.
Or you could learn Chinese. Let's see a red bush. That's how you know they found the cave. Go further down? Like altitude-wise? Further down? Off of this too? I swear to God if I have to go back up to the top of this. How much further down? Is there a spot that I can, like, best line myself up off of? Is it, like, really far down? Because this is, like... This is scary. This is, like, concerningly far. I don't think... There's nothing above me. And I don't see reason to not trust. That looks like an elevator system to get back around. What's over here? Is this something? How bad is the performance? Is it too bad to get the game now, do you think? So, for me, I haven't had a lot of performance issues. The servers themselves have been the larger issue. Right now, a lot of people are stuck on, like, login queues. Not login queues, but, like, unable to connect in the first place. There have been some pretty substantial login things. Now, when I've been playing, my FPS has been solid. My performance has been solid. Some people have been saying they're getting very bad frame drops. I have not been getting frame drops, stutters, stuff like that. I did have some connectivity issues a little bit earlier on, but that took me, you know, about an hour and it was resolved on my end. I got back in and fortunately haven't had too many issues since then. But There you see, yeah, this area with the little red bushy thing outside. I just don't want to go too fast and overshoot it. Because, like, where there is a DustyWhy, there is a way that I will fuck stuff up. I will absolutely take something that should be a guaranteed success and just brick it. I appreciate y'all, by the way. Thank you for the navigation. That would have been a very scary journey for me without you guys. So now I have to go in here. Is there... Oh, it's just a chest in here? And then a couple of orbs? This is an event chest, though, right? Surely. Oh. Okay. So now there's a ladybug mount, too? Okay, that's cute. I feel like my crab still aura farms the ladybug one, though. You have to catch the ladybug with the net. I have to equip my net? Where the fuck's the ladybug? There's a small ladybug walking around. Oh, shit! I see it! Hold on, target acquired, target acquired! Chat, we're moving in. I'm going for the kill. What the fuck, missed? Bitch. So shifty. Does it attack me? Stay there. Face down, ass up? That's the way we like to bug? Okay. So is that for the companion? What do I do now? Small boy in there. Yes, we've succeeded. That's for companion? Oh, okay. So we have small boy. So now I have ladybug and I have crab. Alright. We're so up. I feel the power now. What's this place? This is basically H. Ketchum sends you here, and this bee bitch sends you here, Beely the bee. So after you do the jumping puzzle to get up to the top, you can interact with the box, get up to the top level, jump off the west side, and then it drops you down into this cave off of the west side of that cliff. Just have to be careful that you don't miss it. And then you get the ladybug mount from the chest. And then you get the ladybug companion from catching the ladybug with your net. That you also have to bring over with you before you actually make it over to this really secluded area, by the way, chat. Trunk of the hive tree. Wait, that wasn't what I was trying to do here. Are you getting more on board with some single-player RPG experiences? I mean, not really, so to say. The large appeal to me with this is that there are MMO systems that are going to be coming in. It's MMO adjacent, it's an MMO light, right? But there are still MMO systems that will be coming in. Dremore, thank you for the follow, dog. I appreciate you. Which will be nice. The roadmap is really encouraging. Never seen the game. Can you sum it up in your experience? Cozy aesthetic. A lot of horizontal progression, which is like, you know, collecting mounts, collecting cosmetics, doing cozy shit, exploring the map. That doesn't require you to be a sweat. But there's a lot of potential to cook builds, a lot of potential to sweat. I, as a sweat, have had a lot of fun so far. It has more depth than I would have thought. The combat's been good, movement's been good, exploration has been good. I don't really have a ton of complaints at this point, other than the server infrastructure just making it harder for some people to play. But really, Fuzz, TJ, thank you guys for the follows. Grind, thank you for the raid, dog. I appreciate you. What's up, everyone? I'm on the NA server. We have reports that mainland China is also accepting people right now.
Is absolutely S tier.
Which is interesting that that actually works. But, yo, Gem, thank you for the follow. World team's dead. So, oh wait, this is a dungeon. Duh.
And his name is
Oh, hey, another one. Why is everybody getting on for the night? Are y'all all cooked like that? Is it that bad? Grim, thank you for the follow. Medieval, thank you for the raid as well, brother. Much love. Are you also cooked? I have heard that multiple people are cooked right now. So I think all things considered, I'm gonna turn in these quests. And then I'm probably gonna head east, and I'll just double back for the dungeon a little bit later. Raw barbecue chicken. Oh no, my brothers. Oh no. Okay, I'll pray for you. I'll pray for you. And the devs are asleep, bro. It's cooked. It's cooked. I think all of France is asleep. What's so good about this game? So, you got a sec? Cause like, I have a list that I've been compiling, right? That I think is a really large series of hits. So first thing, check your primers because you guys might get an ad during this, I'm not gonna lie. but check your Prime so you don't get an ad and have this disrupted. The game on its, on its baseline, right? At its core, is very cozy, very comfy, very accessible to solo players and small groups, that want to kick back and enjoy. It's got a lot of possibility for players who do not want to be rank 1 in the world and do not want to take the game like a job, like I do, to come in and enjoy their time and explore and be a part of a world that is immersive and fun and presents challenge. And that's even right now. For people that enjoy cooking builds, right? Mr. Card.
Cat with abs is
Yo, for style, thank you for the follow, dog. Mr. Card likes cooking builds a whole hell of a lot. This man is the Gordon Ramsay of cooking builds. And when these 75 new weapons come in and 300 plus weapon abilities over the course of the roadmap that they've given us, you bet your ass Card's gonna be going crazy on new builds. Hi, Skibby, what up, dude? This has been, for me, right? Very cozy and accessible for a lot of players, which isn't the largest thing for me, right? I am a huge gameplay person. I'm a huge combat person. We'll get to that in a second. But cozy and accessible for every single... I got to eat Fogo with your brother. Wait, what the fuck is this bullshit? Alright, we both get food poisoning. What the fuck do you mean you ate Fogo with my brother and you didn't invite me? In what world? When? Like right now? Him and family came down this way. Fuck you both. I'd be had a terrible time. God damn. It's the worst news I could have got. Wait, what the heck? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is some bullshit. Last Sunday. Oh, okay. Okay, I'm not mad anymore then. It's old. It's old. Old wounds can heal. I guess I can learn to forget. Is the server down, is it saving your progress or is it gonna roll you back? I don't know. But I'm getting knowledge. And the real rollback is the friends we made along the way. Good news, I got a lot of time. I mean, I stream full time, so like, if I do get rolled back and cooked, we're still balling. So, all things considered, worst case scenario, my character's a little lower level tomorrow. And I know the directionality that I want to go. You still got Krabby? Yeah, I will say I've logged out since I got the crab. My crab is safe. So today has been an absolutely splendid day. What if it deletes your character? Well, I'll just make another one. Yeah, I don't mind. I have, as of right now, about 11 hours of actual gameplay, 10, 11 hours of gameplay into this character. And I've been exploring, and I haven't really gone too crazy on the optimization of like sitting in one spot mob grinding for XP. I did a mob grind to get my weapons leveled. I've been really lucky with weapon drops. So like I have a purple pocket hive and I have a bee fury. So I have full bee build up and running at level 15, where I'm just summoning a shitload of pet bees that are lasting for very long and blasting mobs for me. So I've had great luck, also considering Krabby Mount. The luck has been good for me today. So, all things considered, if this character did get bricked, I'd be a little sad. But now I know where to go for things. I also have a great understanding of, like, what different, ability, what different classes have for different abilities, what different weapons provide for different abilities. There's so much more that would be faster for me the second time around. So, even then, I'd probably be able to get this character to this state in one day instead of 2 streams. Mouse are shared. Oh! Wait, so I wouldn't even lose Krabby? Oh, that's so fucking huge. Yeah, fuck that. I can just farm up the gear again. That's fine. That's not a difficult thing. Yeah, I could grind that out at any point. Krabby being inevitable is the largest W that I could have imagined, though. That is absolutely massive. So, I can just use this on any of my characters now. China confirm working, made a new tune. How are the China servers looking? Any different metas? I feel like we might need to embrace this. Like, I'm still holding it down on NA. I'm still cooking for us, boys. I want you to know. I will not give up. Okay, where is this? I would assume that's the east area. My dumbass. I'm looking this way. I'm like, where's the east area? Okay, Can I go here or am I gonna get yelled at by the game again? Because the last time I tried to explore, a motherfucker got yelled at by the game. And it kept sending me back to different spawns. I don't know if this is the way though. This looks like a very deep. Would abyss be the way to describe this? Because that definitely looks like I die if I go out there. There's a bridge to take you there. Yeah, I was gonna say, this seems deep. Wait. Excuse you? The fuck is going on out here? Well, hello, Mr. Spark, sir. And a chest. This better have like a cool ability rune in it. Crab! Chat, mark it down. Crab mount. Crab mount. Screenshot it if you need to screenshot it. We got another crab mount. Oh, I'm about to drown. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Everything's bad. Chat, I died for your sins. I might be able to heal through this, actually, because I have a judgment. Is there a series of bubbles? TP out. Wait, this might save me. I can't go out this way to the east, apparently. 3, 2, 1, and I'm out. We're so up. Okay, wait. So this is the pale yellow crab? Okay, so that's the pale yellow crab, and then this is the red crab. So the red crab's the drop, and then you guys can get the pale yellow crab from the chest there, which is right outside of Florin Hill. Okay, this. So what is the east area that I can actually go to? Red crab mogs? Oh, dude, the red crab fucking farms. Yes, absolutely. The red crab is the guy she tells you not to worry about, but like, if you're the yellow crab, it's still okay. Like, it's gonna happen. You just need to understand. Follow the road northeast. So why can't I swim? Red crab's all I use now, too. Yeah, I mean, until I get a cooler mount than the red crab. But people in chat were jealous when I got the red crab, and that's enough for me to want to flex on all the normies that don't have the red crab. So, until I get something that causes other people as much pain and distress as me getting this has caused them, I'm praying on their downfall. On a B-mount? Ooh, I could be the B-Lord. Yes, I want to steal your B-mount and then use it and make you miserable. Yes, the true community builder way. In the true MMOs of old, it's been about making the community feel... Fuck! I guess I deserve that. There's a chest that needs you to get orbs. Whoa, wait. At that little tower. What little tower? This little tower? There's nothing up on that side. I literally hear a chest. So that requires me to get orbs, is what you're saying. So I just need to work this area, and then I need to find orbs throughout this area. Perfectly fine. They're both under. Bruh. I'm being deceived. I'm being literally deceived. Oh! Okay, hold on. We go again. We go again. Run it back, turbo. I'm not playing. They're about to get it, dog. Alright, everything's fine this time. I fucked up last time. Fool me one time, shame on me. Fool me twice, can't get fooled again type shit. Now we're blasting. God damn, that's my bad. That's my bad. I overplayed. I was greedy. I took my life for granted. And I did not value it. Brody, chill, dog. He hits kind of hard, I'm not gonna lie. I should probably block a little bit more against him, huh? But the famous Dusty quote, blocking's for pussies. And it truly is. I'm just gonna summon more bees. And then AoE, and melee, and then blast. Alright, we're still up. What is Ram Gold? That sounds like a crafting mat. That's a crafting mat. And then he dropped a necklace that's 38 armor pen, but that's only fizz. Bro, I hear the chest jingling up here. Each side has one on the ground floor, entrances on the side of each. You're so good to me. You're so good to me. I appreciate you. And I got my Death Stone back. Did I make a mistake going rogue?
Absolutely S tier.
Jesse, thank you for the follow myself. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say a mistake. I wouldn't say a mistake. I think, personally, did I already get this one? I did not get this one. I think every class has its high points. Part of what makes Priest so enjoyable for me, especially this build, is I have an ungodly amount of CC. I have an ungodly amount of sustain, and I started playing a Priest when I saw the kit, not only because chat told me about the Paladin Dream, but also because I look at AoE pulling as a staple of effectively any MMO, no matter what that MMO is, successful, new, old, anything. AoE pulling is king. And you can level off of AoE pulling, you can econ off of AoE pulling, you can farm money, drops off of AoE pulling, you can do everything in every MMO typically off of AoE pulling. So I came in and I was like, I don't know much, but I know one thing for sure. AoE pull, right? That's effectively what I had in my mind. And that has worked for me extremely, extremely well so far. And I plan to stick with that. Now, I'm gonna have boss cooks as well for when we're bossing, when raid content and world bosses and world events come in. That'll be a different build. But as of right now, the AoE build is huge. Packs of 10 plus melee mobs on my Rogue and Rosa. Yeah, I think everything has plenty of potential. I think it's just messing around and finding the right, you know, the right build for you. Is it real MMO or is it Genshin style MMO? Does it even have group content? Right now with the early access, it's very MMO light, and it's still going to be MMO light, like permanently. That's part of the intent of the game. It's not supposed to be that mass scale MMO that some people are referring to it as, which is a little bit of a change up for me, right? I come from a lot of the get a group of 200 people to do something type shit. And it is an adjustment period. However, I do like a lot of the systems that they are putting out there. Their roadmap looks good as well. They're bringing in guilds. They're bringing in an open world PvP area that's going to hopefully have some good incentivization with it. Battlegrounds, that'll be instance battlegrounds. Raid bosses, a world boss. So they do have some MMO-esque elements for me that are like, you know, head scratching. And it's not one of those where it's hyper MMO light to the point where I feel like there's going to be no interaction between players. Because if that were the case, I don't know that I would be over here with a game that just has genuinely zero interaction. The fact that there's, you know, a lot of solo ability I don't think is inherently a bad thing. But I do definitely desire a lot of interaction with my community. That's something that's got to be a baseline for me. And even if this isn't going to be, again, getting the whole community together to do something, the fact that we'll be able to get people together to take on harder content is good. Bosses are also soloable, but scale with the group, so zero interaction equals mobile game. I mean, I disagree there. I think less interaction is just a difference in genre. It leans more towards like a multiplayer ARPG than it does a true MMO, or especially a mobile game. I mean, I think that is very different. How much did the devs pay you how much did you pay the devs to be able to play the game? I read that completely different at first. We don't need to get into those numbers. I was gonna be like, I'm not sponsored by them. Don't worry, you have nothing to worry about. But when that question's asked, I plead the fifth, and also please check your Prime, or I'm not gonna be able to pay rent this month. So, yeah, thanks for your help, guys. If we can ever get on the servers, yeah, the servers are the largest crux. I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I have no fucking idea how I'm still on. I have no clue. I am thankful as all fuck that I am still on. But again, I have zero idea how I am still on at this point in time, dude. It is very much, I don't know, janky from the sounds of it. Uh-oh, I might be cooked here. I do not have a lot of abilities. They have a very long range. I have a judgment up, we're probably fine. I just gotta get back in on the range, guys. And then we're fine. Get a little bit of healing up. We'll close over here. Big judge. And then we move over. Dodge all that. Oh, yeah. We're peachy. I just need to be cautious for a sec. Eee. Excuse me. Oh, the wall. Oh. Please. No pathing issues. Everything is fine. I'll heal up. I'll pop judgment. Why are my bees just, like, chilling? I feel like my bees were not doing what I needed them to do on a baseline there. And it's not that I'm, like, disappointed in them. But I was really relying on them to come through clutch. And I feel like they did not do a lot. Wait, why are there more commanders? What the fuck? It's like they work here or something. Which would kind of make sense. This has really Citadel-y ass vibes. But I'm also not sure if I'm ready to just take on like waves of these shits. This one has hounds instead. So, I mean, I guess we're fine. I guess we're fine. We're probably vibing. I just need to keep moving in a very circle-esque motion. I have to have my judgment always ready. Those cleaves hurt a little. Get a nice little combo. Oh, no, 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 hell no. To the na. All right, we're fine. We go back in on the range now. Jesus Christington, that was a little scary. I am not thrilled about the amount of damage that I just took. I actually feel kind of squishy for the first time with this build. And it's scaring me a little bit. It's a large game changer. Fucking hell, I felt like borderline invincible up until this interaction. And also that one bee bitch. That was excessive. She was very, very, very mean to me. Bye-bye. Okay. Before more waves of absolute bullshit come in. The fuck is going on here? Why is there just an unstoppable flow of mobs, and why do I feel like this is going to be one of the craziest— Ah! Never mind! Sorry, can't go there yet. What am I out of it? The rocket shield more. If there's something giving the praying hand symbol when you cast Judge. Oh, yeah. That's kind of the caveat right now to me running a passive. I definitely pointed that out as a negative when I was running my— like when I was putting my arsenal in, because I'm running the beehive as my arsenal. So naturally, like, the benefit of the beehive is slightly negated by the fact that I'm not getting the shielding when I pop my judgment consistently, which it is a very noticeable lack of shield. But when I hit 20, it's not going to be much of a difference. So, Jazz, what if I go? Thank you for the raid, brother. Much love, much love, much love. But yeah, so like right now when I'm not 20, it's definitely going to be noticeable that I don't have that shield being procced. But as soon as I'm 20 and I get the second arsenal proc, that is probably going to negate any of the difference that I would have noticed. You know what I mean? Yeah. No, I appreciate you. Here's what I noticed needing more. Yeah, I 1000% agree. It definitely seems like damage has ramped up here, but also a lot of my gear's probably going to be a little bit outdated. And I think I'm kind of close to getting some good shit. So, I don't know, all things considered, scaling solid right now. Things are still dying. XP's coming in. I have no real complaints at this point in time. Like, another ability would be nice there. But also spawning the bees as much as I have and being able to keep those lads up in the combat has been really good. Especially on the harder hitting fights when I do need to kite it out a little bit more. But even just taking a couple of these fights and learning how to navigate the casts on the new mobs, it's, as you can tell, like a lot smoother. So that's been a huge benefit as well. I have not— Ow! I spoke a little too soon. But even there, my bees just finished the mob for me. So I'm probably gonna mob grind here, at least until I hit 16 real quick. Because 16 will probably equalize me with some of the mobs. I need to find an obelisk in this area because I currently do not have an obelisk. I can't see shit relative to where I'm going or what I'm trying to do. So, Jazz, how's this game going? Actually really good. Like, would you believe me if I said much better than I thought when I originally said that I was going to check it out, you know, skeptically? Because this has been Celeryman Pumpkin Taro. The shitposting has reached a new level, if I'm being honest. This is absurd levels of shitposting, and I'm so here for it, dog. I'm so here for it, but holy shit. Can I just trade with him entirely, like, non-stop? I think I might be able to. Ow. What the fuck, brother? Why'd that shit hurt so much? Is that his AoE or is that my AoE? I can't really tell. And I don't dare to stay in and find out at this point. Oh, that's his AoE! Huh. Yeah, that looked oddly familiar to one of mine. Whoops. That definitely makes a lot of sense. I was wondering why he was fucking regenning so much. I'm like, that doesn't seem too friendly at this point in time. But other than that, he's easy. As long as I don't stand in his, you know, singular AoE, ow, that's causing issues, it'll be pretty chill. My judgment healing, again, definitely noticeable that I don't have, ow. Oh my god, he hits so hard. Definitely noticeable that I don't have the shield to stand on the judgments, but everything is still very workable. Even right now, I just have to play around my healing a little bit more, but, oh, fuck you. As long as I'm playing around my heals and playing around my cooldowns, we're so up. I know the devs go all night without checking on stuff. It's kind of crazy. They're probably trying to figure out the fix, if I'm being honest. Performing is ironically one of the stronger elites. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I mean, the little area effect hit really hard there. But this build is, I'm not gonna lie, I haven't played a lot of other things for perspective. But going with a priest that's oriented with self-healing, AoE damage, and AoE CC seems like a cheat code for early PvE. And I'm hoping it carries over into late game the same exact way, because this shit is strong as all hell with very little effort. Which, again, great, really good. Do you recommend FAREVER? I've been having a blast with it. I have played only one class so far. They have 4 classes available, all of which are going to play very differently. They have a bunch of different weapons available. You can combine one weapon as your main weapon, of course. But then a second weapon comes in as what's called your arsenal. So you get to pick an ability off of that weapon, which is usually your 3. But I have a weapon that has such a good passive on it that I chose the passive as my arsenal that I could actually use. So yeah, I've been having a lot of fun with it. If you have questions about like game systems or anything, man, feel free to ask. It's very soloable right now. Some people think to a, you know, to a flaw, so to say. Some people do not think that the solo ability is an issue at all. I think the solo ability personally leads to more people being able to play and access the game in the first place, which is great for the longevity of the game. As long as, you know, I as a multiplayer enjoyer, right, I really look forward to the PvP systems as they bring those in. And I'm pretty excited. So, scared for the limited content. Yeah, I mean, that's the concern through early access, right? But there is on the Steam page a look at their roadmap. And the roadmap takes us through, in blue, what's going to come this year. And then the purple is what's set to come through the remainder of early access. And even looking at the immediate blue, that's going to bring in a lot of content as they continue updating. Which, again, keeps things feeling fresh. More weapons coming in over the course of it. They're not going to drop 75 weapons all at once. It's going to be a trickle of new weapons, new content, new bosses, harder content coming in. And I think there is hopefully going to be enough to keep people interested with it, because I do feel like there is a, you know, very solid core over here. I've actually really enjoyed what I have interacted with so far. And I do feel like there is a very solid baseline here that they could improve on a lot too. Like, this isn't even the final form of the game, man. They could still cook up so much more, even within the, you know, the form of the game that they've established they want to follow with the MMO light structure, and it can be really fun. So I've been having a ton of fun so far. This is day 2 for me. I came over yesterday, a couple hours into stream, as Scars of Honor was trickling down, and I was like, all right, you know, I'm gonna give it a shot. I'm gonna see what's up. I'm gonna see if it's actually about that life. And I'm not gonna lie, it has been incredibly enjoyable. I have not run into many personal grievances, and I think the largest grievance that most people have run into is the server side stuff, which, yes, server issues absolutely suck eggs, but once server issues are sorted out in a week, and we're no longer having server login issues, then it comes down to the actual quality of the gameplay showing through. And I think that's where this game is really going to be able to strive, is when the gameplay itself is on display and it's not being held down by infrastructural issues. This is a crazy spot to XP grind, by the way. I might do this for a couple more levels. I just have to be careful about, like, multi-aggro, because these packs are large, and until I get a little bit beefier, I'll be cooked. Well, I don't see a lot of people, instance people in sub-servers. Yes! They've also told us that those sub-servers are only capable right now of hosting 20 players at the same time. So they plan to increase the capacity of those sub-servers and basically make it so you can see more people on them. But that's also a, you know, as development continues and as early access continues, they're going to keep working on the capabilities for that, because as you can see, they're already having some infrastructural issues with the servers as they are. So they are going to work to bring it. I believe their target that they've set is 50 instead of the current 20, which I think, oh, Jesus. Which I think will be, you know, pretty noticeable game changer, depending on the area of that 50-person capacity as well, right? That's going to be a big variable for it. But I've run into spots, especially hotter farms, and once people figure out what the hot farms are, right, that's going to make a large impact on it too. Now, caveat to that, what is this? The fuck is over here? And why do you have a giant bubble around you? The caveat to that is that with the layering being so heavy, right? With it being so quick to put people in other layers, it may be... Wait, am I fighting fucking seedlings? Why is this so adorable? It's like adorable but deadly. It's like Owo, not Uwu levels of combat, if that makes sense. Very angry Owo, like 5'0" punchy girl levels of Owo, right? Gameplay is just like video, uniform spot, running in circles. I mean, hear me out. I think most games all relate back to at a certain point in time. This is also what I was saying about why I built this, you know, this class and put this build together in the way that I have. Because everything always breaks down to the capacity to hopefully be able to pull many mobs fast and kill them, right? So what I've been doing is a mix of running around and finding out, you know, where questing spots are and where different parts of the world are that are incentivized. But you get bonuses for killing 8 and 20 of a certain mob. So I've been just running around, and while I'm looking for these questing hubs in these areas, I've also been trying to kill 8 and 20 of each mob so that way I can get my codex entries. And sometimes killing these mobs along the way, the last questing hub that I stopped at had a quest that was like, grab 55 different mob entries to your codex, which is 55 unique types of mobs. And I had already done that because I just stop and kill mobs, you know, out and about along the way. So I didn't really have to worry about going out to complete that or anything or being behind on it. It was just progress. It's not an MMO, it's an MMO light. So it's kind of like an MMORPG. It's a lot less incentivized on the seeing hundreds of people out in the world and more seeing, you know, tens of people, so to say. You can group up specifically for content, but its emphasis isn't shoving everybody into one massive open world and making them compete for resources. Accessibility of the content is one of the largest emphases, but they are going to have PvP content. They're going to have a PvP area that's competed for. They're also going to have more difficult PvE content that comes online too down the road. Heroic difficulty on the dungeons and the boss fights that are instance. They're going to have rifts, challenge modes. So Forever Down is only in the Asia servers. A lot of servers are having login issues. It seems like it's specifically around logins as well, because I'm in right now. And I'm not having issues, like, once I'm actually in. It's been quite smooth. I think it's just people that are trying to log in right now that aren't currently in. So keep brute forcing it and hope that something good happens. That's basically all the advice I have at this point in time. I wish I had more. But as soon as I saw this was the case, went from level 1 to 20 in 6 hours. Just by farming and doing the codex. Some high level mobs are way easy to cheese, even more if you master parry. Oh yeah, absolutely. There are definitely a lot of opportunities to have very easy XP come your way, and part of the reason I wanted to play, you know, the priest when I figured that you could use melee weapons, I really love an AoE DPS in the first place, right? Large melee enjoyer. Really have a hard time playing things if it's not melee. I just feel like ranged is so boring and disconnected from games usually. So I definitely knew coming in I wanted to play a melee. I like a melee that's diverse though. And warrior to me is typically a little bit too like ooga booga, just one dimensional. And I like something that can ooga booga at times, but also requires a little bit of finesse and can play in multiple different ways, which is immediately the vibe that I get with Melee Priest, almost like the Paladin-esque build, right? It's been incredibly fun so far, and seeing the change from, you know, clam slamming with my ranged weapons when I first got them, to the point that I'm at now, where I am fully built up on the one-hander and shield, and then having another melee weapon in my arsenal slot. I'm full melee. I'm more like AoE melee at this point than I am priest vibes, especially when you're looking at it as priest being like a dedicated healer typically. Matt, thank you for the follow, dude. I appreciate you. We'll add PvE content later, like raids that requires group play. Yeah, and you can still group up for bosses and dungeon content right now. And a lot of the content also scales up to the size of your group. So max group size right now is 4. There are not raids at this point in time. I would assume their raid size would probably be 5 groups of 4 for 20 in the long term. But as of right now, no raids from a group building standpoint. Also no raid content. But if you are doing certain bosses, like those bosses can and will scale up to your group size. One in particular, an early crab boss. I don't want to give too many spoilers for those that haven't played it yet, because finding out the mechanics is really fun. But one early crab boss, if you bring in a lot of people, definitely has a lot more friends that he shows up with to accommodate it, you know? Game went from 15k to 3k. They killed their own game. It's all dead. It's never gonna recover. No, it's just because all the servers are down right now in terms of accessibility from what we've gathered, and a lot of people are probably asleep. It'll bounce back. Is it actually at 3k right now? Oh my god, it is. Wait, the actual Curse of DustyWhy. What the fuck? Nah, there's this meme where every MMO that I stream dies as soon as I show up. And my stream... Ooh, purple. Wait, what the fuck is this? I just got a purple glory. Oh, damn. So, I mean, if I decide to go back to glory, then that's huge. What is up with me getting purple weapons? Just about to say, just about to play game, is it worth it or not? Just be prepared for connectivity and jank. It is in testing. Oh, well, not in testing, it's in early access. So, like, we're still stress testing the servers. They expected far fewer players than they actually have at this point. So, the largest issue for pretty much everybody has been connectivity. The gameplay is phenomenal comparatively to what I expected, right? It is far exceeding my expectations, and I think many others that have played when they actually get into the gameplay. But again, the hardest part of it is, as of right now, getting into the gameplay itself. So just be aware for that. As they work towards more stable servers, obviously that's going to be something that pretty much everybody is looking forward to, myself included. Just so that way, you know, people can play. But the server issues have been the largest issue, to put it bluntly, you know? It's early access, not like Cyberpunk. I mean, honestly, early access can mean a myriad of things, but from what we've gathered, they expected... What do I need to do to get you vulnerable? Am I missing something? Am I missing something? Imagine there were no server issues. Oh, God. The second server issues are sorted, the game blows up. Yeah, it's very simple. Because with their layering approach, it's not like they're going to run into finite resources in the world. It's not like they're going to run into... I just came from the Scars of Honor playtesting, where they had open world PvP and a 2-faction system enabled with very large verticality in terms of the scaling, right? So this is the NA server. The NA server has many layers on that NA server that all accommodate the player base when the servers are working. And as a result, they can just keep scaling up. Like, I don't necessarily know if there's a capacity to what their layering, you know, quantity-wise can reach. But it looks like 30 to 50. 20 per layer right now. So, you make your character on the regional server, and then when you go in, you're effectively placed on a layer of the world, where you will have other players on you. Now, I don't know if that's an entire world layer, or if that's just a regional layer, where you kind of, like, seamlessly transition to other layers as you go. That I'm not 1000% certain on, and need to do more research before I go spewing incorrect shit, because I'd hate to spew incorrect shit. Oh wait, what the fuck? Is the entire town up? Is that why I haven't seen any purple beam? Because I'm supposed to go up? It kind of makes sense. Kind of makes a lot of sense. Think they hinted at regional layers of sorts? Yeah. Okay. Kind of nice. You got 100% correct. Yeah, almost. I am working on a devious build. It has started. Oh my god, I have hiccups. It has started. People are looking at the build and they're like, wait a second. Wait a second, did I fuck up playing my class? We've had to talk people off of the edge, so floating city's kind of fire, so I'm assuming I need to go up to high ground and then just kind of hardcore parkour across? Or is there an easier way? Because I see there's like the windmilly thing, the turbine, that definitely looks like it should propel me up. But that doesn't look like it propels me up. Go to center. Okay, does that actually propel me up? Windmill fan zoomies. Is it wrong that I was distrusting of that? Because I really was distrusting of that. I might be just like, bro, am I just an old curmudgeon man that doesn't trust anything now? Did you beat Lady B? Yeah, fuck that bitch. God damn. The only good news is that she gave me my B Fury and she gave me my trinket. So I'm effectively B build. So I got a purple pocket hive that I currently have arsenaled with Mad Buzz. It's the passive where I can summon the bees. And then I have my B Fury that gives me my healing, my hive bite. This is a huge cleave and gives me 40% magic resist for 10 seconds. And then this just summons bee armor around me and does a lot of instances of damage. And then has a chance to poison as well, which is kind of nice. So I spawn a shitload of bees. I got my crab mount after I beat the bee lady as well. So this one is a rare drop. I'm very happy. I need to come up with a cool name. I feel like Eugene is too cookie cutter. I feel like it's too vanilla. It's too expected. We need something other than Eugene. Do they have greatsword? I've seen two-handed axes so far. They have like class specifications on certain weapons, right? So a great axe is bound to warrior. I don't know if great sword exists as a two-hander. I know there's two-handed spear, two-handed axe, two-handed mace. I'd have to assume there's a two-handed sword as well. I have a two-handed sword on a priest. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say I haven't seen a two-handed sword yet, but I'd have to assume there are a shitload of weapons though. And it's not necessarily that like every shield type has the same abilities. I have found two different shields with two different ability types, you know? It's very, 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 very cookable in terms of build customization. Don't log out? Yeah, don't log out. Do not log out is my recommendation. Everybody has been saying that they are absolutely cooked on logout, which is why the game has gone down to 3K. Like that's nobody can log in. The login servers are down and I think the devs are asleep and probably nobody's woken them up yet. So I'm not quite sure, but I'm trying to hold it down for the boys. I'm just trying to keep the prog going into the late night so everybody can enjoy. Go down there and fill your codex with at least 25 entries. Wait, go down where? I was not paying attention to what she was just fucking yapping about. I just figured I was gonna accept that. Ooh, the purple thing. That'll help a lot. And then I grab this orb up here. Grab this orb up here. Lame. Grab this orb up here. And then, let me play? No. I personally am siphoning all of the server power to myself. If I let all of you play, it would be selfish of me. Because then you guys wouldn't be able to watch this amazing content. Imagine how many people wouldn't have stumbled upon the stream tonight if they were just able to play. You guys are meant to be here right now for this very reason. So we can cook up this awesome build and you can look at my crab with me. And I can flex the crab on you. Is sleep really the justification for this? I don't fucking know. They're in France. The fuck do you want me to do? Call them? I started streaming the game 2 days ago. The fuck you want me to do? I have no clout. I have no motion, brother. I don't fucking know what they're doing right now. They're probably trying to fix it. I'm just saying they're fucking sleeping because they're in goddamn France. It's like 5 a.m. there. I don't know what they do. I don't know their schedule. I don't know their life. I don't even know the lead dev's first name. How the fuck am I supposed to know if they're actually sleeping or not? Forgive me for trying to cook. Their overnight crew is on cigarette break. One long smoke break. Wait, speaking of which. Speaking of which. I was just asking. Sorry, I'm still a little mad about my whole net situation. Okay, tell me there's a good AoE grind out here. Because this seems like it's going to be some melees. But something tells me they're also going to hit incredibly hard. And be, ow, very tanky. How much XP does one of these give, though? Because I definitely have a feeling I'm about to get like 100 XP off of this one kill. And if that's the case, we're absolutely cooking. 72 XP off one kill. Let me introduce myself to all of these. Actually, probably better at an AoE grind if I can find one. Because everything here is going to be ranged, so I don't need to freak out too much. The game servers are really horrid, what to mix reviews, and I'm not sure if I should buy it. I would say, in terms of reviews, I have... Can you try to relog? If someone gifts 5,000 subs or donates $25,000 through exclamation donate right now, I will log out. Straight up. That's the offer. 5k subs. Ooh. Hold on, I have a net for this. Where's my net? Net. Come here, bitch. I don't really know what I got. I think I got a companion off of that. And I regret absolutely nothing. Surely I can put the net, like, on a bar somewhere, right? And have a quick switch. Steam rating is tanky because of all of this. It'll recover. That's fine. So, in terms of games going live, I feel like there is a constant sentiment buffer where within the first week of a game, you're always going to have negative sentiment that comes in while you sort out your problems. Whether that is server side, whether that is actual gameplay oriented. It's very rare for things to not dip at all in their first week of existence in, you know, the live service that we have now. And especially 24/7 around the clock, right? This is also an early access. So this is, in my opinion, not meant to be perfect. There's servers, again, they were expecting far fewer players than they actually got for this. And I think if we give it a week, once players, you know, get their feet underneath them, once players understand that A, server issues are going to happen, but B, once the developers actually get the server issues sorted, that combination of things will tell all. So, mixed reviews are holding many of my friends back. That's fine. If people are on the border about it right now, just tell them that if they're not feeling it right now, then they don't have to force it because all of this is still to come down the road. Like, I don't think anybody should necessarily feel FOMO. I have been here, I came over here yesterday, right? Because another MMO's playtest had finished up, and I was like, this seems really fun. I'm going to give it a shot. Also, this is a debate. And I immediately, like, I don't know, I expected there to be jank. I expected there to be server issues, right? And I told myself, much like I do with pretty much every game I hop into that is multiplayer, servers will probably be cooked. I need to lower my expectations to a reasonable, you know, reasonable standard and just go from there and cook up what I can. So, many people seem reviewing WoW when TBC dropped in 2007 with a 3-hour queue. Bro, can you fucking imagine? Can you imagine what Steam reviews back in the day would have been? I sat outside all night at GameStop to get my box at midnight, and these fucking shit-ass devs on their throne of lies couldn't even have the servers up for me. Bro, I swear, if we had Steam reviews back in the early 2000s, instead of reading about games when we were taking a shit from a Game Informer that was half crusty beside the toilet, the entire gaming world would be shaped differently. What server is this? I play on NA. It is truly wild to think about how much people are influenced by Steam reviews, honestly. I haven't even looked at the Steam reviews, if I'm being completely real with myself. I didn't look at the Steam reviews before I came over. I talked to my chat. Now, there are also scenarios where some people's chats are not as reliable. I pride myself on having a community that I've gone to and from many MMOs with, where we have seen good, we've seen bad, and we've seen everything in between, and we take it in stride, and we try to be constructive about our time, you know, in these games, right? Even if they're MMO adjacent. And I had a lot of people in the community that were like, Dusty, they're having server issues, but it's nothing you haven't seen before, and the gameplay genuinely is fucking awesome. And after enough people, you know, told me time and time and time again that the gameplay was really hitting, I was like, you know what, fuck it. I'm gonna try it after the Scars playtest. And the Scars playtest was incredibly early, incredibly janky, incredibly messy, with a ton of issues. This is still having issues, and this is still far from smooth, right? However, when people are in, the problem is not, oh my god, the gameplay sucks, everything's terrible, this is ass. The problem is, I can't get in to play more, and I really want to play more of the game. Which I think is the singular best problem that an early access could have. Because you can and will work through your server infrastructure issues. If your game is just buns, then you will not succeed as a game, even if your servers are good. Can you show the map? Yeah, so right now, I have not found the purple glowy area for this place. But this is where you start. And I've done pretty much all of the questing that's available here. I have one thing left to do in Honeywoods, which is a dungeon, and I don't think I'll be able to phase into dungeons right now because the server's being janked. Tried earlier, it fucked up. So I could be doing the suggested activities, but I've kind of been looking at mob level scaling and seeing if I could find any, you know, presenting AoE grinds where I can just turn off brain, smack mobs, and get myself closer to level 20. Oh, shit. Well, this seems interesting. Because if I can find some repeatable mobs with a pretty quick respawn timer, with the build that I have, I could effectively scale up to 20 in no time. So I'm kind of doing a little bit of wandering, so to say. Trying to find something that meets the criteria. Melee mobs, don't hit too hard. Very easy to group up and kill. So, trying to see. Somebody zones, don't think you need AoE grind at all, so much to explore. No, you don't need an AoE grind at all. However, I really like AoE grinding, and with all of the exploration, I'm someone that, like, character level is always on my mind if I don't have it maxed. So the way I can describe it is, like, there are people over here that have always played the exploration games, right? And if you have multiple things on your plate, you're good at eating a little bit of this, and a little bit of this, and a little bit of this. And you kind of go around food to food to food on your plate and, you know, sample. I take something on my plate and I eat it one at a time until that thing is gone. And I do, you know, my approach to games the same way. I'm probably going to level my character and then dive into the crafting and level some of my crafting stuff and see what's up. And then once that's done, I'll probably break off into more of the exploration side. And it's not to say that I'm not going to be exploring within that time. More so that there is simply too much to explore all at once. So I'm gonna be having larger, you know, overarching goals while I'm working on the exploration side. Okay, so we just got Exod uncovered as well, which is huge. H. Ketchum is gonna have some quests here. The fountain hides a secret entrance. Find it, you'll find the salamander. So I have to find a salamander for his dumbass. What is going on here? Piggly Wigglies? And Crimson Captain Ben. Alright, this is probably going to be a harder fight. I don't think I've done Ben yet, because I haven't been in this area yet. So I'm definitely going to have to play intelligently here. And I may very well get cooked off of this. Because shit hits hard when you get up into the higher levels. But if I can find these roaming packs, these are also going to be absolutely insane. It's just a matter of how efficiently can I kill them. Especially if humanoids are giving really good loot drops. A lot of crafting components, a lot of gear. If I can get gear drops for level 20, that'll be large to start out with. Definitely just have to make sure that I'm not getting cooked by old Crimson Asshole Ben. Because it seems like... yeah, he's got a little bit of an attack chain that is a lot of a problem. And it's quite unfun to try to deal with right now. But as long as the ads are down, I can probably... ow! Never mind! Yep, nope. Nope, not gonna trade that. I'm not gonna stand in on that, actually. That's... oh my god! Oh, Poppy. He hit so hard. Holy shit, what are you trying to do to me, brother? Fucking relax, dog. Oh my god. He hit so hard. Banging this has like no consequence. Nope. Literally zero consequence. So I am not worried at all about any deaths that I run into. And being able to scale up, level 20 piece of gear. Being able to scale up and get higher level pieces of gear. right? Just to cover me as I continue to level is fucking huge. I got a helm upgrade there. So the fact that I'm into higher level mobs, I don't know if there are different tiers of resources that I need for crafting, but higher level mobs probably gonna drop me more resources in the first place. So, how to get the game? I just connected. When can you equip swords for priest? As soon as you find one. There are some early ones that you can find in the first area, but got level 21 shoulders from bed yesterday, but I teased me through the walls because I'm cheap. You rat bastard. You rat bastard. Am I the only person playing with any integrity in this house? God damn. I mean, listen, Ben's fight was kind of fun. I'm not gonna lie. I've been enjoying those roaming packs of mobs. They have been a very solid source of XP and drops for me so far. So I'm definitely an advocate for those bad boys. The plow haulers kind of hit hard as well. But I'm noticing I'm getting a lot of the blue mats out here. So providing I can just play the space and not get cooked, we might be in a relatively good spot, but shit, it's so hard. I just have to keep playing combos, basically. I get in, I get out, I start weapon combo, they walk over to me to get hit by the final attack of the weapon combo. I run away, I start cleave, we run back in, we stun, we judge, we weapon combo while they're stunned, and then it's get out time, because if I stay in, I will literally just fucking die. And I just need to play every single combo refresh that I can. But my XP is flying here, dog. Like, absolutely flying, and as long as I don't get hit, we're good. Everybody says you gotta master the blocks. The blocks are sure, yeah, they're good, right? But I'd rather master the dodges. It's more fun for me. It's flashier. It gives more movement. And I have a gut feeling that we're gonna see the dodge grow to an iframe, like a true iframe at a certain point of time. And not just the attack dodge that we have right now. Call it a crazy hunch. But I don't know, man. Are you in any servers? I am, yes. Using Priest with the Spear. It's a lot of AoE, like some Fire Shield and a big AoE spell. Yeah. The Spear's solid if you can get that. I have it in my bank as well. Early on, I was using Glory. Glory is this one-handed sword. You can use this with a shield. It has a little whirlwind that resets when you block as well. I got Bee Fury off of Lady B. Bee Fury has some insane abilities with it, right? So the attack itself does big damage and heals. Then Hive Sunder is the cleave that I'm doing, gives me 40% magic resist for 10 seconds and big cleave. And then Swarmlord makes any of my weapon abilities give me a bee armor for 10 seconds. So basically scaling up the, you know, it does damage around me, heals me whenever it ticks for damage as well. So very nice to have. And anytime that I'm doing damage or taking damage, I have a 20% chance to get a stack of my buzzing, which is how I summon my little bee ads that are a big crux of like my single target damage that add up like crazy because they hit hard as shit. So, Glory's better because it automatically reset the first spell when you block. Depends. I mean, having a lot of pet generation, especially since I have the trinket as well, it's all just personal preference. I was running Glory before, and I'm gonna be honest, I didn't really like Glory that much. I think the dependence on blocking trades so much damage for block, where yes, you do have some scenarios, Jared Lettuce, you do have some scenarios where you're not necessarily getting like punished for the block, and you are actually getting some procs off of blocking, but you do have to stop instances of damage to throw out blocks. The spam with Glory, I guess, if you block a lot. Yeah, I mean, the spam with Glory is definitely valid if you do want to go that route. It's a whirlwind, which is quite nice. I'm using the Bee Mace as my secondary right now, like my arsenal, because of the passive on it, which is why I don't have a 3. However, once I get level 20, I'll be able to have 2 abilities off of that arsenal. So then I'll have the leap forward to empower my bees, and then I'll be summoning more bees. So I'm effectively playing like a melee caster summoner build, which is incredibly strong. And I summon bees. Bees do damage for me. I'm tanky. I can perfect block if I want a perfect block. If I don't want a perfect block, then I can just heal through shit. The build's insane. And I don't really see a world where I'm going to have much trouble with content, considering I'm doing level 20 elites at level 16. And I'm not even, like, at risk. You know, someone who uses bow on rogue, is it any good? I mean, I definitely know Aeroly uses bow on Rogue. I can't say if it's good based on him. I love my Aeroly though. I have had a few people in chat that are using bow on Rogue. They say it's pretty fun. I personally haven't got my hands on it to actually test. I haven't leveled anything other than the Paladin. This is my, or other than the Priest. This is my first character so far, so we'll definitely have more personal feedback, but I'm sure somebody in chat has used a bow on Rogue at some point. I'd find it hard to believe that nobody would have up to this point in time, if I'm being honest. Self-sustained enjoyer? I like classes with diversity and the ability to self-sustain, yes. I find those to be the two core building blocks of a, you know, a good, enjoyable build in a game. And being able to operate autonomously without reliance on a lot of other people and a lot of other situationals is incredibly fun for me. And that is exactly what I've got out of this so far. That I do not regret a single bit rolling a priest instead of a warrior. And the craziest thing is, people say this is insane, but a lot of people are saying warrior is stronger than priest. Again, I haven't been able to gauge it myself to really get my hands on warrior either. But like, I enjoy melee as a whole. So I will definitely be testing everything that I can melee related. This has definitely been fun though, I'm not gonna lie. I don't feel like I'm really hurting at all. Oh, I didn't do my talent either. This is my first playthrough. I am not an expert on all things gameplay right now. Critical attacks have 15% chance to reduce judgment coolly. Honestly, I think I might just go into the crit scaling here. The crit scaling on attacks is so huge. Use bow and rogue and I use an axe passive to heal from crit to be exact. So do you just scale up crit like crazy? I do love me a good crit build. Warrior has an ability that drops all damage by 60%. Yeah, people have been telling me that Warrior has an absurd amount of like self-sustain, self-heal, just general life play, which is very, very, very encouraging to hear. When a lot of the time Warrior, I think of Warrior as something that's typically handcuffed to other classes very heavily and lacks the autonomy that I was talking about previously. Looking at Warrior as something that is truly solo operable is interesting. Because again, it's kind of rare that you actually get that solo operability. But I like the prospect of it. We'll see how it actually feels. Uh-oh. I might have fucked up a little. Never mind, everything's fine. Everything is awesome. I can't wait till I hit 20 and I can actually get a third ability as well. My judgment is going to be so much stronger as soon as I can get my second ability from my arsenal. I'm rocking the passive right now because it's so good, but Warrior isn't really as strong as Priest. I'll be the judge of that. I've heard a little mix, but I mean, balance is also something that we have to expect in an ongoing state with anything that is in early access. Anything that's live service should ideally operate in a, you know, in a state of frequent balance. That's just how metas stay fresh, and if you don't have frequent balance, then it's going to be hard to keep people interested. So I would fully expect things that are incredibly strong now to be slightly less strong in the future, and, you know, vice versa. I think that balancing is always possible, and who knows, as harder content comes in, and they do seem to lean into at least the presence of small groups more based on their roadmap. Is it a video? No, I'm live. I'm here. This is a real DustyWhy. Check your Twitch Prime. I see you have a Twitch Prime available. Make sure you check that bad boy. It's not a video, and now you're getting panhandled. You've engaged. No, this is live. All right, I appreciate you, dog. I appreciate you. Welcome in.
Cat with abs is
Thank you for the follow. Yeah, so I don't know how I am in without connectivity issues. I think it is because I haven't logged out, and I've just kind of been degenning. But I will definitely take being able to be here and providing some form of content to you, streamer client. I don't have motion.
Apes together.
I don't know them. I don't have any motion. Manny, thank you for the 6 months, dog. I don't know why I would have a streamer client out of all people. I feel like they would definitely give the streamer client to somebody, but I don't know why they would give the streamer client to me. I feel like I'm probably the last person. Oh, I just got a level 18 Dominion. Jesus. I have a purple 15 Glory and I have an 18 Dominion. Just sitting in the storage right now. Ay. What if you servers that didn't poop itself? Yeah, so a lot of the layers individually shit their pants, is what I've gathered, right? So basically, like, each of the layers are an individual server, and you just get moved server to server super frequently while you're playing. And I'm on one of the few layers that didn't shit itself. And then on top of a lot of layers shitting itself, you also had the login issues that stopped people from getting back in. Whereas the gameplay was here, it's just the login. So effectively, as long as people don't disconnect, they're fine. But the second you disconnect, you're probably pretty cooked. Also, this is kind of an insane XP grind. I'm almost level 17 already. I can probably do this to 20 and be 20 before the end of the night, which is much faster than any other grind that I have hit. Which I think I'm staying here until I get to 20. That's what I'm thinking. I don't think I leave. I don't think I call it tonight until 20, especially with the login issues. You never know what tomorrow is gonna bring. And tomorrow may very well bring some fucking jank. So I'm gonna take the playability while I got it. And I'm gonna grind it out for you boys. I'm not going fucking anywhere. Did Dom drop here? Yeah, seemingly dropped here. I think just off a random mob. I don't think that I got it off of Ben. And I don't think it was off the last elite that I got. I don't necessarily know if random mobs can drop shit like that. I'm still extremely new. But I just got it. I haven't gone to any other area that would have mobs this high level. So I've got to assume that it dropped here. There's 17. So the prog is progging right now. Things are hitting hard. I'm getting hit hard, but oh shit. Ow. Yeah, I'm just gonna walk it out for a second. Maybe get a little bit of move speed, a little bit of movement here. And then I do have a stun when they come in range. I can just kill it here. Blessings on blessings. Please don't. Yeah, that was rude. I missed the block there as well. You just can't log in? Yeah, from what I've gathered, you just can't log in. Does the world feel empty? So, I'm gonna be honest. The world from a player standpoint, I've run into some players out and about, right? But there's so much to do in the world that it doesn't feel as empty as you would think just watching it. Something as small for me as the variance in terrain that the world has, right? Where instead of setting auto run and just blasting in a direction, you're actually having to navigate the terrain. That's something that keeps me here and keeps me attentive. The world feels populated with mobs, with some areas that don't have mobs present, but it definitely feels like there is a good amount of population throughout the world, a good amount of objective to chase. And, I mean, like Malva said, the longer you play, the more empty it gets. Like, that's entirely true as you gain more information, or the longer you play, the more you start to look forward to the future and start theory crafting. That, for me, is what I'm gonna look forward to, right? As I look at completing more of the, you know, more of the hard dungeons and hard bosses as I get to that, I'm definitely going to hit a point where, yeah, I've completed a lot, and the original honeymoon appeal of all of the systems isn't there anymore. But there's also going to be that element of so much to cook right now, so much in the future to cook too, because, like, yeah, some people have done their theory crafting. I am gonna be completely honest, I don't trust other people's theory crafting. I trust myself and my gameplay a whole hell of a lot more than I trust other people's gameplay. So it might be my cynicism coming in, but I'm gonna have to do my own theory crafting before I really get too set up in what I'm thinking about builds. I'm gonna have to try them for myself, and I'm really gonna have to see what's what with them. So I definitely have a lot of time, but zones don't repopulate with people when they log out. So the longer you play, the less people there are with you. Oh, you meant quite literally. You meant quite literally. The world feels more empty. I thought you meant from a symbolic, like, I've learned everything there is to learn type shit. I thought you were getting deep on me. I was in agreement too. Okay, you meant it from a little bit of a different standpoint. That makes sense. There are more than 20 layers. This is a co-op game, an open world game. I mean, I'd say based on their population, there were probably far more than 20 layers, Kimosabi. Their layers hold 20 per layer, which means, like, based on their population, even if you break it up evenly across servers, you got layers like the finest of decadent cakes, my dude. That shit is layers upon layers upon layers, like a very cold Antarctic fit. 20's too little. They have plans to increase it. From what I gathered, their immediate, like, goal was 50-person server, like, layer capacity, which I think would immediately make a difference. Now, the caveat to that is I'm not sure, again, if it's like a full world layer or if it is regional layers where you kind of like transition onto a new fresh layer when you do convert into a different region. That's something that I do not currently know enough about to really speak on confidently. And again, that's stuff that I plan to research a lot. Like, when servers are down, I'm going to be doing a lot of information gathering, both tech side and gameplay system side, trying to figure out a lot of what actually makes up the game that we're playing. Great early access nonetheless. We can just think of this as a highly maintenance ashes. Nightly maintenance ashes would hit us with. Yeah, I mean, and this is, again, still the first week of this actually going live. There was a test day beforehand, I believe, but the, what, 6th was when it went live? So they're on... under 5 days is gonna be like day 5 of the servers actually being live to this capacity of players. So all things considered, they're still in the realm of, like, yeah, not ideal for things to be jank, but kind of expected for things to be jank, if that makes sense. Which I'm not trying to make excuses or cope or anything, but I played a lot of multiplayer launches in my day, and I've seen far worse server states and far worse early access launches than this. And I have seen far more disastrous actual gameplay states than what we're looking at right now. The good news, people are upset about the logins because people actually want to play the game. Seen a lot of games where the gameplay is not even good enough for people to care about being on a login issue, and they're just like, you know, I'll just catch it later on, I'll catch it next playtest, you know, whatever it may be. This alone, I think, is a good thing for the game because it shows that people are interested, that people do want to partake, and that people do want to play, and they do want to see more of the game. So, again, best problem to have for an early access at this point in time, that they are having a bunch of people that are like, please, I need to get in, I need to play, I am absolutely ravenous, I am fiending to play right now, I needs it. So they're listed. Early access game has been out for 4 days, they weren't expecting this population. Need to be patient and give them time, it only gets better from here. Yeah, absolutely, I agree. That's a very good take, man. And I hope that a lot of people are patient with the devs. It's, it's very frequent, especially with these launches, that really everybody knows will have issues, that people forget there are humans working on the project on the other side of it, and there are a lot of people who, like, we make the joke like, why are the fucking devs asleep, right? But they do need to sleep. Despite the game just going live and into early access, they do need time to eat and spend time with their families and to probably take a shit. And I'm sure they're game developers, they probably take bong rips too, at least I hope they do. So, you know, all things considered, we need to understand that they are most definitely humans on the other side of it. And there will be flaws, there will be bugs, there will be mistakes, there will be oopsies that happen along the way. It's not going to be perfect, nor is any game development whatsoever. But what they've given us as a product, man, I'm fucking impressed. I'm really fucking impressed. For what it was advertised as with an early access, with an incredibly large roadmap ahead of it of meaningful systems, not just fluff, by the way. Everything on the roadmap is a meaningful system. I've been really optimistic about what the future is even, you know, supposed to look like over here. Oh. Dog shit game, bullshit game, dead game. DOA literally before it even launches. What the fuck? Did it get all give it to us? Bro, listen, I have a mesh share. I got the Hermie Miller. How many players per server? Each shard can currently hold 20 players, but they plan on expanding that in the future. The number that we've heard them trying to expand to is 50. So Spectral, thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. So I think 50 players would be better. Is it, you know, the highest I want to see things, especially when they are talking about a world PvP area, right? You know, an open world PvP place. I think that might feel a little lackluster with only 50. Because I'm gonna be honest, I can snap my fingers and get 50 people for world PvP. So, you know, I hope that it's a little bit more ambitious on that scale. But all things considered, I think 50 is a great start. And as they work on server infrastructure, that, you know, just leaves room for improvement. I think starting at 20 and scaling up is a lot better than trying to start at 200 and functionally having bricked servers, which, hear me out. The login is bricked, not the servers. Not to be pedantic, But I am the server, you are the login. The login is brick, not the servers. I know, Dusty, not the time. But somebody was going to say, well, the servers look pretty bricked right now, Dusty. I've been here too long. I know streaming too much. Somebody was typing it out as I said it. One of you smartasses. I don't mean like that. I mean the actual playability of the game. So we rush a bonk at you. Chat. 5 primers. I go rip bong. Because the primers need to pay for the lost sconge. They need to recoup the losses. Gonna see it, except that, but I'm hoping they resolve it quick. Kind of automatic in the model, so here's this is to be resolved this week. I agree, and I think saying resolve this week means that you're a level-headed person who just wants to play the game much more than people who are like, they need to get it resolved this instant despite it being 4 a.m. their time. Rah! Like, they are probably troubleshooting so many things with so many teams right now. And I think saying hopefully they get this resolved because, you know, the rest of thank you for the saying I hope they get this resolved within the week because they truly have something special is the community backing that they need and is not unreasonable, is not a level of like being a Karen or anything. And I think that's actually rooting for the game. I think that is what the developers need to see and hear so they know that people are genuinely loving the title. Again, they're humans, right? When people come in and they're like, Dusty, I really love the stream. That makes me happy as a person that people are loving the product that I'm putting out. Even if it's just, you know, a small corner of the internet and streaming to some people is just, you know, having somebody yap, makes me happy. And when people tell the devs that they are genuinely enjoying the product and they are cheering for them to get it resolved so more people can see the quality of the product that they have developed, I think that is probably one of the most flattering things that devs can hear. I don't want to speak on their behalf, of course. Maybe they hear that and they're like, fuck you, pussy. But I don't know. I think as a consumer of games, as someone that has played a shitload of games with sometimes very volatile communities surrounding the games, bro, it's refreshing. I'm not gonna lie. It does seem like there is a large community that's rooting for the developers with this, rather than a community that is actively preying on the downfall of every game that's not exactly the one that they've been playing for the last 20 years. What are you farming here? Experience. This has been an incredibly replicatable pull for me. So when I find a replicatable pull, I like to get the most out of it. And I have found a shitload of melee mobs that respawn in a large enough and fast enough quantity that I can just cook them on repeat. And my goal is to get up to 20 so that way I can get my second ability from my arsenal weapon. So as of right now, I just have the passive available on my arsenal weapon. And once I get the actual, like, the second ability up, I'll have another active, which will make my judgments a little bit stronger. And just scales, you know, everything in my build just a little bit more. So, as of right now, I'm just looking at this as a super easy, cozy, chill loop to run around, especially with nobody competing for the mobs. Grab all of these melee mobs. I gotta be careful about the big boys. They hit kind of hard. But I just round stuff up. Make sure that I have my double judgment up. Pop coolies if I got coolies. And then just get blasted. And it's been really solid XP. I mean, I don't know what people are used to getting from mob grinds, but this has been probably the singular best XP per hour that I have had since I have been above level 10. Which is nice. I mean, I've been exploring a lot during the 10 plus grind, which has definitely slowed down the, you know, the progression, so to say. Which isn't a bad thing. I've been having a lot of fun on the exploration route, but part of me also wants to just, like, knock out the grind to level 20, be done with that aspect of it, and then have the exploration be while I am absolutely blasting through mobs, not having a level of difficulty with it, and be able to truly explore the depth of the game, right? That's where I really want to get to. And I am very close to that point, which is encouraging, especially with the amount of XP that I get from this grind. This is a ton of XP, a ton of mobs, and the more I can just group them up safely and play this, the better it is. I do just have to be really careful on some of these mobs, like some of these big pulls, because these things hit fucking hard, brother. Like, really hard. So I definitely have to be a little bit cautious. I gotta tank a lot of damage sometimes. But all things considered, I have good heals. I just have to trust the process. I have to slowly pick away at the ones that I can. Maybe throw a couple blocks out now and then. I'm only puckering a slight amount, though. Only puckering a slight amount. And the XP bar is fucking flying, which makes sense. Mob grinding is a great way to interact with ChatGPT. I mean, honestly, I like mob grinding in the first place. The first game I ever played, seriously, was Diablo 2 when I was 4 years old. And if you know Diablo 2, you know it's mob grind, reset, mob grind, reset, mob grind, reset. I played a summon necro. And I was young enough to know how to press buttons, but I was not old enough and cognizant enough to know how to be, you know, contributory to our runs. So effectively, my older brother would be like, you farm cows, you help me clear through until we get through hell, you go do cows until we have high runes in abundance, until you can make every rune word we need, and then you come out. And I would effectively just try to play off of that. So for me, I was raised in the mob grind. I killed cows on repeat for thousands of hours of my life. And I thought that was how just every game was functionally going to work. So the mob grind for me was never like a deterrent. It was like, oh, well, if I can mob grind, then I always have something to do, you know? I got mobs to hit, I got people to hit, I got gatherables to hit. That means I never run out of content, which is great for me. As long as I have something to smack, I'm good. And I have been having a ton of fun early on, right? And when I want to go out and I want to explore areas, I can clear out the quests in areas. The first 5 areas that I did, I focused solely on going through and 100%ing each of those areas. I've done the dungeons, I've done the boss fights, I've done everything in those areas respectively that has popped up. And now I'm at the point where I'm like, okay, I understand how the exploration is going to be. I'm going to go to an area. I'm going to find hide and seek. I'm going to do H. Ketchum's critter gathering. I'm going to kill some bosses. I'm going to hit some dungeons, right? And I really look forward to that. But I also really look forward to that when I am sitting at level 20 with both of my, both of my arsenal abilities. So I have a passive and an active. The build is fully activated. I can work on hard mode dungeons as I go throughout. Like, this, to me, is the point where I really start to test the game. Because if playing like this and doing what you want to do is truly profitable and beneficial, that's going to open the door to a lot of people, right? So, the fact that I have been on the explorative route up until this point, and now I'm just like, alright, I knuckle down, I mob grind. I want to focus on efficient XP, and this is efficient XP, right? I find melee mobs, I gather melee mobs, run in a circle, and then I drop AoE abilities on them over and over and over and over again until they die. That to me is fun progression. This to some people is going to look extremely boring, but to me this is what I've been brought up on in so many games that I've played over the course of my life. And it's like just such a core element of gaming, like I said again, that it's not really a deterrent for me. It's more of just something that I have become accustomed to over the years, and I've almost like grown to love to a certain extent. And small things with the combat system that are already standing out to me, right? So when I run away from the mobs, you guys will see me start to cue my weapon attack combo, because I need to activate the little red dot on the right side of my bars with a weapon attack combo, the final hit of that, so my judgment does damage, judgment being the big thing in the middle. When I get away from the mobs, like, I can try charge that. If I judge right now, it consumes everything. I can try charge that, even if I don't hit something. We love action combat. I can pop this, and then I have a fully charged judgment going in, and this is prime, so when the mobs get to me, it blows up and restores some HP for me. It's a depth shield. So, I can go to combat with a full judgment ready to go. I am noticing so many small things with the combat system that, for me, are encouraging. Are bosses any difficult at all? Oh god, yeah. Much more than I would like to admit. So, first boss that I did was a crab boss. It took me 7 attempts. Second boss I did was a rat boss. I one-shotted the rat boss. The last boss that I did was Lady B. And Lady B was actually quite difficult and had some fun mechanics. Obviously, like, once you know the mechanics, you're like, oh, just don't fuck up the mechanics. But the fight is very easy to get distracted in greeting one more combo, one more ability, one more this, and you're playing this like Fall Guys-esque minigame around managing the tiles on the floor while you are fighting this boss that has shit that'll hit you very hard, push you into doom. It's a really well done fight. So I haven't gotten into every single one of the fights yet. However, as I get into more, I am incredibly excited to see what they're at. Now, they also have hard modes for the fights and the dungeons too. So that is a complete separate realm to it, where once you get into hard mode, presumably, you know, that stuff's going to be soloable in the right builds. But that may be where I start to employ more of a group thing. And if I can solo it super consistently, then maybe I lean into the solo realm of it, get my gear, get blasted up, and then I carry for people. I just think there's, excuse me, I just think there's so much that we can actually do. Hard mode priest laughs at most mechanics. That's what I'm kind of thinking. Now, I also don't want to play on the crutch of OP class can just be OP. But it is definitely fun and fits what I wanted to play in the first place. Again, balance will come in and adjust. Why don't you have a 3 skill? It's passive. Passives don't show up on the bar, which I still think the passives should show up on the bar, just kind of like grayed out. But I run the bee passive off of the hive. So I'm summoning the bees constantly, and then it's fully up. So when I'm summoning bees, you know, adds 3 seconds to any other bee. But yeah, that's part of why I want to hit 20 as well. So I can actually get the ability from it. But I'll break down the build for you in a sec. I might take a little Rapinski here to power the late night grind, because we're almost 18. 2 more levels will come quick here, especially now that I'm getting a little bit tankier, a little more accustomed to these pulls. It is starting to feel real nice. Only class I haven't heard of broken shit's mage. I don't know, chat's been saying mage is pretty fucking sick too. Not to say that it's absolutely busted and just like soloing and one-shotting everything, but chat has definitely said that there are some mage builds that are feeling quite good as well. So all things considered, I mean, that's good to me. The fact that there is discoverability, the fact that there is variance in builds, right? There is a little bit of, you know, this feels bad until you discover the right thing. And then it's an activator that can completely change how people are looking at building the class in the first place. And I look forward to figuring out more cooks. I mean, even just on the priest side, right? You have the traditional caster priest, you've got your pally priest that I'm running right now, and everything feels slightly different. Totem mage crushes. Wait, so like clam slammer mage? Cloudy, thank you for the follow. Yeah, clam slammer mage. If you can use clams on mage, sounds quite fun. The totems were really solid. Multiple servers are probably down 2,400 players. I think every login server is cooked. I'm not an expert, but from what we've gathered, it seems like every single bit of their login infrastructure is absolutely borked right now. Which, presumably, China's working for some reason. China #1. That is why. Okay, so most login servers are borked right now except for China. So, any mainland China enjoyers? We've got good news for you. Other than that, though, you're pretty down bad. Pretty down bad. You'll have to wait. You will have to wait. In the meantime, though, please enjoy the, you know, the farming stylings of DustyWhy. If you do have any questions, always happy to answer. Always happy, yeah. Haven't seen any good builds on mage. You wait till my mages from the guild get their hands on it. You'll see some fucking terrible builds, and they'll try to tell you they're good. Those motherfuckers cannot cook, but they will try to tell you they can. When Nin starts telling you he has a build, don't trust him. That's my best advice. Nin will come in here with his mod sword all high and mighty, and he'll be like, I have cooked the mage build of dreams. Do not believe him. He's ass. He's ass. Please answer my question. What question? You didn't ask a question. You told me to go take a bong rip. What do you mean, answer my question? That wasn't a question. You told me to take a bong rip. I can afford a bong rip. It's tough out here. I mean, that is a good question, and I do agree. I 1000% agree with the state of the world being the way it is. Yes. Yes. However, golly, class tier list. I haven't played enough to be able to tell you a tier list and not be bullshitting you at least a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. It would be very much based off of what I have heard from people and not what I myself have personally ascertained for information. So I'd kind of be bullshitting you a little bit, and I'd kind of feel bad about that. All things considered, though, I already learned that recipe. From what I have heard from many people, mage tends to be at the bottom with rogue, sorry, it was assassin the last one I played. With rogue, mage and rogue are like the weaker ones. However, they are still perfectly capable of cooking and having solid builds, and they are perfectly playable. From what I've gathered, they lack a lot of the cozy, comfy, self-sustain aspect, and they're a little bit more of a, like... Oops. cozy, comfy, self-sustain aspect. And they're a little bit more of like a risk reward. Where, I mean, as you can see, shit'll one-shot you regardless. But I have a lot of self-heals, I have a lot of sustain, I have a lot of playability, but Rogue has Crescent Weapon, which gives self-sustain AoE. Oh yeah, the Crescent's just a spin to win, right? I think Julie was talking about that one. Warrior, all I know is I found a bonk stick and it's been carrying me since level 5 to 11. People say Warrior fucks. A lot of people think Warrior is like the top choice right now. It's between Warrior and Priest. But a lot of it, again, as Irie said, playstyle preference. Everything's playable. Everything's playable. I'm playing a Priest, and I'm playing it, Shazzy, thank you for the follow. I'm playing a Priest, and I'm playing it as a full melee. Because I like the dynamic melee, where it's a paladin-y type caster beat, right? As a melee, which is nice. Can you group with people? Grouping with people, yes. Small scale stuff right now. PvP, not yet. But on the roadmap for this year and the remainder of early access. Okay, hold on. I'm being peer pressured. I'm going to take a quick rip. Can you make a tank priest? Was it gonna make a paladin? Yeah, absolutely. So with the talents, they're gonna give us 3 talent trees eventually. But with the talents, you could go down the left side, and it even has like threat generated by magic damage. So almost like a righteous fury type shit. So there is a ton of potential to cook there. Ton of potential. Good luck trying to group with people. Game bugs out 95% of the time. Yeah. I mean, be aware. Grouping within the systems is possible. Grouping in practice can lead to some bugs. But they are working on fixing bugs, of course. Just very simply put. They're working on taking care of that. So, all right. I'll be right back. One momentum. A quick visit to the doctor and we're back on top, boys. I'm gonna make sure I don't AFK out or my night's cooked. Is this New World? New world. The new world. New world. The newest of worlds. Yes. New world. New World Light. The doctor did good work. Man, honestly, like, I feel like I fly out to see LeBron's doctor sometimes. I just consider myself blessed to have the greatest supportive and medical team around me to really keep me in peak performing shape for these long streams. I mean, for those that don't know, I'm somewhat of an Iron Man myself. I've streamed over 1,000 days in a row, so work ethic and consistency, the likes of which you couldn't even imagine. What's today, chat? It's in the title. I don't even keep track of how many days in a row it is. I just update the day when I go live and then just press go live and then come up with a witty title. I think it's like almost 1,050 at this point, which is kind of redonkulous if I'm being real. Like, it's a substantial amount of days. 1,045. Yeah, that makes sense. Seems right. So, I stream daily, man. If you guys are new, I always like just shouting out. I stream literally all the time. So if you were trying to, if you're trying to stay tuned on FAREVER, I will be here inevitably for a very, 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 very long time. The roadmap is singing to me like the finest of performers. And I am incredibly excited to see it come together. Woodbab, thank you for the follow. Game seems interesting. New or old game? New game. Just hit early access a few days ago. And has a roadmap that leads it through 1.0 in a very fun way. With guild systems coming in, with some PvP systems, battlegrounds, a world PvP area, among other things coming in, right? So they're gonna have more sweaty PvE content, some PvP content for us to grind, and it's always going to remain primarily focused on the core, like, explorative nature of it, right? Which I think is very important. They've done something really special here with the fact that this is such an approachable game that's even in the MMO sphere, that's bringing players into multiplayer live worlds once again in an approachable way. And I think that's been something that's been really hard for MMOs to hit recently, is being approachable, especially for like next generation players, the ones that aren't your traditional MMO players, those that like an action-y combat, those that like a little bit faster paced of a world, those that like a little bit less hand-holding and a little bit less linearity. I think this has actually an amazing recipe to it, and I am really, 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 really interested to see where they end up going with it in the long term. Like, I fully plan to be here for it. Let my stream open for you. I've returned. Oh my god. I appreciate you. You're an absolute king for that. What do today? I have ascended. I have a relatively functioning build. Obviously, it still needs a ton of min-maxing and optimization. I still know next to nothing. I ate the last year bagel, you fucking rat. But yeah, I have been wandering the world. I got a couple more areas 100%ed. And now I have moved on to a higher level area, which I believe this mob grind should really comfortably... Whoops. Should really comfortably take me to 20 at this point. Which seems pretty solid. Can you change the arsenal weapon ability, or do you have to get a whole new weapon? No, you can change everything super free. You just have to control click on the arsenal ability. And then you can change it for free wherever you are. Don't have to be in town or anything. What strain of flour did the doctor give you? I am finishing the last of a Jelly Rancher prescription. You're supposed to see all of your prescriptions through fully before you go to another one. What server is this? Says NA is down. The login server for NA, I might not have wanted to run into this yet. Might have fucked up. The login server for NA is very down right now. Yeah, I'm gonna reset this and then wait for coolies, I think. Maybe not. I might not have to do that. But I probably should. But I don't think I have to. Yep, probably should have. Well, we just keep cooking. I believe. I've just got to get the rangers down. The rangers are the worst part of it. And I might be able to fence fuck these guys too. Ow. We're gonna hit the scoop. And then I'm gonna go over to the other side of the fence. Do they run across... Do they run over the fence? Oh, they just swing through the fence. The fuck? Oh my god, they've evolved the AI. They got him jumping over and shit. Holy... Ay, 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 ay. I get the last ranger down and then we're fine. One judge to rule them all, and then we vibe. Okay, we're so up. The cook is almost complete, boys. The XP per hour here has been... Oh, fuck. I don't like it anymore. The XP per hour here has been really good, though. From this little patrolling pack, good old Captain Ben, him and his rice. Between the consistency of the spawns that are up a little bit further. Oh, I did not mean to do that. I did not mean to do that at all. You perfect block? Yup. I wanted to be greedy with loot, and I was not giving Ben his attention. And that is what I get for being an absolute loot goblin. I deserve everything that is coming my way. Couldn't figure out... couldn't figure that out. Wanted to mess around with other combos. Ah, yes, 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 yes. Blocking servers down, stay in a profit. I must. I must. If I give up now, I'm letting everybody down. I'm letting all of my people down, and I consider myself to be a quitter of the highest variety. And I must put on for those that can't currently put on for themselves. So, I have said that I would like to hit 20 before log off tonight. It's just... It's what I feel I must do at this point in time. And again, I don't want to disappoint people. I don't want to let anybody down. I'm here for you guys at the end of it all. I'm just going to start dropping some consumes in favor of gear. I should probably go break shit down so I can loot everything, but that requires time spent not hitting mobs. And time spent not hitting mobs is time spent not efficiently, boys. Can't access any dungeons either. Yeah, if you get stuck in the dungeon load loop, try to just spam the X on the little dungeon menu, and that can get you out of it. I made the mistake of trying to get into a dungeon a little earlier, and that was not the best decision I've ever made. Basically locked me up for a couple of minutes. However, I made it out the streets there. So selfless. My hero. Listen, I'm doing it for you guys, man. I want you to know I could be cozy in bed right now, but I'm thinking of you, the people who are down and out, and I just, you know, I want to put on for the city. I want to represent. And if you guys also want to represent the city, make sure you do exclamation guild. Hop into the guild Discord. Even though this may be MMO light, we do have a wonderful community of people that are always looking to group up as more group-based content comes into the game too. We will be pushing the bar for every... Oh, I have 3 HP. Every single bit of that group content as frequently as we can. We really, really, really enjoy playing games together, and that's part of why we're here. Was that a Jeezy reference? It may have been. Do you know that Jeezy is so old that he's no longer young Jeezy, he's just Jeezy at this point? That was something I discovered, like, relatively recently that really shook me, man. Like, absolutely shook me to my core. And I didn't want to accept it for a while, that I was, you know, in an era where everybody that I know and watch is that old, but yeah, it's true. Do they say when the restart is? Are they restarting servers to hit this? Devs are mods on Discord activated the auto message filter. Them control is getting out of hand here. Silencing players isn't gonna look on it. Wait, so what are they doing? It could also just be a community mod, keep in mind. I'm assuming most things Discord sided are gonna be a community mod instead of like an actual developer. Which they're usually, honestly, like, told to damage control. So, I mean, you know, it is unfortunate that they are having substantial issues. I also hope there's not an uproar about me being, like, fucking streamer client or anything, but... Well, this game can't even log in. You bought an early access. So, like, yeah, it's gonna have server issues. Also, if I refunded every single game that I ever bought that had accessibility issues at any point in time, then I wouldn't have many games left at all. Not that it makes it, you know, beautiful and glorious that that happens. But, like, login servers unfortunately happen with even the most established of established... I'm done. God damn it. Even the most established of established games have substantial issues server-sided, and that can happen at any point in time. So, like, I mean, I get it, but... Game was only like $18. Yeah, I mean, it's not even about the monetary aspect of it, right? To some people, $18 is a lot more than other people, right? That's not even the element of it. And I do understand that people are going to be upset about not being able to log into a game that they did pay money for or wanted to play, right? But I think people also have to understand if they're excited to play a game, they should know that it's, you know, not the 1.0 launch of the game where this is all supposed to be sorted. This is the early access where they are effectively still trying to stress test the servers, and they did not expect this many people for the early access, which servers are kind of getting cooked. You know what I mean? So, I feel like if they had an offline mode first and upgraded better servers after people bought the game and they made money, this shit wouldn't happen. They probably didn't want to do that. This isn't like a first-time dev studio. People may want to act like, you know, we all know more as the armchair developers, but they are the actual developers who have put out successful titles before. And we should probably put a little trust in. It's only 2K players. There is a low peak concurrency when players can't access the game to filter out when most of the world is asleep right now. You're looking at midnight for NA. You're looking at 6 a.m. for EU. So you're not necessarily going to have peak concurrency happening at this point in time. If I'm being honest, it's, you know, unfortunate, the circumstances lining up, but you're also not going to have the craziest peak concurrency at midnight EST. So, I wouldn't read too far into that. I think player base will bounce back just fine tomorrow. Player base has literally increased every single day so far. And I don't think a stint of overnight login issues is a thing. Stint of login issue isn't too many players. Oh, yeah. I mean, login shit can work at any point in time, though, you know? 14k peak is awesome. 14.9k. Time to reset servers and fix stuff. We was going to work now. Yeah. I mean, they'll be waking up soon, and I'm sure they'll be able to address it. They probably were literally just asleep and had a skeleton crew trying to fix infrastructural login issues. And again, I'm not a game dev, nor do I pretend to be. I tend to let the people who are paid to do the stuff get paid to do the stuff. But I can only assume that this is something that went oopsie somewhere.
Absolutely S tier.
Just download the game and I can't log in. Yeah, they're working on it. Kill, thank you for the follow, dog. I appreciate you. They are working on it. Hopefully they'll have an update soon. They said that they were investigating some server issues a long time ago, but these weren't the same, like, login issues themselves. I don't know the industry if anyone feels like they can do better. Shit, listen, I've said multiple times, man, keep in mind, I have tested many games, unfortunately more than I would like to admit, from pre-alpha states, alpha states, beta states, early access states, and there is one thing that remains true among every game, even those that launch. Servers are a fickle bitch. And if you're expecting servers to work smooth at any point, then you are probably coming from a different genre of game than what we're looking at here. And listen, man, I applaud the optimism, but I have seen one too many go-arounds of this to be surprised at this point, right? I look at this and I'm like, well, at least I can log in. If I couldn't, I'd be sleeping and waiting for servers to come up tomorrow, and that'd be perfectly okay. I'd just play tomorrow. You making a paladin, not a priest? You're goddamn fucking right I am, baby. And ain't nobody gonna stop me. It's actually cooking so hard, too. It is doing some very serious and enjoyable work for me. I have been having an immense amount of fun with it, Doc. Like, an immense amount of fun. So, I'm hoping that it continues into the late game. And obviously, things are gonna get balanced out. But I have a lot of sustain. I have a lot of things that make a, you know, a PvE-based solo build very strong and hard content, which is quite nice. So, just got here, can't log in. Yeah, there are severe login issues. Also, keep in mind, for those that are like, there are 2,000 players online, there are like 300 people in chat right now that are all trying to log in like fucking fiends, trying to hit a lick, man. This game has people hooked. As one of the developers of Ashes, can't say much for my attorney, but I think this seems solid. Is that Cap? What? Wait a second. Is that Cap or is that true?
Cap with abs is absolutely S tier.
Cause like, no cap. A stoner man named Chief Sativa was developer for a game I enjoyed? Fuck, I knew I liked you guys. Shame that everything happened in the way that it did, dog. Hope you landed on your feet. Everything there's kind of fucked up, but on God. For real, no cap. On Shaw. Who is this game? There were layers, then 20 people per layer, like 100 would be nice. I do also think it's fine to aspire to work up to that point, though, as well. I don't necessarily know that they have to immediately have 100% layering for a game like this to be successful. I think starting at 20, scaling up to 50, feeling out if 50 is enough, and then as they need more, scaling up past 50 into, you know, maybe 75 as their tech improves. It's starting somewhere, and I think when you're looking at taking on something like this in the multiplayer realm, you most definitely have to do just that and start somewhere. And I think they're starting somewhere here is really good. They're gonna make a Rogan try bow, usually love bows and bows, and I heard here it's good. I've also heard some fun things about bows so far. I am not much of a ranged enjoyer. I think ranged plays life and enjoys life for far too, how do I say this? Far too low of a risk of punishment. I think they get to exist basically for free. And I take offense to that as somebody who literally can never do anything for free in any game that I play whatsoever, specifically because of my class choice. It's a personal thing. So, I wish every range player, Doom, Demise, Downfall, bow as a boss killer, good for farming dungeons. I can use a bow as a priest, right? Because I definitely plan to have a lot of builds, I'm not gonna lie. Like, this is obviously a, you know, just an absolute devastator of open world content. I would like to try to make this work on bosses as well. But man, oh man, there is something about range with some target lock that really makes it easy to blast bosses off the face of the earth. Now, ads are a different thing, though. I have noticed a lot of bosses over here do have an ad mechanic of some sort that you have to worry about, which is interesting. So you can't just go full, you know, full single target bosser. But definitely interesting. You get stars? Oh shit, I have to upgrade my weapons. I haven't done that to either of my weapons now that you mention it. God damn it. I have so much to do tomorrow. Put Rogue in a box at level 5 and you can just bow there. I got a scepter out of mine. Did I get a scepter or clams? Was that where I got my clams? I think that might have been where I got my scepter, not my clams. If I remember correctly. But regardless, I digress. I very much like that level 5 box. The, like, tutorial box as a reward is huge. Also, the block doing damage is wild. Maybe I do like how OP the block is, because look at all my bees, man. I have a fucking army of bees that are just blasting damage, and my experience is flying. This is so great. I'm so happy about this. This is the quickest way of leveling. I believe mob grinding is going to be faster, at least in my experience, right? I have done a good amount of exploration as well, and exploration is good for getting chunks of experience, you know, upon completion of certain things. But just from a consistent XP per hour, I have been able to sit here and, again, this is only one of many spots, but I'm also running a full AoE build, right? So this entire build is rack them up, knock them down as fast as humanly possible, and if I'm doing anything other than that, then I'm playing it wrong. And I need to change how I'm playing because of that. So, I'm very much just trying to keep as much damage going out, as much tankiness up as I can. And honestly, I'm kind of abusing block instead of dodging now because it is just so much easier. I need to make space for fucking linen cloth, dog. We're using the Vit scroll. Holy shit, I actually have no room left for anything. I need to store so incredibly badly. But I've been smacking shit, man. It's really efficient, it's really fun, and as I get into higher level shit too— oh, ow. Yeah, that's not good. As I get into higher level shit, the difficulty kind of ramps up, right? It was a nice, chill intro to the game early on, and once you start to get into a little bit, I don't know, more advanced content, you definitely start to feel mechanics, things start to hit incredibly hard, you start to get punished just a little bit more for your actions and your overplays. And that's one thing that I overlooked with the combat system over here, was how much I would genuinely enjoy the combat itself. I think there's a lot more depth than I originally gave it credit for when I was looking at it from the outside in. How important is crafting in this game? I mean, you're definitely going to want to craft to the baseline to get bags. Gear-wise, I do not know the importance in late game as I haven't got there yet. This is my first character and I'm still learning that as well. Outfitter is, in my opinion, pretty imperative at the baseline for, like, getting yourself bags and getting yourself situated there. But it's also not like you can't operate, you know, without bags. It's just, it's nice to have some bags. Magic pen over fervor. A lot of what I'm busting out is magic pen, but fervor sounds like a really solid stat to scale in the first place. Oh, I have so many, just so much shit. I need to make 10 slot bags. I need to actually level my outfitting. Funny enough, enchants are good too. Yeah, I mean, everything is useful. It is a fully complementary level of scaling. What's Fervor? So when you go into your more stats, you can hover over all the additionals. Fervor is increasing damage, healing, and shielding of your skills by the percent, and then reduces damage taken by half the amount. So if you played WoW, it's like versatility in WoW. I believe it was Versa, where you're just looking at basically a flat damage increase, flat damage reduction. It's not going to be a game-breaking percentage. However, it is going to be, you know, noticeable if you start stacking that up in abundance. And it's definitely not the worst thing to have. So I've just gone from a good baseline of that. It's, again, it's not the craziest. However, it is a nice flat percent increase. I'm sure stacking Magic Pen could be good, but I am also mixing in a decent amount of fizz. Like when I do my cleave, that's fizz damage, and that is a really solid amount of my burst. So I'm kind of like mixed in terms of my damage types right now. So that's kind of why I've leaned Fervor over just like a Magic Pen or a fizz pen. This seems like it has more general utility and value for me at this point. Equip each piece even if you aren't going to use it for the transmog. Yeah, that's great comms. That's very good comms. For those that haven't seen it yet, there is a transmog system that is completely free, accessible at any time, and also compiles all of your previously acquired transmogs. So if you equip something, it adds it to your transmog collections, and then you can just freely change that at any point in time. So the more drip you get, the more drip you stay with. So this is open world. It is open world, but there is instancing as well. I'm currently in the open world. It is small open world, keep in mind. So they run off of like a layering system, but it is 20-person layers right now with the intent to bring it up in size later on. But for right now, it is definitely on the smaller side of open world. They'll expand it though. You can group up with people, kind of attack content there, but I see a lot of bad reviews about server stability. Is it as bad as they say? I played all day today. I've been on 10 hours, right? I'm going to give you my personal experience from being on for 10 hours. I have been 1 hour of locked out of logging in earlier in the day, which is what a lot of people are going through right now. And while I was locked out earlier in the day, people were actually able to play. So, you know, that felt kind of bad at that point in time. However, this is the roundabout of it, right? So right now, I've been logged in. So I'm still able to play. I'm still able to pump. There are a lot of people right now that have, that have logged out or have been disconnected because a lot of servers crashed, and in conjunction with the servers crashing, the login infrastructure just, like, fell out. So, basically, right now, the server issues are as bad as they could be. People actually can't even log in, just on a baseline, right? So, all things considered, this is as bad as it can be. Once people have been in pretty solid agreement that the gameplay is pretty solid. There are some points where, yes, things do get a little laggy. But again, it's only 20-person layers right now. So it's not like there's an abundance of players just running around in your vicinity all the time, griefing you off the face of the game. It's pretty playable once you're in. Today, again, I had 1 hour of lockout when I first got on stream where I couldn't get in. I was just completely DC'd, sitting at the load-in screen, yapping a chat. And that was how we started stream. And then since I got in, I've had a couple of small disconnects. And I've also run into some, you know, just some bugs and shit, which have required, you know, resetting the character screen and shit. But all things considered, it's been solid for me. And I haven't looked at the Steam reviews to see how bad they are, but as of right now, the player base itself reflects some issues, right? The player base has dropped a lot since the login infrastructure shit hit. So it went from a peak of 15K today down to 2K right now. But again, that is because people literally can't log in to even play the game, which is causing pretty much all of your issues, all of your negative sentiment. The gameplay itself has been well received by most players that have been able to get in. Server's bad, game good. Yes, I agree. Servers will get fixed if it takes a couple of days, if it takes a week. The servers will get fixed. And this is an early access pre-1.0 launch, where this is not going to be the most hyped state that the game will ever be in. This is not the best that the game is going to be. This is not, you know, any element of that. This is not their final product. This is where these things are going to be most likely to happen. And in my opinion, it's better that it's happening within the first week than, you know, a year in. Dusty Child crafting yet? just baseline to make some bags with outfitting. Part of the reason why I really want to hit 20 tonight before I log off, oh shit, is so I can take on crafting with a little bit more clear of a conscience in the adventuring side of things. I really enjoy being able to say that I've like completed my objective that I want to complete before moving on to the next objective. And in an explorative natured game, that can be a little difficult. So while the servers are janky and I can't go in, I can't do dungeons, I figure might as well wait to explore the new areas until I can do dungeons and actually get the content from the new areas, right? And all said and done, when that shit comes back up tomorrow, I'll be vibing, I'll be able to explore everything the same way that I was going to in the first place, and I'll be level 20. So I'll have my other arsenal ability, which will be massive for how this build plays. Absolutely massive. All of the exploration is going to be way smoother for me. I'll be able to do shit faster. So far, do you like this game? Oh yeah, I wouldn't be playing it still if I didn't like it. I very much would be... Flap, thank you for follow. I would very much be probably scrambling, panicking, looking for something else to cope on in the MMO world or MMO adjacent world. But the gameplay itself has been, I think, surprisingly fun is the best way that I can put it. Where you look at the game and on the surface you see this cutesy, you know, this cutesy design. And you don't necessarily give it the most serious, competitive natured, like, oh, that might actually be, you know, a hard game, right? That might bring some depth. That might bring some cooking and some customizability, right, in the class design. You look at it, and I think you see a lot of the surface level from the outside, but you don't see the depth that it provides. And the functionality of my build right now, after even just, you know, this is day 2 of being here, and learning the game a little bit, and understanding the mechanics, and the scaling, and certain weapons, and where to farm things. This is far different than I was playing day 1, hour 1, or even, you know, hour 5, day 1, towards the end of the day, when I was single pulling, very scared of everything that was even looking in my general vicinity. It's far different than that point. So I've really liked the evolution of the game, and as I've played, the fact that I've discovered more and more depth to the systems, right? Small things within the combat between, you know, certain times to dodge, certain times to block, certain things that I can just tank. And again, this build is going to be a build that's kind of built around being able to tank some damage and play safely around that. A lot of self-heal, a lot of AoE nuke. Really good for just grouping and nuking. I may, when I entertain boss killing for hard mode boss dungeons, look at a bit more single target oriented of a build. So, already level 20 rogue to level 20 dungeons. Dude, I can't wait to get up there. If I had started earlier, I wouldn't have a thing to worry about. But I had to finish Scars of Honor, and I don't regret finishing out Scars. I do feel really good that I was able to see, you know, what systems they had that they wanted to bring in for the playtest and provide feedback on those. It was really fun. But I am definitely happy to be checking out FAREVER. Like, I can see myself putting in a lot of hours over here, a lot of content. Even with what we've got at this baseline point, cooking. I have had so much fun, man. I've had so much fun. Game's a 9 out of 10 for me. Server's breaking now and again is -1. Yeah, I mean, I would love more multiplayer incentivization, but that's also, you know, I'm going into a vegan restaurant and being like, I'd love more meat here. It's an MMO light, and the multiplayer incentivization is not going to be at the forefront, nor is it going to probably ever going to work its way up to the forefront of things. But a lot of the systems they have on the roadmap will slowly incorporate some more multiplayer incentivization for me. If there's another PvP, there will be. It's on the roadmap, so that's the thing. I mean, roadmaps can change at any point, and it's not like they're completely set and static, right? However, they do have PvP that is scheduled. Multiple forms of PvP, which I really, 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 really enjoy. Give me our feedback to help shape the game. No, I agree, but I mean, our feedback is also on the built course that they've established. I think frequently in gaming, we as gamers can kind of intertwine providing feedback with playing developer And it's not our job to play developer and try to rewrite systems. It's our job to play the game as it's been designed and kind of say, you know, this part of the design feels good, bad, and different. And I think that's where, like, our feedback comes in handy. But again, they still have so much left to cook. So much left to cook. And in the time that the game is going to exist in between now and the 1.0 launch, they still have a lot of room for things to get good, things to get bad, things to improve, things to degrade. There's so much that could change with the state of FAREVER that we have to keep in mind. They have a really good baseline, but how many games have we seen that have had incredible baselines early that just couldn't sustain it and kind of lost the battle of the test of time and petered out? I think it's unfortunately been too many, man. And I wish it wasn't, but, you know, I'm really hoping for it. I do think they have something fun established over here, and the combat system to me, I mean, I'm just sitting here hitting mobs that are designed to die to me, and I'm having a lot of fun with it. A lot of fun. I can only imagine what it's going to be like once I start being able to actually cook other players and compete against other players. Whoa. Oh my god. Got stuck at respawn fountain and had to log out and I can't log back in. Yeah, the goal is to not log out right now. That is the ultimate goal. I am not logging out until level 20. And then I am logging out, going to sleep, and hoping that by the time I wake back up tomorrow, servers are functioning again so I can play more. That is my entire goal set. And in the meantime, I am farming up. Let's see, BI Blossom. What sounds not worth holding on to? I guess I can just get rid of this. Strict, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. You want an A? Yes, I am. I am. Gives me the same vibe like Tower of Fantasy, but a better feel for FAREVER. Yeah, I mean, I think the infrastructure and the roadmap of FAREVER is really, really, really appealing. Pots, thank you for the follow, dog. Well, the game can't log in. You'll be able to tomorrow. Honestly, I don't know what their timetable is on fixes. I don't know if their dev team's asleep, awake, anything like that. But I would give it 6 hours tops and then try to reevaluate. If servers aren't up by the time, or like login infrastructure isn't up by the time I wake up tomorrow, I'd be a little bit surprised. But I mean, it basically happened in like the dead of night for them, right? Their block got spun and they were kind of lacking. Everybody was asleep. They thought it was going to be a safe night in the neighborhood. And you can definitely tell that they, you know, didn't, speaking of block getting spun, you can tell they didn't necessarily have the infrastructure ready with the skeleton crew to deal with this in an overnight capacity. Is the crab shield the best? I've enjoyed it a lot. There is also Dominion, which you can run. Dominion has some on-block incentivization and also a little bit of a modifier that increases the damage done on your final hit of your weapon combo. So Dominion is interesting to mess around with. I do like the crab shield a lot for the active. Having depth shield is quite... Whoops. I'm throwing. Now I'm thinking about Dominion. So when you throw Dominion on, you have increased armor of all allies within 40 meters by 100% for 10 seconds. So it's like a double armor. And then you have Heart Steel. Your next final combo attack deals an additional lot of fizz damage on a 20-second cooldown. So theoretically with my combo attack, that only hits one enemy. So it'd nuke an enemy. It would hit very, very, very hard, and the defensive is nice to have. But I do like the additional bit of AoE pop that I get from running Crab Shield. I still don't think Dominion's bad by any means. I've been using Dominion. Yeah. Dominion's still good. And the oh shit button of having the 100% armor, especially in stuff like this when I'm doing fizz pulls, would be quite nice. The additional finisher damage would probably be good. But also at that point, man, I'm on a really long cooldown cadence. I think this is one of the games where you're genuinely going to see, you know, one of the circumstances of I'm someone that likes to put builds together. I'm gonna probably have 15 different build guides that are out. That's like, here is this build that I put together that I enjoy. Here is this build that I put together for PvP, for PvE, for bossing, for dungeoning, all that shit. There's so much potential to cook, man. Nothing in Discord. It's so strange. I wonder if they, like, genuinely have had everybody all hands on deck with it, or if it's something that they, like, I've been memeing about they've been asleep. But I wonder why there hasn't been any major communication around it. I wonder if it's something that's a little, like, over their head or, like, what. But it is interesting, because this is It's gonna be okay. People in Discord going off about the servers, didn't play Ashes and it shows. Oh god, yeah. Oh, I mean, don't get me wrong, but just because we've had it worse doesn't necessarily mean that nobody has it bad. So I don't necessarily think this is an ideal scenario for them in any way, shape, or form. But again, it's also not the end of the world. It's not like this is the nail in the coffin that is going to stop the game from succeeding a month from now. This one small hiccup in terms of the servers. Is it unfortunate? Yeah. But a lot of people just are going to fuck off and do something else for a few hours until the servers come back up. And then they're gonna hop back in. You're leveling fast? I'm flying. Yes. I am absolutely cooking here, dude. I don't want to leave. I'm having trouble with NA? Yes, I'm on NA right now, but it's the login infrastructure that's down. So if you're not logged in, then you're gonna have trouble getting in, which is unfortunate. So in the meantime, please enjoy my grind to level 20. Excuse me, you guys have me until then, and I've been on for 10 hours today. So we still got some cooking left to do, my lads, before it's all said and done. And your support and your help truly means a lot along the way. This one was working? I mean, yeah, I'm on NA, so it's like I'm in, but I also haven't logged out, which I think has been probably a large lifesaver, all things considered. I'm pretty convinced that if I had logged out at this point, I'd probably be, you know, pretty well cooked. Ow. Excuse you. I'm convinced that I'd probably be... I can't block! Wait, why didn't it let me block? Oh, I'm out of stam. I great bard. Yep. No, I'm just stupid. I'm reading too many chats and not paying enough attention, and then I'm panicking, thinking the servers are going to shit, and I'm just gray barred. My mind instantly said server lag, just keep trying to block, when in all actuality it was skill lag. That is entirely my fault. Why did you sword and priest over 2-hand? So, I have a 2-hand in my arsenal slot. And the arsenal slot allows you to take one of the abilities at first, and then eventually 2 of the abilities off of a weapon, right? So with the arsenal slot, I have a 2-hand in right now, and I'm planning to take like the effectiveness off of that 2-hander. The thing with sword and board is it's a lot faster to build combos than the 2-hander that I was using. And all of the abilities on this, like, sword and board are very, 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 very worthwhile, right? It's a little bit more nimble, a little bit more quick in a combat system where a lot of mob abilities are kind of telegraphed. The hard-hitting ones especially. It can allow me to get, you know, a full combo off that plays into my judgment in between attacks instead of getting half a combo off with a slower weapon. So, I mean, there are benefits and drawbacks, and you could always play a 2-hander in your main hand. And then you could arsenal the shield or the 1-hander. When I was using a 2-hander, Chile, what up? I was using a 2-hander in my main hand up until I got Bee Fury, this specific 1-hand sword that I'm using to enable the B build. And I was using a shield as my arsenal because I liked the depth shield, like the one that I'm using for the crab shield. Really have been a large, thorough enjoyer of this the entirety of the time that I've been playing it. So that to me has been, a staple of my build, and just, you know, the ability that I have to AoE pull as much as I do and get away with it. It's not been necessarily easy, but 'tis an experience, all things considered, and a learning experience nonetheless. Okay, so when the gray bar happens, it's because I'm not perfect blocking, and I'm blocking other shit, so I'm getting kind of like block cleaved. Should never logged out today. Still hooked on this game. Dude, it's so fucking good. There's a reason why I'm staying on to level to 20 when it's almost 1 a.m. And it's because it is actually a fucking banger of a game. I'm going to have an upset tummy tomorrow because I'm going to have to eat after stream. I'm going to be eating late. And anytime I eat late, I wake up with an upset tum-tum the next day. And like, that's something I'm doing to myself willingly because this shit is actually just so fun. And I want to get to 20 so I can start cooking some endgame stuff. I've had a ton of fun, you know, educating people about the 4 new player systems that I actually know. But man, I need to get cooking. This is a game of healers or tanks. I play a priest, so it does have plenty of, like, group healing around it. There are also a lot of weapons that have great group healing. The, what is it, like fly lace or something like that. So yeah, there are effective healers. Tanking is also possible on the priest tree. You do have... God fucking damn it, I ran out of stem again. Now I'm over-relying on block. But tanking is also possible. You have aggro generators. I think Warrior has some generators and some oh shit buttons. I don't know particularly what all of their generators and oh shit buttons are on the Warrior side of things. I know Priest does have some generators based on magic damage. So you're almost running this Pally Tank-esque build where you are playing off of, you know, magic damage, generators off of that, which to me, always fun. I like a little bit of spell flair with everything. Bro, this shit is OD hard. I'm just gonna get in on the range, and then we're fine. And as long as I can get in on the range and keep everything grouped, big damage. Oh wait, I didn't have a combo up yet. That's actually worst case scenario. I'll pull it a little bit. Try to create a little bit of space, get shields up, and then we'll get a quick combo off. So that way next judge I can actually do damage because I previously had no damage lined up, which is quite unfortunate. Drop into that. I have stuns for my next wraparound. Large, gotta get out here. Pop my bubble, one cleave, most of that's dead. Beautiful. Like, bro, it's just this combat system's fucking addicting. What server you in? I'm in NA. And as long as you don't log out, you're good. If you log out, you are fucking cooked. So, it is the... God damn it, Ben. Bro, I'm getting my shit cooked. Anytime I try to answer a question, I'm getting my shit cooked. I swear to God, you guys are buffing the mobs 20%. I'm doom spamming trying to join NA. Brother, you just gotta keep believing. You must keep blasting, you must keep pumping. The second you stop believing, you stop achieving. And I don't want you to stop achieving, brother. NA is calling to you. The server is your home, just waiting for you to open the... Oh, I'm dead again. Your home calling to you, waiting for you to open the door, my boy. The world is your oyster. You've just got to crack that puppy open and enjoy your food. Man, Ben is kind of a fucking dick. But he is slamming me. Slamming me with level 20 gear. So I'm not going to... Not gonna stop. I'm gonna kind of keep just pumping it. And hope for the best. Because really, I'm gonna need a full set of 20 gear. How are people on? Those that didn't log out are still on. Anybody that has logged out is absolutely cooked. So I haven't logged out in hours. Uh-oh. Which has honestly been my one saving grace. I said that I was gonna cook until I had to get off tonight. And let me tell you, cook I did, my boys. Cook I did. So I've been having a ton of fun. I do want to get as close to 20 as I can. I could definitely figure out 20 as well, but level 20 mobs get drop level 21 gear. Good luck using those at this stage of early access. Interesting. Now I do have pretty much a full set of 20 gear already. Now it's green stuff, but I'm sure they'll also fix that and adjust. Tis early access woes. Fupo! I hope you're having a good evening, friend. Tis, unfortunately, many of the early access woes. Mobs dropping things that they shouldn't, requirements on pieces being fucky. All of that naturally happens to your posture. Yeah, my posture's cooked right now, brother, I'm not gonna lie. It's been 10 hours of fucking grinding. Games are fun and all, but I miss the anvils. Brother, I too miss it a little bit. I won't lie. I won't lie. Tonka, thank you for the follow, brother. Welcome in. I do genuinely miss the anvils as well. The sweet mountains, the tabletops. It's truly some allure that we won't get back for a while. But all things considered, you know, time moves on. New opportunities present themselves, and this is just one of many of those new opportunities. Goodness gracious, Tonka. Thank you for the prime, brother. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Shit always scares the hell out of me this late. I'm not gonna lie. We into the late night grind now. I gotta be aware. That shit kind of loud. Tonka, thank you so much for the prime, dude. Welcome in, by the way. So yeah, I mean, what level did you start at today? I mean, disclosure about today's leveling. This has not been solely focused around level prog today either. I did a lot of exploration and very much could have leveled faster than I am at this point in time. Just like absolutely could have. Unfortunate part is that, whoops. Unfortunate part is that I kind of fancy myself some exploration from time to time. So I did clear out multiple areas of the map today, which was a little bit of a time sink, but also nothing that I regret or anything. It was time well spent. It was a fun time. So now I just kind of said I want to finish out the grind to 20. So again, I can have the power scaling. I can get my arsenal ability. So I have something to fully benefit from my judgment, because right now, I am inherently playing my class a little weaker than I should be because I don't have my judgment scaling at full power. So it's small things like that, right? That I've gotta try to stay on. Upgrade weapon. I should definitely try to at some point upgrade my weapon as well. Yes. Now, I just gotta add the stars to that, right? And that's all I do for upgrading it. And then after that, I'm just gonna have to try to hard mode bosses and get like a level 20 version of it in the long term, is basically what I've gathered. So yeah, I mean, upgrading the weapon, definitely on the agenda. Gotta get all of my gear upgraded. Part of what I like here as well is I'm able to just get level 20 base drops really, really, really steadily. Whenever Uncle Ben walks by, I can just cook him in his pack, and he usually drops a level 20 each time. So, yo, Naruto, what up, my friend? I hope you had a beautiful stream. Thank you for the raid, my boy. I appreciate you coming through in the late night. I hope you have been having fun and you did not get cooked by the login server boss, because login boss has been cooking. Did you equip any runes on your abilities? I did, yes. All of the runes that I have found have been equipped at this point. Yep. Yep. I appreciate you checking. So I haven't found every rune or anything like that. Like I'm not completionist state. I have at this point probably like 14-ish hours of content on this character of like actual game time. So all things considered, still far off from having everything discovered. But I mean, I have a decent baseline of things. The build is functioning quite well. And I definitely don't feel like, I definitely don't feel like I'm missing out on too much. This is Steve talk. Motherfucker, I need to stop reading your chats. Every time I read a chat! Big sis hard. What do you think is the best way to level? If you're just looking to optimize 1 to 20, mob grinding seems to be far faster, especially if you have a build that can AoE pull. But it's entirely dependent on that, right? If you're not built on AoE pulls, if you're not built on actually being able to blast down the mobs, then AoE pulling isn't going to be as efficient as, or like single pulling isn't going to be as efficient as going around and just questing and exploring. So all things considered, like I have this build specifically to AoE pull like a fucking madman, and it has achieved that almost to a detriment where my largest time setback is actually over pulling at this point in time. So I gotta be cautious about that. That's cost me, you know, probably a good bit of time. But yeah, it's fun, man. I'm not gonna lie. Like AoE pulling here is just satisfying too. The perfect blocks in the middle of a clump, just being able to play the space, being able to nuke everything down at the same time. They've got a pretty good recipe to everything over here. I'm not gonna lie. I've been overly impressed. Valka, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. I will say block comparatively to dodge is a little bit OP. I have a block mechanic on my shield where whenever I reach, you know, 3 stacks of my infusion, my next block is empowered, dealing damage to nearby enemies, and it reduces the cooldown of my depth shield when it procs. So this is the way Dusty talks. You go to Texas Auction Guy. Listen, I just like the yaps, dog. I like the yaps. It's not even the sativa talking at this point in time. I'm tired of shit, but hey, I'm second for the follow. Y'all gotta understand. I never planned on being a full-time streamer at any point in my life. And this is kind of something that happened just by, you know, a lot of luck and me just enjoying video games to my core. So I've been full-time now for about 3 years. And I try to answer as many questions as I can. Like every message that's in chat, I try to at least make a note of it and respond to it at some point, even if I have to catch up a little bit down the road. And one thing I've noticed is it gets really hard when you actually have viewers. Like really hard to not ignore anybody. And like I'm the type of person where if I miss a chat, bro, I will get off stream at the end of the night and I'll be like, fuck, dog, I didn't respond to this person. I miss that. They're never gonna come back. I stress about that shit. The hardest thing for me is being able to get all the words out in a timely manner, which is I think why I have become so acquainted with the quickie apps. You've got a lot of information to convey in a very short amount of time. And I've got to convey the information to everybody before the next question comes in, because then I'm gonna have more questions stacking up. It's like when you're at the deli trying to get some meat. And you're trying to get that fresh sliced meat, and there are just more people that are queuing in front of you, and like they're taking time, and more people are flowing in, and everything's just bad. I gotta keep things up. Pretty sure the only person doing the game right now that's actually in the game. I consider that a huge W, if I'm being completely honest. I consider that a W. Now, I will say I empathize for the other streamers that currently cannot, but 1.8K players right now. Yeah, again, it'll be fine by tomorrow. It'll legitimately be fine by tomorrow. So, all things considered, I'm not too worried about it. But yeah, I mean, for those that are new, I have been streaming this since yesterday, but I covered a lot of MMOs that are newer in development type shit. I very much plan to be here for quite some time. I have had an egregious amount of fun with the combat system, with the world exploration so far, which honestly isn't even always my shtick. But man, they have some special sauce over here, and I am dipping my tendies in the sauce over and over and over again. J-Ray, thank you for the raid, man. Much love. I appreciate that. I apparently am the chosen one still being online and connected, and I am thankful. All of NA is crying in Discord. Bro, they're asleep. We gotta let the devs sleep. They're EP. They've been working hard lately. If they don't get their sleep, then servers are gonna be worse tomorrow. Yo, no, I'm not. Yes. Yes, I am on. Sesmo, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. I am indeed on right now. I am currently pumping content as we speak. I have not logged off. I have not gone into a dungeon. I have, since the servers started to get really cooked, decided that I was going to post up and I was going to AoE grind in the first place that I could find that would get me, you know, guaranteed up to 20. And I haven't even explored this entire, you know, this entire zone that I'm in, because I found a place that was all melee mobs. And I said, fuck it, I'm not leaving, man. I live here now. So it's Farmer Dusty until my XP bar is full. And then it's late night munching on some food and going to sleep Dusty. And then hoping servers are up tomorrow. This is your first character? Yes, this is my first character. I was covering Scars of Honor up until yesterday. Their first, like, technical test just ended. And I had some fun over there. It's still very primitive, needs a lot more. They're actually gonna, I believe, be going dark for some time on it. And it definitely is far off from feeling as solid as this combat system does. You know, as explorative as this is, but, you know, everything over here is much more progressive. So, yeah, all things considered, like, I just got over here. This is my first character, and I have been having a blast. I play melee by trade. So, chat sold me on the dream of Paladin, basically, with the Priest melee combo. And I have been loving every second of that. The AoE damage is great. I love AoE pulling. The fact that it is such efficient leveling. Sesmo, second for the G1 dog. The fact that it is so consistent, so replicatable, so cozy over here. You know, I'm a sucker for this kind of stuff. So, I've been having a blast with this build so far. Only going to continue cooking up more in the future as well. And just picking up on small things as well during the pulls, right? So, in terms of perfect blocks on AoE pulls, part of what you want to try to ensure that you do for large AoE pulls is always have a stun up, because it resets every one of the mob's attack timers, right? So it's hard to get perfect blocks and not drain your stamina if you are dealing with a lot of different attack timers all at once. But one thing I'm doing on the safe pulls that I'm not doing when I reach out on the pulls that I'm dying is getting all the mobs grouped up. And then as soon as they're grouped up, instead of dealing with all of their individual timers, I stun and I go into my combo, and then I get a full combo off, and then I play off of the group's attack timers. And whenever big guy tries to hit, I can always sync it up off of him, and then I can just block off of him when he's actually able to hit off of that. Because he's the most telegraphed out of all the attacks, and if it's multiple big guys, then we're good. What are graphic settings? I turned my shadows down, but I'm letting most of the other shit ride. I think I went to exclusive full screen instead of windowed full screen. But honestly, I can't even remember at this point. I just started ripping when I got in. Things have been pretty smooth, though. Jerry, I appreciate the follow, dog. Game is really good. The combat and art style. I actually like the art style a lot. I'm not gonna lie. I do like stylized graphics. I have played so many games in my journeys that have had varying artistic styles, you know, stylistic goals. And stylized content has been the one thing that for me has never necessarily failed. Even in the longevity of games, I mean, shit, I mentioned earlier the first game that I ever played in any serious capacity was Diablo 2 when I was 4 years old. And if you know the Diablo 2 community, you know that if you were brought up in Diablo 2, graphics are not your, you know, your creme de la creme of gaming. We are all about the gameplay, all about the enjoyability of what we're playing, and if it doesn't have that, then it doesn't have anything, dog. This is, for me, again, it's up my alley. It's enjoyable. It has been very fun for me to, you know, be a part of so far. And again, I just keep figuring out more with the systems that I'm thoroughly enjoying. Even there, I go into this build now, or into this pool now, and I can confidently decide that I'm just going to cook the casters when I hop in because I can actually manage my coolies in a more meaningful way. I am starting to scale up even harder because I'm leveling. Oops. I want to reach out. Every time I'm going to reach out. Every time I'm going to speak, I cook it. Maybe the overconfidence got to me. The hubris was my downfall. Psych, bitch, you thought? They turned the difficulty up. Bro, Uncle Ben's the hardest motherfucker I've fought so far. I swear to God. This man is from the streets and he's holding them down. This is his block. I'm just trying to spin it. Oh, I'm dead again. This is bad. That's very bad. Like, this shit is... Like, the trash mobs are manageable. But man, Uncle Ben fucking hits. Now, good news, Brody's a dumbass and doesn't know how a wall works. But, you know, all things considered, I'm thankful for that. I'm very thankful. Without that, I'd probably be cooked. Okay, dude, he hits hard. He hits very, very... Oh, shit, I'm red barred. He hits very hard. Do you guys know if you can recustomize the appearance of your character? Fuck! Why did I read chat? I can't read chat during Uncle Ben. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I actually don't know on the recustomization. Bro, it's a curse. I can't read chat when I'm fighting Uncle Ben. This is my largest curse that I have ever been endowed with. It's a penchant for actually answering chats, unlike so many other streamers. But it gets me killed more than it actually leads to any benefit. And it's usually just something that I could have left to somebody else to answer. It's a curse that's followed me since I was a wee boy. Never been able to quite stop the apps, even if it's to my own detriment. You die here, Ben. I'm really sick of your shit, brother. Nope, I'm red barred again. That's awesome. I'm just gonna read this. So, again, level 20 piece. Every single time. I have 113 of the cheese from here. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that I don't need the recipe. Wait, Ramberg fondue. And that's just the blue. Oh, okay. You know what? I am going to keep that. Because something tells me I'm going to be able to level cooking like crazy. And I'm going to be able to make a lot of those. Keep recipes. Bro, I just got to run a storage realistically. But I want to finish up the mob grind. That's where I'm at right now. I just want to get this done. If I'm being honest. How's the game? Looks pretty good. A lot better than I thought it was going to be, brother. A lot better than I thought it was going to be. It has been... Whoops. That was not the greatest of misinputs for me. There's been a lot more depth, a lot more difficulty. I mean, shit, as you can tell. A lot more just genuinely to do than I necessarily expected. And it has been a pleasant surprise in a world where so many products right now just lead to the opposite. Where, you know, expectations are usually sky high. And the sentiment about the game before the launch is to the moon. This kind of like came out of nowhere, at least on my radar. People in my chat had been, you know, existing over here in the betas and the previous tests. But for me, it was something, you know, I'd been locked up in other MMOs for a while. I'd been covering other stuff, and I hadn't really had the time to come over and give this, you know, an actual full look in earlier stages of testing. And from what I've gathered, I'm almost glad that I didn't have a chance to. Just because the servers were, you know, even rougher than this for those that have actually played it. I have heard that this is by far the smoothest state of the game so far. And I think that's important to point out. Now, again, I was not, you know, here when the testaments were written. But I have been having them relayed to me. And it definitely seems like they have a relatively solid handle on things now. All things considered, yes. This is a rough state of affairs for people that really want to get involved. But all things considered, it could absolutely be worse. Absolutely be worse. The run being on a bit long and better gaming experience running smooth as hell. Oh, I mean, I have no complaints. Bro, I got nobody contesting me on anything. Granted, that's not gonna happen much over here with the system design in the first place. But yeah, I got nobody contesting me on shit. I'm fucking vibing out here. Wraith, you can tell when people log out, boys. You can tell when literally everybody logs out. Wraith, you logged out and got hit by the boss, didn't you? Did you make the mistake of logging out? Great, thank you for the raid, brother. I appreciate you. Much love, much love, much love. Chat, how many people are actually, like, getting active over here? I feel like everybody's coming over to play. This shit's so good. Been following for a while because of the War Tales, one of their other games, which is really good, by the way. Yeah, the more I research the developer, the more I learn that they have these really, I don't want to say like niche in a bad way, because it's not a bad thing, but some people take it as such. But they have these niche titles that are really well loved, almost like a cult following to some of their titles. And anything that is able to garner a cult following definitely has at least potential on the baseline to appeal to more people, right? If somebody likes it, multiple people could like it. And I think looking at their previous catalog of shit, Dune Spice Wars isn't that niche. I don't think it's that popular, is it? Because that's not like Dune, that's like a different Dune. That's like Dune we have at home in terms of Dune games. I think it's like not the largest, but I also am not too familiar with the specific Spice Wars subcategory. Dune from Wish. Listen. I'm sure that Dune is just as good as all of those other Dunes. And we do not need to be mean about that Dune trying to be its best Dune. I'm sure Dune Spice Wars is a banger. At this pace, devs will wake up to a mostly negative. Devs shouldn't look at Steam reviews, honestly. It's like a streamer looking at YouTube comments. Like, it's never beneficial, if I'm being real. There's a time and a place where, like, feedback is necessary, but mostly negative because of one night, whoops, I red barred. Because of one night of server issues is not going to do the game in its entirety, is not going to end the game's positive sentiment, is not going to cook things, right? Steam reviews are a joke? Yeah, I mean, Steam reviews are also just so temporary, right? For every negative Steam review, there is also going to be a positive Steam review as soon as these problems are dealt with and taken care of. So, I mean, just all things considered, man, like, I think it'll be fine. I don't want to be too nonchalant about it and seem as though I'm ignoring it. But I have a suspicion that it'll probably it'll be just peachy in the mid to long term, man. They have a really solid quality of their product here. And if the thing that is cooking it the most is that the servers went down for one night for an overnight where they weren't immediately able to address it, and that is their single largest issue that they're trying to deal with, then man, they got it better than like 99% of projects do right now. And again, that seems to be what the largest issue is at this point. I don't think anyone's gonna sit here, look you in the eyes, and tell you that the gameplay is not fun, not enjoyable, absolute buns. Like, it's not one of those circumstances. Everyone's not able to log in. Correct. Literally nobody is able to log in right now. If you're trying to log in, you are going to have a very, very, very bad time. Very bad time. So, unfortunately, that is something that they are working to resolve, presumably as soon as they wake up. I don't know if they're awake yet. I don't know if they're not. But, I would have to assume they're working to resolve this as quickly as they can once they actually hear about it. Reviews will change when the problems get fixed. Yeah, exactly. And it's also, again, 3 months from now, reviews from one day of an outage are not going to doom a game. Just, they're not. Those reviews likely won't even be visible a month from now. With the size of this game as well, and how it's looking, there will probably be a lot more reviews to kind of wash out the one night of negative. So all things considered, I mean, I'm not really freaking out for them about it. I'm enjoying this game more than any game I've played in quite a while. Yeah, I think there's some special sauce here, man. I think there is definitely special sauce. I like my little crab, too. I got a crab mount, and he has a hook, and he's red, so that's how you can tell he's the special crab, and not like those poor people crabs that are all, you know, pale orange and stuff. This is that clouded crab de la crab. This is the best crab. There is only one crab like this. It is my crab. Actually, there are many crabs like this. But I have one of them. And there are fewer crabs like this. There's a blue crab mount. How do you get the blue crab one? The red crab one was from a drop, which is partly why I like it. I did say if I didn't want a red crab, I would go blue crab. But I mean, ain't nothing saying a motherfucker can't have two crabs with hooks. Gotta be dangerous. Or you gotta be careful. It's dangerous. They can hook you, they can pull you in, and then they can claw you. Man, it's a 1-2 combo they don't want you to know about. If crabs had a hook, we would all be absolutely fried. Put them out for 2+ hours and it never dropped. Get fucked, bozo. I went over to farm some weapon XP, and I got red crab. Wait, so where does the blue one drop? Same place as the red one, or like, what's the dealio there? Because if that's the case, I might need to get over there so I can flex on you. What I've been saying is, I'm gonna take notes of what mount everybody in chat really wants the most, and I'm gonna streamer loot every single one of the mounts. And over the course of it, when people come into chat, I'm just gonna ride the mount that they're the most jealous of and flex on them and call them peasants. So that's really my goal for this with the horizontal progression. I've gotta have PvP somehow. And until they give us PvP, this is what we're at. Skunk. Why you want a goddamn skunk? Why you liking skunks so much? You stinky as shit? What you got going on over there in skunk land? Why we on skunks? Oh shit, ow. Everything is awful. Everything fucking hurts, actually. It's kind of rude, dog. Like, very rude if I do say so myself. But, all is well. I just gotta block. God damn. I swear to God, it's easy to have a perfect pull, but it's also just as easy to fucking die. Want to go priest over warrior? Priests can still use melee weapons, as you can see. And they have a lot of dynamicism, I feel, past a traditional warrior. Now, I also don't know all of, like, the warrior setup over here, so to say, right? Because I haven't played a warrior yet. Priest is my first that I've checked out. And I will be checking out a warrior at some point. But the dynamicism of, like, a melee priest and the fact that it comes off and plays very paladinly, for me, was a large selling point of priest over warrior. With warrior, I almost fear that warrior classes can be a bit, like, one-dimensional and a bit just like Ooga and Booga. And I really have enjoyed the priest side of things so far, I'm not gonna lie. I expected it to feel too castery for me, and honestly, I expected myself to roll warrior, and I almost re-rolled warrior, like, yesterday. But, like, man, I'm having fun over here with it, I will say. Like, the priest has definitely been a large hit for me. Someone in chat told me to just, like, play it out on the priest and that they think I would enjoy it a lot with AoE pulls. And I have. Now, I'm also looking at this from a viability and, like, PvP in the long term, right? I'm someone that when I decide what class I want to play and want to main, that's a commitment, right? I play a lot. I wanna master the class that I am attempting to play and know the ins and outs of it. So by the time PvP launches, I want to have every possible build thought of that I could, every possible scenario thought of that I could with the class. So I feel like you can just make lifesteal warrior. Yeah, a lot of people have said that self-sustain on warrior is really solid too. That's part of what almost got me on the warrior side. But again, with priest, once we get into PvP, I'm gonna have a lot more dynamicism, especially as a melee priest option. Like, that brings so much group healing. Laxative Joe, thank you for the follow, dog. Heard you're the shit. That brings so much, like, group buffing potential. That brings so much group healing. Seems to bring so much of a, you know, an AoE CC vibe. Somebody was saying earlier, like, I'm an AoE CC paladin, basically. Yes. AoE CC, nuker, self-heal, all that stuff. I am a lot of things that all make a build quite enjoyable to play, which is part of why I am having it, you know, having such a ball with it, even just sitting here hitting mobs. It is just fun. And I'm not even in the, you know, the depths of class design yet. I am still familiarizing myself with so much. Unbearable. What is this? This is the future, brother. This is genuinely the future. Leon, the hydrate. I have to get my Dr. Pepper after this pull. Because water is for chumps. Dr. Pepper is a meta. Dr. Pepper is a future. Dr. Pepper is Himothy. That's a scare. Yep. Yep. Definitely knew that was a scary time to sit and pop a coolie. I should have hydrated before the pull. I should have hydrated. Shit hit so hard. Shout out Dr. Pepper. I know. I know. When I defy fate, fate finds its way. Oh, excuse you. What, do you get a one-handed hammer? One-handed hammer, you say? Wait a minute, what is this? Which server is this? This is NA. I am on NA. 2 liter Dr. P, no glass of diabolical. Just gotta drink it before it goes flat, brother. It's motivation. The fuck do you mean? Ain't nobody touching my Dr. Pepper. If Carla touches my Dr. Pepper, I'll miskiff that bitch. So, all things considered, like, she knows. She gets her fucking ginger ale shit. I get my Dr. Pepper. So, we all know our places in this world. And the Dr. Pepper's place is in a 2 liter on my desk in my hand. So, you know, I'm just trying to find. Been super in my past 2 months with work. How dare you work? The fuck? Yo, Grogo, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it, dog. I mean, honestly, unbearable. One of us has to work to support this family, and it's not gonna be me. So all things considered, I'm glad it's you. Sorry, thank you for the follow. If I had to go absent for 2 months to work, stream would be way worse off. So all things considered, man, you keep doing what you gotta do. I'm just glad you found a way back. Truly means the world. What do you level up with if I'm level 10? In terms of, like, where do you go to level? Really, wherever. I mean, you can mob grind if you want to. There is a really good crab grind that you can hit that is, I can show you on the map. But thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. This man's actually on the server. This man is actually on the server. I have hacked, I have infiltrated, I am the notorious hacker man known as 4chan. Yes, yes. I don't want to break into you guys like this, but my code has been cracked. The DustyWhy code is exposed once and for all. I am the server itself. Love Dr. Pepper, but the acid fizz ate my heartburn alive, so my go-to is Mr. Pibb. Isn't Pibb just like off-brand Dr. Pepper, though? I feel like they're trying to mace some of the beat. Already have a purple one. That's what's in my arsenal right now. That's why I don't have a 3 slot for my arsenal weapon. Once I get level 20, I will be able to include the second ability for my arsenal weapon. But that is that's a level 20 goal. Which is why I'm actually trying so hard to get to 20 before I go to bed tonight. I want to hop on tomorrow and just be able to cook with the, you know, with the double weapon ability. Because that's going to bring in so much. I'm not even getting full value out of my judgment right now. The 3rd rune on my judgment procs when I use an ability off of my... Oh my god, the Dr. Pepper. When I use an ability off of my arsenal weapon. And since I only have passives on my arsenal weapon, I can't logically use an ability on my arsenal weapon right now until I get an active instead of just a passive. So, all in all, definitely have to, you know, prog. But, like a flat Dr. Pepper. Flat Dr. Pepper sounds rough, though. What build? Oh, I mean, brother, anything. What class you playing? Like, everything is valid. You just gotta figure out what's fun for you. It is a game based in exploration and enjoyment, if I'm being honest. And a lot of weapons you can find at low levels and you can find at high levels. So, I would say just mess around. You can respec all the time. You can change any of your talents, any of your skills. It's really, really, really accessible, dog. Trying to get on your mass pull level, but only level 10? Okay, cool. So, early on, I liked the clams. I was clam slamming like a motherfucker. Because you drop the totems, and when you upgrade the weapons, you get all of the unlocks, too. So just keep in mind, level your weapons, allocate the points in your weapons. That'll help a lot. But totems were really consistent early. Gave me some solid summon to play around. As long as you're comfortable playing in, like, the area of the totems, those can do a lot for you early on. In terms of an arsenal, for that to complement... Oh, I just hit 1 HP. In terms of the arsenal to complement the totem build early on, you can use the Fire Scepter if you want, you know, more healing consistency. If you want more damage, there are some other options that you can work in as well. The Crab Shield is one of my favorites. I mean, as you can tell, I'm using Crab Gantuen Shield, level 8 version, at literally level 19, and it's going to carry me into 20. just because the depth shield is so strong. So strong. It gives heals, it does damage, it is king for me. It has been such a pivotal part of my AoE clear, and I basically pop it on cooldown. Anytime enemies are within range, it pops, has 4 charges, heals me, does damage to enemies, super high value. And you can pop it and then get the cooldown going. Well, so for you, I am on NA. It's the login infrastructure that's fucked more than it's the actual, like, server infrastructure right now. So I pray that they get that shit resolved soon, because login infrastructure being fucked means nobody can get into the game, which you can kind of tell that happened because as we look at the player base, it's getting towards very, very, very late night NA right now. And it's like, as people log out for the night, nobody else is able to get back in to replace those players. So it would be like if nobody else could join stream once everybody actually started going to bed. It would be an absolute disaster for concurrent viewership. So, all things considered, they're probably getting on it soon with the full dev team. I think it is, you know, pretty natural to think that dev team was probably at least a little bit asleep. So I'm sure they're waking up. I'm sure they're getting back at it. But because they forced me out of NA and you're still on, streamer privilege has truly ascended to a crazy level, man. I got a message in French that said, bonjour, something, something, serveur access. And I don't really know what it all meant, but apparently this is what it all boiled down to. And was really, really, really confused at first, but it seems to have all worked out in the end. And I'm grateful. The level 20 grind is almost complete. You gotta fight Ben for level up. I do see that asshole. I do see him over there standing in all of his glory. All of his chauvinistic chauvitude. I might have to go kick his ass. I'll do another loop on it, because I don't think he's gonna be like 2k XP or anything like that. He does give a solid amount of XP, but I don't think he's giving me 2k XP. So I'll do another loop, and then I'll kill Benjamin on the way down. Because I should be able to get there. It looked like half of his posse was stuck on the fence. So I don't think they're going anywhere anytime soon. And I might have a little bit of time to play. Excuse me. Gonna pull these lads out. And then we get a little bit of a block, play some space, bring you back up, run you around just a little bit until I have coolies up. Thank you for your firm cooperation in Dusty Corp. The success of this company is dependent on you. Excuse me. And then I'm just gonna back out, get a perfect block off here, run, hit a little dodge. I'm greeting this, I'm dead. I hit this game. Literally the worst game ever created. It is the anti-Game of the Year candidate. Blob Dylan. There's so many good Blob names that we have yet to discover. I'm really hoping somewhere in the world eventually there is a Blob Saget. I think a Blob Marley that has smoke abilities could also go absolutely insane. There is so much low-hanging fruit in the Blob architecture that I think it's almost ignorant to not entertain the mass potential of blob-based marketing of bosses, man. It is wonderful to consider. God damn. Fiddle Crabstro is my favorite name. Fiddle Crabstro went fucking crazy. I stumbled upon that and did love that. The blobs are so accessible. There's so many great bobs of all time. Blob Barker could be like a blobby dog. It's just... I gotta stop cooking. SpongeBob is a boss. Bro, honestly. The world of blobs is endless. I'm so close, but I'm fucking throwing so hard. Pulling too many? I've been doing this pull the entire fucking day, you goober. I've literally been here for like 4 hours doing this pull. Actually, not 4 hours. I've been here for a couple hours doing this pull. It's just because I read chat. Whenever I read chat, I die. It's really... It's a curse. I must be entertaining, but I also get hit whenever I read chat. And I get hit very hard, and the mobs are slightly unforgiving and don't really care that I'm trying to entertain a lot of people that can't even access the game. They're rather unempathetic, which I think is a slight issue with mobs in today's day and age. And it's really, really unfortunate to truly witness. It's something that I hoped we'd be able to avoid. Okay, where is that fucking asshole? You, my good man. How dare you talk to chat? I probably shouldn't. I should probably just ignore the fuck out of you guys until you give me more money. I don't know. You've been getting a lot of responses per prime today. Kind of a high value stream, and I'm not sure how I feel about that. Okay. Ben. It's mano a mano, dog. Me and you and all of your cronies. All of the monos. I'm gonna pre-pop my shield so I can get, like, double blast of the shield damage when I go in. Because I might just be able to nuke a lot of the posse. Alright. We're ooga booging it. Okay, wait. This is actually a cook. Maybe. Maybe it's a cook. I just gotta rotate around until I have one more set of coolies. Get back in on the range. Blam. And then another set of shield blasts. And we're 20, boys! We're so up. Alright, I gotta get my other arsenal. I didn't get it off of Ben himself, but I got it off of the cronies. And the first death of 20 is coming in hot, courtesy of Mr. Ben, if I do say so myself. Thank you, sir. Can I grab my arsenal mid-combat? Because that would be a big insult. The arsenal facilitates the build so much more, too. It just makes it smoother. I have shield coming off of my judgments now, which is in itself a massive game changer. Let's see. I can't get rid of recipes. I can't use the recipes. I cannot get rid of those. I should throw on level 20 gear just as a baseline. The armor itself is probably going to outscale stats right now. Then I can worry about stat optimization later on. Because I'm going to want Fate and Vitality as my primary scalers right now. But armor, when I'm up front, just tanking a shitload of mobs is going to be incredibly important. I just can't be leaving myself to stats king for damage. Yeah. I gotta keep the stats up. I mean, I do also have to just make sure that I'm tanky enough. But yes, stacking Fate, stacking Vit, that's really where I'm leaning right now. Fervor's a consistent one off rip, but I mean, even looking at crit scaling, if I can scale up a little bit higher on crit, then I can play consistently off of that. So there is a ton of potential. But the gear is just starting, right? I'm gonna have a lot of janky shit. I don't need dex for anything. Strength, faith in. We'll switch those bad boys out, get some puffy pants on. Also, keep in mind, any of the gear that you have, even if you are not going to use it, you should at the very least equip it. You should throw it on, take it off real quick type shit. So that way you at least get the cosmetic from it. The transmog in itself is probably something that you're gonna want. I can craft 2 items that give 100 armor each. Outfitter and blacksmith. Yeah. I gotta do a little bit of a crafting dive now that this is all situated. The dive into crafting is most definitely going to be beneficial for me. Faith in. I have to drop something real quick. That's Dex Faith instead of Vitality. How hard does Faith actually scale up? Probably hard as shit, if I'm being honest. I might just Fate stack early on, and then just worry about everything else later. Alright, let's see. Can I combine these and have inventory space? I can. We're so up, so I don't have to drop anything. Then we grab these bad boys, and I have Faith Int. I'll throw on the Faith. Let's see what the damage is feeling now. Does it have any PvP? PvP is coming later on. It is a future edition. This is an early access that is pre 1.0. Oh, I didn't even add my other fucking, my other arsenal ability. Truly dumb bad. But yeah, so PvP is going to be added. They're going to be adding in duels, battlegrounds, and a PvP, like, region in the map that is going to have incentivization to go over there and participate. What incentivization, we're not quite sure. However, there will be incentivization. Okay. So now, PvP isn't even possible until the servers get situated. Yeah, I mean, nothing's possible until the servers get situated. I think that's a baseline. But the roadmap is also covering things that are goals this year, things that are goals before the end of early access, which is going to go into next year. So the roadmap itself is a, you know, pretty generally just, I don't know, broad roadmap, to say the least. It is very much going to require more time before it is fully realized upon. Okay, we're kind of up. Now the build is feeling silky because I'm also getting more shield on my judgments. Is the game fun? The game is beyond fun. The game has me hooked. I've been on stream for 11 hours and it's 1:30 a.m. and I still have to eat dinner. Levels of it's been fun. It has been more fun than, in my opinion, it has any business actually being at this point in its early access lifespan. To the point where I cannot wait to actually hop on and play tomorrow. Which is something I haven't been able to say in a while. We watched the interview with the dev team from a few days ago. Pretty much went over what the plans are for the game, what type they want it to be, and how they want to improve it. Oh, the canon interview? I've seen bits and pieces. I haven't had time since I came into this scene to really sit down and like full review every aspect of it. I've just been so busy with other MMOs and stuff. But say your alarm kind of fun. Oh yeah, I mean I might actually be on time kind of fun. What's the next class gonna be? I probably won't make another class for a little bit. I really want to figure out like what the top end scaling of Paladin can do type shit. Really want to figure out my gearing along the way, min-max it. And then I'll probably maybe look towards a warrior next and see what the diversity of warrior brings. But all things considered, like I've been having a lot of fun with the paladin build on a priest. It's been a joy. I really wanna get this scaling as high as possible. I think level 20 deserves yet another visit to the doctor. Bro, deserves a visit to bed. Is there a release date yet? No release date yet. It's in early access, and early access is kind of like a until it's done type thing. It's probably gonna be at least a year, bare minimum. So I wouldn't expect it to be much sooner than that. Also, I am on the NA server. However, I am going to be doing myself very dastardly. I know, unacceptable, because I might be calling it a night. I may be calling it a night soon. It is very unfortunate. I'm incredibly sorry, but the last soldier. Dude, I need sleep so I can pump tomorrow as well. Warhead, thank you for the follow, dog. Follow the raid. I'm tired, as you guys can tell. I appreciate you, dog. I hope the stream was good, man. Pray no rollbacks? Yeah, I mean, no rollbacks will be bis if we can avoid them. If we cannot avoid them, then we go from there. We just grind it out again. Now, I will say the good news is I have a shitload more information now than I did previously. And if I have to do it the second time, then it'll be much faster. So, didn't you play this game as well? I just started yesterday, dude. Literally just hit 20. I got my crab today. I got my bee fury today. I got my pocket hive today. I got a lot today. It's been an insane day. So, old Krabby and me are now calling it a night, I think. Because the grind has been incredibly good to us, and I put in many, many hours, a multitude of hours. It is time. Where can I get Pocket Hive? The bee area. Bees were over here. And it can come from any of like the name bosses. It's a 1% drop from like the name mobs that are outside, any chests, or you can farm it up from... Which bee is it? Is it Lady Bee? Or is it the dungeon at the bottom? I think it's the dungeon at the bottom that drops Pocket Hive. I do believe. So, thanks for the entertainment. Thank you guys for showing up, dude. I genuinely couldn't stream full time if people didn't show up and support the stream. It is genuinely what makes it happen. So, for those that are new, of course, Lady B is 10%, so is Queen Bee. Okay, that makes sense. For those that are new, keep in mind if you guys did enjoy the apps, enjoy the content, I will be live again with more FAREVER tomorrow and the day after that and the day after that and so on and so forth. I have streamed 1,045 days in a row. That is not a made-up number. That's a real number. I am quite literally always here. I'm a full-time content creator that streams 8 to 12 hours every single day, 7 days a week. So, I will be back. We're going to be progging FAREVER like absolute fucking crazy. I'm going to be cooking up the dankest of the builds. And as always, I will be yapping incessantly the entire time. You will not have a moment of silence. So make sure you guys drop the follow if you're not already following the channel. All the support, all the love genuinely means a ton. It's been a blast discovering the world so far. First full day over here, I'd consider it a success. We got 11 hours in pretty much uninterrupted with some minor difficulties along the way. No Diddy, no Drake, no Doctor disrespect. So I consider it a large success. We'll be back on the grind tomorrow and we will be cranking some endgame content. I've gotta start optimizing, maybe explore the world, find myself in some more like hard mode dungeons once I get a little bit optimal gear situated. So it'll be nice if login works now. It's a conspiracy. As soon as I log in tomorrow, all the normies get locked out again. Listen, I'm telling you, tier 3 subs get into the server. You guys thought that I was fucking lying. I'm not lying. Tier 3 subs get into the server.
With abs is
Yo,
absolutely
thank you for the follow, dude. Wait, that's just Jonathan backwards. Jonathan, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Have a good night, guys. I will catch you tomorrow, 2 p.m. EST sharp. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all.